low-V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition to kick off your week here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All available at 1053thefan.com. Everybody survived the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
For sure. For the most part. I woke up around 1 a.m. today. Stomach. Oh.
Is it from the chicken that you, what do we call it? You were going to brine it.
Oh, No, that actually turned out pretty well. That was on Saturday.
Did you brine it for a day?
I don't know, maybe 12 hours at least.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 hours at least. It was pretty good.
Did you feel like it made a difference?
I did. It tasted really good, really solid, really solid.
It's supposed to be the juiciness of
Yeah,
it.
it was. It was very juicy. No, I don't know. We had salmon for dinner last night. It must have been that. It was. I don't think it was. You can't really undercook salmon.
Oh, well, how long was it sitting out?
We defrosted it we put it in water to defrost it. So, hour.
Oh, okay. So not
long.
multiple days.
No, not long. Not long.
I clearly didn't sleep enough because I sent y'all a text this morning with a Twitter link. I fell back asleep after that. And luckily I still had one more alarm and it woke me up. But I thought I was fully awake and then went right back to sleep. So I got to catch up still, I guess.
Texas Rangers not making headway and not giving you that positive momentum after the trade deadline.
And lets it fly, and there's a swing and a soft liner to center. It's a base hit. Being waved around is Stott. Here's the throw to the plate by Langford. Not in time. And the Phillies take a 3-2 lead. Down to second on the throw goes Weston Wilson.
Nadell with the call. Philadelphia would end up winning 4-2. The Rangers 1 for 14. While they had men on base, they end up getting swept against Filthy, who is running things in the National League East. And they end up, it was a weekend for Bobby Belt to be proven correct. 5 runs in 3 games.
Yeah, that's not going to get it done. 5 runs in 3 games. That's pretty bad. I mean, you really can't even try to do worse than that. You really can't. Like that's leaving a lot of guys on base. It's not getting enough guys on base. It's not driving the ball. It's not getting balls down the line. You're not manufacturing anything. What happened to the manufacturing runs that we saw? Even a week ago, 2 weeks ago, they were manufacturing runs. They didn't do that at all in this series. And Philly's really good though. Like Philly's a legit World Series contending team.
I don't know how much of just scoring 5 runs was totally like Philly's awesome though.
No.
Like this definitely felt like they were falling short in a number of areas. This is just, it's now 10 games since the trade deadline. And we talked about this last week. So they put up 6 in a game against Seattle, but 4 of that was an extra. So if you just take the 9 innings, the regulation, so to speak, then in 7 out of the 10 games, they scored 2 runs or fewer in regulation time. That's just not a legit contender. Like it's, you may have tried, you may have called around on some stuff. Maybe you didn't have the capital to get it done. Whatever it is, you invested in the wrong thing. And now you're going to see in the second half, I think that there's going to be a little bit of separation.
Rangers are 6.5 back in the American League West. They're 2.5 back in the wild card. Give me the Rangers' best 4 hitters. No particular order.
God. Seager.
Seager's hitting 265.
Oh,
okay. So are we doing this by actual average? Like who are the
No,
leaders?
just
Okay.
in your brain, in your mind, who are their 4 best hitters?
Josh Smith. When he's healthy.
Josh Smith is hitting now 262.
Seager, Langford.
Langford is hitting 238.
Smith, and then I mean a lot of this year Carter has been good at times.
He's hitting 238.
Man,
We don't have an easy 4th
No,
that's
we
better
don't.
than Evan Carter.
no.
Because Simeon and Adolis are both at 226. So when you're
Simeon's OPS is 656.
and Simeon was the one that John Morosi came on here and said was the X factor. Simeon had gotten going, so the offense was going to be fine. He sat here and said that 9 o'clock. I'll never forget the segment. He was good as a guest, but I was like, really? Really? We're going to go with Marcus Simeon turning it around as the offense being fine? He has an on-base percentage of 302.
Yeah. Honestly, it's probably Haggerty at this point.
Oh, my God.
If you look at
Oh, my goodness.
Right? I mean, like, when Carter's healthy, I would agree. But right now, like, available players, it's probably Haggerty.
OPS plus leaders on the team are in order: Seager, Langford, Josh Smith. No, it's Seager, Josh Smith, Langford, and then it's a tie between Haggerty and Higashioka, I think it looks like.
So just to boil it down and simplify it, and Josh Smith after June He was hitting 222 in the month of May. June, he got back over 300. In July, he hit 250. This month, he's hitting 167. So just to boil it down, if we're sitting there in the meeting rooms with CY and we're going, give us our top 4 hitters. Are these guys really going to turn it on, and are they capable of turning it on? I'm not going to bet on Evan Carter taking me to another level. Was Josh Smith going to continue and keep up his first half of the season? Seager, and then Wyatt Langford. Is Wyatt Langford at his best going to be good enough to make our offense good enough? And the answer was going to be no, probably no. And now we are seeing it play out.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to, like, I guess these can all be different definitions. If you're telling me also, like, it's a one-run game and you want these guys coming up to the plate in the 9th inning, like, all right, then I might throw Adolis in there, because at least I feel like Adolis will run into one every now and then, or like Josh Young, because I know when Josh Young's on, Josh Young's really good, and when he's off, it can be really bad. So I don't know, you're stuck, and you bought into. I feel like that when they evaluated their roster, one of two things happened: either A, they couldn't get the finances, or they couldn't get the capital needed to make these moves. And they had ideas that they wanted to do, and they had to publicly say, well, this is how we're going to get better. Or B, they just falsely believed, all right, 6 weeks is going to cover over what we've learned about this batting order for the last year and a half.
And you got Seattle, unfortunately, red hot in the West. They've won 7 straight. They're 9-1 in their last 10. You got the Rangers 3-7 in their last 10, and now you get a World Series rematch with Arizona. Arizona, they're 4 games under 500. They're 11 back in their division, but they have won 3 in a row. So that's where things stand after the filthy series.
Oh, Banny going to be here.
Merrill Kelly Revenge
Series. There you go.
Yeah, Saturday, the Phillies won 3-2. deGrom is handed his 3rd consecutive loss. He struck out 8. He walked 1 in 6 2/3. He had allowed 5 runs in each of his previous 2 starts. That's part of a career worst streak when he gave up homers in 6 straight games. Last time he lost 3 starts in a row, early 2019 with the Mets. And I know you guys disagreed about the deGrom decision on Saturday.
Yeah, I just didn't have a problem with them, bringing him back out there again for that 7th inning. His pitch count was reasonable. Whoever you're bringing in is not going to be generally as good as he is anyway. But look, you get a single, and then you get a walk. It takes them to 90 pitches. I don't know. They're bringing a guy in not a clean inning with men on versus leaving your guy out there who's not at a high pitch count. Although they've generally tried to keep him in the 80s, right? They've tried to keep him in the 80s, but they also, at this point, I think we're trying to win the baseball game. And they're like, look, deGrom's our best guy. It was not a crazy pitch count, and it sucks. You get to 90 pitches at the Kepler at bat, and there was your game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind him coming out for the 7th. As soon as he got in trouble, he needed to get pulled. Because you're talking about a guy who the last 2 starts, you were going, should we put him on the IL maybe? Because things just don't look right with him. Then, yeah, he came out there, he pitched well. But then you get in there, you get, hot shot off the bat that was an out to start things. Then after that, it's a single. It's a not particularly difficult walk drawn by Harrison Bader, where it was
like 5 pitches.
It was 5 pitches. It was just not close from deGrom. And it's like, all right, this is 3 straight hitters that have, given deGrom trouble here. Like, let's slow things down. You go out there for the mound meeting, just take him out. Bring in Colomb, bring in whoever you're going to bring in, because right now this feels like the teetering point. This isn't the old deGrom. And then they say, nope, let's keep him out there. And then Kepler smokes the ball, gets the double, and that's game.
On Friday, Choppy had warned us about Kyle Schwarber. He hit number 41. Brandon Marsh had 4 hits. Trey Turner with a 5-run night where he drove it in, and part of a 5-run ninth. He had a 3-run homer, and then Bobby continuing to look solid after Merrill Kelly dropped to 9-7, walking a season-high 5, and hit a batter with a pitch in his first home start for the Rangers since being acquired from Arizona. He allowed 5 hits, 4 runs, and 4 1/3.
Schwarber was 1 for 11. That was his only hit of the series. Was that home run? But that's what he does. That's what he does. He's not quite Matt Stairs, but he can see him from there.
It's just this whole weekend was, again, it's frustrating because in the game Saturday, they were They got on base, a few times. They were it wasn't like they were just held to 2 hits like they were earlier in the season.
Right.
There's not coming through in big moments. There's not enough power with this offense right now. Other than, I guess now it's Jock Peterson. That's your big stud, is the guy who couldn't do anything for months. Now that's going to be the guy that carries you. But it's just there's something fundamentally broken about their offense. And the note I sent you guys this morning from Evan Grant was one of the worst stats I've ever seen. So he had said that on average, MLB teams get significantly better as they face a pitcher throughout the game. First time through the order is 703 OPS, then 731, then 756. The Rangers are 25 points below average at 678 the first time through the order, and the gap gets bigger each time through the lineup. They are not getting better as games go on.
Pepe, you are usually the Ranger optimist and a Ranger lover. How you feeling right now?
Yesterday afternoon, it felt like the dagger. It really did in this season. You can't get swept at home. I get it's the Phillies, and we talked about, you beat up on a struggling Yankees team, but, you had to take one there. And this is now, 3 straight deGrom losses? That can't happen. He's the guy that's supposed to get you over the hump whenever you're struggling. So it's just a lot of things going wrong right now. You hope to turn things around against Arizona, but, we're a month and a half away from the season ending, and you're 4 games or so out of the wild card, it seems like. So, it's got to start now.
This whole season has just felt like, ugh. It's like, yeah. It's a frustrating seesaw of trying to break through, evaluating what you actually are guys actually underperforming, or are they just not good enough? And I think we have our offensive answer.
It sucks that when you look at how good the staff has been, like if I tell you your pitcher tonight, whoever it is going to step up on the mound, they're going to give you 7 innings, they're going to strike out 10, they're going to walk 1, and they're going to give up 2 runs. You go, well, I'll take that. It's a legitimate question in a Rangers fan's mind right now. Like, okay, I don't know that they win that game. They might lose. That's the type of team they are right now.
877-881-1053 to say good morning and hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It is DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And it's also time for our first star up, star down of the 2025 football season. Are you validated in your Cowboy freak out? How did RJ feel about his boy Joe Milton? The good, the bad, the ugly, the everything. Star up, star down of the Rangers, of the Cowboys versus the Rams on your home of the Rangers and boys. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
And first down, Milton with play action. Back up, escapes to his left and heaves it. Deep down the left side into the end zone. It's a tie ball and it's intercepted in the end zone for a touchback. Flournoy was the intended receiver and Cam Lampkin took it away from him.
The Joe Milton experience was going down on Saturday night. We have the full recap with Star Up, Star Down. If you are new to the show and the station, this is basically your Cowboys report card. And every single Monday or post-game day, we will have our list of positives and negatives. That's Star Up, Star Down on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. As the Cowboys fall to the Rams 31-21, and Joe Milton goes 17 of 29 for 143, a touchdown as he started to finally get going later on in the game. Also had that interception in 9 drives. He ran 22 yards on 5 carries. The Joe Milton experience.
That was the full Joe Milton experience. You got everything.
On the pick?
The pick itself. That interception itself was Joe Milton's entire football career summed up in one play. He missed the first read, and then instead of going to the second read, he flees the pocket, runs away from his body, right, away from his throwing arm, then throws a laser 60 yards down the field that only maybe 2 other guys in the NFL can make, kind of slightly off target, gets intercepted. That is... No touch on the ball, by the way. That one play is the entire Joe Milton experience. It's like the missing of the read, or not even missing the read, just being impatient with the read. And then wanting to leave the pocket as fast as possible, and then uncorking just a mammoth throw, and then it gets intercepted.
Yeah, I charted him. Like, this is not just throwing together a bunch of throws. This is like throw by throw. A terrible overthrow to Schoonmaker on his first attempt. The next 2 throws with good protection were awful. Awful. Deuce was covered on one of them, and he decided to try to force that in. I think it was Jalen Tolbert on the third down that had to turn into a cornerback to make sure the ball was not intercepted. He had a pick 6 dropped by them before the half. That interception heave was in double coverage, and Schottenheimer is sitting there talking about the check down, which RJ already referenced. He missed a wide open Flournoy.
Yeah, the R is basically silent.
Missed a wide open Flournoy, and he didn't reach on the 4th and 3 run that you were tweeting about.
Yeah, I mean, like, just extend the ball, man.
Extend the ball.
Leave no room for doubt.
Yes.
That's the, if you were surprised by this, it's like, I didn't see him in college. Like, that's it. I didn't see him.
This is what I was asking Nick about last week. That he was like, well, no, I would think if you just need one game, you would throw Milton out there, and if you need a whole season, you would throw Greer out there. No, if you got to get by with a game, like when Cooper Rush had to start that 1 year against Minnesota for just a week, it's got to be Greer, or they got to go get somebody else. Because right now, if you're in the thick of a playoff race and you need one start, Milton's he's not somebody who's far enough along in terms of the game IQ stuff that you can feel comfortable with him out there starting. And it was all on display. That stuff, those first 3 plays that you just referenced, that was more than enough time on all 3 of them to stand in there and make your throw if you know what you're doing. And the thing is just he doesn't know what he's doing right now, which is fine. That's why he went where he did. He's a young player. He's going to learn. The traits are all there. It's just, you see right there, that's why it's really difficult to expect him to play consistently right now.
And for a guy who spent 6 years in college, he barely played. He has 20-something starts. Bo Nix Shador has 60.
I wonder if New England is sitting there. Obviously, they had the Drake May factor, but New England is sitting there watching him in practice like we did in Oxnard. By the way, be careful of your aggregators out there. Pay attention to all the websites last week who we called out for the headlines that Joe Milton was dominating. That is a good value of going every year as the home of the Cowboys to tell you, no, he might make the throw, but it's coming 8 seconds into the play. He might show off the legs, but it's because he's not hitting the second read that he should have in the route concepts. Just pay attention to all those websites and make a mental note of who told you that Joe Milton was on fire, because what you saw is what we saw in Oxnard, and Joe was asked to grade himself after.
If I was grading myself, definitely a D, probably a D minus if I'm being hard on myself. I feel like I said before, the guys around me did a great job, especially from the O-line standpoint. They was blocking their butt off. And then the receivers and tight ends, they was doing their assignments at a high level. I just got to settle down early and just make all those throws.
I don't know what Michigan's scheme was like. I didn't pay attention.
It was good enough for Trey Lance.
It was recorded
last night.
What?
It was recorded.
It was recording, right. When Joe's at Tennessee, the Tennessee scheme is pretty simple. It's like there's one read. It's a lot of ARP routes. There's one read to it. If that read isn't there, you basically run.
Yeah, I mean, that's
basically what it is.
Schottenheimer said right after they traded for him, when they were talking about Joe Milton and where he's at, we played the audio. He said that, look, he comes from a scheme where he's going to be behind. Because Tennessee is it's not a pro-ready, get you to the NFL scheme. It is built to win at the college level. They're not there to necessarily get you to the NFL. That's not what it does.
And you just reminded me, I didn't complete my thought. Maybe New England is watching Joe in these practices, and they're like, it's going to take way too long for him to process it and get the offense and know where to go. And we don't have time for all that with Drake.
Yeah, and Vrabel I think he wanted one of his guys. He wanted, because he got Dobbs. Dobbs was the guy who was a backup at Tennessee with him.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you look at, to me, it's very clear his physical attributes. Like whenever you heard the buzz about, man, what an athlete Trey Lance is, then we got out there and we're like, that's it? He's fine, but gosh, this is not the dude that everybody had hyped him up to be. The arm isn't what it. Milton is everything athletically that you're told he is. He's big, he's fast, he can sling the ball. That's all there. He's probably behind Trey Lance as a processor, where Trey Lance was last year. Lance made some awful decisions, different things like that, but Milton is everything that you thought Lance was going to be as a physical player. It's just behind that, it's the processing. And it's clearly just something where he's got to have more time on task, and that's why I think Schottenheimer and the Cowboys are just basically he's basically going to play every snap of the preseason for us because he needs that time.
And Schottenheimer said this is why he needs to play. I do think he settled down, found his rhythm late, started using his legs a little better. Every rep he gets is going to help him become a great pro. We need to throw more completions. He knows that. He had his fastball out, and there's times where you kind of need to throw a little bit of a changeup.
So I remember the first year of Josh Allen in the NFL, there was these jokes of it was just a still shot of Josh getting ready to heave this 80-yard bomb. And the meme joke was Josh Allen throwing a screen pass. And he's corked back and everything, ready to throw. And that's Joe. That's Joe right now. He corks back and he's ready to throw a heave for a 6-yard screen pass. The fade route into the end zone, on the broadcast, you're like, yeah, you got to put some air into that, man.
He came out firing, throwing on his first 6 plays, and he said, I think I need to calm down faster so I can start rolling in the first quarter. Very Jack Leiter-ish, if you remember Bassick talking about him. He said, I was very excited. That's what got me off track. I feel like if I was able to go back out there right now, I'd be able to settle down faster and make those throws for sure. As for the elbow injury, he said, I feel good. Just a little treatment in the morning. I will be all right.
What was the exact count in the first quarter on yards? It was something like 140-1. Where Dallas had a yard through 2 drives.
That was generous. I thought he got no gain on that one.
It probably was 0, but they were rounding up. That's fine. But I think when you watch that, you go, okay, yeah, the biggest thing you need to take away from that is just, for Milton, is time on task. That's what he needs, because the more time he gets, the more the game is going to slow down, because right now it happens way too fast for him.
I would love to see him go out there and throw about 1,100 footballs in the morning of a game and tire his arm out like a sinker ball pitcher. Get out there. If your normal warm-up routine is 40 pitches, throw 80. Get tired. Get tired out there And that way, that fastball isn't as fast.
Let's get to the rest of star up, star down. Bobby, who jumped out to you for either side?
I mean, the biggest one that stood out is just like this guy looked really good the entire time that I was watching was Maris Leofau.
Yeah.
Maris Leofau, like he comes right off of the kickoff, makes the tackle there, is all amped up. He's like this ball of energy. And then he was out there and immediately was making a ton of plays on defense. And
it had the 3rd and 1 stop, and I'm trying to come up with a better comparison, but it's really tough with the hair and the way he is a Tasmanian devil of not looking like Palomalu playing linebacker.
The hair just it does that alone. And then you watch him flying around there. So after last year's draft, we leading into day 3, we'll always get a chance to talk to the coaches and the scouts on the draft show with DallasCowboys.com. And their national scout, Ross Winchy, told us that we were like, hey, what's your favorite trait you've studied in the entire draft this year? It doesn't even have to be somebody you picked. And he said it was Maris Leofau's play style. That the way he plays, like the intensity he plays with, the hair on fire stuff, the tone that he sets, that was his favorite thing he saw from any player in that entire draft class. And you see it in that game where he's tough, he's physical, he's running around, he sees the game quickly. He was asked to do so many different things at Notre Dame where he's asked to play safety. There were times he'd step in the nickel and cover somebody because they needed him to. He would rush. He was asked to do so many different things there that he became a really high IQ processor and somebody who understands everything that the offense is trying to do. And I think that you're seeing it starting to come together a little bit. It reminded me of when everybody started buzzing about Overshown in 23 as a rookie, where he had those first 2 games in the preseason. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, this guy might be special, before he ended up tearing that ACL.
Star down to the run defense. Had a lot of tellos saying nothing has been fixed from over the past few years. We'll get to that, whether it's legit criticism coming up later in the show. But they were getting torched trying to defend that run, just like the scrimmage in Oxnard. Right? They couldn't run it, and they could not stop the run.
And that's why a big star down in this game is Jay Toia, the defensive tackle that they picked. That's the only guy who is nose guard size for you on the entire defensive line, really. And so he's got to be better. He can't be getting moved out of the his gap by a guard who just, all right, let me just wash you straight down the line, no issues at all. There was a lot of things that Jay Toia is going to need to look at in that film and go, all right, there's stuff I got to work on here, because that's just going to make them leak consistently if he's out there.
People were also just throwing in the final Mazi towel, saying you can't let him take up a roster spot. Just end it. Just end it and replace him.
What, 3 years for a first?
I mean, it's the same.
Oh, Tom Landry told me, or Barry Switzer once told me. Someone told me.
Yeah, year three, right?
Year three.
I mean, let's be honest. Who does Mazi Smith most frequently remind Cowboys fans of as a draft pick?
Taco
Charlton. Taco Charlton was here for 2 years, had an underwhelming preseason. They traded him at the end. So that's, Mazi Smith has been here as long as Taco Charlton was. And so it's getting to the point where he may be near the end.
What you got, Choppy?
There's an easy star up. I think, and it's kind of cheating to say, because the quarterback can do the most and make the most. Will Greer is an easy star up. He comes out there one time and it just reminds everybody, like,
2 of 3.
Yeah, but
2 of 3, 14 yards.
He let a scoring drive
and the scamper. He had the touchdown run.
Yeah, it's just easy. It's like everything looked, even though he didn't have to do much and it only 3. Everything looked like it was just like, okay, calm down a little bit, and he stabilized.
Who's your 2 to start the year?
I think you have to keep 3. I think it's Will to start the year right now, the way it is right.
Your backup.
If Dak goes down for the season, let's say, Dak pulls a Romo 2016 and goes down for the whole year, I'm starting Joe Milton for the year. If it's the 1 game, 2 games, then you got to start Will Greer.
Yeah, it's just like last year, where Lance should have been the guy as soon as the season was done, and they didn't. They wanted to hold on as long as they did. But if you just got to get by, you would put Cooper Rush out there.
My other star ups, Peyton Turner with a nice play on that Stetson Bennett keeper. Man, Bennett is so small. It's amazing how I just view the size of some of these guys differently in the pros versus college. Star up to McQualmu with a very nice and fun interception. And what do we make of Phil Mafah in the backfield? Is he this year's preseason deuce?
Look, Mafah is a guy who I was on the John Machota's podcast yesterday. Look, I'm very in demand. You guys know this. But I'd been on there. John made a good point that Mafah did not show up at all during the summer. He did not show up the first week of training camp. Then as soon as the pads come out, it's like, okay, this is his thing. He is a more physical runner. He's not going to be this speed burner. This is how he makes his living.
He only
as
had
a running back.
10 for 36, which surprises me looking at the stat line. 3.6 a carry, and they were led by Malik Davis,
baby.
who
Where's he?
pick up off the scrap heap. 7 for 63, 9 a carry.
Yeah, I mean, how long's Malik Davis been in the NFL now? Like 6 years or whatever it was that he got here. Yeah.
2022?
No, it couldn't have been that early. Either way, he's been around Dallas so many times now. That's a veteran player who, I would hope that like Malik Davis, who's stuck around on practice squads and stuff in year 5 or whatever he is, should be better than that.
His stats on ESPN say 2022 and 2023.
Well, he was practice squad the whole year in 21.
Okay, so I didn't show that, but yeah. So his experience is second season.
The rest of your star ups, star downs, a big fat star down to CeeDee Lamb. And what did Jerry have to say, or more importantly, not say, about Micah pregame with Christy Scales? We continue with star up, star down on the home of America's team next.
It's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here comes 3rd and goal. Shotgun, handoff, Corum on the left side, and he's going to push in behind left guard and score the Rams touchdown. First score of the game.
Brad Sham with the call in case you did not know and you're just waking up to start your week. You're flipping through the radio dials. This is 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and this is your official home for Dallas Cowboys football and the Texas Rangers. And this is Star Up, Star Down, your Cowboy report card on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We have a Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway for you starting at 7:20 in the commercial-free Expressway. My other Star Downs besides Joe Milton, run defense, Andrew Booth. Now,
John Wilkes.
He gave up a couple of big plays. I'm not going to dig him too much for the first one.
He was in position.
He was in position. It was pretty good coverage. But there was another huge gain that the Rams dropped, and it had people, again, going after Andrew Booth. Penalties, 11 for 83. First game, I'm not going to go crazy about that. Schottenheimer said he was fine with combative penalties, but the pre-snaps. Awesome Richards was called for illegal formation on consecutive plays. The CeeDee Lamb one, which we'll get into, had Schottenheimer saying you can't give away penalties in this league. So that's my Star Up, Star Down.
Yeah, I mean, anybody, you say Booth, anybody in coverage, basically. Like anybody playing corner right now for them, I don't feel totally great about. I mean, look, they think they've found something, it looks like, in Childress. And so maybe he was passable. But I thought basically that entire corner group, Robert Rochelle, Keemon Hall, and then what you were getting out of Andrew Booth, that was just okay. There's serious depth issues here right now in the corner room, and that's got to get fixed.
He did not play. He did not suit up. He still gets a Star Down.
This happened right in front of me. CeeDee Lamb was celebrating Jonathan Mingo getting behind his defender. He was so excited he jumped in front of an official, and the official ran over CeeDee Lamb on the sideline. That's where the penalty comes in, and he was off the sideline. He was outside of the box, and so CeeDee's the one that's being penalized here for the Cowboys sideline infraction.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine right there if that he got hit hard?
He got trucked.
He got hit hard. If you told me a major injury,
yeah,
now CeeDee would have to go out and start the season, even if he was paralyzed. He would have to go out there and try to play because of the embarrassment of missing a game because a referee dropped the hit stick on you.
You would never
get better.
Ever be able to live that down.
I wish the back would get better.
You would never be able to live that. That would end your like you have no vibes. Your Madden rating automatically would drop 11 points.
And he messed up my Star Up for Mingo, who beat his defender badly on the play. That's why CeeDee was prematurely celebrating in the middle of that white sideline area where the referee ran him over. By the way, Star Down CBS 11, where were the replays?
Yeah, there was a lack of replay.
Where were the replays in all this? I'm like, I saw a replay for some, but I'm like, are we lacking manpower? Are we is all that salary
Person power, please?
What's that?
Person power.
Person. Is that what they're calling it?
I don't know.
RJ on the first female umpire later in the show. But I'm like, where are the replays for this? Milton still came up, I thought, a little short on the throw, but CeeDee Lamb could have gotten taken out seriously.
Yeah, and look, I know there was a little bit of chirping from people that were like, oh, this is garbage. Why did he end up with the penalty? He's the one that got run over. He's not supposed to be standing there. Flat out, he's not supposed to be standing there. It's not important enough that you should be getting in the way to celebrate a preseason throw in in the first game. That's where it's like, hey, let's have a little bit more awareness. I know he's out there supporting for those guys. I'm sure for veterans, these games are kind of fun. Because for them, they're just kind of on the sideline, they're chatting, and they're getting to watch guys that they're teammates with get their chance to shine. Right. So they enjoy it, they get into it. I get that. But yeah, he's got to have an awareness not to stay there. I get the penalty completely.
As soon as this happened, a Twitter account that follows us, NFL Ref Stats, sent me this saying that CeeDee, Tolbert, and Pickens will enter the season the number one most penalized wide receiver trio in the NFL based off of 2024 numbers.
Wow. That's something to know. And you can tell Aiden's got it up on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube right now. Look at that hit.
The hair just like flying.
Yeah.
Like that is if they still do jacked up on
oh god.
Like he would win the segment that week.
And you could tell how embarrassed he was.
He's
had
embarrassed.
To start laughing, go to the bench. Pickens was immediately laughing. When Pickens had the sideline interview with Kyle and he started chuckling and laughing, I was like, okay, CD is okay. Thank goodness. Schottenheimer on the scary moment.
Yeah, briefly. Again, I'll speak to the whole discipline part, just like the pre-snap penalties, that penalty. We got to be better with discipline, and I think I hope the guy's okay. I think he's okay. The official that they ran into, but we have to be better than that. CD knows better, we know better, but the discipline on our part, we're fine with the combative penalties. But, when we don't line up off sides, they warned us a couple times, and, we have to do a better job, coaching and playing and, hey, move up tackles. I think Awesome got called twice, and, you can't give away penalties in this league, and so we have to be better.
More like not awesome. You know what I mean? That was not awesome when you had that happen. Although I will say, and the two penalties, that's just bad. Like, if you can't line up correctly, you've got a problem. But Awesome Richards overall was not terrible in pass protection, I thought.
Where was Tyler Booker?
He was hanging out.
This is my biggest problem of the whole game. It's not even a close second. Why didn't Booker play?
I think that right now, when Schottenheimer talked about it, he basically it wasn't even addressing the particular game. He would just say, there's time for guys to keep playing. I think he feels like they need to get snaps in there for Sadiq Charles. They need to get snaps in there for TJ Bass. It's a rotation thing. Yeah,
I hate this decision. Like, if Schottenheimer was on today, that's what I would grill him about the most. So you're telling me Tyler Booker is so good? One of two things. He's so good, he doesn't need the extra reps. He just locked in. You feel great about him starting against the Eagles. Or he's not good enough to be in the rotation for reps? He didn't even dress? What?
I think it is. I think it's more the first one. I think they do feel like he's stable, he's steady, he's been fine. He hasn't had a whole lot of learning curve issues. This is somebody who we need to get other reps for other guys. And also, I think it probably was... Schottenheimer seems to have more the philosophy of he is concerned about injuries in these games. And so I think for them, they look at it and go, all right, Booker, we've already had so many injuries on the offensive line. Both of our tackles have gotten banged up. We've had Tyler Smith get banged up a couple different times. Do we now want Booker potentially going out here and getting hurt to where our offensive line's compromised other than BB?
All right, so you think it's a compliment to him?
Yeah, I think
it means he's doing well.
I think they look at him, they're like, he's steady, he's prepared. Now, he was the only, Nick Harris pointed it out, he was the only first-round healthy scratch this week. Out of all the other first
in the
round
league,
picks. He was the only first-round healthy scratch in the first preseason game. Mm-hmm.
Well, ask Nick Eatman about it at 9:20 from Oxnard.
I do have one star down here, and it's too shoddy. And I don't like to do that because I do like him. But
he gave us a deli tray.
That's right. Very nice deli tray. Look, it's 4th and 2 from the 7. It's the last play of the half. Do we really need to go see if Brandon Aubrey can go kick a 25-yard field goal? Like, let the players play. See if Joe Milton can figure something out with the pressure. See if you can get a wide receiver or a tight end to make a big play at the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
See if that, you know what I mean? Like, I do not need to see. Punt team, fine, right? You want to see who's good on punt coverage. A field goal, do you really need to see that?
I think if this was a 10-7 game, a 7-7 game, he's doing it. I think he was kind of desperate for some points. And then he said, he was asked about this by Archer, and he's like, we wanted to go for the back-to-back scores since we were getting the ball coming out in the third quarter. I agree with you overall, but it was 14. I think it was 14-3 at that point. Yeah. The Cowboys had not looked good, and I think he was just like, look, let's get some points out of this. It wasn't the first field goal.
It was the second.
It was the second.
It was the one at the half.
So 14-3, I mean, I
get his explanation.
Yeah.
Right?
We don't want to get blown out right here.
Yeah, like if this is... Sure, if it's a regular season game. It is a preseason game. Yeah, he may also look at it still, as a lot of coaches do, as those guys need live reps too. I need to know my field goal unit. I need to know that they're out there ready to take on whatever, because they can't.
You already saw it with the first field goal they kicked.
Right, and so you
can't recreate that in a practice.
No, not the same sort
But they
of
already
like.
kicked a field goal.
If you want to talk about something like the same, like legitimate.
We
pressure
saw
speed.
it literally a minute earlier.
Yeah.
I saw my field goal operation.
Yeah, we saw Joe Milton throw it over people's heads for the first 2 quarters. Why do we want to watch it again at the end of the second quarter?
What did Jerry Jones tell our very own great Christy Scales pregame about Micah?
I have to ask if there are any updates on negotiations with Micah. We know he's going to be on the sideline helping with the young guys tonight. I know you've been excited to see the way he's working with those guys. But in terms of negotiations or just what you expect from him tonight helping?
Yeah, I'm glad to see he's working out and in shape and feels great. And so all of that's good. And I don't have anything to comment on.
This set off alarms and text messages from Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. He joined us last week, and he wrote, on Saturday, Jerry Jones was mum on Micah, which might say plenty. And he's like, given the extent that Jerry's been talking and talking and talking, the silence speaks volumes, especially with the Hollywood premiere of the Netflix docuseries happening on Monday. Now, that is next Monday, right? Next Tuesday, the 19th, I thought.
Yeah, but it's the premiere in LA, like the actual event.
Okay. He said this week will be about promoting the Jerry Show. What better way to start the push for the latest NFL Netflix partnership than to dominate the sports news with the signing of Parsons to his overdue long-term deal? If the series does well enough, maybe the NFL will end up owning 10% of Netflix, so he gets in his little ESPN shot. But Jerry, all of a sudden, not firing a shot or commenting, had Florio in a tizzy.
And look, to be fair, Jerry going no comment or talking around something or being quiet, it has oftentimes in his career been a tell that something's going on because he's trying to keep his lips zipped. He doesn't want to let something out of the bag. So that's for sure. I will say this, at the very least, for something that has been really difficult for every time he talks about Micah not to take some sort of a shot, it is a improvement on that front. That he just goes, I'm glad he's out here. Glad he's working, but no comment otherwise. It's like, okay, well, at the very least, that shows he might be taking a softer approach and realizing, all right, we got to smooth it over a little bit here. But yeah, I don't think we're on the verge of a deal. But I mean, I'll tell you what, if it gets done this week, then I'm buying into every bit of that conspiracy theory that Florio just threw out there.
What else happened throughout the rest of the National Football League? Quinn Ewers hits the field, and Shador wins the weekend around the rest of the NFL with a Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway coming up on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute hotel. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right. So this is your hair, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Off the play fake, Shedeur Sanders into the traffic. And it is brought in for a touchdown by Caden Davis.
NFL Network with the call. If you love the National Football League, you are going to love this show. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We already covered a ton of Cowboys with the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Now we need to carry it on over to you with a Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for, and that will start with the 720 commercial-free expressway when we go back to the boys and have best and worst of the weekend. Shedeur Sanders, the big Week 1 winner of preseason football, 2 touchdowns, 138 yards, in a little more than 2 quarters of work. And he looked good.
It's
fantastic.
We had this game on Friday. Couldn't believe we were watching preseason football.
So proud of you.
The kids,
brining chicken while watching preseason non-Cowboy football. Wow.
The nephew was over, and he was, Shedeur's playing. I was like, oh, all right, let's put it on. And it was. I mean, he was solid, man. Like, it wasn't like the accuracy. The accuracy was great. It wasn't that. It wasn't the arm. It was his timing. Like, he is such an on-time player. You could tell that he played a lot. And like, this goes back to the Joe Milton thing. Like, in 6 years, Joe Milton had 500 pass attempts in college, and in 4 years, Shedeur had 1,800. Like, just the amount of defenses that he has seen, the amount of snaps he has seen. Like, there is nothing that you can surprise him. Like, he saw every defensive look in 1,800 pass attempts. I mean, he had 500 more collegiate pass attempts than like guys who played when we were like Manning, Breeze. Like, these guys weren't throwing 1,800 pass attempts in college.
He was good, and it's something where that is one of the things that's going to stand out. And it popped the other night is he has really nice touch. Like you can see him. He knows just how to. All right, let's float it over the DB here. All right, let's get it over here. He's got that ability, and that's one thing he does well. There's still
he's cool.
He's that
calm under pressure, man.
He's confident. He's calm. He's still got to work on some of the footwork stuff that was showing up. I think the other night still of just like he doesn't throw from a very sturdy base. It looks like a less clean Geno Smith at times, but he's got really good touch. He's confident. He's a field general like that. It's just, it's still preseason, obviously, but he's somebody who I think you see, all right, that's why he was thought to be kind of like a second-round player, and he shouldn't have fallen as far as he did.
Breaking news, the Browns to retire Shador's jersey after he led the team to a touchdown on his third NFL drive. Mel Kiper walking into work. All those gifs and gifs.
He's doing the old Vince McMahon walking into work today.
Yes. Those were all hilarious. And then Shador, he made sure to track someone down after the game.
Tony Grossi, who is a loser. I don't know. He's a troll, right? Is he a troll?
I mean, Browns players have hated him for years. Baker Mayfield dressed him down once.
He's a local beat guy.
Yeah, and that was the Baker. That was he's just Tony, right? Troney. He called him Troney that day or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, he.
We got to find that clip.
We did. So he met Grossi in the tunnel, and everything is videoed, right? Everything that Shador does is on video. His brother does a good job with that, but everything is on video. It sounded like Shador was mic'd up because this was coming from 20 feet away. There's no way with all that commotion you can get this clear of audio from that far away.
Tony, I be hoping you got something positive to say about me. You always say negative stuff about me. And I'm like, I ain't do nothing to you. No. I ain't see nothing positive that you ever said. Come on, Tony. What I do to you, Tony?
What I do to you, Tony? And then they kind of laughed at the end. Grossi then goes on Twitter and says, my bottom line on Shador's impressive debut, he put the pressure on QB2 Kenny Pickett and QB3 Dylan Gabriel to get healthy and perform next week. This is all I care about. What is Cleveland going to do this week in practice? That's going to be the fascinating thing because heading into this, he was supposedly QB4 and he had not taken a rep with the ones behind Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel, who was drafted ahead of him. What do? Is he a gamer? Is he bad in practice? Has he just not gotten the opportunities in practice? What do you do if you're the Browns?
I mean, if you're the Browns, you may be looking at it as, what was the biggest knock on Shador coming out? A lot of it was just going to be the humility stuff and the, all right, how much can he actually be the leader?
So you think walking into his own track and his own music?
I mean, yeah, well, there was that.
That solved the humility?
That was a little ridiculous. Having somebody having a teammate, as it's up there on the fan cam, dragging a speaker behind him and playing his own unreleased music. That was very Shador right there. But no, I think that what you see ultimately is,
what a huge backpack.
It's like the who was that kid for McNeese State? Who that's the same thing. He brought the speaker and it was a new song. It was awesome. This was that.
This is a preseason game. You don't come in with the boombox for
this is not
the
NCAA tournament.
I do wonder how much of it is Cleveland going, look, the biggest thing we need to do is kind of humble him or get him to a certain spot right now. They may think of him as their second best quarterback, but it's like it doesn't matter. He's got to be broken in other ways, or he's got to be worked in other ways, and that's what we got to worry about right now is kind of checking some of the ego a little bit.
I think Pickett obviously is the one that is feeling the most heat today. Because he's Kenny Pickett, right? I mean, he's going to bounce around. Flacco is probably steady. They're probably going to wind up starting him anyway. They're not getting rid of Gabriel. I mean, he's a third-round pick. They're not going to move on from him already.
Yeah,
Pickett's going to wind up being the odd man out.
Pickett looks like Morgan Wallen, by the way.
Couple of other Texas ties at quarterback to check in on.
Yeah,
Quinn Ewers last night, and Louis Riddick was killing the Cowboys over Trey Lance. Let's start off with Quinn.
Quinn Ewers,
this is another aggregator Hall of Famer.
Really?
All I saw last week. Ewers is dominating. He's crushing. He's putting pressure on Tua. Look at the anticipation. Look at the throws. He was a Hall of Fame preseason workout warrior on social media last week.
Well, let's see. He was 5 of 19 for 91 yards.
Damn!
2 sacks, 2 fumbles lost.
5 of 19?
5 of 19. And
I'd be nice. 5 of 18.
I thought I saw 5 of 18.
Oh, I mean, the article says 5 of 19. So there you go. Now, I asked Bobby. I was like, did he have small hands?
I don't remember that being like a big discussion point at Texas. That's usually something you hear more about once you get to the NFL. But
why are you asking?
Well, because he had the 2 fumbles.
Oh, 2 fumbles.
And generally, there's a correlation between, like Jared Goff has small hands, right? Size 9 hands or 9-inch hands. And I think he has the most fumbles since he came in the league in the NFL. Michael Vick, small hands. huge amount of fumbles as a player.
5 of 18. Ugh.
That's not good.
Are you embarrassed?
I mean, there's the adjustment period. There's all these different things that'll occur where Quinn's going to, in all likelihood, need to work on a few different things that have to do with like some of his pocket presence. The biggest thing with him at Texas was he was inconsistent. There were times he'd look like the best quarterback in the country, and then there were other times where it's like, all right, we're getting checkdowns today, and a lot of that he was banged up a lot of his time at Texas. So I understand like there's context behind it, but yeah, this was obviously not a great debut, and you don't want to end it with the very first tie.
Oh, it was a tie?
Yeah, they tied 24-24.
Meanwhile, Trey Lance, preseason game number 2, the former Cowboy.
Yeah, he had a good performance last week. Chris Collinsworth was like, dear God, he's like an Adonis throwing the football out here. I would draft him number 1 overall if I was a general manager. And now you've got Louis Riddick doing kind of the same thing. Last night, Trey Lance, 7 attempts, 48 yards. He had a touchdown run. He was also 7 for 14 passing for 55 yards. He was outplayed as a passer by DJ Uiagalelei, formerly of Clemson and Oregon State, if that tells you.
Your favorite.
The ball. Yep. But Louis Riddick tweeted, Trey Lance is with the right program, right coach, right QB room. No BS, no agendas. He has a chance to see what he can actually now become. Happy AF for him. #bolt up. So Louis Riddick, big fan of what they're doing with the Chargers, or big enemy of what they're doing with the 49ers and Cowboys, I guess.
Yeah, I tweeted, shots fired at San Fran. No one got the joke on social media. So it was a bad joke, I guess. But Trey Lance is with the right program.
No, hang on. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's not your responsibility if people can't understand the humor.
It was a good joke.
Get on his level.
It was a good joke.
I just didn't know you were joking. I thought you were being serious. like
that I forgot he played for the Cowboys?
No, I just thought you were saying with the Cowboys he was already considered a bust. And so the person who broke him was the 49ers. That's what I thought you were
But it is shots fired at San Fran.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's both.
Like, Lewis is just trying to get his Cowboy shot in.
Right.
But it's also an inadvertent shot at Mike McCarthy, a developer of quarterbacks. McCarthy had Trey and didn't do anything with him, but he's just trying to direct that at the Joneses.
Do we think he's a developer of quarterbacks, Mike?
I said what his reputation was. All right. I'm not starting off Monday like
Hang
this.
on, you got Matt Flynn. We get Matt Flynn paid?
Yeah, don't talk about people not appreciating your joke and then blow by mine.
Yours isn't a joke.
You're right.
You're trying to throw out a personal insult.
McCarthy is a developer.
He made Aaron Rodgers great, and Matt Flynn got it paid.
Bobby's got a conscience.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. The New York Giants had some highlights. Jackson Dart with a very impressive touchdown pass while getting drilled. And then I think Brian Baldinger is already breaking down Abdul Carter tape and film.
Look,
damn, he looked like Micah.
Look, you got the, and that's the thing. Like size wise, like their frame, everything else. Yeah, there's some similarities there. It was good. He got his he had made a nice open field tackle, blew the play up, and yeah, Jackson Dart throwing looking fine with his 60% completion percentage in a preseason game. Acceptable, I guess. But look, this is to me the worst football you're going to see all year. Obviously, it makes sense. The worst football you're going to see all year is week 1 preseason across the board for every team. It's the first time they're back out there. They're figuring it out, getting their legs under them again. A lot of times there's no veterans playing. It's a lot of rookies. It's a lot of practice squad guys. It's a lot of guys who are not going to be in the NFL this season. And so it's going to look bad. And anybody who's kind of competent is going to probably have a pretty good day.
Cam Ward, I thought, had a really nice drive. All these highlights I was watching of Cam, he was hitting up Ridley nonstop. It took place, I think, start of second quarter, so that told me, okay, he didn't do much of anything in the first quarter, but that was a nice little series of highlights. And then Tyler Shuck, according to Kellen Moore in New Orleans, did a very nice job. Spencer Rattler played the entire first quarter, 7 of 11 for 53. And then Tyler Shuck, who I can't tell if you're in full support of or not, Bobby.
I mean, I wouldn't have picked him in the first round. He is an older prospect. I just think he's undraftable 7th. That's ridiculous to me. As an NFL, like he's somebody who will hang around the league for several years as like a backup or a guy who will be a spot starter. That's what I think.
Was he really a first?
No, I'm saying I don't think he was a first rounder like some people were talking about. He went second round, like pick 39 or something.
He was 15 to 22 for a $165, included a pick 6 that was followed up by a long touchdown pass.
I like him. I think the issue with him, that was the problem with him at camp, they were worried about at least, was that he was very quick to check it down. But like that's okay.
That's also practices. Like a lot of times when people are saying, "Oh, it's this or that," like they are working on specific things, or it's like, "Hey, this is also about going through processing and decision making and how you're supposed to do things."
But he's the classic guy. I mean, he's older. Older is bad and good. You know, the good part of that is that you're more mature and you've seen more. And we have heard, like I think it was Parcells at was it 1,000? You wanted 1,000 snaps in college. That's what he was looking for. You know, I think that matters. You know, we got away from that about 2009, 2010. Started to get away from that. Started to get with these guys like Mark Sanchez who played 1 year. Now, Cam did it, right? Cam played really 1 year in college, although we forget that he played in JUCO.
I don't know that any team is ever going to do that again after Trubisky. I think Trubisky being the 1 year starter that just completely flamed. I think a lot of teams are now going, nope, we're back to we need experience.
Need to experience. And you know, because we only thought of Cam as 1 year in Auburn, but I mean he played at Blinn, so he got plenty of looks.
And then we got history made, kind of, sort of, but not really.
Holy smokes. They got a shot.
He just kicked a 70-yard field goal. Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
I've never seen that. The NFL record. That would be an NFL record.
In the first half. Holy smokes.
That's unbelievable.
With Jared Sandler not doing
holy smokes
with a raspy voice.
Look, it is very
the Jags kicker hitting from 70. I think the NFL record is 66.
It is very impressive, and then you watch him celebrate, and you're like, 39. So Jacksonville does not believe in him either, though. Maybe they believe in him now, but if you give the kicker 39, it tells me you're not totally confident that he's going to be there. But a 70-yard field goal, I'll tell you what that does do. Whether he's got the job in Jacksonville or not, he will be on a team this year. Because teams will just say, all right, we need to get that guy with the booming leg. We'll figure it out. It's like having a giant arm at quarterback. You will get opportunities.
It's time for a new Dallas Cowboy game that I gather the quotes, gather the tweets, gather the X's after the preseason opening loss against the Rams. Are these Cowboy freak-out thoughts legit or loco? We go commercial free in the Expressway, best and worst of the weekend, and a Rangers-Angels ticket giveaway next for you right here on 105.3 The Fan. Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nothing, mate.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun one?
experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From the gun, 3rd and goal at the 7, snap to Milton. Good protection. Throws the ball into the right side of the end zone. It's caught by a touchdown by Rivaldo Fairweather.
Brad Sham with the call. Joe Milton starting to get going late after being too excited, throwing nothing but fastballs early on as the Dallas Cowboys lose to the Rams. Preseason game number 1, 31-21 here on 105.3 The Fan. And I woke up to some Dallas Cowboy tweets from Tolos that I decided to gather up. And when I made fun of all the tweets, had Shireen Williams and even a couple people coming back and going, okay, but can you really blame them for feeling that way? All right, is that part justified? My overall point to all of this is, my God, it's preseason game number 1. We're talking about the scrimmages that they're having in California being more important than the actual games. But I decided to lay it out to the jury. And that would be the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. You are going to vote whether this is a legit worry and concern or it's loco. It's legit or loco, baby.
There we go.
Right here, commercial-free expressway. First, Brian Schottenheimer, who a lot of fans were going after on the rough start.
Yeah, it's definitely not a storybook beginning, that's for sure. We just struggled, and I think it was 25 plays to 6 or something at one point, and that's obviously not a great way to start. They converted some fourth downs, and they controlled the ball. We had the 3 and outs. I think Joe was throwing some fastballs out there early. And I'm proud of our guys the way they settled down, but certainly not the right way to start the game. And that's what you do in preseason, man. You learn from it. And I told the guys, hey, we competed hard, but we got to clean some stuff up. We can't have the penalties, 11 penalties or whatever that was. And at the end of the day, it's like we put ourselves in a chance in the second half to maybe make a run, and we just couldn't gain the momentum. When we scored, we kind of gave up a touchdown, and we got to play better complementary football.
All right, you ready? Legit or loco? Rob on Schottenheimer. What a clown. Tell me again how great the culture is. He only got hired up so the Joneses can walk around saying shoddy gonna fix it, please. So, immediate anger towards the head coach and his debut.
Loco. It's the first preseason game. If you want to, they went 3-1 the first preseason with Jimmy Johnson, where they then went 1-15. And they've had years, I think the year they won the Super Bowl the first year, I think they were 0-4 or 1-3 in the preseason. You're working stuff out. You didn't even have Booker out there. To me, it's
Booker. Let me give you the names that John Machota sent out were missing. Dak, Lamb, Pickens, Turpin, Ferg, Smith, BB, Steele, Booker, Guyton. Your entire offensive line.
That's a lot to be short.
I'm not even done. I'm a third of the way done. Javonte, Jaden Blue, Miles, Lipke. Over to defense, Micah Fowler.
That's 11. That's literally 11 guys.
Sam Williams, Nealand, Osa, Solomon Thomas, Overshone, Kenneth Murray, Sanborn, Bland, Diggs, Kyer Elam, Ravel, Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of injuries, to be sure. I would have had a bigger problem if some of those things that went on, he wasn't critical of them. That would have been a bigger thing. If he would have come in and just been like, no, I thought we were great tonight, actually.
Yeah.
That's a bigger issue to me than just saying, yeah, that wasn't good enough, and we're working on it. That's what this time of year is for.
Yeah, I don't care about the results of these games. I'm looking for individuals. You're not looking for how they play as a team. These guys are not going to play team football in this situation anyway. They're trying to play showcase football. And that's kind of why, the penalties are a problem. You had 11 penalties if you count CD's penalty. That's not good, right? That's not good. This is a penalized team last year.
For a long time.
People got on McCarthy for that. Parcells always said, I don't coach penalties. But we got on McCarthy for that. If this continues in the regular season, maybe it's not a coaching problem. Maybe it's a player problem. And I always consider it a player problem. But again, I'm not going to lose my mind over what happens in a preseason game because I don't expect these guys to play gap integrity. I expect them to try to make plays. They're trying to do too much. That's what you want them to do.
Jerry on Shoddy, coaching his first ball game.
We had an emotional moment before we came to the field talking about this is what I bought the ticket on, and that is first time ever after living and being around the NFL for almost 30 years. First time ever he was sitting in that head coach's chair in that dressing room. And believe you me, it was a surreal moment just for him. That's the energy or the fuel that you get to have when they've never done it before. Now, I know you'd say, well, but when they've never done it before, then don't go out there and faint when the football's kicked off, which I kidded with him about. But the fact that he's never done it creates, I think, an edge and offsets not having done it before. Excited for him.
So that's Jerry exclusively with Christy Scales. All right, so everyone's voting loco. Next tweet, GB's 9. I've never punted on a season faster than this one. I admit I was pessimistic going in. I thought the coaching staff would be a glimmer of hope. So I think he meant optimistic. I was optimistic going in. I thought the coaching staff would be a glimmer of hope. I was incorrect. We have no depth. I still don't think we can run the ball or stop the run. I don't see it. Legit or loco?
I don't.
Shireen, by the way, Shereen Williams, Pro Football Talk, chimed in and said he is right. They have no depth. The depth that they're relying on is just hoping and wishing for luck.
Yeah, I think legit, if you're just talking about like the issues he just raised there, a number of them are legitimate concerns, and that's stuff that is going to be a problem for them this year. If you're telling me it's the preseason game is what flipped my optimism, and I now think that the coaching staff that's trying to establish themselves is bad because of the first game, that's loco. But the other stuff, yeah, but the depth, that's legit. So, but I think the thrust of it is loco.
Any reaction is loco, right? I mean, like any any overreaction is loco. The amount of people I say, oh, they're in trouble. This is amateurs. These are the coaching staff's over their head. The players stink. Again, I mean, how many of these guys are you going to see?
Tim J, happy to be wrong, Sean, but sometimes you can just feel the suckage. Lots of that last night. I don't give a damn who we have at wide receiver when you can't even make it, even in the trenches. LA's offensive line moved our front like varsity versus JV virtually all game. We make them ground and pound us, and they did.
I mean, that's legit. That's a problem. And that is something you can take away from this is, I know Jay Toye is a 6th-round pick, but Jay Toye is the only, one technique you have on the roster. Mazi Smith is a 1st-round pick that's in year 3 now. You had other guys out there. Ezeraku was a guy who looked good against the run for the most part, but you're talking about didn't do as much in the pass rush stuff as you were hoping. You saw, all right, this is a guy who's still behind a little bit. So, yeah, I think a lot of what you were getting in the trenches, and then you mentioned Peyton Turner had a nice play, but then Peyton Turner got hurt, came back in, had his issues with that. But I think, yeah, the trenches on the defensive side in this first game, yeah, there were some concerning aspects about that in the run defense.
You know what this tells me?
What's that?
People really missed football.
Yes.
Yeah. And it felt like a shorter off season. Now, I didn't work a month of the entire year for paternity leave, so it got here even faster for me. And we have
3 months.
Felt like
3 months. 6 weeks technically, so there's 6 weeks, and then whatever else added on to it. I had to talk Broadus. I had to lecture Broadus on vacation the other day. On Saturday morning, he called me, catch up on some stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, we just can't have a show together. We can't keep the guys all together." I said, "Brian," I'm talking to my dad. I said, they're allowed vacation. They should take all the vacation that they're technically given by the company. And he's like, I know. He's like, my better half told me, well, you've only taken 2 days of vacation, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, once football starts, everyone's trying to get vacation out of the way before football. He goes, well, I think football started. And I was like, all right.
Snap.
So I had to talk him down. He's like, I know. Because the vacay shaming will come. But
since he didn't have a mic to drop, did he drop his phone when he said that to you? Football's already started, B, and then just drop the phone?
Nah, he said it nicely. He was trying to be understanding, even though I know he wasn't agreeing.
Football starts August 23rd.
Just for the hell of it, I'll throw out the PFF grades. Be hilarious.
They do that for preseason?
Apparently. I stole it from Blogging the Boys, recapping it.
Just as useful in the preseason and the regular season.
It was an offensive lineman, Bob, that led the way for the offense.
It's going to be either TJ Bass or Awesome Richards.
Neither.
Damn it. This is why they don't know what they're doing. I don't know. Nate Thomas.
No. I just want to see if you can eventually get to the name.
Sadiq Charles.
Nope.
Mark Tuanay.
Nope. Johnny Cornelius.
Oh, okay. He got thrown out of practice for throwing a punch a couple weeks back.
Led the way with a 72. Then Malik Davis, TJ Bass, Josh Kelly, Nate Thomas. On defense, who led the way? RJ Choppy. According to the Pro Football Focus.
McQuamu.
Good job, Ralph.
I was going to say, if it is literally anybody else other than Leofau, they need to shut down.
90.3. Leofau was third behind Zion Childress from Wake Forest. Leofau, no one got that joke either. 73.7. Then Ezeraku with a 71.5. Tony Pride Jr.
Troy
with a 69.1.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, if Leofau's not
I got your
one,
Randolph Childress joke.
Thank you.
I didn't. If we've got Maris Leofau as the third best player on defense according to PFF in this game, just they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, I mean,
no, not well. I mean, he was clearly the best player on defense in that game.
Is it a snaps thing?
No, they start everybody off at a baseline 60 and then work from there.
As we're talking about Cowboy fans, there's this viral joke that kind of resurfaced. I don't think it's brand new, but everyone sent this to me, laughing at all the fans of America's team. And let's see if your significant other tries to get you with it.
If it has snowed every year for the past 30 years in Alaska, how much would you bet on it to snow this year?
It snowed every year for the last 30 years in Alaska. How much would I bet that it would snow this year?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of questions are these? I would literally bet everything because I have 30 years of data to back up my bet. So yeah, I bet literally everything in the bank account that it would snow.
I have 30 years of data on the Cowboys not making the Super Bowl. So why do you keep saying every year it's your year?
It was weak. I don't know who wrote it. I find Cowboys fans to be pretty pessimistic most of the time.
We just did legit or loco, yeah.
I mean, the whole it's our year thing that everybody tries to like Stephen A. Smith tries to put on. It's like no, like there's pretty consistently they will never say it's our year anymore.
Drought.
What they will do is if they go 8-1 to start the season, they are then certain they are going to the Super Bowl. That will happen if they start.
It's the circular thing where it's like season starts, beat up on bad teams. Struggle with good teams, lose the playoffs, repeat.
There is no August optimism from Cowboys fans any year. It doesn't matter. And then usually by October they are near the top usually of the most optimistic. But August, no.
The Texas Rangers did have some fun news over the course of the weekend as Josh Hamilton was inducted into the Rangers Hall of Fame.
It was a killer interview Sandler did with him, too. I enjoyed it.
I still haven't seen it.
Look,
and it wasn't sent to us either.
I mean, I think it's out there somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe CNN.
Well, Peyton probably grabbed the cuts.
CNN.
Probably. No, this is...
I don't think Josh is going on CNN.
I'm
guessing.
I'm so...
They're fake news.
You could have interviewed him at softball games, isn't he? Randomly,
he was at the Keller softball game, the last one I gone to. Josh Hamilton is still one of my biggest connections to being just fan obsessed as somebody younger. Whereas just I thought he was just the greatest player I'd ever seen live. Period. On any sport. When I watched him during that 2010 season. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody play at that level in person consistently like that. He was
A-Rod 2003, man, is tough to beat.
03, he was great. We're talking about Hamilton was 3 months hitting .410, and you're talking about he was playing Gold Glove level defense. He was. I mean, that is the legit. He's the natural. That's what he was. And they'll talk about this when you watch the documentaries with him. They said that's the way they always knew it was Josh Hamilton taking BP in high school. Is there it sounds different? It would echo different. People all around the community would know that's Hamilton's bat. You can hear it. And that was the case even in the major leagues. People would say when Josh Hamilton took BP in the major leagues, you would know it was Hamilton by the way it sounded coming off of his bat. And I'm glad it's getting smoothed over because I don't like how much tension Dallas has with their former great stars. It was great. The best thing the Mavericks have done this offseason was kind of smooth things over with Mark Aguirre. That was fantastic. 2 years ago, last year, whatever it was, the Rangers smoothing things over with Juan Gonzalez, getting the Josh Hamilton thing done. We need more of this mended because I don't like having stars kind of outstanding.
Yeah, to me, Josh Hamilton is a mixture of Babe Ruth, Vlad Guerrero, and Bo Jackson. Babe Ruth because of the mythical type. You'll tell your grandkids, right?
He was the Hambino.
The Hambino. Vlad because of the wild nature of the swings. Josh Hamilton could strike out 12 straight times, or he could hit 12 straight home runs. And then Bo, just in terms of that guy right there is the physical specimen. He's the beast. He's the biggest. He's the fastest. He's the strongest. That's how I'm just thinking of him athletically. He was such a monster.
You got to think of...
he could do anything. I felt like he could do anything on a field.
Yeah. And then that's the thing is that you got to think of all the abuse that he very publicly has talked about putting his body through the way he did, and still to rebound and be to come back from that and be the level of player he is. That tells you how naturally gifted he is. And I always think of, whenever I think of Hamilton, I think of what Bassick told us. where he said in 2007 when he was with the Nationals that the scouting report on Josh Hamilton read, the very top line was, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is you can't get Josh Hamilton out. The good news is Josh Hamilton will get himself out. And that was kind of Josh's thing. He felt like baseball Brett Favre. Like he was kind of like
that might be it.
Yeah. He's just he's that to me was just like, oh, it felt wrong not to swing. I'm just gonna swing for the fences. I'm gonna do what I do. But gosh,
baseball Brett Favre is, I think, perfect.
He's 6'4", 240, and he could like run like crazy. He had an arm. That 2010 season was still one of the most special times I've ever had watching an athlete.
He hit 359. His OPS was a 1044. OPS plus 170.
Yeah, and he was like the first 6 weeks of the season, he was hitting like 190, I think, or so. He was not. June on, he was insane.
Here's how good he was. He only played 133 games that year, and his WAR is cumulative, so it adds up the more you play.
You said that well.
His WAR was 8.7. So if he played a full 162, he's a 10 WAR guy. I mean, probably an 11 WAR.
He hit 454 in the month of June that year, and then 418 in July.
Pepe dug up an old Josh Hamilton clip. What is it, Peyton?
Yeah, so I think this was about a month ago. Hamilton was doing a sit-down interview, and he's talking about the 2010 through 2012 teams, and then he's talking about living up to the hype and the big moments.
As a player, you should want to be in those moments. I mean, you think about back to playing in the yard as a kid, wiffle ball, whatever. I mean, you say these crazy moments out loud, and I think sometimes guys forget that they grew up that way, and sometimes they get overwhelmed by just pressure, I guess, in general, the atmosphere. I mean, because nothing changes in the game. Everything's the same between the lines from the time we were T-ball to the big leagues.
That was with John Blake and Evan Grant. So congratulations to the Hambino.
Man, it sounded like he had that dip in his lips.
Yeah, he did. He did. I went and looked. I compared him to A-Rod in 03. He was better than A-Rod in 03.
I mean, he was a monster. Now, that's the most insane season I've ever seen from somebody.
A-Rod's 03 season was his worst as a Ranger, and he won the MVP. But it was statistically his worst.
Speaking of the Rangers, let's hook you up to start off your week.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers take on the Angels at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Tuesday, August 26th. And Tolos, you'll want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Texas Rangers hockey jersey. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We'll have the college football kegger at 8 o'clock as we get closer and closer to that time of year. It's a new Music Monday at 8:20, and Nick Eatman from California after the Cowboys opener against the Rams at 9:20. Let's recap what y'all did.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. This is best and worst. The ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the fun, the scandalous, all of it. Let us know what happened in DFW or wherever you are listening at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line for best and worst. I'll go ahead and start off. My best was getting a new fridge and freezer.
Oh, baby.
Well, one day after the compressor died. It was a $700 quote for the fix. All the Tolos said, just get a new one. So because of Tolo Ian tried to help me out, but Tolo Andy ended up coming through, had the delivery Friday morning before I even got back from doing the show. So that was my best, saving all of my cherished food and frozen goods.
How did you divvy up the meat, though? Because I'm sure that was more than you just wanted to have stashed. How did you disperse it?
I gave away a ton. My in-laws came over on Saturday, fed them dinner, sent home a whole tray with them for my sister-in-law as well. And now my wife is on this kick now. Like, she's just not eating any of the leftovers. It's starting to drive me crazy. So it's like all left to me. She's like, well, the chicken, it wasn't that cold. What I did was I did a food poison check myself. But the chicken was a little questionable. But I had brined it, which I told you. And back in the day, that's how they preserve the food.
Yeah.
So I figured since I had it sitting in the brine, I was getting warmer by the hour, no doubt about that. But I threw some ice cubes in. It started off frozen. Then it would be fine. So I ate a drumstick. I ate half a burger. I ate a couple pieces of turkey. And I didn't get sick. So I said, it's clear. You're good. Well, she goes, well, you have a much rougher and tougher stomach than the rest of us. So I'm not going to eat any of it. So the best thing I cooked was the wild fork chicken on the Blackstone. I don't even know if I need to fire up this grill, man. I'm just like getting charred, crispy, black skin on the Blackstone.
Blackstone's the best, man.
With the chicken. But it's all left up to me right now. My wife, she only just wants to eat the brisket. So that was my best. My worst is...
the rash.
We
got Dawson?
I got a bee sting.
Oh, no!
I can't remember the last time I've been stung by a bee, and I got lit up. Props to this family in Sunnyvale who invited all of kindergarten. I'm now itching it. I'm expecting Dawson pus to come out. I showed up to this house, and I'm not used to other people like putting forth this type of effort. And I'm like, oh, thanks for inviting our class. I want to, this is who we're going to be with for the next 12 years of life. And I want to bond. I want to make friends. And they go, well, it's not just your class. We invited every single incoming kindergarten class in the school. And I was like, how many are there?
It's like 100 people. Easy.
8. It's like 7 or 8 different kindergarten classes. I was shocked. And I was like, why would you? I just said, like, because it scrambles my brain that someone could be this nice and this open with invites. And I'm like, wait, why would you invite other people who aren't going to be in your kid's class? And they're just like, we didn't know exactly who was going to be in the class until the open house the other day. So we put
cost on that had to be insane.
We put it on the Facebook community page for the whole town, with every single new kindergarten student. So props to those parents and family. I don't want to say their name. Well, I actually don't remember their name, the last name, but the big decision for me and Amanda, it was like, are they going to have alcohol at this thing? I mean, this was like an hour long. I felt like RJ and Sarah planning. I was like, are they going to have alcohol at this kindergarten event? And Amanda's like, there's no way that on a Saturday night, 5 p.m., these parents are not going to be sitting there in a small town drinking. She's like, otherwise we need to like pack some Yetis, or have a couple seltzers before we go, or have a 12-pack at the car just in case. I was not going to walk in with a 12-pack for that first impression. Hey, the drunks are here. How do your kids come over my house?
But you don't have to worry about 7 of the classes or whatever, so you're never going to see them again.
That's right.
So you could have gotten drunk around that.
But then second grade, they could be in that class.
That's
or
true.
Third grade or
It's a
fourth
long
grade.
play.
It's the first impression. Happy to report they delivered with the drinks. Fantastic. But over by the trampoline, there's a beehive that they sprayed down. Well, Ollie kept bugging me. Are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? We go over there. Apparently they weren't gone because I got lit up by the stinger.
Just one.
Just one.
Man,
Just one, but it felt like a jab. I was like, F! F! And there was no other kids around.
We have so many by our pool, and we're just constantly. When I go in the pool, I bring the Hornet spray with me.
Wow.
And I am just trying to pick them off.
What's drawing them? Do you have trees or plants?
There's a tree in the neighbor's yard. I think there's a nest in there because there are.
Hey, they got those things shoot from far away.
Yeah, they do.
You're well within your reason.
Yes.
To go out there a little dusk, a little cover, and then shoot that thing.
I'm going to shoot that tree.
And it's going to be dripping. Your neighbor's going to think he's got a Dawson tree with the pus just dripping down the leaves, but you got to do it.
I got to. I'm going to have to go up there and get a look at that tree because they're nonstop. Nonstop.
It's awful.
It's so bad.
I had one of those electric swatters that I loved. Maybe I got a little bit too buzzed and I lost grip of it and it fell in the water. Gone. I miss it. That's like the only birthday gift that I want. The electric fly swatter. Because I was like Agassi out there. Edberg.
Dude, two-handed back.
Slicing.
Two-handed backhand.
Yeah, overhead. I'm drop shotting these wasps.
I realized very quickly the first time we got
Yvonne Lendl.
Once we got those electric fly swatters, I realized very quickly I would have been a dictator. Like I enjoyed too much the power that I have over the flies in those instances.
So that's my best and worst of the weekend.
Best for me, we made fried rice on the Blackstone. I hadn't tried this before. Did it? Not as hard as I thought it was going to be.
Why did you think it'd be hard?
Because you got to like constantly maneuver you got to cook the chicken and you got to move to the cool side of the grill.
Yeah.
All right, then you got to do the egg and move to the cool side of the grill.
Yeah.
One mistake, I need to do the rice earlier.
Yeah.
The rice has got to be done like a day before.
That's what all like the classic fried rice dishes say. It needs to be day old rice.
Yeah.
Why do you say? Because it like fell apart.
It was sticky. It was too sticky to get right. It was too fluffy.
Yeah.
It was just hard, kind of clumped together. But it was pretty good. Worst, I have two worsts. One, our Dyson vacuum, the cordless, the trigger broke. Common problem with this. It's a piece of crap. It's a great vacuum. But Saturday night after the Cowboy game, I decided to get the bright idea of taking it apart. I'm going to fix this thing myself. Go to YouTube, watch a YouTube video, and the guy made it look so easy. Well, I broke it. I broke it beyond repair. So now I got to take it to a repair shop and either get it fixed or buy a new one. These things are like $500-$600.
Oh yeah.
So I'm trying to get it fixed, but I pulled out it said grab needle nose pliers and rip out the trigger. Well, and pull it by the prongs, like that would basically be the plug for the battery. Well, I pulled one of the plugs for the battery out, and now it's gone. So I got to get that fixed. But that is not close to the worst. The worst is we had a funeral on Saturday.
Now, do you feel like you messed it up, or it was just there's nothing you did?
Broke. The trigger was broke. It's a common problem with these, and I guess for whatever reason, mine wouldn't pull out. So I don't know.
Twice at least.
Right. But went to a funeral on Saturday for our friend Jody. She passed away suddenly from an infection of some kind. And we're going in the greeting line. And it's always awkward when you're in the greeting line. You're going to greet the grieved. And Bruce, her husband, I go up there. And what did I say to him? I didn't say sorry for your loss. I didn't say, I hate seeing you under these circumstances. I hit him with, hey, man, how you been?
Did he say good, or like did he at least placate you a little?
I don't think he heard it because he just started going into something else.
Oh man!
But I was like, how you been? And my voice like went up at the end, and I was like, what? Why did I just say that?
Yeah. Even how you holding up?
How you holding up? I could get it.
How you been?
Did you?
Let's power rank them.
Great to see you, man.
Were you thinking at all walking up there? Like, did you say I'm going to say this, or did you just not think? And then when you were in front of him, you just spat something.
He pulled me in for a hug, and very, very, and that just threw me off. Like I was like, oh my god, what do I do?
Power rank the RJ insensitivity of the armpits. How you been at the funeral, or don't leave me when you get hot again.
Ooh, how you been is number one.
Worst?
Yeah, that's the worst.
All right,
because how you been is just I think everybody in that line is usually coming up with like, how quickly do I get in here? How do I just not make them too sad? How do I not say something so? RJ was just like, hey, what's up, man? You see Tennessee? There's that, and then it's probably the armpit. Then it's the don't leave me when you're hot.
All right, best and worst, Bobby.
Okay, so I got to see an old friend of mine this weekend who was in town. It was the first time he'd been back in a couple years, and because he was only in town for a few days and he hasn't been here in a while, he decided to invite a bunch of different people out on Friday night. So this is like, you end up around a bunch of people that you've never known before because you're trying to cover all your bases, talk to all your different friend groups while you're there. So when we all met up, there were like 8 other people that I didn't know. And when I walked in, I got there. I was last, of course. When I walked in and I got there, I went around and I shook everyone's hand. I said, hi, Bobby. Nice to meet you. Bobby, nice to meet you. And that's when I realized I didn't remember when I sat down a single name I had just gotten. Like, it just dawned on me. I was like,
nor would I.
I looked around. I was like, crap, I don't remember one of them. But then I started thinking about it, and that's when I sent you guys a text. And so this was just the best and worst of the weekend for me in both ways. It was just trying to decipher, get an answer to this one, which I felt better about, that was the best. But when you are going around introducing yourself to a large group of people at a party or whatever else, are you supposed to remember each person's name the first time, or do your best to try to remember each of them? Or do we all just say, that's a societal agreement, it's a first introduction, and you'll remember their name in future conversations?
Societal
that's where you learn.
Agreement. I mean, I just went through this with the kindergarten party. I'm not going to remember that. I'm just going to remember there was one set of parents that are in Ollie's class. Those are the only ones I really need to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And I don't even remember their names. I rely on Amanda. I'm like, did you get the Facebook? Did you get the friend request? Yes. No, man. That's like these fan producers from 10 years ago who get mad or upset. 10 years ago.
This one too.
These like fan producers.
These fan producers who are like, you don't remember? I met you that one time at the promo event while you were sitting there talking on the radio and talking to other people.
So he replied to the text when I said, he's like, it's stupid if somebody gets upset you don't remember their name. And I was like, are you sure about that, Preston Hillis? Because he got worked up. The first time he worked with you, that you thought his name was Peyton Hillis, and the first time he worked with Sandler, Sandler called him Preston Russell, and he was like, "People can't learn my name. It's Peyton Russell. It's not that hard to." And he said it's different because it's coworkers. So coworkers, you are supposed to remember their name the very first time.
Oh. Nah, you're not.
Peyton, what's
It depends where are we with the event. Like,
Who's that
if
guy?
someone's coming in here to work a week in Peyton's chair,
right,
I have to know his name at the end of the week.
Sure, but not the very first time you're.
No.
Peyton, it's been 6 weeks. What's the name of the girl who hangs out in here on Tuesdays with KNC?
Mia.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
You got
I didn't
it.
think he'd be able to.
I didn't think you would.
So I remember this whenever
I know
Joey Erickson filled in for me.
Joey.
He spelled your name, Sean, Sean, on the cut sheet, and you called him out for it.
Yeah, and I probably was joking.
Oh, well.
I make fun of myself all the time for my name. I never get worked up over it.
No, I
It's my
always kind of
parents'
say,
fault.
I'll never remember this. Like, when you're going through meeting 8 people at once, it's like, yeah, this is a pointless task.
Who is the college fan base who thinks they invented football? Choppy has it as part of the college football kegger. The answer is going to surprise you next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
We have 1 weekend left without college football. And that is this coming weekend. 1 weekend left.
What are you going to do at the pool party? I can't not have Texas, Ohio State on that outdoor team.
That's fine. Yeah.
No, you really got to have Syracuse, Tennessee up there. That's what we all want to see.
I could be inside.
Okay.
Or I can show up late.
What time's the game start?
11 a.m. None of us are happy about this. None of the Tennessee. It's like 11 a.m. That SEC teams don't play at 11 a.m. But it's a non-con game, non-con.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna do what we got to do. Now we're a 12.5 point favorite. At least that's what I saw last time I checked. And that was like 6 months ago.
All right, yeah, that's the thing. You are being really flippant about this game. As much as you're like, I need to see it. You are the king of I don't watch my team around people. And now you're like, I don't even know what the spread is. I know what we were 6 months ago. You have an overconfidence here that makes me really, really excited for if Syracuse starts winning this football game and you're around all of us.
I think that
would you leave at that point?
I'll get him nice and lathered up.
If it's halftime and they're losing,
he won't be
would you
driving
leave?
if he decides to leave. I hope Lucas got his permit.
I know, right? He does have his permit. He hates driving the truck, though. Hates it.
We'll drive the other car.
Yeah, I ran over something in the road. It's in the shop.
Over the weekend?
No, it was last week. That's why I've been driving the truck last
What do you
few
think
days.
it was?
It was a tire.
A whole tire?
You know how like the tire rips off a truck and it's like the shell of the tread.
So what did you get the plump?
And now
what is it doing now?
Well, now it's got the collision warning is constantly on. So probably the cameras got knocked up. Knocked up. I don't think it got pregnant.
He talked about pulling out something earlier and now knocked up.
Listen, I got baby fever on the mind, baby.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to get Sarah, locked in with a baby. I guess.
Are you being serious?
No.
Oh.
So I don't know, Bobby, to answer your question, what I would do. I fully expect us to struggle because we don't have a quarterback.
I know you're having tight ends throw passes in practices. So,
but we got 1 weekend left. Today, the first AP poll of the season comes out. Texas projected to be number 1. There's going to be 5 locals in here. Texas, SMU, A&M, Tech, and OU should be ranked in the top 25. But again, it starts August 23rd with week 0, and week 0 is usually a wasted time anyway. It's a bunch of, small games, big schools against FCS scrubs.
Yeah, we call this Alabama weekend.
Yeah, West Carolina.
Yeah, where Alabama steps out there and plays like a McNeese State and then balls their eyes out when people are like, yeah, you're not one of the 12 best teams in the country.
So, I guess like Iowa State, K-State play. That's your big game. Big game of the weekend. So nothing major happening that week of college football. It appears Archie Manning moves the lines in Vegas more than Arch does, because Arch Manning is no longer the favorite to go number 1 overall in the draft, just because Peepaw went out there in Texas Monthly and said that his grandson's going to stay 2 more years at Texas. By the way, it's a given that Archie calls his grandkids grandson, right? He doesn't say, he's grandson, come on over here and sit on Peepaw's lap.
Yeah, something like that, I would guess. That does make me wonder though. What's Ollie's grandfather nickname for your dad?
Grandpa.
So it's Grandpa, and then what's Amanda's parents? Grandpa too? You got dual grandpas?
Yeah, I don't like anything else besides Grandpa.
What did you have? Did you have 2 grandpas?
I never. My mom's father passed away, so 1 grandpa.
1 grandpa.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up.
Oh, you're welcome. Garrett Nussmeier.
What did my mom say hi?
What did y'all go with?
My dad's parents were Grandma and Grandpa. My mom's were Nana and Poppy.
Grandma and Grandpa, and then it was Granddad and Nana.
Nana. Pepe?
Grandma, Grandpa, and then we did a Papa and Nana.
Okay.
Garrett Nussmeier is now the favorite to go number 1.
Hell yeah. Marcus. Shout out Marcus.
And then Cade Klubnik is second. Drew Aller. If somebody takes Drew Aller number 1 overall, my gosh. Lenora Sellers at South Carolina is 3rd. Then Arch is 5th at 9-1.
Sellers is so much better than the others. Now, Sellers he could still go back to school.
Yes.
And so that's a big part. Like, Nussmeier's coming out. Like, he's a senior. But, I mean, those other ones, is Klubnik a senior now?
If he's not a senior, then just stop having eligibility things, because this guy's been around for about 15 years.
I wonder how much, too, like, Vegas would put into, well, like, we're going to hedge a little bit, and seniors have advantages in that, too, because they're going into the draft and they know
Yeah,
it.
he's a senior.
Yeah.
Klubnik.
So that's your favorites and not, but, man, I could not imagine taking Drew Adler overall number 1. John Gruden is dying to coach again. And so is Jimbo. Jimbo's now with the ACC network.
And where's John Gruden putting all this gear that these teams and organizations are sending him? Every week, he's doing an unboxing.
Yeah.
Every single week.
It started... I saw one with Tennessee about 6 months ago, and then he's been doing one a week ever since then.
Yeah.
It's cool, but where's he putting it, by the way? Is he just giving it away?
That's what I was saying.
What? Is he sending it over to Goodwill? What's he doing with this stuff? I mean, there's so much gear. But he's dying to coach again. He wants to coach at the SEC. That's what he says.
He wants to coach SEC, not pros.
Right. Because, look, the groomers never materialized. There's been groomers out there left and right from John Gruden. Every year it was like, is he going to come coach? Is he going to come coach again? He was in the booth.
You say,
What's
huh?
that?
Groomers usually has, a worse connotation.
Yeah.
It does. But, Gruden, groomers, that's what they were called.
How many Texas rumors were there?
Oh, Texas rumors,
Nonstop.
Tennessee rumors every
tumors.
year.
Those were tumors, yeah.
Those were tumors. I bet he wishes he took one of those jobs now instead of staying in the booth, because he went to the Raiders, and then we all know what happened there. He's a pariah now, but I think the only place he could go is college.
I don't know. I don't know that he is a pariah. Like, I think it feels like in the last couple of years where he started doing these Gruden videos and stuff, there's a lot of people who are just like, man, John's pretty endearing. Like, I think there are teams that would hire him again at some point if he wanted.
Prediction. Next year, he is the coach at Arkansas.
Okay. Join Cal.
Jerry is a big donor. Jerry likes Gruden.
Sure.
Gruden, Sam Pittman he is on his last life at Arkansas. I could see him there or Mississippi State.
Who would you hire first between Bryles and Gruden?
Gruden. Yeah. Bryles, you can't.
Untouchable.
Nope, can't do it.
All right.
Yeah.
Gruden said something that was offensive, and a lot of people wouldn't be able to forgive him. That Bryles overlooked crimes like that. It was like systemic. That was bad.
Now Jimbo also wants back in, but Jimbo got a $75 million payout from A&M.
Who would you hire between Jimbo and Gruden? For college?
Jimbo. But I mean, I want to end up with like 8 strong side defensive ends that are 6'5", 280, and then can't like play when they get there. They're all 5 stars, but that's all. Like Jimbo had so much talent at A&M. There's no reason it shouldn't have worked out at A&M, and it didn't. He couldn't figure it out, and so I don't know. Maybe I take the shot on Gruden, but I know Jimbo can recruit. I know Jimbo can coach. He's shown it before.
I would probably go Jimbo. Again, Gruden hadn't been in college in 40 years, 30 years. Like that matters, right? I think that matters at some point. Jimbo shown that he can win a national championship in the last decade-ish. So I would go with that one.
Do you know where Gruden got his college start?
I think Tennessee, right?
Yeah, University of Tennessee.
That's where he met his wife.
Assistant.
His wife was a cheerleader.
And I don't want Gruden to leave the media. I'd rather him in the media than coaching.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe he could do both. Doug Gottlieb.
Yeah, Gottlieb's crushing it on the court.
Crushing it. What did he win, 2 games?
Crushing in the standings.
2 games.
Not playing his best player?
Not playing his best player.
And where is he coaching?
Wisconsin, Green Bay.
Oh. It's almost like if you coach in Green Bay, you don't need to do it full time.
Not playing his best player, and saying that explaining why women shouldn't be referees. That's what he was doing. But that is the Gruden Jimbo update. I just saw this. Texas is the easiest Power 4 home schedule, so y'all should win every game at home. The only one ranked team comes to DKR. That's A&M on there, and they're only ranked, and they're only going to be ranked at the bottom of the top 25 to start the season.
Yeah, and then they'll be out of there pretty quick.
Who would have invented football?
I'll tell you who invented football. Rutgers. Rutgers did.
I think factually they probably did.
They kind of did. Isn't that the Rutgers line? If you actually go look at the history of the NCAA and you click on it, it'll say the first football game took place between Rutgers and I don't remember what the name.
Princeton.
It was Princeton, but it wasn't called Princeton at the time, whatever it was. And then it became Princeton eventually. So you could make the case that Rutgers, which is a Big Ten team, you can make the case that they did invent college footballs. They won the very first college football game. Well, we've got Paul Feinbaum, who is just the biggest SEC groupie you will ever meet in your life. The dude just loves it, lives for it, will defend Saban and everybody else to the death. Well, Paul Feinbaum was on Netflix Sports Club pod, and they started talking about, hey, who's going to win the national title? And he decided to take a swerve at some Big Ten fans and make a factually incorrect statement.
The last question that I have for you, and it's really just to have it on record. Who's going to win the national championship, and is it going to be an SEC team?
It is. And by the way, if it's not, I'm leaving the country because I am so sick and tired of being harassed by Big Ten fans on our show. The Big Ten has literally done nothing. They won 2 national championships. Michigan won one 2 years ago. They won 1.5 national championships, I think, before that in 70 years, and they act like they invented football. Alabama has won about 15 national championships in my lifetime. Now, I realize that's not a good comparison to a realistic lifespan, but I believe Texas is going to win. I didn't mean to avoid your question. It's going to end all this, and on January 20th, I'll be the happiest man in America because I won't have to listen to the Big Tenors, or as my callers call them, the Little Tenors.
Paul, you and your callers, you guys are so effing hilarious. This is like he's the cultist thinking that Texas entered the SEC to change. Like I said, we didn't join the cult. We went in there. We're gonna be the change. That's what we want. We're gonna be the change we want to see, and remind them that you're not all that hot. And it is a little bit funny for him to stand on this platform like Big Ten. It's so silly when they've won the last 2. That is kind of important and kind of relevant. That matters. But there he goes. He takes the side. So they act like they invented college football. Well, they technically did the Big Ten. Because that's what Rutgers is.
But Rutgers is new to the Big Ten.
It doesn't matter. It's the Big Ten. Just like he says an SEC team's going to win, and even though Texas is new, he picked Texas.
That's fair. That you can't. I don't think I'm an SEC guy. You can't claim. I don't think you can plant your flag when Texas wins a championship. And I don't think if
you don't think the SEC can.
I don't think the SEC can. No, because they're not.
Texas is bigger than the SEC.
No, because they just got there. You got to wait. You got to pay
how many years?
I don't know, 30. It's got to be a while. Like we just let Arkansas in last week. Okay, and they've been there since '92. We just let them in.
It's the college football kegger with RJ Choppy.
I mean, there is actually something to that when he says that a little bit, because it's been 15 years or whatever it's been. I still don't think of A&M as being an SEC team. Texas A&M has been there for that long, and I still just think nah, they're frauds. They went in there, and again, we're not frauds. We're infiltrating the cult. We're like the FBI sending some in there secretly to go in there and just hey, blow this up. This is a threat to humanity, and they need to be brought down a peg.
Back to Cowboys Rams at 8:40 in Belo. 9 o'clock Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers, but we had a weekend, so that means we have a new Music Monday. Are we still searching for the song of the summer? Bobby has all the latest music releases after this.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
33 with Franklin Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
All right, it is time for New Music Monday, including one of CD Lamb's favorite artists has a new album out this week. But we're going to start things off with the Jonas Brothers. I was about to say in my email last night, I was like, hey, we got 2 Texas ties here. But then I remembered, and I don't know why I think this. I always associate the Jonas Brothers with being from Dallas. I don't know why I do that or how I look at it that way. But the Jonas Brothers have a new song out called Loved You Better.
Should've loved you better, but I couldn't even love myself. Said that we're in this together, then I didn't even try to help.
They're in their ballad era. I think Jonas Brothers have made good music over the last few years, but they're definitely in their emotional adult era right now.
I like it. I'm waiting to see where it goes.
It's it's very stripped down, the whole thing.
What does stripped down mean?
It's very, I mean, you're just talking about it's piano. It's like a very low drum beat, but I mean, it's not very.
I give it a
full.
thumbs up.
It's good.
I like sappy music.
It's good. It's not bad. This is the Gunna track that came out this week, and CD Lamb is a big fan of Gunna. This one is called Just Say That.
Yeah. I about to drop it, they go with the Maybach. Ain't no more warnings, I'm telling you, stay back. All that loose talking, they come and relate it. I know the singles is getting outdated. You want to feature, then just say that.
That's an RJ
like
Choppy
it.
special.
I like Gunna.
As soon as
Gunna's got a lot of good stuff.
As soon as I heard that, I was like, "That's going to be one of the Choppies." Like, "Oh yeah, that's those trap beats I like, not that crap from the '90s."
Yeah,
I knew.
This stuff you put onto the pool and just let it play.
Now, I didn't. I'm not familiar with this individual, but this was actually, I liked this one. This next one, and this is the last song we've got this week. This is somebody who actually grew up in Sugarland. I didn't realize it, but his name is Keshi, and this song is "Want You."
And I don't want to stop, 'cause baby, every time you leave,
I think I like it.
I love that. That to me,
pretty good.
That's like sleek, like '90s pop, like late '90s R&B production. That I think is great. It was enough to where I was like, all right, I'm adding the song, and then I'm going to find out more about this guy. I know nothing about him, but that's a Texas guy apparently, Keshi right there.
Not bad.
I like that
3 for
one a lot.
3.
Yeah, those were all pretty good. I think today.
877-881-1053 for your nominations and your reviews on a New Music Monday. That is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Around the rest of the National Football League, this may just be our Legends segment here with Halle Berry, Mo Rivera, and Tom Brady.
Tom Brady?
All right, I think this is a great statue debate. Aiden, throw it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube if you have it, please. I think they unveiled like this 12-foot monster Tom Brady statue, and I had a couple people tell me it was another awful statue job done. Not as bad as Dwayne Wade, not as bad as Iverson. Where do y'all stand on the Brady statue? I thought they kind of did him a disservice around the belly area. I was like, he's not as skinny and lean as the TB12 method would like to be. I thought the face was pretty close. And is that the number one Brady pose that you associate Tom with? The arm in the air like that, or the LFG? You could do that with the fist pump. Another moment of his career.
It's all I don't think of the fist. I always think of the punch,
2 arms,
like where he does the like sort. It's the like intro one he does. I would think of that. Or I would have him yelling at Josh McDaniels on the sideline.
That's what I've done. I would have wanted him yelling at somebody else on the sideline.
I'm not even kidding. If you tell me think of Tom Brady, I think of him on the field like just looking pissed, screaming at Josh McDaniels.
This is great. I love this statue. This is right up there with the Colossus of Rhodes. All your 7 wonders of the ancient universe. This is a fantastic statue. This might be the best statue I've ever seen.
It's really good.
Yeah, I love it. It's just so. It's so like I am he.
It's also just they didn't.
But do you think it looks like him?
Yes. Yeah, I think it looks like him. And the thing is here.
Although I would have gone with the shaggier hair. You know,
clean cut, Tom.
Yeah.
The thing about this is like, this is what statues should be. Don't try and be. Oh, let's make it dirt and a bunch of like basketballs going up in the air, and then you end up with something that looks stupid. Don't be like, all right, let's get the little miniature Iverson MVP size statue, and we're gonna make that his statue. This is just make it basic. All right, he's up there, fist in the air. Don't try to get overcomplicated with the actual look of the face. This is, to me, is about as solid as you can do with a sports statue.
I actually think they nailed it on Dirk's. I mean, they got the pose. They got
the problem was the bead look.
Yeah, they got the.
But they removed that.
Right, but my point is like the fact that happened when it did. I'm saying like people got to stop trying to get overly like, oh, let's do this or let's do this. Let's like just make it a basic statue, basic pose.
The Tigers started that years ago. They did like the Ty Cobb statue, and there was like you could see the world moving behind them. Like it was trying to make it like lifelike. But they got the absolute pose you need with Dirk. The Madonna statue's perfect.
The world of like segregation and being equal that Ty Cobb left behind.
Yeah, that exact world. Yeah. The Shaq one,
him gambling.
Isn't
too,
Shaq where it's like it's the dunk where his legs are in the air?
Yeah,
that's perfect. Right, that's what you need.
Well, look, the thing I definitely like better than Tom's statue was the speech, and he threw some shots fired.
But in the end, this statue isn't just for Pats fans. It'll also give all the Jets fans something to throw their beers at as they lead the stadium every year. Probably in the second quarter. Maybe the third.
Made fun of himself for the 40 time, being a statue. The best tweet on this was the only Tom Brady I'll accept. The only statue I'll accept is him shirtless coming out of the combine.
Coming out of the combine. That's a great one. That'd have been, if they had done that.
Oh, my God.
Tom would have gotten so many brownie points for, like, self-awareness.
Yeah. Do you think they know, like, does Brady get to see that before and then he just acts surprised? Like, oh, I had no idea that this was going on here.
Probably.
I wonder, because I got to think they've got to include them somehow because they don't want something that's just totally screwed. I will say, Chop, I do think the Peyton Manning statue in Indy that we saw right here, where you went up and stroked the leg of the Peyton Manning statue, I think that's a better statue. Peyton's. I like Peyton's a lot.
I mean, that's a good one. The Tom statue just so like it's not a football statue. It's like, well, you have to cross this Statue of Liberty to get into this country. That's what this is. This is the statue of Tom.
You like the size of it.
Yeah. Huh?
You like the size of it,
The size of it, it's just like imposing. It's like you have to cross this statue to get into the stadium. This is your entry point.
This is another flip. Look at this. Like RJ, who routinely is just like hated Tom Brady. Now he's saying like, well, this is like the Statue of Liberty, a statue of Tom. Like that's, I mean, what should greet you when you walk into the United States. Yeah.
Mariano, another legend. Mo Rivera tears his Achilles tendon while going after a fly ball at the Yankees Old Timers Day game on Saturday, and he needs surgery.
Yeah.
He needs surgery. In his lone at bat, he singled off Andy Pettit and easily ran to first base, but then Willie Randolph came up. Oh, man. Mo took a step and fell to the ground in shallow center field behind second base. So they restored this Old Timers Day game for the first time since 2019. Roger Clemens went out there and said, oh my goodness gracious. He was actually talking to Susan Waldman. He goes, it was a fun day till we heard about Mariano, hurt his Achilles. I don't know what's going on. We all thought it was a hamstring, but I think it's a little worse. I think he's at the hospital now. Unbelievable. Second player to get hurt in the event since 2017. 8 years ago, Paul O'Neill strained a calf running to first. This is hilarious. I mean, not hilarious with the surgery, but all these old guys out there crumbling and falling down.
It's like, what do we? The game is.
You scared the hell out of me last night in your email talking about an Achilles with the knee issue that I have or leg issue that I'm waking up with every day. I'm like, my leg's going to blow.
The most ruptured tendon for men over 40 is the Achilles. It dries out. Achilles dries out. You get a ton of these injuries.
Mo tore this ACL on his right knee in May 2012 while shagging fly balls.
Yeah.
I was about to say that almost like that kind of did end his career. I mean, he pitched one more year after that, but it was the same thing. He was running around in the just keep him out of the outfield. He can't do it.
He loved it. He loved to shag flies. Like that's what that was his exercise. Is like shagging flies during batting practice. A lot of pitchers are out there. At least they used to be. I don't know if they still are, but out there shagging flies. I wonder like how many people are going to stop doing this. Because there's a lot of teams are starting to get these games going. The Yankee Old Timers games have been going on forever. It used to be a fun event. You used to see, hey, I saw Mickey Mantle play, in 1983 or whatever, right? But now a lot of teams are doing these now. And how long before they all stop? Because guys are going to stop showing up because, I'm going to rupture my Achilles.
They're still competitors. They'll want to do it.
One more baseball story, not involving a baseball legend, but a female legend.
This is just a reminder that David Justice is an all-time bag fumbler. Derek Carr is an all-time bag getter. Kirk Cousins, all-time bag Hall of Fame. David Justice was married to Halle Berry. Married to her.
Mm-hmm.
And then divorced. He filed for divorce.
Yeah.
And he said it's basically because she's not motherly.
My knowledge and my understanding, my wisdom around relationships just wasn't vast.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at my mom, and I'm a Midwest guy. So in my mind, I'm thinking a wife at that time should cook, clean,
traditional,
and then I'm thinking, okay, if we have kids, is this the woman I want to have kids with and build a family with? And at that time, as a young guy, she don't cook, don't clean, don't really seem like motherly. And then we start having issues. Listen, we never, I'll say this. We never had any issues about other women, other men. I mean, I was never tripping I was tripping one time when she.
Oh, no, I got one time I was tripping.
At one time, because I didn't understand it. When we were out to lunch in L.A. And I remember I'm from Cincinnati, man. I ain't even in L.A. scene like that. And she see an actor that she worked with one time, and he came in, hey, kissed him on the lips.
Oh.
What are we doing?
By the way, that brought me back. David Justice is one of my all-time favorite players. God, I love David Justice on those Braves teams.
I don't think this is bag fumbling.
I don't think it is either, Chop. It's 2 against 1 here.
So look,
I'm supporting David.
I am too.
Listen, I don't. If it's now you want to say that you don't cook, you don't clean, you're not motherly, and it's a random girl, and you want to break up with her because of that. Fine. Halle Berry could have dragon breath, and you deal with it.
Or armpits.
She could Dutch oven you every night, and you look right past it. You look right. In fact, you say, "Do it again, please."
No,
that's what you say.
No, this is
Halle Berry.
This is the Patriot way. She turned 30, and they went, "Nope, you got to go." That's what it is. She was 31 when they split up. This is the thing. David Justice is like Halle Berry's still Halle Berry today. David Justice is not the David Justice he was in the 90s, and that's always going to be that way. He's got to be looking at it as like, I am going to settle down at some point, have kids, and I'm not going to have fame at one point. Do I want somebody who's not going to be around as a mom? Especially, I mean, he went out when he got remarried to somebody else after that. He had 3 kids like instantly, so he clearly prioritized wanting to have kids. I don't fault if he thought she was a bad, like showed no motherly instincts, and that was important to him. And then she's kissing random actors on the mouth that walk into. I support it.
Her and J-Lo they've proven they can't stay with anyone. So
she's got a guy now. I mean, she was making videos about.
She was naked.
She's making videos about some kind of, oil, lubricant.
I mean,
it's the Hugh Grant rule. I say this to everyone who makes fun of these actors who break up with.
Grant rule.
It's my Hugh Grant rule.
What's the Hugh Grant rule? Get a hooker while you're with Liz.
There's a couple Hugh Grant rules.
See, would Liz really get a hooker?
Just because she could be she's an 11 out of 10 doesn't mean she's not annoying and crazy. Now, I don't know whether Elizabeth Hurley was. I have no idea. But you don't want to deal with the annoyance every week because she's freaking hot. If you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. There's a song that doesn't apply to us in this room. All our wives are attractive, but that's an oldie, Choppy.
That is like
old it is.
That's why it went. That's why it went viral with the whole little. She's a 10, but she does this, or he's a 7, but he does it because it's not just in a vacuum like that. And if you told me she wasn't a 10, she was a 9. But if you said she's a 9, but she kisses other guys on the mouth at lunch, and she's a bad
that could be
mother.
a Hollywood. It could have been, Clint Eastwood.
Oh, it could have been. But she'll be an absent mother. Like then I would probably all right, that's not a 9 anymore.
And people would say you're both going to be rich, hire nannies. Are the cracks in the Cowboys foundation beginning to show already? That's next in Below the Belt after the Rams opener right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you on over to the
absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is panic already setting in after one preseason game? Maybe. It seems like for some Cowboys fans. This is Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. The Dallas Cowboys had their first preseason game over the weekend. 31-21 victory for the LA Rams. By the way, did you guys... I don't know. Did you also think it looked really empty in that stadium 5 minutes before the game started?
Didn't notice.
I don't know if
I just saw
filled
Emmett
out
sipping
more.
his hair there.
I don't know if it filled out more or if it was an instance of that was an earlier shot that they were using B-roll up, but it looked like there was maybe 30% of the stadium was filled when they showed the broad shot.
You know, I always wonder that, like,
what's your point?
When they show those pregame shots, like, how often are they live?
A lot of times they're not. I can tell you, as I work in TV, I field produce. I'm in charge of a lot of those shots, guys. But it did make me wonder if it's just like, man, is LA just that uninterested in
Never should have
football
gotten a team again.
It's a bad play in general. All right, so the Cowboys taken away from this game. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Some of the stuff that was out there. I think one of the things I want to talk about that again is an issue that I'm starting to have issues with as practice goes on, and now we get into the preseason game. The injury rate that keeps occurring with the Cowboys is so above anything else that would be considered normal for the NFL right now. I mean, it's like you go down the list of everybody who's hurt, banged up, whatever else. It's extensive, and it's starters, it's rookies, it's like veterans who are backups who just signed here. There's a day out there in Oxnard where I think they had like 8 offensive linemen standing around while we were out there, and I was like, that can't be the only healthy offensive lineman they have on a 90-man roster right now.
Hello, Lyle Collins.
But exactly, that's how you end up with Lyle ending up back here. But it's something that I've got to think at this point. You need to start looking at, okay, what is the issue with the practice surface in Oxnard? What is the issue with the way that we're practicing? What is it? Because there's something here that's not
training staff. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think you can just look at it and go, oh, it's just bad luck. We're having just like a ridiculously high rate of bad luck. They similarly, I would think, they wouldn't accept it's bad luck on turf. The fact that you tore your ACL on turf, well, it just happens to be bad luck. It's not that the surface actually means it. Like, I would think that players who would push back against that would similarly think, no, there's something else we got to look at here that's not right.
But what recently is happening that make you talk about this?
So when you go into that first drive of the game, you had Peyton Turner leave the field. You had Robert Rochelle pull up because he was hobbled. You had Keeman Hall happen. That was just in the first couple snaps of the game. Then as the game went on, obviously you had Elijah Clark, the safety from Syracuse, who I thought had some flashes early in that game. He's one of their undrafted free agents that I think had the better shots to actually make the roster. But Elijah Clark left the field. We already know Joe Milton left the field. It's just continuing to crop up, and it's not happening at the same rate for other teams that we're seeing. You're used to getting some injuries every now and then. I can't remember this many guys leaving practice or leaving games or doing what else.
But fortunately, they're not season enders for the most part.
Yeah, no, I mean you
right?
haven't had that.
That's good.
It's just you're talking about like some muscular soft tissue injuries.
Sure, but do you want to enter the season with half your roster or half your starters potentially having missed time, not getting their full ramp up because they had something that nicked them during the process or whatever else that is? Now we're doing star up, star down earlier. One guy that I actually want to ask you about two players, Sean. One of them, you're big fans of both of them, but I think one of them had a much better night than maybe the other one did. Trayshawn Holden and Donovan Ezeraku. So Ezeraku, I think you saw, all right, this is the different level when you get to the NFL. Some of his pass rush stuff, those linemen were getting into him much quicker than he was able to get into his stuff. He played well against the run, I thought, most of the time. There was one time where I think he went too far wide and ended up kind of losing contain. But Donovan Ezeraku as a pass rusher, not really flashing in this game at all. And when you talk about, the Tony Pollard effect with Zeke, like, does us having Pollard, does that move the needle to where Zeke will get something done? Ezeraku, who's kind of been standing in and flashing at practice, it does make me wonder if it's not easier, but it makes me wonder if somebody like Mulugeta would go, all right, well, that clearly you guys don't have a backup plan for Micah. Like, even if you think that he's ready, that shows you it's a different thing when you get in this game. But Ezeraku, was there any disappointment for you in this game?
Look, I'm going to be honest. This was like we all knew it was going to be. This was a terribly boring game.
Mm-hmm.
This is brutal. So I was not focusing too much on Ezeraku. I was too busy with my guy Maris Leofau. I was watching him fly around, and I was trying to pay attention to the D tackles with this run game with Toya. I was excited to see Toya early on. Is there anything left from Mazi? So I was not noticing Donovan, but the way you're describing it does sound. It is a little disappointing to me, but I wasn't honing in on him.
But I mean, that should be the case anyway, because, like, for instance, you weren't necessarily honing in on Ezeraku at practice, but you would notice him.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that if he's making an impact the way you want him to as a pass rusher, you'd notice him because the play ends or because the play is like forced to go earlier than it did. Trayshawn Holden, though, did have the big catch. He continues to do these things. I'm starting to wonder if, and this is the question that I'm going to pose to y'all, has Holden done enough that what you've seen in these practices and now in this game, is it enough to where you can say the question isn't how do I get Trayshawn Holden on the roster? The question is how do I get Jalen Tolbert off the roster?
What did he do in the game? 2 for 42?
2 for 42. He had the big catch. He had the 35-yard catch. He is.
Schottenheimer said he's moving up the depth chart after the game. He said that.
And you do, like, honestly, when you look at guys that you may move, you've got Turpin, Pickens, Lamb. They're in.
Yeah.
That they're not going anywhere. Behind that, it's Tolbert, it's Mingo, who you just gave up a 4th-round pick for, and who had
he beat him.
The ridiculous got open, and then you had the underthrow. But you've got Mingo, you've got Flanoy, who they just drafted last year in the 5th round. They could move off of that for sure, but usually they'll give guys a little bit of latitude to do that.
Yeah.
And so as you start looking at it, it's like it might be Tolbert time. And that's somebody who might have some value as a team goes, you know what, he caught 50 balls last year. He could work in if you need a receiver. I think if you're looking for a depth trade, I would start calling teams about their corners if they're in need of receiver and just seeing if they would take Tolbert for a corner.
Give me the size comparison and we want to match up and balance skill sets in the room. So like Jalen, what he does versus Holden and size-wise, so I don't have too many of one.
So Trayshawn Holden is going to be, if you're
6'3"?
Yeah, if you're concerned about, if you're talking about not wanting too many of the other, then Holden is kind of build-wise and the way he works and gets up, it's similar to Mingo. So if you've already got Mingo, you may say, well, do I want two guys like that? So Tolbert's 6'1", they say 195. He might be a little lighter than that. Holden is heavier, I think, than the 6'2.5", 205 he's listed at. He does not look 205.
I didn't think he looked as big as this 6'3" either.
He's like, to me, I think he's probably, just eyeballing it, he looks like he's closer to like a 215. He doesn't look like he's Dez size, but he looks closer to Mingo size than Jalen Tolbert.
Look, I'll say it. I'll put myself out there. And I hate doing it because it's training camp. We've been burned by training camp performances and players. But I don't think Jalen Tolbert is anything special. So I'd try to figure out a way to get Holden over him and deal Jalen for something that you need. That's me. Even though Jalen had a nice year last year in terms of leading the receivers and touchdowns, I'd rather see Holden.
I just don't know why we're so ready to get rid of Tolbert. Like,
because I think
why would you rather he's actually done it. Mingo hasn't done. I can't even say the word. I almost said it. He hasn't done anything.
But you want him to be like Tolbert. You pick him thinking that guy's going to be in our top 3. He's no longer one of your top 3. He's just not. And so, all right.
Okay. So, so you have Turpin, obviously.
So
yes.
Tolbert gets pushed down.
But Turpin, by the way, has done nothing.
Well, special teams.
Not
a receiver.
He's had some
back.
cute little plays.
Yeah.
I mean, he had
Tolbert was a better receiver.
Well, who brings back more in trade between Mingo and Tolbert right now?
I have no.
Tolbert.
I don't know why Mingo would bring anything back.
I agree with you.
A fourth.
So that's why I'm. When I factor in what I gave up for him, Tolbert probably has higher value, so I get more back. That's why I would trade Jalen.
But you're the Cowboys love doing these trades at the end of training camp. They've done them the last 2 years. They traded Nashawn Wright for Andrew Booth. They traded Kelvin Joseph for Noah Igbenogany, where they go, it's not working out here at the end of camp. It's somebody that's been on our roster for a few years. Let's trade for your guy who it's not totally working out for, that we need to see him. So I think with Dallas's corner situation looking really rough right now, as that game was tough to watch.
Yeah, a lot of people are freaking out about corner depth.
To me, I'm looking at who needs a receiver and do you have a corner you're kind of out on that you think needs a fresh start. That's the kind of trade I'm going to make. Now, we mentioned the receiver room. CeeDee Lamb.
RJ, we're about to get a pro Jalen Tolbert campaign from RJ Choppy moving forward.
I'm not saying, I don't really, look, I don't have enough bandwidth in my energy to give a crap about whether they keep Jalen Tolbert or not. I'm just saying, he was... Where would you rank him on your top 3 receivers from last year?
I mean,
top 3 from what?
I wouldn't have him in my
team.
top 3 this year. Is the problem?
But last year, was he 1, 2, 3 on your top receiver?
Oh no, he was. I don't know,
this team
2 or 3. But I mean, they had nothing behind Lamb.
They had nothing behind Lamb, and now they do. But the fact that we've just thrown Turpin ahead of him, Turpin's done nothing.
I mean, Turpin
he's did some cute little plays. And then we're already putting Mingo ahead of him, and Mingo has done.
But we're not putting him ahead of him for what we're not. It's not that simple. It's like, am I going to get rid of Mingo this fast? After I just traded for him.
Well, I understand.
I'm not saying Mingo's better than Tolbert. I'm saying I can get more for Tolbert probably to address another issue, and what Jalen Tolbert does, I think, can be replaced by some combo of Mingo and Holden.
And Mingo,
I'm not saying
Mingo
he's better.
has practiced better, though. Mingo has been better this offseason than Tolbert was. Tolbert just is not. Tolbert has done nothing at these practices. He's just been kind of there. He's been present.
And that's how I felt about him during the season. He ended up with, was it 8 touchdowns?
Yeah, 7 or 8.
7 or I think it was 7.
Yeah, but I mean that's also the thing is that when you look at the way that Tolbert plays and different things like that, it's still not what he was supposed to be. So I don't know if that's worth holding on to much longer, especially if he's going to be
he's just a guy.
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree. And then it sucks because I would have taken him in the second round that year. They took him in the third. And so that was disappointing. You want to wrap here or you want to do the CD thing fast?
Fast.
Okay, all right, let's go to CeeDee Lamb. This was on over the weekend. Him getting a little frustrated with reporters while talking about Micah Parsons.
We haven't talked to you since Micah made his trade request. What's your reaction to that? And do you feel he's going to be on this team? Or how do you take that?
I feel like he's going to be here. Reaction was crazy, but a little disappointing. But I mean, it is what it is. When you got to get what you got to, you got to do what you got to do, and you got to do what's the best for him and his family.
Disappointment in him or the process?
Look at you trying to switch things up.
No, I was just asking for clarification. Process. You think that's the clarification?
So he's getting, and if you look on the video, he looks pissed that it was brought up and that he was irritated. These are the kind of cracks that occur when the negotiation goes on and gets as ugly as it does. This is what happens here. But
plus, CeeDee has talked about this twice at the podium out there.
Not since the request was put in. That's what, and that's why they're talking to him specifically about this. They were getting his reaction to since the trade request, and then when he said disappointing, that was Joe Hoyt at the Dallas Morning News. Was circling back like disappointed in what? Like let's just get clarity there. And I think CeeDee took it as a gotcha. It wasn't. It was honestly try to look out for CeeDee, but this is the kind of tense energy you're going to get when these things happen.
Why isn't RJ Choppy worried about the Rangers after getting swept? Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers' neck.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-2, and here's the pitch. There's a high fly ball well hit to left. Smith is going back. He's on the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Edmundo Sosa with his 6th home run of the year ties the game 2-2 here in the 5th.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
I mean, it's hard to be romantic about getting swept. Yeah. I mean, you could try to be romantic about it, but it's really, really hard.
Swept off your feet, maybe.
6.5 back in the West, 2.5 back in the wild card, and the Mariners are on fire. 5 runs in 3 games, making Bobby look right about the deadline, and Merrill Kelly, who struggled with walks.
Yeah, it was a great weekend for me and my takes. I was proven right in a lot of respects, and I'm glad that you guys are coming around to that. We'll put another one on the board for me.
So they lose all 3 games to Philadelphia. The first game obviously got way out of hand, like 9-1, and then they lose by 1 run and then 2 runs. By the way, I hate the bunt so much, and I felt bad for Edmundo Sosa yesterday. Guy went deep. Guy goes yard in the game, and they're having him try to lay down a bunt. Late it was the 9th inning, and it was up 2-0. He was 2-0 in the count. You still have him lay down a bunt? The hell are they doing?
I thought you were advocating small ball these days.
I'm fine with small ball, okay, but 2-0, and I've already gone deep in this game. I mean, you let me swing from my colon at 2-0. At 2-0, you're asking me to bunt? I mean, you just emasculated me in front of the entire world. Coach, I tell my kids, if the coach asks you a bunt, fake it. All right, and then purposely foul it off, and then if he asks you to bunt with 1 strike, do the same thing, and when 2 strikes, I mean, you put that thing deep in the center field.
You rather than be in a 2-strike hole, a 2-strike count to swing, than execute the bunt early.
No,
that's these days. You rather just take the strikeout. When we were growing up, a strikeout was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
That was humiliating. This guy. He sunned me.
Oh, I know.
He won this straight up individual matchup. A strikeout was embarrassing, and that has long gone away.
No, I'm just my problem with the bunt at the youth level is like, man, you got like 8 at bats a weekend. You're gonna waste one of them.
Yeah.
I'm trying to show these college coaches what I could do. You give me 8 at bats a weekend, and 2 of them are sack bunts.
Look, you're playing fundamental baseball. That matters. You're setting up a great future career as a manager.
So they do get swept. Now it's the Diamondbacks. I almost said the Cardinals. The Diamondbacks are in town. Banny is in town.
Yeah, that was the other World Series.
That was the other World Series, right?
It's the other Arizona
Cardinals.
Have you talked to Banny?
I texted him this morning. We're gonna try to do lunch this week.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, we're gonna try to do lunch.
Did you say like, hey, great job fleecing us on Merrill Kelly?
I did not. I will bring that up though. I'll bring that up in the meeting. I'm not freaking out about this, getting swept. I mean, they were in 2 of the games. They were kind of coin flips. Either the Sunday loss was much worse than Saturday. When you're up 2-0 in the game and you're giving up a home run to a guy only at 6 on the year and Sosa, and you shouldn't have been giving up that home run.
I mean, you freaking out at 6.5, 2.5?
6.5, 2.5.
Yeah, that's what you're back in the division of wild card. How many games back in the wild card till you start freaking?
With the way the Yankees are playing, 9. You're 9 back. Because that means they went on a hot streak. With 2.5 back, who's ahead of you? Cleveland and New York, and then Seattle. Seattle has, they made a lot of moves at the deadline. And they have taken over, and they have gone in front of New York for that wild cards, for one of the wild cards.
They made real moves.
They did. They made good moves. They could make good moves, but we'll see what they wind up doing as the season goes on. But I'm not freaking out yet. You're still within striking distance, and now you don't have any more games with Seattle, and you don't have any more games with the Yankees. That's tough because of the 2 teams that you're chasing, and you want to have games in hand.
Here's the problem. It's not a situation where you're in striking distance, though. It doesn't feel like it's like for instance, you're in striking distance when you're down 2-0 in a baseball game. This Rangers team, when they're down 2-0 in a baseball game, that's like, well, that feels like 7. So it's sort of the same thing where it's like, well, you're 2 back over here. It's like, yeah, but it's them, and they're not hitting consistently, so that feels pretty far back.
Well, 2.5 is striking, Bobby.
It's striking, but the same way 2-0 is. Like, you could get somebody on and hit a home run, but like that's their offense.
The future schedule is Arizona for 3. Then you're go on the road at Toronto for 3, at Kansas City for 4, Cleveland at home for 3. Arizona, Toronto, Kansas City, Cleveland.
They had one at bat yesterday with a runner in scoring position.
They had one at bat? Yeah, not good. Cleveland, that's good because they're right there with you. You know, you can kind of get those out of the way, and if you sweep them,
they're 8-2 in their last 10.
They are. They're
Toronto's first place in the East.
They're catching fire.
Kansas City is 2 under 500.
Kansas City is 2 under 500.
Mhm.
Yeah. You're in an okay spot, 2.5 back. Obviously, you would like to have more games with teams you're chasing. They just don't.
I'm going to say today, it's not a hot take. They're not. I just don't think they're going to make the playoffs as of today. I hope I'm wrong. And 2.5 is striking distance in my mind.
Yeah,
I don't think they're not going to have enough.
They have the plus 59 run differential, which of all the wild card teams is third. It's third among all wild card teams. They should have 65, 66 wins right now instead of 60.
And I honestly don't watch them and feel. Sometimes you feel the luck and the unluckiness. I don't watch them and feel that you're getting screwed or unlucky. I don't care what the run differential stuff and all the analytics say. When I watch them, I'm not thinking, oh my God, the Rangers should have a much, much better record. Their offense has been disappointing and stunk throughout the entire year. I can't give you a benefit of a doubt that you're getting screwed somehow.
It feels like watching the Cooper Rush led offense last year, where it's like they might score maybe every game or two, they pop off or do something, but it's like it feels just as much like, I just anticipate they're going to get out of this with no runs scored. I'm anticipating this drive is going to lead to no touchdown.
The Mariners, they have won 7 straight. They are first in the wild card, but they do maybe have a Cal Raleigh problem. And did Cal Raleigh just end and James Wood for that matter, end all players playing the home run derby? Now, we talked before the derby that over the last 4 or 5 years, players' OPS actually gone up post-derby. Well, that has not been the case this year for Wood and for Cal. Cal Raleigh was hitting in the previous months, in April, May, and June. His batting averages was 233, 304, and 300. Since the start of July, it's been 194, and this month, 139, with OPSs under 770 in both months. Including this month, his OPS is at 633. He's still got the home run stroke. He hit number 45 yesterday. So
he's homered in 3 straight games.
Yeah, he's still got the home run stroke. That's about all he's doing, though. It's basically been a home run or a strikeout. He has not had, what did I write this down? As of Saturday, he has not had a double since June 27th.
June 27th.
Well, you want him to hit less bombs? You want him to hit you want him to hit the fence instead of go over, Chad? Come on.
He's got
a bunting mentality.
He's 3 home runs shy of the catcher single season record of Sal Perez at 48. He's going to hit high 50s, low 60s in home runs. He has gone almost a month and a half without a double going into Sunday's game. That's insane. That is insane. But struck out 30 times since the All-Star break. That's on pace for about 200 for the year. Now, this is what happened. He's a catcher. He's going to wear down. They're going to have to DH him. Like, if they want, and now they're winning games.
Which he's hit much worse this year as a DH than catching.
Yeah.
Like, his OPS is like 250 points different.
Well, he's getting worn out, right? He's got the home run stroke still, but he was a 300 hitter.
He's got, I was about to give him a speed excuse and say he doesn't hit doubles anyway. 16 doubles last year. He's got 13 steals. Someone named the Big Dumper got 13 bags on the season. I'm surprised by that.
There you go. Did you see the Jurickson Profar catch?
I did.
Sent this to Hayden, put up on the fan cam. This is a Web Gem nominee. I wish they still had that. This is a great catch, but they are saying that people are calling this already the catch of the year. I think we just talk about a catch of the year like 4 weeks ago?
I mean, this wasn't even the play of the weekend.
Adolis?
Yeah.
The Adolis catch.
Yeah, Adolis' catch is crazy. That's great. I don't want to make that sound
That's
like
a great
it's
catch.
nothing.
I'm not going to say anything about it.
I have seen that catch 50 times in my life.
I want to hear the audio of the Adolis one. I know.
I had Profar queued up. And
Come on, Russ.
I said to him in his headphone, "You got Adolis?" He goes, "Nod, yes."
Oopsie.
Well, let's hear Profar, I guess.
So, any of you guys ever umpire when you were younger? Uh-oh. That ball is deep. Profar at the wall! He brought it back!
Yeah, catch of the year.
Good catch. Very good catch.
Yeah.
Good.
Really good catch. Catch of the year. I'm not that.
The Adolis one was much cooler.
Yeah, I was
and more equal concentration.
I was certain the Adolis one had touched the ground. And that he was just trying to sell it when I first watched it. But I mean, that's the Antonio Freeman Monday Night Football catch that rolled around on his shoulder in overtime against the Vikings. That was like the baseball equivalent.
Edelman in the Super Bowl.
Forget Edelman. He's a Patriot. I don't care.
Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Are the Boston Red Sox the new cheating Houston Astros? Robert Suarez was on the mound for San Diego. And the Red Sox are playing, obviously, middle of the game. There's a mound visit. Red Sox hitters go back to the dugout, and they look at the iPad. And they find that he is tipping pitches. And I have no issue with finding tells, but I do think there's some ethical dilemma here in the middle of a game using an iPad to be able to get tells. If you can figure this out before the game with technology, go for it. Middle of the game, I think they need to ban iPads in the dugout. They need to ban iPads, period. You can't have any technology. I don't like players going to the iPad mid-game.
So how's the iPad picking it up?
I guess there's I don't know, there's a on the tablet, they're showing the photo.
And Holland's listening, so maybe Derek can tell us.
Yeah, and they're showing the photo in the of it's got a side-by-side of how he is with each pitch.
Yeah.
Right? And I just think that's I don't know, ethically, it's if you want to pick up tells because and some guys are great at this. This is why
But is it different from NFL football film study with an iPad on the sideline? What's different?
I think what's different is that the NFL's always had that. They've always done
but do we look at it as using because initially I agree with you, but I'm like, okay, NFL, they're looking at video footage, and basketball, they're all looking at replays.
Yeah, I know.
What's the difference?
Something just stinks. It smells bad about this. It's like the Apple Watch technology and stuff. This is what my kid goes to Basic's dad for pitching lessons, and one of the things I love about him is that he doesn't use video. It's like he's so good, he can pick up what you're doing wrong without video. And there's a special skill to that.
No, just like there was the Olympic sharpshooter who didn't use the eyeglass, but the others did. It's nice that you can do it, but it's overblown because Alex Cora would never stand for this.
No, he would.
He would not allow the Red Sox to cheat.
Stand-up guy.
He would never steal signs or pitches or anything else.
I don't think I have a problem with it.
I don't care. I mean, if it's against the rules, fine. Is that against the rules though?
No, it's not. It's not against the rule. I think it's just an ethical dilemma. I don't have any ethics.
I would assume that they have iPads in their dugout too, and they're doing the same. I would assume.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers here on DFW Sports Station. We got both former pitchers listening with Derek Collin and Mikey Bassick. Rangers against the Diamondbacks on this radio station. It is taking place with a 6:30 pregame and a first pitch 7 o'clock. And Jared Sandler listening as well. Texas trying to recover from that sweep against Filthy. What did Nick Eatman take from the Cowboys' first performance against the Rams? And is Joe Milton really going to be QB2? Nick Eatman from Oxnard. Next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Art.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-323-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Bennett back with play action, rush from behind. The man is tripped, goes deep down the right side at the numerals at the 20-yard line. And that ball is intercepted by McQuamu.
Brad Sham with a call on your home of the Cowboys. That's this radio station. This is Sean and RJ along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. out to Oxnard, California with our Cowboys insider Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. And he's brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And on DallasCowboys.com, the article from Nick is up, finding the good and bad from Schottenheimer's debut. Take us through the good and the bad, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning. A little clarification. I am in Dallas with you guys.
Hey.
Got back last night, so don't feel bad about it. Don't feel bad about the rest of the guys out there.
Are you staying here now? I mean, you home for good?
I'm home. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, had to get back. 21 days was still rough. But no, I'm glad to be back, and I know they're gonna bring it home this week. There's a lot more bad than it was good, and in the game as far as just trying to figure out like how to what to write about it. Just like anytime you try to get ahead of yourself, and because it was really bad, like third quarter when I started writing, and then in the fourth quarter, they score a couple times, and and then that was like mop up time, but the whole game is that way anyway. So, I thought just from a preparation standpoint, it was kind of rough. It was really rough at times. Just didn't look like they've been out there practicing, and I get it when you're practicing with the starters, and then a lot of this is a mixture of second and third team together, but it just didn't look. It wasn't smooth at all at times, and then just the defense couldn't stop the run, couldn't stop the play action. The offense couldn't move the ball. They didn't run it at all in the first quarter of the game, and so it wasn't what we had seen. It was pretty sloppy, and they kind of figured it out there towards the end of the game. But all in all, it wasn't a great look. But then again, knowing who's there and who's not there, you don't get too concerned about it. Yeah, I was just about to add. The follow up was, how much does any of that actually matter in your mind? No, it doesn't. I mean, and I had to do the research just to see, just to kind of because there's a lot of fans, I think, that are hitting panic buttons. And so I went back and did the research on it, and what they've lost 8 out of 9. 9 out of 10 games in the preseason opener. And, they've had 2 losing seasons in that span. So that doesn't really mean anything. We've seen, they hadn't won a preseason opener since 2017, and we're talking about 3 12-win seasons in there. So obviously it doesn't mean much, but you want them to look sharp. You want the backups to look better than that, because there's going to be injuries. And when they are, who do they count on? They're counting on these guys, and you want them to play a little bit better. But I don't think it's problematic at all. I'd like to see them play a little bit better. I was a little. Oh, sorry about that. My bad. No, go ahead. I was a little surprised last week when you so quickly said it felt like that Joe Milton was definitely the 2. Evaluate his game and how that's compared to his performances in Oxnard. Definitely the 2 over Greer. That's, I think, what I meant to say. Yeah, and that's the way it played out. And if he doesn't bang his elbow, then he plays the whole game. But I haven't been crazy about what I've seen from him. I mean, let's just be clear about that. I mean, I say he's better, he looks better, or has given more opportunity than Greer. But is he the best? Will he be the best available backup out there? No, probably not. But that's kind of where they're going right now. He's so erratic. I mean, he's just, it's like watching, Wild Thing from Major League. I mean, he can throw it really hard, but you don't always know where it's going. And so, and he takes off and he runs. I think, for him, you have to remember he's only played 1 game and, before, and he's still pretty young, hasn't done this a lot. He needs more reps. He'll get more reps. It's very similar to the Trey Lance experience. Without the pressure of what Lance had as being, the 3rd overall pick. But I think their games are a little similar. But Milton doesn't have the touch on his passes like you want to see. I mean, everything is fastball. And there's times when he had Flanoy in the corner of the end zone, got to just loft it in there. And I just think that's the part of his game that he's missing some. Yeah, he can throw it, 60 yards, but can he get it there, with touch. That's the big issue for him.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, why did Donovan Ezeraku play in this game and Tyler Booker didn't?
That's a great question. I think you're talking about a guy that's going to be a backup and a guy that's probably going to be in the second team. So as far as where they are, and I don't know what with the Booker. That's a question that I guess it escaped me. I don't know if even Schottenheimer was asked about that after the game. I think from a continuity standpoint, you get all your starters in there, and then when they're not in, you put the backups in. But I'm with you. He could have played a little bit at right guard, and that wouldn't have been an issue for me. But as far as Ezeraku, when Micah does get back, and when you have Fowler and you have the pass rushers, Sam Williams and all them, this was a great opportunity for him to get out there and get as many reps. But so that one made sense. I think a lot of us on the sideline were a little surprised though Booker did not play some. To me, the answer would have to be that they're keeping these O-line units, in sync together, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense because the guys get hurt all the time. You go in and out. It's really, at this point, it's all individual, and I'd like to see him play some. But that was a surprise. It sure was.
So do you think Booker's clearly been a one in camp?
Yeah, I do. I think he's been pretty good. I mean, I know that they rave about him. I mean, they think Stephen Jones told me that. I mean, he's having an outstanding camp. Again, it's hard for us to kind of see that, every day in practice. And I think the one guy that was going to push him for the job was Rob Jones. And then of course he's now out for the season. TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman there obviously play some guard, but you don't draft Booker at 12 overall if he's not ready to come in there and play. He's going to be the guy, and I think he is. I don't think he's just going to be handed to him. I think he's taking it. But still, he should have played, in my opinion, just for a little bit. Because as good as we think these guys are, I still think that he could go out there and it would serve him best to get out there and get some snaps.
Nick, which is more concerning for you, given what we've seen in training camp and then out of this first preseason game, the corner situation right now or what they've got at defensive tackle?
When you said that, I was like, it's going to be one of these two, and so it's like a tie. I would say defensive tackle now, and I probably would have said corner before, but it's not that really anything changed much in this game. It's just that I feel like you see the guys at corner that are working out and getting better, and so you kind of can see the light at the end of the tunnel of how it's supposed to be. But a defensive tackle, like who they have is who they have, and that's who they're playing with, and it sits there with Mazi, and you're like, he doesn't look like he's gotten any better. And so when you see that and you're like, well, who's it going to be? I mean, you just don't know who's out there. You do know some names out there at corner if they are going to go that route too, plus the guys that are coming back. So I think long-term wise, I'm a little bit more concerned at D-tackle.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What were you thinking during and after the CD referee incident?
I couldn't believe that, honestly. I mean, that's just what I was thinking was, mark this one down. Like, let's start the list, because last year we were just talking about at training camp. We were just talking about the list of crazy things that happened last season, and there was about 12 things that are just unusual. And so it was like, all right, well, there'll be something this year, of course. Well, that one you could put that on there. Just things that you've never seen before. I mean, it happened last year a little bit with Dak. Remember he came back from the knee, from the hamstring surgery, and he's on the sideline, and he almost gets run over on the sideline, and they kind of took him back to the press box. It's like same thing. It's like, here's your star player. You don't want to get hit, and he gets probably the biggest hit of anybody. And I think he was hurting a little bit more than he let on. I think he'll be fine, but yeah, it definitely took a pretty big jolt.
Touch on Mazi and Mafa real quick for us before we get to Micah.
Okay, all right. I like what I've seen from Moffa, and I've been saying it for a while that I thought he might even be the preseason leader in rushing. He's got a ways to go, obviously there, but I could just see three games like that with him. He runs high, but I like that. He's big and strong. He leans forward, gets good yardage. So I'd like to see him, a little bit earlier in a game, maybe with some better blocking in front. It'll be better defenses too, but I do want to see a little bit more of him. And with Mazi, he just hasn't taken any steps at all from what I've seen. Now you get the coaches say, yeah, he's doing a good job. I think that's what they're always going to say. But, just in the game like that where he's out there and he's playing against some backups, if he's going to be the guy that, ever be that first-round pick, that dominant defensive tackle, you got to see it in a game like that. He just didn't and hasn't seen it. And, you don't want to get caught up in a guy's, his body language and all that because you've been burned in the past with that. But it just nothing looks like I like what I'm seeing. I like what I see out of his eyes. I like the way he was playing, quick first step. You just don't see that right now. So I know he was dealing with a little bit of a knee injury, but he was out there, he was playing, and you just want him to play better than that.
Any Micah update?
I thought when Micah went up to the official and kind of gave him a little dap, that was going to be the only interaction between player and official during the game. But that was it, and that was all that I saw. He went up there, and it was kind of like, that's him working the officials, I guess. But he was there, hoodie on, and as far as in anything else, no. But I still feel like it's going to happen here in the next, I would say at this point, maybe even a week, 10 days. That's what I'm counting on. I think it benefits both of them, Jerry and Micah, to get this thing done sooner.
Thank you, brother. Welcome back home. Appreciate you. We'll talk on Wednesday.
All right, sounds good, guys. See ya.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Are you okay over there?
I'm good.
I don't know about the guy's butt, but other than that.
All right, I missed it. Let me know. Send him a text if you're on Choppy's wavelength at 877-881-1053. We have humongous breaking news when it comes to the UFC. We'll talk about it with K and C after this.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound
Still no Kevin Hagelin? What the heck?
I mean, it takes a while to go to Europe. You don't want to go over there just for a couple days.
Can't
right?
teach baseball in like 3 days,
Is
Sean.
this 2 weeks? Or 1 week?
He's back
It's
Wednesday.
about 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Fred was here Thursday and Friday 2 weeks ago. All last week, and then today and tomorrow.
Did you go to Italy for 2 weeks?
We went for 10 days.
See, this is the thing. I know what Sean's doing right
He
now.
used God here.
I know what Sean's doing, though. He used God.
He used God here to get 2 weeks.
Because Mike being around.
You weren't even on paternity this long.
That's right.
Or wait, no, you were triple that, I think.
Well,
when Mike was around, you were always
I have
able
to actually father, unlike you, Bobby. I just don't point.
That's true. That's true.
The amount of fathers who didn't do 50-50 diaper change, it blows my mind. I give you all credit. I give you all credit on how you didn't have to do it, but not in my house.
Oh, I've changed plenty of diapers. That's not a thing.
Did you?
Your own.
100%. Yeah. Now, how could I change my own? Even if I wore a diaper shot, how would I change my own?
You would take it off. You would undo the Velcro.
No, I would have someone
like
else
you do
do
your
it.
underwear.
I would have someone else do it for me.
Oh.
I would not do it myself.
Sorry, Corey. Go ahead.
No, when Mike was here, you used Mike as leverage for everything.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Mike did this.
Yeah.
Y'all let him get away with it.
Yes.
So right now you're clocking Kevin's time, and you're like, all right.
I might change religions just for the just
have to face West now.
Hey,
vacate
I've always been very adamant. I want to be paid the most amount of money for the least amount of work. Like, that's always the goal. You want more leisure time.
Yeah.
Everybody wants leisure time in life.
You know, speaking of Bobby's racist joke,
How did that get there?
speaking of that, I got an email from someone in the company, and I love this woman. I'm not going to say her name. And she goes, "You should go to this place. It looks delish." And it was like, I opened up this Google link, and you tell me what this is and says, RJ. Should I be offended by this
What's the name of it?
whatsoever?
Mumtaz?
Do you need me to put it up to your eyes, geezer?
Lahori taste. Authentic Desi delights, just like Dobby.
Are you missing the big obvious thing you should have read already by now? Holy crap, unique
Lunch
glasses.
special, any regular barbecue platter.
No, it's Sean's Grill right here.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, Sean Grills.
Yeah,
Yes,
Sean Grill's Indian restaurant. And she goes, this looks like it's got you all over it. This is All your name. praise to Allah.
Your name is written all over it.
And I was like, thank you.
It literally is, though. Like, it says Sean on it.
It does
so,
say.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
It does say.
It also is Indian food.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. Oh, yeah, all right.
Is it spelled the same?
Yep.
It is.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
that's
that,
acceptance.
Is it in Wiley? Is this the one? Is that what
Are you profiling the city?
That'd be Irving.
No, I'm just trying to. I see one in
Sunnyvale.
Wiley. I see one in Wiley. I was trying to check it out.
Yeah, let me see exactly where this is. Like
It's next to Cowboy Chicken.
Within distance. Okay. It's a 945 area code. Interesting. Anyway, what's coming up? Serve pizza? What type of Indian pizza is there? I'm gonna have to. You know what? I'm
gonna have to go check it out now.
I'm gonna check out this menu
on there. I'm sure.
Walk
But I'm
in
not
and be
going
like,
with
"This
it.
is my place."
Indian fusion.
You know, I was named after. Oh, there's burgers. I don't know about all that.
What do you? How?
Lamb.
Okay, hold on.
Lamb
How would
Lamb
you
burger.
season a burger for that?
Not with Indian
Indian.
spices.
Yeah. How would you make an Indian burger?
Yeah, it'd be like a kebab. You just don't put lettuce and tomato. Well, I guess you could. You guys go ahead. Make your
No,
other.
we're good.
Continue. Add to the racism.
I'm
What do you mean?
I love
you. You have respect your culture, not these morons, these honkies.
Racist.
Yeah. I'll race right back. I'll race you back. Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Well, we talk about the Cowboys game from the weekend and how the Rangers are letting us down, but they'll be all right. So we'll dive into that. Yeah, we got Mickey coming up here at 10:20. We'll talk with him and get into some baseball nuggets.
What does that mean? They'll be all right. You mean they are going to bounce back? You're just like,
no.
nah,
They'll
they're bigger
finish the
things than
season.
baseball.
They'll
Oh,
finish
okay.
They'll finish the season.
I was going to say, there's not a lot that makes me feel like they'll be all right now.
I did hear your tease say you would dissect every play.
Every
of the
single
Cowboy
play.
That
And
seems a lot.
you know what? Every play that I made it through.
Because I'm pretty sure I only made it through like the first quarter and a half, and then I was like, "What's the use of this?" Most of these guys.
That's when Joe Milton got hot.
Yeah.
That's when he caught his rhythm.
You missed a great part of Joe.
Yeah.
The breaking news: the UFC has announced a 7-year, $7.7 billion exclusive rights deal with Paramount. All UFC events will stream on Paramount Plus, with select events airing on CBS. The pay-per-view model is over, and reportedly the ESPN relationship with the UFC looks to be over. Are you a UFC guy?
No.
Okay. Well, you look like you were about to say something.
My question was, because I saw that on the way to work this morning, I wonder how much with Netflix showing having some of these boxing events in the last year and a half influence that. I mean, because you got Canelo and Crawford, which is probably one of the biggest fights we've seen in a while, that's going to be on Netflix. So, and who at this point in their life doesn't have Netflix or somebody's password?
He doesn't.
You don't have Netflix.
Had it, and then, password sharing thing
ended
and I never got it.
Okay.
I have 2 accounts.
I'm really, it's a boycott, really.
Okay, well, you know what you can do, because I was kind of in the same vein. Check your cell phone plan. You might be able to get Netflix through your cell phone. That's how I got mine.
Yeah,
really?
And do it in time for the...
Dude, I got Hulu, Peacock, and Netflix all through my cell phone plan.
Who's your plan under?
T-Mobile.
You hear that, T-Mobile?
Military account, so just saying.
So you're telling
RJ
RJ
Choppy supports the military.
telling him to lie about his service.
Hey, look,
We're doing a list.
Again, it could be like USAA, where USAA used to be, it could only have to be like you or your loved ones. Now you can have like 3 degrees of somebody that you knew that was in the military. Exactly.
Hell yeah.
So I would check that out.
Because
it might be worth it.
How are you going to watch Jerry's documentary?
When's it drop?
19th.
I'll be on vacation.
Look at this.
Speaking
all the vacation the show takes all the time.
I know.
But your hosts are basically never here.
You know what? We need to have
He's going to teach some young kids golf.
And Jesus.
Slovakia.
Jesus and golf.
Jesus.
We need to Jesus.
Someone will be saying, "Oh, Jesus," but it won't be me.
Pick it up, Bob.
No, I was going to make him sit in that for a second. We need to have a station tally board up for just everybody, and then we can check out the days, because I feel like Chop is getting. I feel like Chop is getting up near the top of the leaderboard now.
On what?
Do that.
On the vacation days.
Well, I've taken 1. It was in April.
No, there's no way it's 1.
It's been 1.
No, because I've casually tracked everybody's vacation days. Yours is not 1.
I literally took 7 days. I took 7 days for the wedding.
Just got to jot it down in my files.
That's not 1 day.
I've taken
right
1
there.
vacation.
That's the. Oh no, I'm sorry, talking about days.
Oh, I've taken 7. Oh no, I took 8 because 7 because the other one was a comp day, so that doesn't count as a vacation day.
Oh yeah, comp days are important.
And actually, really, because the first 2 days of the thing were personal days, so it's only been 5.
What was the comp day for?
UFC.
I had June. I worked Juneteenth.
Back to the
I
UFC.
worked that day.
Is this
with Chris Arnold?
This is huge. I think this is really big.
Jeez Louise. I'm going to start taking off crosstalks. I thought Fred was the worry and the concern in crosstalk. He's not. He's not the worry and the concern. And we have a meeting, so I'm glad. Don't cry and bitch. Don't bitch when you leave out and go, why didn't you get on me? Why didn't you do this?
Oh, I don't know if that talks for me today.
Who's it going to be for? It ain't going to be for me.
What did I do?
It ain't going to be for me. I've seen our numbers.
Tell me what I said wrong.
I ain't getting no talking to.
Yeah, that's why I know you're not skipping crosstalk.
I think this is very significant because I'm not paying. I haven't been paying for UFC. My kid has paid for UFC a couple times, but I've never paid for it. But I'll watch now. It's going to be on. It's going to be free. It's going to be an active sporting event that's live.
Well, not free. You're paying for it.
But
you're
you know what?
paying
Those
for
are
it.
things that you just don't even think about.
You know your Paramount Plus about to go up.
Oh, yeah.
How much? $21, $30.
What are you paying for it now?
I have no clue.
Do you have it?
I think it's like connected to my Amazon Prime account somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
But see, that's the thing too is
That's how
I
they
found
get
out
you.
I have accounts that I never knew I signed up for because of my kids. Because they're like, oh, I want to watch
this one show,
and then they're
going to cancel it,
and then they know they never remember
never do.
to. So I'm pretty sure I'll be all right. But I think it's really important that
I think I've been peacocked like that.
Really? You got
Sure.
You're paying like extra for that?
Well, she got me like, oh, this is a series, this is a show,
Yeah.
and then if you ask, hey, make sure I'll put it in my phone schedule. 28 days from now, I'll put the reminder to cancel. Yeah. Like I had to do with the Fort Star Telegram. They tried to sucker me with a Nick Harris article that I didn't even get access to. They suckered me in the $2
And they make you call them to cancel it.
Yes.
Because I've been suckered into that since last high school season.
Boom.
Yeah.
And you can't get out.
I thought that was the one thing Biden did do. I thought he made it to where you could cancel with the push of a button.
Oh, you think the big Biden platform
That was one of his
We didn't have to. As description,
Mailed in. We faxed it.
I thought that was the one thing he did to make it easier to cancel.
Oh, he's had the squirrels eat the newspaper. And they bury the nuts.
Peacock was one of the.
Bobby's not getting back control because he knows we got the meeting today.
Peacock was one of the ones that I'm going to have to re-sign up for now because I think Amanda has gotten Kristen on this new, rancher, the McBee
Dynasty.
That's 2 episodes in. No, I watched it. The 2 episodes in now, and I think we're going to have to get Peacock again.
It's amazing.
Now because of it.
Did you hate it?
No, it's fine.
It's good.
It's like sensationalized, a little more dramatic Yellowstone. That's how it feels.
All right, so who else have you casually tracked vacation time amongst the whole building?
Station or just
everyone. That's
now, are
everyone.
you counting the paternity against me as vacation?
I'm just counting days people are gone.
Oh, all right. Well, clearly I'm one.
No, I don't have it listed as that. It's more just a chart, and green days are where somebody's not there, and then it's red. So I haven't actually counted up the reds.
That's not casual, Bob.
That's pretty casual.
Yeah. So if you have a chart,
you do this every day.
That's sweat right there.
Who else is there? Who else is on it? Zach?
Yeah, everybody.
No.
You
Who
do part-timers as well?
Oh,
2,
1,
3.
Like I said, I haven't counted up the red squares yet. I see a lot of red on people's profiles. That's what I see. There's a lot of red on Eric. There's a lot of red on you. There's an increasing amount of red on Hagee.
There's a huge one for Hagee right now. Yeah, sure, yeah. That's definitely not casual. That's try hard.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's just it's for my own personal reference.
For why?
Because I need to know. My brain needs to know.
He needs to know.
He likes to get on Broadus for guilting vacation guilt, but you're doing it right now too.
That's not. There's no guilt there. Nobody's guilted by me.
You're guilty.
What voice
That's
is
your
that?
guilty voice.
That's not my guilty voice.
Yeah.
No, my guilty voice goes higher and faster. That was neither one of those. It's like Chop at the funeral.
I didn't think we.
Hey, how you been, man? What's up?
Yeah, did you hear that, Fred?
No. What?
I had a funeral to go to on Saturday, and we're in the greeting line, right? The greeting the grieved, and I go up to the husband. His wife passed.
Oh,
and he comes in. I was going to shake the hand. He comes right in for the hug, and I go, "Hey, man, how you been?"
That's appropriate. I think that's the appropriate thing to say.
Is it?
When you're hugging
Hey,
somebody,
man,
hey man,
how
But
you
it was
been?
the guy who lost the person
How do you
the funeral.
think he's been?
Exactly. As soon as I said that, I was like, "What did I just say?"
Pop was like, "I just flew in, and boy, are my arms tired."
Yeah.
And what was his answer?
I just think he said, he goes, "Now you're finally married. You get dragged to these kind of things by your girl." I was like, I wanted to be here.
He said that.
He's not.
That's what he responded with?
Yeah, I would have missed this for the world. And then as we're leaving,
How does his wife die, by the way?
Can you let us
'Cause
know
I think
the infection?
I think that's important
That
context.
is very
It
important.
was Dawson's
honestly,
thing.
I don't know. She developed sepsis of some kind.
Okay, so
I
it
don't know what
was
happened.
all right. So it was like kind of a sudden deal, basically. How old?
Did
RH?
No. Honestly, I don't know, so I don't want to I don't want to put them out there.
Are you sure she's dead?
They've been married for they were married for 35 years.
It might have been a
that'll
wedding.
give you
Might have been a wedding. You know what? Let's end this. We should have ended it 10 minutes ago. Peyton, hit the button. The KNC Masterpiece is next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair from your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. Alec Medford is hanging out with us today as well, as always. And we also have Carter Freeman making sure our videos are up on the YouTube and the Twitch right now. And you, the Tolo. 877-881-1053. You can text in, be part of the show. Or you can hit us up on any of the streams. Guys, this was a... football happened this weekend.
Sure did.
And for some moments in sports, it was exciting. For the Cowboys fan, the most exciting thing that happened was CeeDee Lamb getting run over.
Boy, sure was.
That was probably, other than that, that was the most exciting thing. And for anybody that didn't see it, this was a moment where Jonathan Mingo was wide open downfield. Joe Milton, the only quarterback that can throw it to him because he has the cannon to throw 900 yards. And CeeDee Lamb saw it, and I'm watching it right now. CeeDee Lamb saw it, turned around and was like, I know exactly what the play call is. I'm walking down the sideline because I know, and the referee just blindsided him from the back.
Yeah, he did.
Destroyed him. What's even funnier, though, is as he's going down, you can see the route from Mingo continuing.
Yeah, no, he's still going.
It is. So that was really fun. But that was the most exciting part of the weekend, unless
you're a Malik Davis fan.
Yeah, and there's some out there still. You know, there still are some out there. The Joe Milton experience, he looked better as he calmed down. That was something I noticed about him, was he just was hot. Like the first three throws were just chaos.
First two drives
and
were
that
chaos.
Yeah, that experience is probably very beneficial to him to get that out of the way. But other than that, week 1 of the preseason is completely gone now, and we're okay with that, right?
No, we're okay with it. I mean, I don't know if Cowboys Twitter is. I mean, it was you went about polarizing, and like I've told you guys before, now that this being my second year, so now I'm fully engrossed in the Cowboy Twitter experience. And, I mean, we had folks that were, I'm done punting on the season after the first preseason game.
That was a little interesting.
Little intense to me. Not going to lie about that. I will say this. I don't know who DeRon Bland's agent is, but, he had the baby, rubbing his hands mean probably the entire time on Saturday, because right now, outside of Izzy McQuamu, I don't know that there's there's barely backup quality people on this football team right now, cornerbacks on this football team right now. Zion Childress flashed, but that was in the third and fourth quarter when you go from backups to third and practice squad guys, so you take that with a grain of salt.
Right.
I heard the morning show guys talking about Donovan Ezaraku. All right, it's amazing how this isn't the ACC, and those are actual real football players out there.
Okay, so in my notes, Fred, cornerback.
You took a few?
Cornerback depth has some work to do.
All the work to do.
Got beat easily a couple times. That was the first drive.
Yes.
Then on the second drive, man, oh man, cornerback is going to be a problem if these are our guys.
Yes.
And then the next note was 41. EZ has a lot of skills, but still a lot to grow from.
He does.
That's a reality. He knows that. He's not the biggest, strongest. He even talked about that with Sean and RJ.
Yeah.
I have to work on different skills.
Oh, he's got a lot to work on.
Or was that I'm sorry, with G-Bag. I got different skills.
Yeah.
But he is going to have to become a grown man at some point. And this experience is great for him, and it's great for him to be out there and be part of that. But their pad level, everything was a little lazy. Everything was a little lazy for me, and in my mind, this is a coach's dream for those guys.
Yeah.
For like whenever your backups and your other guys don't play great, you're as a coach, you're like, yes, practice is. I'm gonna tear them up this week in practice. Look at this, look at this, look at this, and then you're setting the example to the starters that are going, that ain't gonna happen whenever I get out there, and that's the hope. Like that's the hope.
I know from watching the first few series, at least defensively, the only players that you would feel comfortable, at least let's put it this way, I would feel comfortable with and say, okay, yeah, these guys look like they're capable NFL players, are Maris Leafau looked the part on Saturday. Like he definitely looked like the one guy that had been there before.
Yes.
Okay. Tyrus Wheat probably flashed at times on Saturday, right? I mean, took a couple bad angles, but at the very least continued to get in the backfield, was the only guy that felt like, okay, again, he felt like he'd been there before. But secondary, I mean, Stetson Bennett looked like Matt Stafford out there.
Oh, man, he looked very good.
Okay, I mean, literally, Stetson Bennett did whatever he wanted to do on Saturday. And then, of course, I'm not saying anything that anybody with a working set of eyeballs, whether you've ever watched football before, you said to yourself, who is this 58 guy and why is he on my football screen? Okay, and there was one moment where they were showing him on the sideline, and he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but SoFi Stadium. I think you need to go ahead and cut him now, cut your losses, be done with it. And I don't know that it sends a message necessarily because, I mean, if we see it, the entire team sees it. But if we're going to talk about culture, if we're going to talk about, hey, things are going to be done differently this time around, get rid of Mazi Smith. Okay? Mazi Smith, just be done with him, call it a day, and let Toya do his thing. You're gonna need to go out and go get some more defensive tackles anyway. You're gonna go. I mean, I'll tell you what. If I don't know if is Kendall Fuller still one of the guys that's available. I know Asante Samuel Jr. is still out there somewhere. I would bring in cornerback help because I'm telling you right now, God forbid if DeRon Bland or Kyer Elam get hurt, this team's giving up 50 a game.
Yeah, Gilmore's the first person I'm calling. Just say, hey, you've been here before. We know what you are. And we'd like to have you around. But yes, I agree with you on the Mazi front, and not just the player himself not being up to par.
Yeah,
the part of setting the rest of the room in hey, this is how it's going to be.
Yeah,
look, you can't be around here for 3 years and never show us that you're making that progression.
Squat.
No matter who you are. You could be the best, you could be the number one pick or whatever, but there's a standard we have, and if you aren't giving that the entire time over a 3-year span,
right,
then we have to move on from you. And I think the rest of the room alerts to that. The lack of discipline that CeeDee Lamb said this team has had. He said it's never been about talent. This was a couple weeks ago during the brawl. He was like, it's never been about talent. It's always been about discipline with this team. And he's pointing that out right there. And I think if you're looking at discipline, that's one of the key factors is we keep letting this guy have a chance. Why? Because he was a first-round pick that we all kind of screwed up on whenever we picked him. So it's early in the preseason. I don't think he's going to make it to the season based on the way that he looks.
And I guess I would push back a little bit on the whole talent thing because I didn't see a lot of it on the field Saturday. All right, and look,
that's because all the talent was in jerseys without pads.
To your point, no, 100%, right? But I'd like to think you got some talent on the. You need to have some talent in your depth.
Yeah.
Okay,
I get it.
I think you're and look, I know we all love Will McClay and he's got plenty of pelts on the wall as far as first team All Pros and what have you. It's criminal what that 2023 draft class looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like that is the class of what now outside of DeMarion Overshown. All right, and the unfortunate part about DeMarion is he keeps getting hurt. Outside of him, okay, Mazi's his clock's ticking. I mean, he should be getting cut any time now. Luke Schoonmaker, we're still TBD on him. All right, I mean he flashed a couple times last year, did nothing on Saturday.
Yeah,
all right, there was nothing about him. Awesome Richards. All right.
Through the two lining up in the backfield consecutively on plays that actually had significant importance to other people on the team. That's what really drives me nuts is a play that Phil Maffa has a really good run on. Nothing and now you're like, well, Phil Maffa didn't have a good game when you look at the numbers, but then you're like, well, hold on, look what happened here.
Yeah.
Like that could have been a really good play, but your offensive lineman not good enough to be out there doing his job correctly. And that's a frustrating thing because we saw it happen multiple times last year, not just with him, but with Tyler Guyton, and we don't need to see that happen anymore.
And again, you've been covering this team a lot longer than I have, and I always go back to what Bill Parcells said that if you don't have it figured out by year 3, you're never gonna have it figured out. Well, that's what that 2023 class is, right? This is their year 3.
Yeah.
And right now, with the way this 2023 draft class, because that's a lot of what we should be seeing either as starters, just on your regular group, or as backups of what we should have seen on Saturday. Again, Awesome Richards, backup at best.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, now you know why Nathan Brown got the start over him.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I mean, this new regime came in and said, we've seen all we need to see out of you.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So he's a backup at best. All right? Again, we've already talked about Mazi. We've already talked about Schoonmaker. Again, who... It's weird because we've heard that he's had a great camp. We've heard that he's been phenomenal in camp. Looked anything but that on Saturday. Now, that said, and we can just go into Joe Milton, how much stock can I put into the fact that, okay, you look good in the third and fourth quarter? I mean, I guess the fact that, all right, yes, as the game wore on, but I'm going to go back to what Broadus said in the postgame show. You missed regular throws.
See, this right here.
I mean, you missed throws that an NFL quarterback's supposed to. Forget about whether you're a backup or a starter, man. You missed basic throws.
What you're saying right now is the reason I think Dak should play in at least 2 drives in the next 2 games.
Play a quarter.
At least 2 drives in the next 2 games because you have Philadelphia game 1.
Yeah.
And when it is a completely different thing when you step on the field
100%.
And the lights are on and the adrenaline's pumping and now your throws are sailing. Do you want to say, you know what, we'll just, the first quarter, we're going to have to get our legs under us?
Yeah.
No, you want to hit the ground running because Philadelphia will. They're going to hit the ground running and you're the one that's going to have to deal with it. And I think that's going to be the case. You're going to see Dak looking like Joe Milton, trying to find his bearings. If he doesn't get a couple of these things just to get back out on the field and get into the groove against competition that's not his own teammates. And that's and they can say that, no, that's fine, but that's one of the things that I feel they need to do because this is a big season for Shoddy. And if I was Shoddy, I would be demanding it of him too.
You and I talked about this pre-show. We talked a little bit about it with Bobby as well before the show started, and I know a lot of this was discussed on social media and what have you, again with different folks. I don't understand why this team is not playing its starters game 1. All right, and whether it's some people are speculating that that's a Jerry decision, it's a front office decision. You don't want to get Dak hurt. If you're that concerned that your $240 million quarterback is going to get hurt in a meaningless preseason game, then what are we really talking about? And I go back to, I watched the Cardinals and the Chiefs game. I watched a little bit of that yesterday, and you had every member of the Kansas City Chiefs suited up. You had Chris Jones playing. You had George Karlaftis playing. You had Bolton playing. I mean, they're starting defense, starting offense. And you would think if you saw the Cowboys on Saturday that they were defending Super Bowl champs, or they were defending NFC champs with, all their starters not playing. I don't care if you're playing the second game. I don't care what the reason is. All right. No one's saying you need Dak Prescott to play an entire game. I'm not saying you need to play. I don't even think you need to play a full quarter. Pat Mahomes had one drive that went 11 yards. Yeah. Threw one touchdown, the ball game was over. His day's over. Yeah. But again, I think there's something to be said for when you're trying to, again, and this is what, and I've got two things that bothered me about Shoddy. And look, I've been a Shoddy guy, but two things as far as my doubt meter starting to creep in. One, guys not suiting up, not having your starters there, even if it's just for one series. All right, no one had any problem with that. And then two, my second Shoddy concern, it's 4th and 2. With 12 seconds left to go in the second quarter, all right, why are you not going for it? I don't need Brandon Aubrey to kick a 30-yard field goal.
Listen.
He can do that with his left foot.
I'm okay. If we asked him that specific question, his answer is going to be
in a real game.
Everybody needs their opportunity. Everybody needs preseason reps. Except for your starting quarterback. But
thank you.
Like that would be what he's. Hey, we need to get those situations. We need to real life stuff. But I agree with you completely. It's the preseason. Our lives aren't on the line. Let's go for it. Let's have some
give
fun
Joe
with this
Milton
thing.
a shot.
Yeah, man.
Joe Milton needed that rep because God forbid Dak gets hurt.
What's going to happen when that situation's coming down for you? Guys, Hall of Famer Edgar Martinez and 3-time All-Star Juan Gonzalez have been named to Yadier Molina's coaching staff for Team Puerto Rico for the 26th World Baseball Classic.
There you go.
I love me some Juan Gonzalez. Just love Juan Gonzalez. I'm always excited for him. One day, hopefully, our goal is to be able to get Juan on the show. Although he's one of those guys, he's very elusive. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk with Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com next on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Phenom sisters?
Laser Days.
Sesame Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. This is spiced up.
It doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, let's head out to Oxnard, where our friend Mickey Spagnola is hanging out with us right now. He is brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how are we feeling today, man?
I'm good. Final stretch here.
Here we go. And before you get to come back to DFW with the oppressive 100-degree weather, and look forward to that, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Since when I woke up this morning, it was 57.
Jeez, it's beautiful.
Rubbing it in at this point.
Beautiful.
Rubbing it in at this point.
Mickey, if Brian Schottenheimer got kind of choked up before preseason game, either one of two things is going to happen before game one. He's going to be even more choked up, or he's got it out of his system now. Which one do you think is the most likely?
Oh, I think it's out of his system now. I think it just kind of hit him when he was talking with Jerry before the game. It's a lot. But again, when you're concentrating on what you've got to do, and now the result is consequential, I think your mind's right on just preparing and you at the task at hand. So yeah, I think that's out of his system.
He said that there were areas to improve on. What would be the bullet point areas that he wants to improve on for this team immediately?
Well, play 27 players that didn't play, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're playing your backups. I know the Rams were playing their backups too. But you got a bunch of young guys out there that, hadn't really played in a game in quite some time. You want to cut down on the silly penalties, but it'll be a good thing when CeeDee Lamb's on the field and he doesn't get in the way of the official on the sideline, right? Awesome Richards gets 2 penalties for not being on the line of scrimmage or being close enough to it. You get it once, okay, but back to back, it's like at some point, take a step forward, right? So there was a couple things like that. I think they got an idea how closely they're going to call a legal motion, like the guys that are in motion. You better not be turning upfield a half a second too soon, because that's one of the things that the officials are concentrating on. A point of interest or whatever you want to call it. So that and just I hear everybody talking about the depth, and I get it. But when some of these guys have to play from a depth standpoint, they're not going in with 5 backups on the offensive line.
That's true.
You're playing with the starters. So I just think you got to take everything in context. I think a head coach is always going to find something like, okay, we got to do better. This ain't working. Just to have something to chew on, right? But he understands the number of players that didn't play. I mean, half the roster that's going to make it, the 53 roster, was not in that game. So, again, I think you have to kind of take everything with a grain of salt.
Mickey Spagnola joining us here talking all things Dallas Cowboys after their Week 1 preseason. And we're all trying to take it with a grain of salt, but I think some of the folks and some of the pushback has been when you see teams like the Chiefs, teams like the Giants, teams like the Cincinnati Bengals, who have had more playoff success here recently than your Dallas Cowboys have, Giants notwithstanding. Why aren't you at the very least, suiting up and going a drive or two? Just because, again, we keep hearing about new culture, new regime change. Why wouldn't you want to see them for a series or two?
Maybe this coming game. You might do that.
Okay.
I think you don't know who these other teams played, though, do you?
Chiefs played the Cardinals.
Played a quarterback or whatever. So I think that this is the way they've done business to protect their, protect themselves from injury. But more than anything else, you're protecting the salary cap too, because when you get a guy hurt and he's got to go on IR. He still counts against the salary cap, and who's ever taken his place, or if you got to bring in another player on the 90-man roster, that counts against your salary cap too. So this is kind of the way they've done business for 20-some years of not playing your starters too much in the preseason. So we'll see if they do a little bit more. I think Schottenheimer had said last week that they've got a number of snaps they want guys to get. So that's over 3 games. So we'll see where it goes going forward.
Of course, Mickey, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, how those last 25 years played out. That said, what did you guys think of Joe Milton?
I think he was average. And he didn't do anything to convince me that he's the backup quarterback.
Okay.
I think he had to play better, or you hoped he played better. I'm sure they hoped he played better. It's one of those things, and it's funny because I said something similar last year. It's like Milton did some things, and you go, oh, wow. And then he did some things, and you go, oh, no.
Right.
And I said the same thing about Trey Lance last year. It's like, okay, there was some things that got your attention, but the other things, when you're missing wide open receivers, I understand that, bad decision on the interception, throw it to the check down guy. But again, he had wide open receivers and he missing badly the first, I get it. Maybe the first series, you're excited. You hadn't played since the last game of last year, and that was the only game you played. He was behind receivers. He was late, and it just didn't, I got to see it again, but you only got 2 more preseason games, and the clock's ticking on the season opener. So I would think whatever chance he gets next week, that might be the defining decision if indeed he's the backup quarterback.
Yeah, Mickey,
I always thought when they made the trade and everybody said, "Oh, this is the backup quarterback," I never believed that in a second because he hadn't played enough football.
I think I was watching, and I think Steven said 4 times in one sentence that you're not going to see much today from him. I think he reiterated that he wanted to make us feel comfortable that we're not seeing the entire playbook rolled out for Joe Milton today. That being said, is Will Grier your backup? Do you feel like you have that guy on the roster, or do you like, no, actually that doesn't exist yet?
I think that you got to keep your eyes wide open to see what else. I mean, they know what else is out there.
Yeah.
And there's not much.
Which ain't much.
I don't know if C.J. Beathard gets you excited.
Mike White.
At least they've played games in the NFL. At least they've got experience. And, once the season starts, the backup quarterback, I don't think is going to get better because they don't get any snaps,
not
at
at
least
all.
not with the first team, right?
Yeah.
You're at best, you're working the scout team. So, again, this is kind of the audition. Are you ready? And do I need to go get somebody with a little bit more game experience? I mean, this guy, he didn't play that many games in college. I think over 6 years, 3 in Michigan, 3 at Tennessee, he averaged 7 over that time, 7 games a year. And that's not a lot of snaps. And last year, he didn't play that many snaps when he was with New England in the preseason. So he just needs to play. He needs to see things quicker. And that's kind of what we've seen here in training camp. Now, I think he was a little hard on himself when he said, he graded himself a D minus. I'd give him around a C. I thought it was average, but I need better than average for my quarterback when your backup quarterback, I think over the last couple of years had to start like 9 games, 10 games, something like that. It just didn't give me confidence yet, but there's still a little bit of time, but not much.
Yeah, not 4 games like usual.
Well, I couldn't agree more with him on the D average. I mean, when you miss that many throws as he missed, and wide open guys, like I understand if you're trying to fit it into tight pockets or what have you like that, airmailing throws in the end zone. But okay, so that's enough about Joe Milton. Let's talk to another even bigger disappointment from Saturday, Mazi Smith. I think we've pretty much seen all we need to see out of number 58. What's the over under on how much longer he's on this team?
Oh, I don't think you're going anywhere there. That position doesn't have much depth at all. I mean, he only played, if I remember correctly, like 10 snaps. Now, were they great 10 snaps? Probably not. But if you look at that defensive tackle position, there's not much there as an alternative. So you got to keep working with him and to see what can take place. Now, Solomon Thomas, Osa Digizua, those guys could be your starting defensive tackles. None of them are, prototype nose tackles. But I thought Teoa did a nice job.
Yeah.
He's big. He was taking on double teams, and he wasn't getting pushed out of there. So, again, the meritocracy, who's ever playing the best is going to play. No matter if you're a first-round pick or not, but I don't think you cut a first-round pick that fast. I think you've got to kind of keep looking at things, and then you got to see if some guys come available after after the cuts. If you remember last year, they picked up Hankins, they picked up Linville Joseph, and those guys kind of helped out. So I'm not going to overreact there. I would like to see more from Perion Winfrey. But again, he's got to stay healthy, and that was one of the things that caught up with him and why you saw him playing in the UFL this past season.
What did we learn about Ezraku this weekend?
Yeah, I think, and that's another guy that didn't get that many snaps, which tells you they're not trying to overexpose him to injury. Now, I know he didn't get any sacks or whatever, but he got a couple pressures. I thought he did a good job setting the edge and you can see he's got some ability to rush the quarterback. And I would think so far, we did a deal last night, a podcast, and it's like your top rookie, and it's hard to judge Tyler Booker, when he's out there and doesn't play hardly any snaps or none. I think Azuruku has to be the kind of the rookie of training camp at this point. Yeah, I really like what he has and his ability to get upfield. He's been doing a lot of bull rushing, and that's not his game.
Right, yeah.
But boy, he can get around the corner if he uses his speed, and we've seen it here in practice.
I think the one guy that really stood out, and his role is going to continue to develop. I feel like Eberflus has a lot to go back to the film and go, all right, guys, we got some work to do. But it seemed like Leofau really has control of this defense.
Well, I think that when they're in base defense and they're in a 3 linebacker situation, he's one of the 3.
Yeah.
So you can, and it shows that he's taken that next step from where he was as a rookie to now. It looked like, he was in total control. I was going to say last night, Saturday night. And, I mean, we saw that from him last year, and the more he plays, the better it looks. So, he really did a really nice job in the few snaps they allowed him to have. So you can kind of get an idea of what they think about some guys by just looking at not only their salaries, but their snaps that they're getting, because the fewer snaps you get sometimes mean they're trying to protect you from injury.
You already alluded to it, Mickey. It is the backup, so let's not get too carried away yet, but I'm going to go ahead and get carried away anyway. Did what we see on Saturday help expedite deals for DeGrom and Micah?
I don't know. I mean, I know they're probably working behind the scenes on DeGrom. Micah's under contract. So.
I think he's saying, Mickey, with the play at the cornerback position, did that go, oh, no, like DeGrom's very invaluable to this team now?
Well, they know that. I don't think there's any – but he's under contract, right?
Yeah.
And so, you can kind of work on –
Well, you are allowed to do deals ahead of time, too. I think
say
that.
I heard Steven say that multiple times, too.
There is a salary cap. Just don't forget that, right? And you got to save some money for the entire season. So if the salary you give somebody helps with the salary cap, then I can see that. But Bland's got a very team-friendly contract as a 5th-round draft choice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I don't know that you get in a hurry. And they usually, as Stephen Jones has said, will sign the guys who want to sign. So, from Micah's standpoint, at least he made the trip to the game. He was with the team. So I think there's still some hope that gets settled. But do you think he's going to miss, like, not be on the roster, or they put him on whatever list they can put on if he's not going to be active in the game? Like $1.3 million a week?
He likes money. I mean, we all do, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, and I very rarely see guys that have contracts miss games. So we'll see where that one goes. There's still, what are we down to? Three weeks before the first game, something like that. Overnight those types of things can get done. So they understand how important he is. Make no mistake about it. But the salary cap and having everybody else under contract too is also important. Think about this. Go look it up. I don't think there's 3 teams out there in the NFL right now that have 3 players with the highest paid contract at their positions. They've already got nearly 2 of them with Lamb's contract and Dak's. Micah would be the 3rd. So that's quite an expense for 3 guys, and you got to be careful on just saying, well, go ahead and sign them. Now, they may, but again, we don't know what they're asking for. And so, as I told you guys, if I'm the agent, I'm asking for $50 million a year.
Yeah.
And I might get 45, I can remember Michael Irvin talking about guys and trying to improve and what you're trying to do. And he said, you always should shoot for the stars, and sometimes you just land on the moon. So I think from a negotiation standpoint, that's probably the attitude they're taking at this point.
Thank you, Mickey. We will catch up with you tomorrow, good sir.
Okay, I'll be
Appreciate
here.
you, Mick.
See ya.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. The Rangers series against Philly was not that fruitful. Next on The Fan.
Pregame is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis, Alec Medford, and Carter Freeman all hanging out. Fred will be with us today and tomorrow, and then you will be able to hear his sullen tones. I don't know if that's a good word.
Sullen sounds like I'm sad.
Yeah, that does sound sad. Amazing voice. You'll be able to hear Fred on nights.
That's it.
Fan After Dark.
Dulcet, I think, is the word you were looking for. Dulcet tones.
Kevin Gray used to use that word all the time, and I was like, dang, I need to learn that one, but that's really good.
Sullen, I'm rarely sullen. I was sullen for a little bit yesterday. I took my son to the airport.
Man.
Real quick, to all the single dads out there, and
school's starting.
Love up your kids.
Yeah, school's starting today, tomorrow, and Wednesday.
Man, especially as your kids get older, and especially as you've got a 17-year-old, I've got a 17-year-old. Pry them away from that phone for just a little bit and have some heart-to-heart, just one-on-one conversations with your kids. And again, I don't care what there are no excuses for, they want to know. Make time for your kids.
Fred is right.
Period. Especially
turn their phones off
man,
and force them to talk to you.
You have to.
You have to.
Get them in the car. I don't care what it takes. Me and my son had a really good one-on-one yesterday on the way back to the airport, and
because Fred took his phone and threw it out the window on the drive.
That's right.
And so that's what I'm thinking.
No, I'll tell you what. No, I'll tell you what I did. No, I'll tell you exactly what I did. And this is just real quick Jedi mind trick with your kid.
All right.
Let him use the aux. Okay, or hook up the CarPlay.
Yes.
Okay, and so now he thinks he's in control.
True.
And then I turn the stereo down because he's playing whatever god awful rap he was listening to. I'm a rap guy. Let me just make that clear. But you guys know I'm a '90s and 2000s guy. That said, so I turned it down and said, "Here, let me get your attention," which I did, and we had a really nice conversation. So love up your kids if you don't already, and for all you single dads out there that haven't talked to your kids, maybe you're beefing with the baby mama. All right, love up your son. Daughter.
He's dead on when it comes to making them think it's their idea.
Got to.
Over the weekend, my daughter got a new desk, and I said, "Hey, buddy, you remember when you put your desk together? Man, that thing looks awesome, doesn't it?" He was like, "Yeah, it does." I was like, "Remember when you helped put this bar cart together?" And he was like, I was like, "Dude, you're really good at putting things together." And then I pulled out that desk, and he was like, "Do you want me to put that together?"
Do I?
Man, I wasn't going to ask you, but if you want to, it's all you, man.
I need it done right.
So I was in the pool. All right, guys, it is time for Baseball Nuggets featuring us, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. The Rangers over the weekend, they'd won 6 consecutive games from July 21st through the 27th.
Yeah, they did.
And we were talking, hey, we're on his roll.
Man.
The Yankees better watch out. They're out of the wild card.
Man.
Everything's feeling good. Since then, they have gone 4-9, are now within a game of 500.
Yeah.
And are closer to the fire sale that Minnesota went through than they are to the wild card leading
they're closer
Seattle
to what Arizona
Mariners.
did.
Yeah. This is tough right now. And listen, I was counting for the Seattle. Seattle has 43 games left-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Rangers got about that much going on. All right, so we still have time to make something happen, but it's starting to get shorter. Over the weekend, though, it just seemed like you saw the difference between a really good baseball team and a baseball team that's trying to be really good.
You thought you could be.
Yeah, Philadelphia is awesome.
Yeah.
They have everything that you need. And when it comes to bats, Kyle Schwarber did exactly what we say Kyle Schwarber does. He damages you first at bat, just crushes one on Friday night. And that was a rough weekend for the Rangers because now you're getting a good outing from deGrom, and then it falls apart for you. And then you get some decent stuff where you can stay close for Patrick Corbin.
He only gave up 3 runs.
Yeah, and that's the thing is this Rangers team all season long has not been able to. Only 3 runs is a problem. That's a problem for the Rangers
and that's a problem.
It seems like they can't find consistency within their lineup, And they're hoping that they can. Like, they are hoping that they can find some consistency within
We're
their lineup.
120 games into this, though, man. I mean,
but that's the thing is,
how much more consistency? I mean, if that consistency's not here yet, I mean, we are on a hope and a prayer at this point for the last 40 games of the year.
I agree with you in part, and I agree with Bochy in part too. Mostly the part being the injuries this season have been every day is a new lineup. And so he hasn't been able to consistently find.
But what's been your devastating injury, though?
Well, I mean, no, that's what I'm saying is Jock Peterson being out for a time. Now, Jock Peterson hasn't been good. Josh Young being out. Evan Carter being out. Wyatt Langford being out. Seager, all these things.
Been out that
it's
long.
A couple weeks here and there, and it doesn't allow you to have a consistent lineup. So guys start to understand the protections they have behind them and things like that. That's
you and I will agree to disagree on that.
That's fine.
Look, who's been hurt? Okay, Young got sent down. I mean, yeah, he's dealing with the calf thing now, but I mean, he got sent down not because he was hurt. He got sent down because he couldn't hit. Right? Wyatt Langford got hurt. 2-3 months ago, and he's been fine. And he just can't hit. All right. Who's Jock Peterson has the lowest batting average of anybody with 175 plate appearances in all of Major League Baseball. Okay.
The reality is this team can't hit.
This team can't hit. I mean, look, I wish injury. See, I would buy that argument last year, right?
Okay.
Because this team was ravaged with injuries last year. No. This year, and I'll tell you what, this team, watching them this weekend was a microcosm of what this team is. This team has got 82 and 80 vibes. All right, that's if I was a betting man, and I'm really not. Okay, I have enough addictive traits, but if I was, this team's an 82 and 80 baseball team. All right, who on this lineup do you fear not named Corey Seager?
Nobody.
Not
right now.
I mean,
it would take a tremendous hot streak for me to go, okay, that person's back.
Marcus Simeon's fallen back to the mean. Adolis Garcia isn't playing Houston 162 games a year.
Completely missing at times.
Wyatt Langford, you and I talked about this on Friday, and hey, Boch must be a Tolo, as our boy JC at the Fan Phenom suggested the other day, because he did move him up in the lineup. Hell, and I suggested maybe you put Jock Peterson at cleanup. He did that yesterday. Now, did Jock Peterson have the best week of his Ranger life this past week? He sure did, right? I mean, he actually got on base. He hit a couple home runs. Like, Jock actually had a decent week. The problem is Wyatt Langford couldn't hit his weight of a wet paper sack, all right? Josh Young wasn't great. Josh Smith wasn't great, okay? I mean, so this is the issue. Jonah Heim continues to, basically is the white Martin Maldonado all of a sudden. That's what you're up against with this baseball team, and I'll say this. A.J. Pierzynski said something on Saturday night that I thought was uber telling. He said, when Dave Dombrowski, the GM of the Philadelphia Phillies, sees somebody he wants and knows it's going to fill a need on his baseball team, he goes out and does it. Doesn't care what the cost is, doesn't care what it takes, goes out and gets it done. Needed Duran, closer from the Twins, boom. And that was with a closer, what was it, J.C. Romano or whatever it was, who wasn't getting it done, right? So they say, the hell with it, let's go out and get Duran, boom. And he looked magnificent over the weekend. I don't want to hear this we were up against it, Fred. We couldn't spend. You're in Dallas, Texas. Okay, this is not the Royals. This is not the Tampa Bay Rays. You are a large market baseball team. Ray Davis is worth $3.6 billion. All right? You have the resources to go do it. All right? So what? You lose a couple draft picks. There's 50 of them. Okay? Who cares? You go out, you make the move. I get it. Maybe Chris Young was hamstrung. Maybe he wasn't. But you had to go get bats. Seattle did it. You didn't, and you saw over the two huge series in the last week. Guess what? Teams that made moves won. You didn't. Guess what? Now you're up against it.
Yeah, Seattle's on a roll right now, and Cal Raleigh at 45, 43 games left. He could hit 62. That's kind of the number that he's looking at. And over the weekend also, Justin Verlander became the 10th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to get to 3,500 strikeouts. He's now 2,214 behind Nolan's all-time record, but hey, he might get there at some point. Maybe if he pitches 20 more years.
I mean, hey, with Kate Upton at his side, anything is possible.
Fountain of Youth, baby. Coming up next on The Fan, Jimmy Johnson sang this song at his party over the weekend with Fox. What song could you step on a stage and crush no matter what? Next on The Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. What is the number one song that you could step on a stage, be given a microphone, and absolutely crush without even needing the words? We'll get to that in just a moment. And we're also going to get to the good, the great, and the bad for the Cowboys preseason opener. You can go ahead and text yours in. Who was good, who was great, who was bad. And it's okay. I understand there's a lot of chaos all over the place there. Want to give a shout out to Gunner over the weekend. This is one of my favorite parts of the job. Over the weekend, my buddy came over and he was like, hey man, I show up and a friend of mine's watching the YouTube and you're up on the screen. And I was like, I know that guy. And he was like, no, you don't. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, so I just, I told him, I said, hey, FaceTime him. Let's call him up. And I could say hi for a second. We're at the pool hanging out. By the way, it wasn't a girls weekend. I was told that I had to go. So I ended up going to my mom's, and that's fine. I like my mom. But we show up, and shout out to Gunner, who I got to talk to over the weekend, got to FaceTime him and say hello. He's a Tolo. He said he loves the show, loves the station, so really appreciate that. Also, if you really do love the station, you want to be part of it, you got another opportunity coming up on Thursday. G-Bag Nation is going to be at Jake's Burgers and Beer right off George Bush in Grand Prairie. So if you want to rock that this weekend, George Bush in Grand Prairie, we'll have the address for you rocking up soon. Also, you can go to 1053thefan.com, check out all the events that are going on there. But G-Bag Nation will start things off. They are recording it. They're going to be doing their show at 2 o'clock, and then the second round of auditions is going to be for the Fan Phenom this Thursday at Jake's in Grand Prairie. So let's get rocking for that. All right, now let's talk about the good, the great, and the bad. Was there anything truly great from this Cowboys weekend? We kind of discussed it a little bit. Maris Leofau,
I was going to say,
looked like, I mean, we talked about it with Mickey. He looked like he understands the defense. He understands what he's supposed to do. But this guy just plays with a certain style of, I'm going. And this dude might lead the entire team in tackles this year if he gets that opportunity to be out there all the time. But he looked really good. Hair on fire is the word we like to use because he has long hair.
Yeah, no, great hair. Yeah. And I'm a fan. I mean, I wish I had hair like that. But no, Maris looked good. I mean, Izzy McQuamu looks like he's going to be a serviceable backup. I mean, he looked like the one guy in the secondary that, God forbid, if September 4th comes, when September 4th comes, not if, I mean, it sounds like, we got a doomsday scenario coming up, but when September 4th comes around, though it may get doomsday if we look like we did Saturday, Izzy looks like the one guy in the secondary that, God forbid, if somebody got hurt, you give up 350 instead of 450?
He's a fascinating guy to me because he's been around for a while. And he's bounced back and forth between safety and cornerback. Now, his size, I would never put him in the slot, and they're like, put him in the slot. And it's just like he's
hell of an interception he made on Saturday too.
He's a unique player that just for whatever reason doesn't have a role on this team other than you're a serviceable backup emergency. But even still, think about how many times they've gone to find guys off the street before they go to him. And so that's always been frustrating. But yeah, I agree with you. He had a couple of good moments that he flashed there over the weekend. I thought Phil Maffa looked good.
I thought Phil Maffa I mean, from what we'd heard, he hadn't been getting a lot of touches in camp.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's like 4th or 5th on the depth chart as far as getting touches. So considering what he's been up against, I thought he looked pretty decent.
And I don't know why I wasn't expecting Deuce to really do much out there. Like my brain was still, he's that hamstring.
Poor
he's not
kid,
going to be out there at all.
The one good run he made, and it was a holding penalty.
But Phil Maffa, when he runs between tackles, and this is what when I watched him in college, and then I found out he was dealing with a shoulder injury most of the year. For me, that made me feel even better because I was like, hold on, if he was dealing with that and he still was able to look as good to me as he did on film, then we might actually have something here. He has this style where it is downhill. Like you heard him say that many times throughout the broadcast was he is a downhill runner. If he's between tackles, I feel really good with him. When they're asking him to run outside of tackles, it's not my great feel for him.
Right.
But that's another thing too. Well, now that you know that guy's in the backfield, you know he's going to be one of those that they're planning to go between tackles. But he's one of those guys that I want to continue to watch, get more repetitions, more opportunities, because I think he's going to deserve it. And he's going to be a contributor at some point to this team. That was the good and the great. The bad.
Where do we start?
Us having to go through that. Like, that was a very bad situation for us. Mazi's where you start. Mazi's the one for me where I start, and I just what I saw was a guy that did not look interested in playing football.
He doesn't, man. You'd already heard that all week, and he did nothing. And look, we love Mickey Spagnola, but yeah, I mean, you can find guys that are still out on the street or pick them up from somewhere that at least want to play football.
Yeah.
All right. I don't care about talent at this point when it comes to Mazi Smith, because I'm not convinced he's talented. Because isn't the ability to want to play part of being talented? Okay, I mean, look, maybe we're getting into semantics and psychosis here.
If you're
or whatever.
good at something, you want to go out and do it over and over again because you know you're good at it and you feel like you're going to continue to get better at. I see what you're saying.
So, I mean, maybe it's just I'm getting too deep for my own right on a Saturday or on a Saturday. See, I think it's Saturday,
guys,
on a Monday morning.
It's Monday morning. Do not let Fred distract you from the fact that your week has started, unless your week already started.
I apologize. I started doing because somebody texted in about the injuries for the Rangers, and so of course I've gone down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But anyway, so let me just pull back from that for just a hot second.
By the way, when does the week start? Sunday or Monday?
I think it's Monday.
Interesting.
Right. But I mean, let's call it what it is. Sunday you're getting into the rest of your week. You're getting started
for Monday. Yeah, you're getting back into the routine.
My hat's off to these kids and folks that can do Sunday fun days.
Dude, me too. You wake up and you're like, I'm going to go patio drink for a while with the dog on the patio, and I can't.
I mean, I guess you're going to sleep the whole afternoon?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing on Sunday Fun Day?
That's not me. That is not me.
No.
Dak Prescott.
Salary cap's why he didn't play on Saturday.
Okay, that's salary cap's why he didn't play, because obviously, and also,
well, 27 guys didn't play because of salary cap.
And they don't have a backup quarterback.
Yeah. No, they don't.
After what we saw.
No, they don't.
I love Joe Milton, the person, and I love Joe Milton, the athlete, and I'm hoping Joe Milton, the quarterback, comes around.
I texted this to Jake Rietma, because Jake Rietma, shout out to Jake. Jake has been saying since the Joe Milton trade that this guy is wildly overhyped. And Jake would know, because Jake covered him at Michigan.
Okay.
All right. So Jake's been covering Milton for a minute. And said back then, do not get your hopes up. And he screamed it, which, you take that with a grain of salt because Jake screams everything. So I was like, all right, he must mean this. Joe Milton might be the worst, most physically impressive human being I've ever seen.
Okay.
The worst physically impressive quarterback I've ever seen. Not person, let me take that back. Worst physically impressive quarterback I've ever seen.
Wow. That's a line right there.
Because I'm tired. I mean,
there have been plenty of dudes that can't play. But he is.
What did Babe Laufenberg say last week to us?
Yes.
That if you got dropped off into this planet and we're looking at quarterbacks and said you saw Joe Milton, all 6'5", 230 pounds of him, he's doing backflips off the ground and what have you, and you're looking at him going, my God, this guy's got a howitzer for a right arm, which apparently he doesn't know how to turn off because every throw is. Tell you what, I tweeted this at CA on Saturday. Maybe he could be the closer. Okay, maybe let's
get him on that mound.
Does he of course,
we don't know where the ball's going.
Well, he has
so that's the other thing.
You took the words right out of my mouth. He has no control, so that could be an issue right there. But maybe Mike Maddox gets a hold of him. But for a guy that and Isaiah Standback, who does a phenomenal job on the broadcast.
We love Isaiah on the show.
I don't remember if it was him or Bill Jones, but one of the two mentioned this during the broadcast on Saturday, and maybe it was another broadcast I heard. I don't know, but I think it was the Cowboys. He's only got 100 more pass attempts than Trey Lance.
Wow. Is he younger?
I do. Now that I'd have to look.
6 seasons,
but their numbers are similar. And Trey Lance looks light years ahead.
He's 25
of where Joe Milton is.
Jeez.
So
yeah, all right, yeah.
You're starting to wonder. Maybe you should have went ahead. Maybe you should have. And again, we can do Monday morning quarterback, which we're kind of doing right now. But you can do hindsight being 2020. But maybe you should have went and held on to Trey Lance.
Maybe so.
I mean, you only traded for him.
Yeah, but you were going to have to pay him.
Okay.
Who's cheaper
Great
right
point.
now? Who's cheaper right now?
Joe Milton by $1 million.
By $1 million.
That's it.
Hey, you know how the Cowboys work, though. That $1 million is important, all right?
I mean, because I knew that question was going to come out because I thought, all right, what is the difference?
$1 million.
Joe Milton is making $925,000 this year. Our boy Trey is making $2 million.
Yeah, that's the difference right there. But he's less. They're going to use that $1 million for Micah, obviously.
But one guy, your team doesn't fall off a cliff if he's quarterbacking.
Dak was standing next to Jerry Jones and Stan Kroenke.
Yeah, I heard that.
And he said, we'll meet y'all in the NFC Championship. And this is what Dak's very good at.
Oh, yeah.
Dak is very good at small talk, all right? He can small talk you and make you, and hey, and
he's the
make
Pat
you feel
Mahomes
like,
small talk.
Hey, sport, you're going to be great, those kinds of things. And this is exactly like, and for some reason, people were like, oh my gosh, can you believe what Dak just said?
I mean, what's he gonna
We're
say?
all gonna joke around with stuff like that.
You know what that's the
But he
football,
has to want it. He has to want it still.
You know what that's the football equivalent of?
What?
Trying to get big like you. Save some gains for the rest of us. Oh, I'll see you later.
You're the strongest dude in here. You want to give me a spot real quick?
That's what that is.
What's up, big dog?
That's what that, because if you notice, right after he said it, shook his hand, walked
Ran
off.
Yeah, I gotta go get to work.
That's the equivalent of save some gains for the rest of us. Shout out to new guy Jake. That's exactly what that is.
Guys, the other one too is I saw this over the weekend. Jimmy Johnson was at a Fox party.
Yeah.
And he was up on the stage. This is an awesome moment, all right? They're playing the goodbye video, him hugging Terry Bradshaw. He's got Howie Long and Strahan
Still
all
has
them up
great
on the
hair,
stage.
too.
Fantastic hair, of course. Great fisherman also. And Boys to Men steps onto the stage.
Man.
And Jimmy Johnson and Boys to Men and all the other fellas start singing this song. Because Jimmy Johnson is retiring after 31 years. He's retired and is being replaced by Gronk. And he's up on that. Dude, he's up on the. You saw him whenever he was given the you're going into the Hall of Fame. He couldn't breathe. He had an asthma attack right there. He was like, oh my gosh, asthma field's over here. And he's up there just
belting out tunes,
singing out into the road with Boys to Men.
Yeah.
And that's awesome for one. So my question to you is, you get an opportunity. I know what my wife says because whenever I was working at a bar in Uptown McKinney, off McKinney Avenue in Uptown, she would come in every night and shut the place down with "Baby Got Back."
Oh,
she didn't even need the
doesn't even need the words.
She had it all taken care of. She put on a show. Everybody knew Friday night.
Did she do the ad libs at the beginning too?
Everything. She knew it all. And so I was like, man, this is great from Jimmy Johnson. Got a microphone, singing into the road. I think we can all sing that. I think one of the other ones we love to belt out is, "Oh baby, you got what I need." That everybody knows that one. What is the song?
Our generation does. Do you think the young? No, okay. Does
Alec,
Mr. Alec Medford know who that is?
Who was it that I was just singing, Alec?
I don't know.
Okay, that's Biz Marquis.
I was going to say, I wonder if our music savant in the back knew who that was.
He probably does.
Did Carter know who that was?
He's doing work. He's very busy
Mr.
right
Music
now.
Guy himself. Did he know that was Biz Marquis?
He just said it, yeah.
What song, if you were given a microphone, Alec and Fred, step up on the stage,
it's easy.
And the band is with you. The band is with you. What song are you saying, I got every single word of this, don't worry about it?
Oh, Jump Around.
Jump Around is a good one.
Jump Around. I've torn down parties with that song.
That is the way to do
That's
it. Alec, do you have one that you could just don't even need the lyrics?
Yeah, because my generation, it seems like everybody heard it on the radio growing up. Any Bruno Mars song, but especially Locked Out of Heaven. That one gets people going because it's easy to sing along to. People will cover up your mistakes for you because they're singing louder than you. The whole group is.
Yeah, that's
it's amazing.
a good one right there. From the 210, Don't Stop Believin'.
That's a banger.
Yeah, that one definitely. If you know the words to that and you can hit those notes.
Well, that's the issue. Because there's a lot of songs that I can sing, but when we talk about hitting notes, I mean, that's a different vibe, man.
You don't have to be honest. You don't have to sing good.
But your voice is like cracking. It's like,
you just got to get up there and be confident and get the party going.
That's true.
Get people rolling with you, and they're going to buy in. Here's one I think I could do. It's become my new favorite song again. Call Me Al by Paul Simon. If you be my bodyguard, I could be your long lost pal.
Yeah.
And that song gets stuck in your head. I think it could get a conga line going around the entire place, dude.
It is. Was that in Three Amigos?
I
that
think
song?
so. Chevy Chase was definitely in Three Amigos. But that one right there, I think I could definitely rock there. Man, look, Mr. Brightside from the 972.
That's another one.
Sweet Caroline. Amarillo by Morning. Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls. A lot of people texting La Bamba. I learned the La Bamba lyrics are different than I ever thought. My whole life I thought only they were one way.
I think I've heard that too.
Naughty by Nature's OPP. Now that one right there.
Yeah, you know me.
We'll get the party really rolling. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus pitchers might be the most insane humans on the planet. Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget this Thursday is round 2 of Fan Phenom at Jake's in Grand Prairie. G-Bag Nation will be there at 2 o'clock. They'll get their show rolling, and then right after that, guess what? You get your opportunity to slide in there right behind the microphone and be part of this thing. Not in the DMs, or maybe. Maybe so. But right now it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Got Twitch and YouTube as well available for you, and some audio that might prove that pitchers might just be the most insane humans on the planet.
I agree. I don't even need the audio. I've always thought pitchers are just wild. My buddy the last night, he was like, "Man, if I was gonna get a quarterback, I would always get a former baseball player because they all the different arm angles." And I said, "Yes, but you want a middle infielder." I said, "You would want a middle infielder with a strong arm."
Yeah,
and like Mahomes. And he said, "I'll take a pitcher too." I was like, "Pitchers are weird, dude. Pitchers are weird people."
Yeah, how'd that Drew Henson thing work out?
He was a pitcher also, so that's why he wasn't thinking that way. So he was like, "No, we're not."
Wasn't Brandon Whedon a pitcher?
Yep. Chad Hutchison was a pitcher as well. So it happens, man. But
Now, to your point, Tom Brady was a catcher.
Oh,
there you go.
Huh?
Facts.
Drafted by the Expos. Might be onto something.
Yeah, might be on to something. I've got some audio to prove it that I think is just absolutely absurd. I thought a certain addiction that I have is bad. This guy's is worse. We're going to hear from a Dodgers pitcher in just a minute. But, Corey, you did mention Fan Phenom going down at Jake's in Grand Prairie. That happens to be about 15 minutes from where I live.
Nice.
So there is a very good chance I will show up and hang out and listen to some of these auditions as well. So more incentive to hang out with us out there with the G-Bag Nation on Thursday. But, gentlemen, yesterday was National Lazy Day. National Lazy Day.
I mean, this is out of control these
So,
days.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Pride of Mansfield thing. Like, National
But
Day
you are
calendar.
the pride of Mansfield, though.
They say that. And National Day Calendar says that these holidays are real. It's a website, nationaldaycalendar.com. That's where I get the content.
I mean, it's got to be real.
So, they say it. I run with it. Yesterday was National Lazy Day, so I want to know, what is your go-to lazy activity? When you don't want to be productive whatsoever, you just want to chill, you just want to be lazy, enjoy yourself. What is the number one activity that you go to? 877-881-1053, because for me, it involves some sort of like lounging, whether it's kicked back in the chair or laying in bed. So what do? I go down YouTube wormholes. And that's probably why I don't get much sleep at night most nights.
I've always been curious about this because I don't venture down those wormholes. I guess I do it with music sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I'll go watch live performances.
That's what I do.
That's how I found Hermanos Gutierrez over the weekend. They're fantastic. Means the Gutierrez brothers.
I was just where'd you go see him at?
On YouTube. But how do you start a wormhole like that? Do you just pull it up and it's like, okay, I see something and tap and now I'm following that all the way, or is there something that you start with? How do you do that?
It depends on the mood. Like, sometimes I do want to go down the live music route. So I'll find, like, a certain song that has been stuck in my head being played live, and then it turns into, oh, here's another artist at this same festival playing this song or whatever. Or I listen to a full-length concert, you know, and then it turns into, oh, here's that same artist playing, you know, 8 years ago. So a totally different era of their catalog, and it turns into that. Or a lot of the time it's just whatever's on my suggested page.
Yeah.
You know, and then it turns into, oh, it recommended this video after that. I'm going to watch that now. I'm going to watch this one after. It can be watching people break sports cards, you know, and ripping packs. It could be people cooking weird stuff, you know, crazy recipes.
Cooking what?
Weird stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Just like random recipes, or like, you know, those challenges where
like
they
buttered us salmon.
Exactly. Like they got a really odd, unique ingredient that they have to fit into like a somewhat normal recipe, you know, and then somebody has to identify what that mystery ingredient was in a blind taste
Was that
test
the show
something.
Chopped? Didn't they do they did something like that? They're like, all
you
right.
know, some sort of offshoot of that on YouTube. You know, like the channel that I watch for that kind of stuff is Mythical Kitchen, where they do all kinds of crazy stuff. They'll do like. They've tried to make like a Big Mac, but make it $450, you know, with all the craziest ingredients that you could find out there on the market. Stuff like that, and then it turns into me going to bed at 1:30 when I know I shouldn't. So that's usually my go-to lazy forte, is just going down a YouTube wormhole that I do not know how to get myself out of.
From the 817, I will sit in a lawn chair, drink a beer, and roll smoke on the smoker. That means they're barbecuing. When I first started reading that, I was like,
double entendre? We sure that's the only thing they
No,
made?
they're just barbecuing.
I'm a big entendre guy, so I respect it.
All the entendres.
My wife she's a napper.
Okay.
So like she says that if she had a superpower, it would be to pause time so she could take a nap. And and I'm like, but how long? And she's like, exactly. Like we would all be frozen in time
while she
for
naps.
eternity while she just naps all the time. So that would be how that goes for me. And it's become work because of my pool. I had a situation where the grids, I guess I hadn't cleaned it out in a while.
Yeah.
And all the grids on it were, dude, it's nasty.
But you were talking about on Friday, you were planning to get some serious pool time this
I did
weekend.
get some serious pool time. Went to Mom's house, got some pool time. I ended up hanging out. That's where we called up Gunner. And then went back home and pooled.
And
then
even
on
more.
Sunday, got up, took the dog for a walk, worked out a little bit, pooled.
Back in the pool.
This is the reason I bought this house. This is too expensive, like for me.
Yeah.
Like, the reason we got it though.
You like the pool.
I wanted a pool, and because during COVID, when we were at home all the time, we had a house with no pool. And so what did I do? I went and bought 2 kiddie pools and filled those up.
Same.
And I was like,
it's not
that
the
one's
same.
the kids and this one's mom's. All right. So she could float in that one pool, and it was, 3 feet off the ground. But you're right. I would send her out there to go out there and just relax. I'll keep the kids inside. You can turn on Taylor and have your, seltzers, and you can be fine. And she did. She loved it. And I was like, I got to get her a pool.
You got to get a real pool.
Now, guess what? She doesn't do that. She doesn't go in the. It's me. I'm in the pool all the time because I wanted a pool. So that's me. I'm a pool guy. Or that's it. That's pretty much it. Other than that, I'm up doing something. I'll be busy the rest of the time.
For being lazy, if I'm going to be lazy, I will say I do. I like to make piles because I'm an ADD guy. Love a good pile. I've got piles of clothes in my spare bedroom that I've lived in Dallas now for since April of last year. Still got clothes piled. I wear haven't worn. Now I'm gonna have to break some out because since Cowboys season's here. And, I can't wear, roofing clothes to Cowboys game. I am going to have to break. Because I do, contrary to popular belief, and I hope Broadus is listening right now. Because he's making fun of me because he's like, because he was pulling out we were talking about his shoes he was wearing the other day. And I was like, oh, those look like Cole Haans. He's like, yeah, these are real shoes. I said, yeah, look, I know what Cole Haans are, okay? Like, I used to have to wear, when I was in oil and gas, I wore slacks and a dress shirt every day.
These are real shoes for an adult.
So,
Fred.
yeah, exactly. That's what he was inferring.
Not a 16-year-old
That's what Broadus was inferring. And so, no, I'm going to, and you know what? I'm going to break out some nice clothes.
You going to show up in a suit?
You know what? I might. just to do it. Just to now, but you do that, then you kind of set the tone for the rest of the year. So I don't know if I'll do that necessarily. I might wear it here just to the station, just to prove a point that your boy does clean up, and when he needs to, he can do it with the best in the biz. But I do love to rewatch a show that I've already watched. Okay, like I said, I'm rewatching The Wire. Me and my son were rewatching Better Call Saul. Exactly, season 5. But Better Call Saul, me and my son did a little rewatching of that. So that's where I'm at right now. Although, to your point, I am trying to be more active. And so that's my goal. And I'll tell you what I did last night. Didn't turn on the TV when I crawled into bed.
Oh.
You got TV in the room?
Come on now.
I don't.
You're married,
Rooms
though.
for two things.
Yeah.
Bedrooms for two things.
Yeah, well, I'm single, so.
Sleeping and napping. Those two things, evidently. No. There was I made a decision. It was actually during COVID also.
Yeah.
When I was sick once, Adrian said, go to the bedroom and lock the door. And I was like, all right. I said, so I had the TV and I played Call of Duty the entire time. And just was like, I'll just play Call of Duty.
Okay, I thought you were going somewhere with the story.
Then when we moved into the next house, I was like, not even putting a TV in here.
Yeah.
I'm just we have one in the living room. That's where, and we have one in the parlor. Is what I call it a parlor.
Wow,
because
Mr. Bougie Pants over here.
Sounds fancy. It's the front room. Like that's all it is. I just like to call it the parlor.
Are you in a gated community like New Guy Jake as well?
No, I'm not in a gated community. New Guy Jake.
Check out Mr. Moneybags over here.
It's the
parlor.
And at the old house, I called it the parlor too. I just thought it was fancy.
I mean, what do you live in, a saloon? I mean,
I'd love to. I would, dude. You don't understand. I would love to have one of those cans you can just spit chaw in, and a bartender that's got some sarsaparillas back there, and he's just afraid that somebody's gonna get shot all the time. Like I would love it.
Tumbleweeds going down your street.
Exactly.
I mean, what the hell's going on here?
But I would love that. But that's forgot exactly what was going on there. But we have two TVs in there. I was like, we don't need any other TVs in the house. But
good for you.
And that also,
what about your kids? They don't have a TV, or they go to the parlor.
One of them has a TV in his room, but he never uses it.
Yeah. Where do they play their video games at?
They play in the parlor.
Yeah.
The other one,
parlor sounds like where it's
we
at.
built a studio in we have a shed in the backyard.
You got a parlor, a studio. I mean, what did we got here? I mean, what do you live in a strip mall?
I
My
promise,
God!
If I had a Sean Sharif style party, we wouldn't fit.
Man.
All right, everybody would come over and be like, "Oh, Corey's just saying words." All right, the studio, it's a shack. All right, with some stuff in it.
words.
The parlor, it's a living area with a chair.
I like
that's
it.
pretty
I like
much
it.
what it is.
I'll tell you what.
I just like to use fancy words.
You do. I'm here for it.
I like it. From the 682, their lazy activity is fishing.
Nice.
From the 469, beer drinking and video games. There you go, Corey. But let's see. From the 682, watching old sitcoms is their go-to.
With that.
I do see nap and DoorDash or sit by the pool for a lazy day from the 360. Gardening from the 817. Don't know if there's an entendre there or not, but keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. Your favorite lazy activity. This man is not lazy, guys. He's a relief pitcher for the LA Dodgers, Anthony Banda. And he was on Dodgers radio talking about his addiction to caffeine. I thought I had one. This made me realize I'm doing A-okay in life. He gives a detailed breakdown of his daily caffeine intake.
The minute I wake up, I'm looking for caffeine. Really,
okay. You're supposed
really
to wait 90 minutes.
No, not true.
Okay.
I get Americano, extra shot.
Okay.
So it's 3 shots of espresso and water, and then I will head down to the weight room, right? And if I have to work out there,
we're not even in the weight room yet.
No. Yeah, that's just start my day. I go down to the weight room,
right?
And if I'm working out that day, great, sweet. I'll grab a bottle of water. I'll put some sports beats in it, and then I'll put a scoop of pre-workout in it.
Wow.
Shake it up, drink it, roll out, do stretch, whatever. Do it. Go out to the practice, and I don't have caffeine up until the game. So every 4 hours, the caffeine intake is cut in half. Is what I read. I don't know how true it is, but it's cut in half. You're
studying these things.
I was worried a little bit, and then up to the game, and then next thing you know, it's I take 3 scoops of protein pre-workout. I have pills They are NSF certified. You have to be regulated and everything else like that. You know, I take the 3 pills. I take 4 pills of other stuff that probably has caffeine in it. I'm not sure. I don't really label. I just say, hey,
whatever. The guy just gives them to me.
Yeah,
I throw them
there you
down.
go.
Pro baseball.
And then so that's 7 pills taken with pre-workout, and then I'm walking to the bullpen, sitting there fighting demons until the phone rings.
By my approximate math, because I don't know what exact pre-workout and what exact pills, but just based on the stuff that I use, that's between 800 and 1,000 milligrams of caffeine per day.
That's wild.
Holy cow.
That's a lot of Is he a big guy? What's his name?
His name is Anthony Banda, B-A-N-D-A.
Oh my dude, like that's an insane amount. And I've never heard you have to wait 90 minutes after you wake up. Like I wake up and I tell myself, go drink your pre-workout and you will get to the gym. Like that's what I tell my mind is once I get that injected into the body, I'm going to be good. By the way, I did find some gummy forms of pre-workout. So I'm 300 milligrams of caffeine. I'll be rocking with that. That's pretty much all I need. And then a cup of coffee later on. That's it. But I get up like at 5:45. I feel like I need that just to get going, though.
Anthony is 6'2", 220. So he's a big dude.
It's a lot, though.
But that's still a lot of caffeine. And he's been on 8 different teams.
From the 817, geez, he might live longer if he just did meth. Yeah.
And who's to say he doesn't?
Yeah, there's a possibility.
Might have left that part out.
You never know.
That's my time.
Good stuff, Alec. That was wild, man. All right, coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. If a reporter doesn't ask a question in the press conference, did the press conference actually happen? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Fred Davis, and Alec Medford all hanging out with you today. And guys, it is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
We dip it and rip it. And we are watching currently, Fred, Kansas City at Arizona preseason, where I think Kyler Murray in the second quarter was still playing.
Both starting quarterbacks played. But again, their salary cap wasn't an issue. So that's why they both played.
And so that's where we will start. Tua. Oft injured.
Yeah.
Last played in the preseason opener in 2021. On Sunday, he handled the opening drive of Miami's Week 1 preseason game at Chicago. 15-play effort.
And he stays hurt.
He stays hurt. This is a dude you're like constantly
hurt.
Like, fingers crossed.
Who are you more concerned with getting hurt? Dak or Tua?
Tua easy. Because Dak has not shown, like, I don't. He's got a thick neck, all right?
Yeah.
And thick neck means less, this is in my opinion.
Brittle hamstring muscles, though.
Less likely to get concussion.
True.
In my mind. Because, and this, I don't know why I say this. Colby once told me.
Tua's got thicker legs.
Go with the boxer that has the thicker neck. And I was like, why? And he's like, less likely to get knocked out. And I was like, what do you mean? He said the stabilization.
Yeah.
Is, you got a thin neck, the dude's just going to get put down on the ground. 877-881-1053 if that's true or not. I mean, Colby said it. I just trust Colby. So, maybe. Colby Sapp. But yeah, he ran out there, completed 5 of 6 passes for 27 yards, converted a 4th down near midfield.
I mean, what are we talking about? Whoa! Wait, they went for it on 4th?
Can't believe this.
In the preseason?
Yes.
What a concept.
9-yard pass on 3rd down.
What a concept.
That being said, Miami's still falling apart. Like, you can still see that thing.
Guy.
You ever see those situations where everything's going badly and then somehow they catch a win?
Yeah.
And then another one, and all of a sudden everybody's job has been saved? I hope that happens in Miami. I hope that they have, because I think their offense is fun. And that's speed and creativity.
Yeah.
Now,
which Mike McDaniel is good at that.
Their
taking
defense,
nothing away from him offensively.
Their defense has been atrocious the entire time he's been there. And they tried. They just, injuries piled up. Like, they've had some problems. And then we get from last year, hey, we actually lied about the culture thing. We weren't really trying that hard. And so that's like, okay, all right, never mind. So, yeah, Tua, he went out there and played some football. Most of the Cowboys starters did not, though. So we'll get in. He's rookie offensive lineman. Did not get an opportunity. But I bet you're going to see more of the Cowboys starters in week 2.
You better. There's no excuse why anybody should not be playing on Saturday.
And here's the thing, though. You roll out that group on Saturday, last Saturday, and you get Dak hurt. What's today's story? Everybody's free. Why did you have Dak on the field in a preseason game? Why was Michael Vick on the field in those are the things that happen. And so I think
it depends on how he gets hurt.
Sometimes I think they're scared.
It depends on how he gets hurt.
Yeah.
Right? Now, if he pulls something like he did, does another soft tissue type thing where he's just moving, then you're like, that's what I would be concerned with.
Oh, no, I agree. Anything else you can protect. Run the ball, run 100%. Play action, short. Just get them in a rhythm and get them out of the game.
You're going to see a lot of chipping on that left side.
Get that group in a rhythm and get them out of the game.
Yeah.
If nobody asks a question, did a press conference even happen? This is Mike Tomlin after their first preseason game.
And hopefully be better the next time out. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Anyone? All right.
Thank you.
That was easy.
That was easy. Okay. He said as he's walking off. Wait, nobody had a question for, hey, Aaron Rodgers didn't play tonight. Your thoughts on some of the other quarterbacks?
I think people are just tired of Mike Tomlin.
Really? Whoa, hot take here.
I think I'm tired of Mike Tomlin. I mean, what? He's the black Mike McCarthy.
He won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Win.
2011?
Doesn't have losing seasons.
Great.
And gets to the playoffs with.
And hadn't won a playoff game since what, 2016?
No, I'm telling you the reasons. This is the reasons that people love him.
Look, is Mike McCarthy.
The reality is he hasn't been back to that Super Bowl, and he's kind of lived off of that. And Pittsburgh's like, hey, look, we like what we have. And we're going to stick with this.
Which great.
And we're going to keep everything manageable.
When you didn't win a champ, and this is one thing about Mike Tomlin that I don't understand why he does not get roasted for more. Maybe it's more of a local thing, but he gives great sound bites, and that's why people love him. You had in their prime, in their peak, Ben Roethlisberger, who was throwing for 4,500 yards. You had Antonio Brown before he went nuts, and Le'Veon Bell in his prime, and a good offensive line and a good defense. And you couldn't get that group to a Super Bowl? Like you had a modern version of the triplets. And I want to say Hines Ward was still on that football team. All right? So you had pieces on that football team, and the thing about Mike Tomlin is he consistently gets out-coached in the playoffs.
That's
consistently.
True. Yeah.
All right. So yeah. What are you going to ask him other than he's going to give you some? I love my job here. There's not enough money. I mean,
position battles, roster question. I'm sure there's something, a short summary of the game.
And
hey,
maybe
ask about the Cam Little 70-yard field goal that happened on the other side of the field.
But he's going to give you some. Yeah, I saw it. It was great. Good for the other team. Next. I mean, he's not going to give you. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're at this point with Mike Tomlin where, like, what is he going to say that he hasn't already said in some other form?
By the way, Cam Little did hit a 70-yard field goal for Jacksonville. That is impressive, man. And it's unfortunate that it isn't a regular season game.
Kickers are nuts, dude.
Doesn't it make you feel like we're that much closer to seeing a 70-yarder in a regular season game?
I think we are that close. I mean, we're here. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen at some point. He was 27 for 29 in his first season, 93%, and then he gets the 70-yarder.
Can we get Tom Dempsey on the show, find out how he feels about it?
Sure.
Is he still alive? 877-881-1053.
I appreciate the help on that one for sure. Todd Bowles says they got to get the ball to Sean Tucker more with the injury to Bucky Irving. Tucker's very capable. He said, hey, he brings another explosive runner. He's a game breaker for us. He said, I've been telling those guys on offense, get him the ball more. So keep an eye out when you're getting your fantasy team all set up and squared away. Maurice Norris was back in Detroit. If you saw this over the weekend, Norris stayed at a hospital in Atlanta after being taken off the field in an ambulance during the preseason game on Friday. All was good according to social media, though, but it was a very scary moment. This is one of those, like, this is where people will point to and go, that's why. With preseason. That right there, you don't want that to happen. But, man, it was one of those moments where everybody, teammates, guys on opposite sides of the field are holding hands and praying, because they're very concerned about a dude that was getting taken off the field, and it looked like an atrocious moment right there. But he's back in the facility, and he's rolling.
From the 3-2-1, no way Tomlin is as fat as McCarthy. So, something to think about.
And also, let's go ahead and start turning our attention to week 2 for the preseason. The Colts are sticking with their plan to start Daniel Jones. Now, hold on. Are you upset that Daniel Jones is getting on the field?
I just feel bad for Shane Steichen. I just feel bad for Shane Steichen and wonder why Chris Ballard still has a job.
He was 10 for 21 for 144. Richardson was 2 of 3 for 21 yards. They are rolling out Daniel Jones again. But also Richardson had the injury, so that's going on there as well. Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time to dive into around the NFC East, how the rest of the teams looked in the NFC East. Plus, we have to have our talk about Shedeur Sanders next on The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey.
Remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What looks like I'm talking?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, Fred Davis, Alec Medford, and joining us right now is pregame show extraordinaire.
guest.
Oh yeah, and also G-Bagger Eric Chiafalo. And Eric, you walked in, said hello because we hadn't seen you. I don't think we saw you at all last week. I'm not sure.
I saw him Saturday.
Friday, we were on the road.
That's right.
And so we hadn't gotten a chance to see you.
Yeah, Thursday I was on the road.
On Wednesday we were on the road Wednesday too. So all
many
over the
roadies.
And first thing you say hello to us, and we say hello back. Fred says, "How'd the pregame show go?" You said you didn't pitch a perfect game. Can you explain what happened? And was Christy Scales amazing as always whenever she answered your question or didn't answer it?
Yes, Christy was absolutely in midseason form.
Okay.
And really everyone was from top to bottom. I felt like I was right up until the final 60 seconds of our pregame show. It's like you got the ball on the 1 yard line and then you find a way to like Pete Carroll that thing. And yeah. It was truly heartbreaking. She had already told us that Tyler Booker was not going to be playing in the game. And then I don't remember hearing that at all. Just bounced right off my forehead and back into the ether. And then Broadus asked another question, and then I followed it up with, final question for you, Christy. What about Tyler Booker tonight? And then she handled it beautifully.
Yeah,
she handled me with kid gloves.
What'd she say?
She just answered the question as if, she just answered the question. But as soon as I said it, Broadus is like miming like you're the biggest dumbass in the world.
What's going on?
And then he's hitting the talk back like, mark that, we're pulling that. Because he's got so many G-Bag of the Day nominees.
He's tired of it.
He wants everybody else
tired
to just
of
have that wrath.
So he has that marked for today's G-Bag of the Day then.
I would have to imagine that's going to be a G-Bag of the Day nominee.
It should be.
It should be. Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse for it. No excuse. I was on to the next play, but that play had already been done. The next play was the last play, which was this play, but it wasn't this play.
Unlike the Cowboys, though, you started.
Yeah,
it did start.
Okay.
You got your reps in.
I showed
important.
up, right?
Yeah, you got your reps in.
We get back to the drawing board. We can make adjustments, right? Because I actually laced them up and went out there and gave it my all.
Do I expect you on Saturday to ask a question that's already been answered? I don't.
I was thinking about maybe doing a bit.
I think you should.
But,
Did you get a brisket sando question in?
Yeah, I should have asked Christy about the brisket.
Should have been.
That should have been the final question. Who cares about all this Tyler Booker stuff? How excited are you, Christy, to get back to the great state of brisket sandos?
Yeah, and I think she would have been like, I can't wait.
We would have left on a high note. It would have been awesome. I wouldn't have just been, losing sleep all weekend because of that stupid flub. Gosh dang it.
Hey, you know what, though? This is something boss man Gavin Spittle I always appreciated him for this. You always got another one. You got next week, and you can get back out on the field. You got all week to practice.
Yep.
And you can get back out on that field, and you can deliver a perfect game.
Trust that, boys. I'll be in the lab.
I just wonder how much of it has to do you guys
he's a Hoka hater. By the way, you guys see my Proud Brian socks?
Proud Brian?
I got Proud Brian.
Proud Brian socks? That's not fair.
I know.
You're kidding me.
These are the most kick-ass socks of all time.
When Proud
Shout
Brian.
out to Tolo Wayne.
If you don't know what Proud Brian is, there was a time that Maurice Claiborne got an interception right in front of Brian Broadus.
Yep.
And I think it was Dave Hellman clipped the picture, and then it became a meme everywhere in the world to the point where what we were doing was we were cutting him out and putting him in different situations across history. And I think I put him on the cover of the Yellow Submarine, Sergeant Pepper, and that album. And I put him on a Clash of Clans. And so now he has socks with Proud Brian, and Proud Brian's still in my phone to this day. I still have the picture available just in case I need it. That's awesome.
The same way I still have that video of you at the Super Bowl party is the same way you still have Proud Brian.
You know what?
And that makes me proud.
Yeah, maybe I need to go ahead and delete that picture then so that you'd be
greatest picture I've ever seen.
You guys go get Rangers. I love you so much.
Thanks, buddy. There he goes.
In a couple hours.
Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation. He's usually the first one in.
Goodness.
First one into the station and usually gets work done throughout the day.
And I'm in a good mood today because Hagee's not here, so I know my lunch is safe.
Yes, because Kevin Hagelin thinks it's hilarious to steal his lunch. I don't know. I think Eric disappears to go number 2, and then
Don't tell him
he
Eric
leaves his lunch sitting on the table, and then Kevin's like, "Watch this," and I'm like, "No, don't do it." And so Kevin's not here, so he knows that he's going to be all right. All right, 877-881-1053. We're going to go around the NFC East just a little bit here, but we also got to dive into one of the more interesting things from the weekend. And to start things off, I mean, obviously the big story from us for the Cowboys is they didn't play. They had a bunch of their guys. And by the way, Schottenheimer said after the game, he was like, look, this was the plan. These guys were going to get their reps in the first one. The next step is to take it just a little bit more, add a little bit more to this. So I don't know if that means that Booker's going to be out there, but they say they have a plan in place to ramp up for the season. We'll see how that goes next week.
Well, real quick, I mean, who did you watch on Saturday that shouldn't play on Saturday? I mean,
yeah, valid point. Yeah, no.
Unless Brandon Aubrey's getting the day off.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Maris Leofau, maybe.
I need more Maris Leofau. I'm not saying I need to see him for an entire half, but I mean, he's a second-year guy.
And I think we're all in agreement on this because there's nothing that we can draw from that game.
No.
There's nothing that we can go, okay, now apply that to the regular season.
Yeah.
Most of these, Leofau's about it.
I mean, 2 or 3 guys, him, Wheat, and Izzy.
Yeah. And I think Ernest Brown was a guy that I was like, interesting. There
maybe Maffa.
Yeah, maybe Peyton Turner. I don't know. There are a couple of guys that were like, okay, maybe.
I thought Toya looked. I would play Toya over Mazi Smith.
Yeah, I'm right there with you too.
I don't think that's a hot take.
But the
salary cap, though,
I don't think there's anything that we could really draw and go, you know what? We got it all figured out from that game.
No.
And quite honestly, it's been like that for a while. It has been like that for a while with these Cowboys, and they're just like, no, we don't need to. We're good. But week one's going to come fast. And
you ain't lying.
And I'm always about, you can get a couple of reps in and get out there and do something. You didn't have to play the full game. You just need to get into a little bit of a rhythm, but Cowboys feel like they're already there. So we'll see how that goes in week 2. For the New York Giants, this was the one that I was like, okay, I'm interested in this. Jackson Dart.
He didn't look bad.
Russell Wilson also got his debut, but Jackson Dart goes out there, and he looked pretty dadgum good. Threw a touchdown. I know Tommy DeVito also threw a touchdown.
What's he still doing on the roster? Is it just merch?
He's
just there to sell merch.
But Jackson Dart, that defense is going to be good.
Abdul Carter?
That New York defense. I think I saw Micah over the weekend. He tweeted out that somebody asked him if he was going to be the next great one out of Penn State, and he said, and Micah said, I told them he's going to be the best.
Yeah.
And so that's
could hurt him in negotiations.
Pretty high end words there. But he brought consistent pressure for sure, and kept that Bills running attack at bay as they were going. I think they only gave 21 rushing yards.
Are you a ball knower? Are you a ball knower of the round table like they do on the morning show?
They haven't let me into that group yet, but I feel like it.
But you're on the outside. You're knocking on the door.
I'll knock for sure.
All right, so you're a ball knower. We made a bet, Blake Elliott and I, on Saturday. I said he's a J.J. McCarthy guy. I'm not sold on J.J. McCarthy. Just not. Okay. We had a bet who would have a better year, J.J. McCarthy or Jackson Dart. I say Jackson Dart. He says J.J. McCarthy.
It's interesting.
What say you? And we understand the Jackson Dart situation's unsettled because, but, I mean, look, it's Russell Wilson. He's going to spit the bit at some point. I think Jackson Dart will get a chance to play.
I think J.J. McCarthy's going to have a good season. He's got one of the best receivers, maybe arguably the best receiver in the league.
And maybe the best coach.
Jackson Dart has Malik Neighbors, who is a top 4 or 5 receiver already.
Yeah.
I would say if Jackson Dart gets on the field enough to qualify,
right. That's the asterisk.
I don't know exactly where that qualify is for you guys, but I'll say Jackson Dart. But that's me watching a guy that I thought has
Blake's
a big
listening.
arm. I thought J.J. McCarthy did a good job managing his games. But if Blake's saying he's got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison,
which we agree,
Addison for a minute, if that's what he's saying,
and Kevin O'Connell,
he's got a great point. Oh yeah, Kevin O'Connell's the quarterback whisperer. He's got an amazing point, and Brian Flores as their defensive coordinator is fantastic. They're going to get the ball back frequently. He can be protected in the run game a lot too. But I know what Dable likes to do.
Yeah.
He does like to sling it around.
Jackson we forget Dable does know some offense.
He does, and it's been poor with the Giants this time that he's had Daniel Jones as his quarterback.
And he did get Daniel Jones to a playoff.
Yeah, so that is That's a good point, too. And he coached Josh Allen as he was doing his fantastic stuff. And I think that Jackson Dart has more of the things I want in a quarterback. I agree. And so I'll take that. And, man, that relationship with Malik Neighbors could grow very fast.
Real quick.
Very fast. So that is that's what I'm going to stick with that. That's it for around the NFC East.
There you go.
Because the Philadelphia is done. Philadelphia, they played last Thursday.
Done. Season's over?
No. They got game 1 against the Cowboys. But I wanted to get into the Shedeur Sanders conversation because I don't know the last time I was really interested in a Friday night Cleveland Browns football game.
Never.
Exactly. And usually when it's Cleveland, I'm
Bernie
like,
Kosar.
Honestly, it was a Carolina football game also. I've never really wanted to sit down and watch a Carolina football game.
Was it just me, or were there more Browns fans than
there were more
Carolina
Browns fans? There absolutely were. They were all wearing 12
Dude,
jerseys.
the Shedeur love was on display Friday night.
They were hoping for the kid.
Yeah.
And he went out there, and I thought he did phenomenally.
I thought he looked great.
Here's what I tweeted over the weekend, and I'm glad that I didn't get the response I thought I was going to get when I tweeted it, because I really thought I was going to get a lot more pushback. But I saw multiple headlines, and then I saw a line from ESPN Bet. The line was, "Will Shedeur Sanders shock the world?" And I was like, and I kept seeing Shedeur Sanders shock. And I was like, shock is not the right word for this. This is a dude who was a really good college quarterback. At one point was considered the best quarterback prospect in the draft next to Quinn Ewers, which is interesting because those two had a drastic fall.
Yeah.
He was considered at one point for the Heisman. He went, I know Jackson State, whatever. He went undefeated there. The dude knows how to play the position.
Yeah, he knows how to win.
He was dissected and picked apart for whatever reasons. You can say because he's cocky. You can say because he's flashy. You can say he holds the ball too long. You can say there are lots of different things that people will say this is the reason. And there was a lot of that.
And he didn't help himself out in the pre-draft process.
He did not. That's yes, exactly. So I understand picking the guy apart for that, but
to fall to fifth, that's crazy.
It would be more of a shock if you or I suddenly became an NFL quarterback than it would be for him to win Rookie of the Year.
Speak for yourself.
Fred.
Huh? What?
We've never played. We are 44 years old.
7th grade starting quarterback, Robinson Middle School, Topeka, Kansas, by the way. Just saying. Now, we were 0-5, but the point is, I had no protection. Okay? I had no protection.
Anyway, you know what?
I digress.
And that's what I'm saying is I'm not stepping out on that field. People would go, where the hell did this guy come from? All right, this is Henry Rosengartner stepping out there and, how did this happen? But with Shedeur Sanders, this is a natural progression for him.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be good at football.
Ball placement's elite.
He was
those 2 touchdown passes.
That first one that he threw in the back of the end zone, I thought was intercepted.
Man,
it was a tight window right over the head of the safety, I do believe.
Yeah.
And I thought it was intercepted at first, and then I was like, how was that caught? When they showed the replay, I saw he knew there was only one little window that he could throw that into, and he did.
Made it. Yeah. What was it? The throw he made to number 37, Freya, whatever the hell his name was. Now, granted, it was a nice catch by him too, but I mean that was great ball placement as well. Had kind of like Joe Milton, got it off to a little bit of a slow start, but Joe Milton wishes he could put the ball the way Shedeur Sanders does.
He's got great touch, and he did whenever he was at Colorado as well.
See, and you just said it, touch.
For the people that might be shocked by this, they didn't watch him play. And if you watched him play, you saw there's some things that he had, and he didn't have protection either. By the way, whenever he was at Colorado, he had very little protection.
Well, no, and it's funny you say that.
And he's always trying to make a big play.
We were talking about that on Saturday, me and Blake, and I said, look, this isn't Kansas running after you. These are grown-ass men that are coming after you. And, those are, look, if you're going to pick apart a couple parts, again, get rid of the ball faster. I do think on that 4th and 1, they didn't help him out at all because, again, he had the middle wide open, but I'm guessing because it's preseason, you're not running any hot routes, you're not doing any audibilizing, so I get that. But, you can't run around, you can't run backwards in the National Football League. Sometimes you just got to take that sack, whatever. But I'm telling you right now, he is the best quarterback. Let's put it this way. Joe Flacco's the best quarterback on that roster, quote unquote, right now because he's Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he's got the
pelts on the wall. Yeah. He's going to be fine. But there's no reason to me why, if Joe Flacco's your starter, Shedeur Sanders isn't your backup, and as soon as because look, Joe Flacco's going to go back to being Joe Flacco
at some point.
All right, at some point, and then you put Shedeur Sanders in now. If Flacco continues his resurgence in this late career resurgence, then by all means. But I would get rid of Dylan Gabriel yesterday, and I would get rid of Kenny Pickett yesterday.
Interesting.
All right, what do you need him for?
I'd keep Gabriel around because I need somebody.
I guess, but I mean,
I'd get rid of Kenny Pickett pretty easily, and Huntley. I've experienced that before. I would have the group of two young quarterbacks, one that I could potentially trade.
I mean, Shedeur's your future.
Yeah, I would
sorry,
say so too. I think he's going to be in this league for quite some time.
This reminds me of the 49ers lucking out with Brock Purdy, which, by the way, I saw a Brock Purdy jersey yesterday. I thought it was Steve Bono. Okay? Now, you'll appreciate that, but I asked my son, I said, is that a Steve Bono jersey? Of course, he had no idea. It was Brock Purdy. I said, wow. And my son was like, why would that be surprising to you? I said, I guess because I just haven't seen a Brock Purdy jersey out in the wild.
Yeah, not very often. It'd be like finding an Elvis Gerbach jersey out there somewhere. Anywhere that Joe Montana goes, that's where Elvis Gerbach goes. Yeah, from the 901, the Browns fans loved Shedeur because the owner hates him and didn't want him. And Browns fans hate the owner right now. And so that's a fun thing there. All right, guys, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Fair or Foul with superstar Fred Davis.
Everyone always...
about something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair in your head. Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors. Got Fred Davis with me today. He's here with us for one more day after today, tomorrow, and then Kevin will be back allegedly on Wednesday. But it's been a good run with Fred, and I want y'all to send all your love to him right now. And then make sure that you check out Fan After Dark as well. But right now, it is time for Fair or Foul with superstar Fred Davis.
Appreciate that, Mr. Corey Majors. You guys know what that music means. I do have an intro for this segment, but I've pieced it together, and then that's where it stops. So the music is really all that you need. All right, I'm going to read a story and or tell a personal anecdote, and then you two will determine whether it's fair or foul. And all you Tolos, fatties, and everyone else in between can text the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line and let us know how you feel, whether it's fair or foul. I'll tell you what's foul. The breast milk ice cream, sold out.
Still?
I checked it every day.
Sold out. My kid, we were hanging out at my mom's, and my kid was like, hey, I want to try some of this breast milk ice cream. And I was like, what do you, no.
You're like, I already,
and then like, how do you know about it? He was like, oh, TikTok. And I was just like, man.
TikTok's
so it's
real.
everywhere, dude. It is everywhere. And I was like, we're not going to be able to because it's sold. I kept telling him, I was like, Fred's been looking.
No, I have been.
Every day.
Up until yesterday.
Fred logs in.
I do.
Checks to see if there's any more.
Now, logging in is a bit much. It's a pretty well. I mean, it's open to the public.
He's logging into the internet.
I am logging into the internet.
Hey, trust me. You get logged into the internet. Somebody's monitoring.
They absolutely are. I learned that with and my son, who's very Freddish in his own right, with some of the things he was saying. What a kid. Okay, here we go. You guys will appreciate this. A surprising new study suggests that ice cream may actually be good for your heart. Researchers found that moderate ice cream consumption was linked to lower rates of cardiovascular disease, potentially due to specific nutrients in dairy people that support heart health. The findings challenge long-held beliefs about dessert in diet. The study suggests that not all sweets are created equal and that foods with balanced nutrient profiles can provide unexpected benefits. However, the researchers warn that this doesn't mean unlimited indulgence. Portion control is still Key boys. The results could influence future dietary guidelines, sparking debate among nutritionists and the role of traditionally, quote, unhealthy foods in balanced diets. Fair, foul. Ice cream is a health food, and its consumption protects against heart disease, according to a study.
I feel like it's foul.
How dare you?
Although they did throw the...
So you're arguing with science, is what you're saying.
They threw the qualifier in of portion control. That's a reality with everything.
That's everything, man. I mean, red wine helps against heart disease. Doesn't mean you should be knocking down a bottle a night.
Says you.
They got a name for people like that.
What's that? Lush.
Alcoholics.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen them at meetings.
Yeah.
They do go to meetings.
Winos. But it feels like the amount of sugar that ice cream has is just like, that's the thing that we're told, right? Is that sugar's
dairy, man.
Sugar's bad for you, and
it's all about the
dairy's
dairy. Oh
dairy's
no!
bad for you.
Oh, see, now we'll fight.
You wake up, you grab an udder, you're pretty much milkman. All right, that's what I've heard. You love milk.
I am.
I remember being with Mike in
milkman.
Arizona one year, and he was so excited that he found glass bottles of milk. And he was like, these obviously have to be great.
Yeah.
And he was
have
like,
to be.
obviously this is from the chocolate cow, and this is from the strawberry cow.
Love the chocolate cows.
And he was like, it was mid. And I was like, well, there you go. But I've been told dairy's bad for it. I don't know what to believe
you know who
anymore,
tells you
dude.
that? Almond milk losers. That's who.
Oat milk. I don't drink milk. The only time I have milk.
So what do you do for dairy?
Is when it's in. What do I need dairy for? Cheese.
I mean, cheese. Calcium, bro.
All right,
calcium.
cheese. I got cheese, which is going to sit in my stomach for 6 hours. But the only time I have milk is when I have a bowl of Cheerios.
Okay, that's a start.
Or Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
What a range that you just mentioned. You tried to sound
Cheerios.
healthy for a second. Oh, Cheerios. But then he thought about what he really eats it with, and that's Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yeah, that's the best. I mean, Cinnamon Toast horchata.
Yeah,
horchata's fantastic because it tastes like cinnamon.
But it's
Cinnamon
just
Toast
sweet.
Crunch. It's so good.
It's just uber sweet.
So's ice cream, Fred. And you're sitting here trying to sell me that I can.
But I feel like I can
ice
get.
cream
Can
and
you
my heart's
get
gonna be
sugar-free
okay.
horchata? 877-881-1053. Can you get sugar-free horchata?
You've sweetened it with monk fruit, or you sweeten it with.
Saw a couple
stevia.
monks at the airport yesterday. My son was so taken aback. He's like, "Where did they get that drip?" I said, "I don't know. Go ask them." Wouldn't do it. I said, "Quit being a
because
coward."
they wouldn't answer.
Of course they would. Why wouldn't
can't. They have chosen a vow of silence.
You can. They can. I saw him talking to the gate agent. I say it's fair. All right, I say it's fair
because you want it to be fair.
I'm not a big no.
You want ice cream to be good for you.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't eaten ice cream. Now I did eat ice cream Friday. That's because we went out to dinner. But I'm not you won't find ice cream in my freezer. I don't buy ice cream. Now I buy milk by the jug. I'll buy milk every 2 days. But outside of that, I'm a dairy proponent.
When it comes to ice cream, I got a ice cream maker.
You were mentioning that because you were trying to make breast milk ice cream of your own last week.
Peach ice cream is what and so I got that every Friday.
Yeah,
I take the kids to Brahms or Churn and Bake. There's a Churn and Bake right around the corner.
The hell's Churn and
It's
Bake?
Expensive, dude. It's like $10.
Sounds expensive. Churn and Bake.
I can go to Brahms and I can get double scoops of everything.
Yeah.
Sundays for $8.
Don't sleep on Andy's custards.
Andy's is fantastic.
I'll mess with some Andy's custard.
Andy's
not gonna
custard
lie.
is really good.
No,
I really like it.
I don't mind a little Andy's custard.
Abbott's custard's fantastic too.
Is that his cousin?
We had some up here at the station, up in the fridge for a while.
Okay.
Those dudes.
I tend to stay away from whatever's in the fridge here at 105 through the fan. Fair or foul ice cream for to fight. It's to fight your heart disease, bro.
I'm going to go with fair.
Thank you.
I mean, because one, I'm never one to fight science.
Unlike this dairy turncoat over here.
Yeah, I was a communications major for a reason because I'm not going to fight science. I don't want to be the reason
That's right.
that studies are put out. I'm not going to shoot any of that down. I'm just going to go with the flow and say, you know what? Heck yeah, cows, they're all right in my book.
Damn right they are.
Dairy is amazing. Love me some good cheese, but ice cream's even better.
They're sacred in some cultures, by the way.
What's cows?
Cows, yeah.
Which cultures?
What's that? Others.
I feel like they're sacred around here.
Are they?
Yeah.
I mean, we kill them,
turn
and
them
we eat
into
them, and
brisket.
we
Yeah,
drink
exactly.
them. Yeah, well, there
what's
you go.
The thing what's the thing that
That's
Americans
right.
love the most? Eating.
Boy, we do.
And so by that, we say
do.
thank you, Cal.
I'm going to a meat market later today. Pause.
Fred.
A meat market, people. One where they
know.
sell meat, guys.
I heard. Is that legal?
It's open during regular business hours.
Oh.
That's during the day, not at night.
Okay.
Show me your meat.
Yeah, that was from an ad. I actually said that in an ad for our friends over at Six Brothers. So yeah. What are you going to a meat market for again?
So for meat, duh. No, I was at the gym, and the guy that's the chef at Floyd's Meat Market in Flower Mound, we got to chit-chatting about one thing or the other, and he said, hey, come by, check the place out. I'd never heard of it, so I'm going there today, later this afternoon. And he's like, we got some roasted picanha or something like that. I don't know.
Dude, picanha's great.
Picanha's fantastic.
I do like it.
I'll mess with some picanha. So yeah, so I'm going to go over there. They also do. They're starting this new thing where they do meal prep as well.
Look at that.
Yeah. So look,
that's going to help you in how?
Great question.
Do you meal prep already?
No, I don't. That's where we're going with this. So since I've been on my Oski Woski summer detox for almost the last 2 months. Do you know how less fast food I've eaten?
Oh, I can imagine.
Since I cut out the Oski Woski.
I bet.
Oh, dear goodness. That said, we're almost to football season. I mean, if gun to our heads, do we think the Rangers are going to make the playoffs?
Fingers crossed.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But if they don't, guess what? Fan After Dark, Monday through Friday again. I was eating a lot of fast food last year because, as you guys know, with the
there's McDonald's right there. Right next to us.
When you get off the air at 11 o'clock, you're hungry.
Mm-hmm.
What's open at 11 o'clock?
Jack in the Box.
Not good places to eat.
Taco Bell.
They are, but not every day.
Well, it's Taco Bueno. By the way, we're going to be at Taco Bueno on Friday.
There you go.
In the near the Plano area.
And you do that every Friday, aren't you?
Yes, we're going to be doing it every Friday. We'll be at Taco Bueno's, Uncle Julio's occasionally,
Okay.
and some free birds.
There you go.
That's where our Friday football feast is going to be rocking this year.
And
Looking
all those
forward to
places you mentioned typically close around 10 or 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so
that's tough.
you know the struggle. Now, of course, you're married. You got a wife that probably keeps a stocked pantry. Fred doesn't. Okay? Fred eats by the seat of his pants. All right? So I eat a lot of fast food.
Mm-hmm.
And
Whataburger's a great option.
And so when my boy Jose from Floyd's Meat Market said, hey, we do meal prep, come by, come check it out, I was like, you know what? Let's give it a look-see.
So there's two things we've learned. If you have a meat market, Fred will be there. If you have a dairy market.
Especially if it's free meat. Okay?
Fred
Just saying.
loves free meat.
Loves it.
FFM.
Gobbles it all up.
FFM.
I'm here to see dongs, people.
That is true.
And free meat.
And if you have a dairy market, Fred will be at your dairy place.
I tell you what.
He wants the milk.
I want all the meat and dairy I can get.
I'm proud of you, man.
And I'll tell you what.
The growth that I've seen from the beginning of this relationship to now.
What would you do with milky meat? Think about that.
What are you saying right now?
I don't know. I don't know that there's ever been
I think you
done.
Batter it. I think you just batter and then it turns into chicken fried.
Or do you let
steak.
it soak? Either way.
Chicken fried steak is how you're going to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all about the gravy though when you get to that point.
And you don't eat gravy.
I do at 4:13.
4th in the morning?
It's a place in Louisville.
Oh, okay. I was like 4:13. Like, why specifically?
Very specific
4:13
time.
in the
Yes,
morning?
AM or PM.
From the 254, ice cream isn't real anymore. Let it sit out and it doesn't melt. And milk is not for humans. It's just a big cup of grossness. Pus.
You know what? I'm going to push back on that. I don't believe this nonsense that milk's not meant for humans. I've been drinking it for 44 years. I'm as human as it gets.
You're as human as it gets. From the
Human's got a human.
From the
Shout out
682.
to Carter Freeman.
Fred is in night radio mode right now. Yeah, he's feeling him. He's definitely feeling himself, and it's pretty good.
I'm just.
This is definitely Fred at his finest.
I am the milkman.
He is the milkman.
100%.
So there you go. Ice cream did we decide it is fair?
We did fair. Ice cream fair in moderation.
You know what? Here, let's add this to it
qualifier.
I'll get to NFL overreaction or reality in a second. As we go through this life, we have a lot of stresses on us.
We do,
right?
man.
You got to get to work. You got to pay bills. You have to have. There's just so many stressors. Traffic is a stressor. What are the things that make us feel good? All right. Whenever Halle Berry said that, make me feel good. You know, like what are the things in life that make us happy? Ice cream's the thing that makes you happy. Halle Berry makes us happy.
Halle Berry eating ice cream makes me happy.
Seeking out the things that make us happy. What does that do? Balances out the stressors.
It does.
So yes, Fred, in moderation, ice cream can be good for your heart because it balances out the stressors of life.
I love it.
That's the way that I'm going to.
Last part of this. What's your flavor? Go to ice cream. That is.
Peach has become the summertime like ice cream, but I find myself
that's your jam.
I want shaved ice in the summer, and I want ice cream in the winter. I'm weird like that.
Yeah, you are weird.
But yeah, it's probably some sort of like caramel crack or something.
I'm not really sure how to digest it. This guy said caramel crack and peaches. Your go-to ice cream flavor, Alec Medford?
Nothing involving crack, just cookies and cream. Big cookies and cream guy. Yeah.
It's time to overreact.
All right, there it is. NFL overreaction or reality. Thank you, Fred, for getting all of our flavors.
You're welcome.
By the way, since I don't like Oreos, never liked cookies and cream.
Oh,
so sorry about.
I'm a butter pecan kind of guy. So
butter pecan. Oh, dude, did you ever have the butter pecan with the cherries in it too? It's got
that's an old school pull right there.
Grandma used to get that.
No, that's an old school pull right there. Yeah, that was a treat.
Yes,
of all treats. But no, I'm more of a Baskin Robbins 31 flavors kind of butter pecan. Kind of guy with my butter pecan Ricans. You know who you are.
Yeah.
You know what song that's from.
It's good, man. It is fantastic. All right now it's time for NFL overreaction or reality. Raiders quarterback Geno Smith flipped off Seahawks fans before Thursday night's preseason game. Pete Carroll had a great view of the encounter and then tried to snatch the sign that the fan had. The sign read, "Bigger bust, Geno or Jamarcus Russell?"
That's cold-blooded.
On Sunday, Pete Carroll was asked about Smith's obscene gesture, and Pete Carroll did, guess what? He defended his quarterback. Quote, "Did you see what the sign said?" Next question. Fair foul.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. See,
It's starting to bleed
the
in.
Frederization of this program is starting to happen.
NFL overreaction or reality. Geno Smith is a bigger bust than Jamarcus Russell.
No, he's not. Absolutely not. I mean, because what was Geno even a first rounder? I believe he was. I thought he was. Was he late first, early second? Either way.
I don't have that there. I can't remember. But I remember at one time he was a second round pick, number 39.
Okay,
overall.
see, that's why I thought he was an early second round. No, he's definitely not a bust. I mean, he's gotten paid twice now, all right? I mean, he's proved himself to be a legitimate NFL starting quarterback, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing, and maybe it's just more of a testament to Geno Smith than anything else, but I think it goes to show, A, you've got to be in the right system. B, you got to have a guy that has because let's remember, what was Geno Smith remembered for before resuscitating his career? Getting knocked out by a teammate in the locker room.
That's true.
I mean, he got KO'd. Obviously, didn't have
was
a very
it with
thick
a helmet too? Was that?
It's a great question. I was just going to say, to your point, doesn't have a thick neck.
Oh no, very thin neck for sure.
Definitely doesn't have a thick neck. But no, I think it's a testament to him. What did he make with the Raiders? What did they give him? $90 million or something like that. My only pushback on this, and this is more just because I'm a Chiefs fan than anything else, the fact that Raider Nation on Twitter, because I do follow a fair amount of Raider fans, and just Raider Nation is in my algorithm, I guess, the number of Raider fans that were just loving this up. That's my quarterback. Really, bro? That's your quarterback? You're cool because he flipped off a fan like, oh, give me the lock screen version of that picture. Oh, I got you, bro. That's what you're excited about, Raider fans?
His rookie season with the Jets, 3,000 yards, 12 touchdowns, 21 interceptions.
But I'll live with that as a rookie.
But then 13-13, has a couple of bad years, and then in 2022 He's a third year in Seattle, and Reggie, our old Reginald Atatula, exclaimed, "This is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together."
Nice. He's right.
Everybody laughed. Geno Smith goes out there and rolls out 4,200 yards, 30 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions.
Put it all together.
Jamarcus Russell never even got close to that. All right, he never even sniffed something.
He never
like
got
that.
close to his rookie year.
And so, like that right there, and then since then, he's been a relatively good quarterback. I don't think he's a world beater. I don't think he's. I don't think he's 35 at this point too, going to the Raiders. I don't think he's tremendous, but dude, Jamarcus Russell was bad. And never had the work ethic to get back into it.
No, and let's put into context too. It was in Seattle, so it's a Seattle fan. I don't know. I don't think he's.
They're butthurt that Pete Carroll's no longer there.
Well, and that's the whole thing, right? Is that you've got your former coach and your former quarterback that are coming back in town. So I mean, it's and really, in the power ranking of inflammatory or obscene things to say on a sign as trash talk is concerned, I mean, I think we've seen far worse things than who's a bigger bust, you or Jamarcus Russell. I mean, it's again, I don't think there's any comparison. I mean, we all know, anybody with half a brain knows it's Jamarcus Russell, but that's honestly, it's kind of a reach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's about as unoriginal as it gets if we're really being honest. Because who thinks Geno's a bust?
I don't.
Nobody.
When he came into the league, I was like, I just don't know how it's going to work. I thought he was going to be amazing whenever he was on a tear at West Virginia, and then fell off the map at West Virginia at the end of their year.
Yeah.
It all just fell apart for him, and I was like, dang, what happened? And then I was like, well, good luck to him. I hated that he went to the Jets. I thought it was a bad place to go. I constantly will point out, people look at Bryce Young. Bryce Young looks pretty good right now. He looked pretty good. Looked good at the end of last year.
Sure does.
Coming into Carolina, his rookie season, that team was not built to win. They were terrible.
No.
Go look at how many times a quarterback lands in a bad organization that isn't organized, doesn't know what they're doing, has a coach that's probably on the way out. All these things.
Hell, Matt Rule got fired midway through the season.
All these things are important to growing and developing a quarterback, and owners don't think of it a lot of times. Sometimes they have a plan, but a lot of these guys, you'll see a bust happen whenever they have a team, an organization that isn't ready.
Yeah,
and that's happened. So, overreaction or reality. Matthew Stafford is not practicing on Monday. Will he play this year?
No, I think he'll play this year, but if it's overreaction.
He entered into a wellness chamber before the practice session, and he was in. What's a wellness chamber?
That's a great question. 877-881-1053. Is it anything like a hyperbaric chamber?
I want a wellness chamber. How much do those things cost?
If I had to guess, I'm going to say $23,000.
You do a lot more than that.
No. How much?
I don't know yet. I'm just guessing price. I didn't type. I just typed in wellness chamber. $25,000. The Oxy Pro is $49,000, and the Nature Sauna and Frozen Cold Chambers $25,000. So there's
we grew up watching Price is Right with Bob Barker when we were sick.
That was always fun.
I would have just won the Showcase Showdown. Might have taken yours too.
Probably so.
Okay,
because I was never good at that. I was good at the grocery thing. Where they would figure out the prices for groceries. I was like, oh, yeah, because I shop all.
What about the little yodeler? Huh?
Mm-hmm,
Remember him?
Yeah, I was good at that too.
Yeah.
But we used to have that for Price is Right, for Rangers Price is Right and Cowboys Price is Right. But I always would tell my wife, we'd look in the grocery cart and she'd go, oh, you know.
Are you talking about supermarket sweep?
And I'd say, that's about $250 worth of groceries. And she'd be like, what are you talking about? And we'd get up there and it was $248 and be like, I know. I just keep track of things in my mind that she doesn't.
Do you remember that show?
Like the prices of things.
Supermarket Sweep?
Wasn't that where you run through and just kind of hold your arm out and get it all into the thing?
Diapers were always a big thing. They'd always go back to the meats, bringing it back to the meats again.
Mm-hmm.
But they were always big on that.
A report is that teams are monitoring Tyreek Hill for a potential trade.
Oh,
overreaction or reality?
Oh, that's reality all day.
Tyreek Hill will not be on the Dolphins before the season's over.
No, reality. He will be he's this year's Devontae Adams.
Ooh, interesting.
He is this year's Devontae Adams.
He's not happy, and so he'll have a hamstring injury that keeps him out until they go, you know what, let's just move on because the value's better. He's not happy here. Just move on from the guy. Is that what happened with Devontae.
That's exactly what's going to happen. And I don't even know if it's going to have to be an injury because with him, his speed is his X factor, right? Like we all know that's one thing about Tyreek Hill, but no, he'll be gone. He'll be gone. If you're Miami, that you tried for 2 years with the, hey, we're going to have the best offense around. You did. I mean, remember, was it 2 years ago when they put 70 up on the Denver Broncos and remember, like, oh my God, this is the greatest offense ever, and then they fell back down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got Jalen Waddle. A couple other pieces on that offense as well, but I mean, Tyreek. I'm not going to say he's addition by subtraction per se offensively, but I would imagine in the locker room he probably is.
Overreaction to reality. Raheem Morris and Dan Campbell did the right thing on Friday. Raheem Morris explained his decision to end Friday night's preseason game after Maurice Norris suffered a potentially serious injury. Morris said he didn't know whether the league approved the move.
Yeah.
On Monday, Dan Campbell went through and said he made it clear that the plan went against the directive they had received from the powers that be.
Right.
Quote, don't do this to me, all right? So Raheem and I agreed that was what we were going to do. We talked to, Sean Hockley, let us know the game is still on. And we communicated with each other. We told Sean we'll be taking knees, and he said, I understand. And that's the way it went. And then the game was called.
Yeah.
Fair foul. Dude, I'm stuck on fair foul.
I love it,
it's
dude.
so good. I might steal it.
Come on.
But overreaction to reality, they did the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, but again, and not trying to be Mr. Complainer here, but people on Twitter, humanity over football. Look, what a classy thing to do. It's a preseason game. Okay,
it's not a real game.
This is week one. Look, everybody's gonna get in a circle. They're gonna pray. Everybody's gonna get real quiet. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go to commercial. Ambulance is gonna come on the field. They're gonna take him off, and then we're gonna come back and start playing again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. By the way, he did say the other day that he's fine and everything's all good. The kid from the Lions. So. Look, the same thing happened with who's old boy from dadgummit. Who's our boy from Damar Hamlin? Okay, I mean, this is what happens in the NFL, unfortunately, right? I mean, this is what happens. Guys are going to get hurt. There's going to be moments of silence. There's going to be real, still moments where everybody's kind of just holding their breath, like what's going to happen here. And the reality is that they're going to come out. They're going to pick the guy up. They're going to put him on a bodyboard or a stretcher. They're going to put him on an ambulance, and boom, done, gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to be kind of an awkward first series as everybody kind of gets their bearings straight again. And then a couple minutes later, we're back to football again, and that's the reality of it.
Mm-hmm.
This was preseason. Nobody cares anyway. It was the fourth quarter. It was fourth quarter with 7-8 minutes left to go.
Yeah. It was done.
Look, nobody had to get hurt on Saturday, and if you had told me that Sean McVay and Brian Schottenheimer would have come together and said, you know what, I've seen enough of Joe Milton. You mind if we just go ahead and knee it out for the next 8 minutes?
We just call this a joint practice and say see you later?
And I'm sure, and would have anybody had any problem with that? I would have said, you know what, that is humanity over football. Because I don't know how much more of this fourth quarter I can take. That is humanity. So, yes.
Overreaction to reality, CeeDee Lamb shouldn't have been called for that penalty.
Nah, you got to call him.
You do have to call it.
I mean, he's in the way. I mean, it was funny.
It was
great.
It was one of my favorite moments, although I was very concerned about his body. But he popped back up, and he was turning around like he was trying to call a flag on them.
Oh, look.
He was calling pass interference on the referee.
No. Look, what does that tell you? If CeeDee would have got hurt because he got trucked by a referee, just shut the season down now.
Yeah. Dude, can you imagine, though, like that they're trying to protect their starters.
And you get hurt because you get trucked by a referee because you're standing in the wrong place. Like, oh, my God.
Bill Callahan said, or Brian Callahan said he was pleased with Cam Ward's preseason.
Yeah.
But he has certainly not arrived yet. And he said, we have a lot of things we're still working on. I thought it was a good start for him, encouraging, productive. There's a couple things to keep grinding on. Overreaction to reality. Cam Ward's going to get Rookie of the Year this year. He had 2 incompletions, quick 3 and out into the night?
No, I think that's an overreaction.
Okay.
I think that's an overreaction. You've got a lot of good running. I mean, look, Ashton Genty's out there. Omarion Hampton's out there. Look, Shador could be a starter before it's all said and done. And with the way he looked, now again, I'm not going to pretend like I watched all of the Titans game the other night. I was locked in to watching the Cleveland Browns. And look, the NFL give it, the NFL take it away. All right, because look, for as much as everybody said, "Oh, the NFL's was in on it," Tell you what, I don't know about you, but I saw plenty of NFL tweets and posts and everything else loving up Shador Sanders from this weekend.
That is true.
All right, the NFL. When it comes to the way things work out beforehand and what have you, look, I'm sure, especially now that they're in bed with ESPN and now Fox and ESPN are in bed together. At the end of the day, and you and I talked about this ever so briefly last week, what did Roger Goodell say? We're not in competition with Major League Baseball and the NBA.
The biggest entertainment on the planet is who we're going after. Apple and Google.
Okay? NFL's not stupid. They don't care if Shador was Mr. Irrelevant. All right? Guess what? My man Bald, it's in Cleveland. It was against a crappy Carolina team in Carolina. Most of the people there were in Browns uniforms or Browns jerseys. And guess what? Our boy Bald, we're plastering that everywhere. So not to say Cam Ward couldn't win it, but I just think there's a lot of good rookies out there. And hell, Travis Hunter is going to get a lot of love too. So it's a loaded class. Somebody's going to – would I be surprised if he's top 5? Not at all, but I think it's a wide open race.
NFL.com had, and this is from Bucky Brooks, the list of head coaches who will win the most in 2025. Coming in third, Mike Vrabel with the New England Patriots.
Wow.
And number 2, Ben Johnson with the Chicago Bears. And
is this new quarterbacks or new coaches? New head coaches. I'm sorry. Okay.
And number 1, Brian Schottenheimer will have the most wins out of all the rookie head coaches.
Did he do this before Saturday's game or is this today?
It was August 8th. So that was Saturday. That was Friday, I believe. As we were,
that was Saturday.
Or
Friday. No, you're right. That was Friday.
He did before that game on Saturday. I don't know if that changed his mind.
Let's see look before everybody starts turning in their season tickets and turning off their televisions. Let's wait till Saturday, and then we'll have a better idea.
So you don't think that you're saying wait?
Brian said himself he's playing with a 7-iron.
Right now in preseason.
Yes.
He's not in the regular season. He's saying, look, I'm limiting myself from going out there and trying to open up the entire bag of clubs.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just going to go out there. We're playing as Wade Phillips said this, base defense, base offense. I'm not showing anything. I'm not doing anything in particular. And there's part of you that's like, but that's what preseason's for, is to kind of get those things in real time.
And
but they were like, nope, we're not doing that.
And just real quick, I mean, look, I know, and I've been adamant that they do need to play their starters, but at the same time, too, maybe the gap between their starters and backups, as I like to think, is so vast that's why you saw them play the backups to the extent that they did on Saturday.
Maybe so.
We'll see what happens this Saturday.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some C Block, and you know what we're going to do? Roll out some Wanker of the Weekend for it next on The Fan.
Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Fred Davis, and we're hanging out with Alec Medford as well. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget this Thursday, G-Bag Nation. The G-Bag Nation starts things off for Fan Phenom, all right? So at 2 o'clock, G-Bag Nation will get rolling. After their show, Fan Phenom auditions will go. And that's the second round. So round one has already happened. You missed round one.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you didn't. Maybe they were there for round one. Round two is on the way, and it's going to be at Grand Prairie's Jake's Burgers and Beers right off of George Bush in Grand Prairie. So be ready for it this Thursday. Catch the G-Bag Nation live, and then also you're going to get your opportunity to talk into a microphone and impress the boss.
And just so you know, just if you didn't make it to round one, you can still go to round two. And if you made it to round one, you can still go to round two. And by the way, it's you know this as it's kind of like being on remote. So you're actually wearing a headset like we wear when we go to a remote broadcast. So
right.
You got that going on for you. But no, we had a lot of good guys and gals that showed up this last Thursday. So again, and a couple of folks have reached out. Hey, how'd I do? Obviously, you got feedback from Gavin. So you know what to work on. And again, and I'm going to tell you the same thing I told people last week. And again, know what you want to talk about. Mm-hmm. Do not come up to the table and say you don't care. Because, we don't
want to talk about. Well,
whatever.
If you say that, then we're going to talk about something you might not know or be interested in.
This is your 3 minutes, man.
And it's your 3 minutes to prove something.
That's it.
But if you know what? Some people, they just show up.
Every man's had to stare down that 3 minute barrel. Okay?
What does that mean?
Take whatever you want, bro.
I've had that experience before where we looked up and we saw that there was lots more time left on the clock. And we were like, oh, man. That was the first show.
Can you last 3 minutes? That's the question on Thursday.
Every time, at least. All
Can
right.
you last 3 minutes?
Guys, this is time for the C Block starring me. Also, Wanker of the Weekend. I decided we were going to do Wanker of the Weekend here up in the next segment, but Brian Schottenheimer's press conference was pushed to 1:15.
Okay.
So we're going to get out of here in just a few minutes and then turn it over to Brian Schottenheimer. Then we'll chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, turn it over to them for the rest of the day. Jerry Jones said he was just... You have to pinch him. He had to pinch himself because of getting Joe Milton here. And I get it. He was excited that they were able to get that player for very little regarding draft compensation. And they have a player that they could potentially develop. They have him on a cheap contract, potentially develop him. And he has, as Babe Laufenberg said, all these things that make you
all
go,
the intangibles
he could be a great quarterback if we can just build him. All we got to do is that. And so that was Jerry Jones over the weekend when he was talking. And Stephen Jones said these two things multiple times. A, you're not going to see much out here tonight. And we didn't.
We didn't.
And then B, he's under contract. He kept saying over and over, look, Micah is under contract. Don't forget that. And that's their sell. That's their sell to everybody out there is the fact is, he is under contract. Mm-hmm. He's the one that's saying he wants a new one, and we're not quite prepared to come to terms with everything that they want at the moment. So we'll continue to watch this drama unfold. I do believe it is the 19th. I believe it's the 19th when Jerry Jones is the gambler and his Cowboys.
Yes, that's exactly when that thing comes out.
I'm very interested to see if they get that out before, if they get the contract with Micah done before or after that, because
you've suggested that there may be some synergy there between those two dates.
Brad Townsend from the Dallas Morning News, he was like, Jerry would not want anything else being in the way of his moment, his time to shine with this documentary. I think that's an interesting take.
I love that.
I think that is a very interesting take.
I'm all for it.
And now it's time for some more Wanker of the Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We will start with Tommy Fleetwood. Now, Fred, I don't know how much of a golf fanatic you are.
Not much of one at all.
I'm right there with you.
Tiger Woods, y'all.
But I keep track when I can. Tommy Fleetwood is 29th in top 5 finishes on the PGA Tour.
Okay.
11 more than any other player without a win over the last 40 years.
Wow.
Without a win over the last 40 years. And this dude is one of those guys that it is like, all right, time to watch an epic collapse.
Yeah.
And he does it every single time, and he did it again this weekend as well.
Oh, poor Tommy.
Wanker of the Weekend, golf for Tommy Fleetwood.
How many Fleetwood Mac jokes do you think he gets? Or how many questions do you think he gets?
Probably all of them.
Once a week, right? At least.
Probably all.
You think once a day?
Yeah, because there's going to be somebody, like, he's got to sign in somewhere.
Yeah.
And they go, Fleetwood. And they start singing some Fleetwood Mac song.
What do you think he gets asked more? Cadillac questions or the band questions?
The band.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with that.
Good point.
NASCAR driver over the weekend, Zilich is his name, broke his collarbone getting out of the car to celebrate a win. Because on NASCARs, the doors don't open.
They don't.
You have to crawl out of the window. And on his crawl out, he broke his collarbone.
But now, was he I thought he started standing up, though, and then fell.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's how it happened. Because he was crawling out of the car.
Yeah, but look,
here's the video.
Hey, Dale Jr.
He's
never did that.
crawling
Just saying.
He's going to stand up to celebrate. Everybody does this. And then he slips and falls, and bam!
See, that's
collarbone gone. But if they'd have had a door, he could just sling the door open.
Well, but had he just slid out, he's standing on the car, okay? That's on him. Again, the Intimidator, I mean, not granted, he probably should have buckled the seatbelt, but that said, okay, Dale Jr., the Rainbow Warrior, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, never seen them have any issues like this. Rubbin's racing, boys, okay? Tony Stewart, never saw him have an issue like that.
Rubbin is racing. That is a fact. We've always known that.
We've always.
Another wanker of the weekend, Kevin Durant. Did you see this?
What did he do?
Kevin Durant, somebody said, KBS Lake Show 24 tweeted, the last time that Kevin Durant led his team in field goal FGA per game was 2018. Dime Dropper Pod said, greatest scorer ever, my ass. Y'all like efficiency more than what's needed to win. And then Kevin Durant, who is never one to shy away from an argument on Twitter.
What do you have, alerts turned on for this?
This is the moment that I liked Kevin Durant. I'm not sure I love him anymore.
Yeah.
He tweeted, 30K points on low FGA. I'm a coach's dream. Dime Dropper. I mastered scoring at 24 years old, man. Give it a rest. I don't care about being the best scorer ever. You are diminishing my all-time greatness calling me that. So he's saying by calling me a great all-time scorer, you're diminishing his greatness, which I don't like when people talk about their own greatness like that. But that's what he's saying.
What was he referring to his efficiency?
Yeah, and he's also saying that he's a better all-around player, not just a scorer, but he's good at everything. And I just don't like when
I mean, let's be real. When we look back on Kevin Durant's career, great help defender. I mean, nobody was better at helping defend than Kevin Durant.
Maybe a different story, but help.
Kevin Durant will go down as a great scorer.
That is true.
Like, that's what we're going to that's what we remember. We're going to remember Kevin Durant for what? A couple things. One, great scoring, team hopping, and not being able to bench 185.
That's very true. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference after preseason game 1, next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's head out to Oxnard where Brian Schottenheimer is in the middle of his press conference right now.
And it's not going to be accepted. Like, we're not going to allow that to happen. We're told the guys today, if you're going to commit pre-snap penalties, which means I can't line up the right way as an offensive lineman, I shave my motions, and, we're not going to play you. Why? Because why would you put yourself at a disadvantage and say, hey, I'm going to cost myself 5 yards here and next, and again, the officials did a good job. They're trying to warn us. And so we went back and we've defined again, second time, define the way we talk about our offensive lineman, alignment, level 1, level 2, all those things. But if we're not a disciplined football team, that starts with me as a head coach and the coaching staff.
One more thing. You say you're not going to tolerate it. How does that manifest itself? What does it look like not tolerating?
Yeah, guys don't play. Doesn't mean if CD shaves, I'm taking him out forever. Yeah, I mean, let's be very straight about that. CD, don't shave wherever you are. Don't shave. But if it's a consistent habit and they keep doing it and you're trying to correct it and it doesn't get taken care of, then they don't understand, or they're just kind of saying, they don't see the importance of it. And my job and the coach's job is to make sure they understand the importance of playing with discipline, because why are you going to give up 3 yards? And I think of the 6, 2, I know for sure, maybe 3 were in the red zone. And it's like, okay, why are we 0 for 2 in the first half scoring touchdowns in the red zone offensively? Well, we get down in there and we push ourselves back. So that was definitely addressed.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN, you told us last week that after the game you'll start thinking about the 53 with the group and things. Does that worry your cornerback spot?
Well, I wouldn't say, Todd, that I think we start thinking about the 53. I think we got a long way to go on this thing. I think what I meant, or what should have been taken, was we're moving guys around on the depth chart because of the fact that we've got, again, 2 physical padded practices coming up this week. We've got another one on Thursday. We play a very physical team on Saturday against Baltimore at home opener, which should be a blast. But, it's premature for us to start thinking about the 53-man roster. I'll get to your question. But, to me, that's what this is about. Part of the process right now is, okay, these guys played well. This guy needs to get more reps. This guy gets a little bit less reps. We communicate that to them. Hey, here's why you're getting less reps. It's because of X, Y, Z. It's not a punishment. It said, hey, maybe this guy's doing better than you, or maybe you didn't play very well, and that's why. But in terms of the cornerback depth, I think, we're getting guys reps that need it. I thought, a guy like Booth, did some good things. Iz made a beautiful interception. And I do think that we have some guys that hopefully will be back sooner than later. But right now, we're still in the process of competing every day.
And then, with Micah, as you get into later days out here, how do you guys challenge him to make sure he's staying on top of it when he's not practicing?
Yeah, again, it's the meetings, it's the talk through, it's all those things that we've already addressed. And Micah knows the importance of having his mind ready to roll. Yeah, I think they're both going to start doing something this week. John, I'll figure it out when I get in there after we have this meeting here. Today's kind of a lighter day. Today's a stay program where we're taking care of their bodies a little bit. So that buys guys that are coming off bumps and bruises to kind of get back healthy, and we'll do a mock a little bit later tonight. But I think both those guys, we should see some significant progress with them this week, and we'll see. But hopefully they can both play in the game.
And then with Joe Milton's elbow.
Yeah, same thing. He's fine.
Nick Harris, Former Star Telegram. Your philosophy when it comes to these highly contested position battles, do you see more value in, when it comes to preseason time, getting these guys a full game of reps, or is it, do you see value in bursts of reps, if that makes sense, or is it kind of position by position basis?
I think it's position by position. We're thin at some spots, so guys have to play more. If you lose a guy or two during the game, guys have to kind of go back in. But again, the preseason games are one part of the evaluation. Again, I've said it 1,000 times, we can get a lot out of practice. And if we practice the right way, which we do, we'll get a lot out of that. And so the philosophy is more of it's a combination, and it's based a little bit on, okay, we need to see you play more football. You haven't played a whole lot of football. Sometimes it's like, hey, I want this guy to get a little bit more seasoning on some things, so we're going to hold him until maybe preseason game 2 and then unleash him. So these are long discussions that we have kind of at length and discuss a lot of the potential, what about this, what about that, and it's kind of a fun part of the process. And what you really want to do is kind of give the guys an understanding, because the worst thing to do for a player is say, hey, you're going to play 15 plays, and then all of a sudden you got to put them back in the game in the third or fourth quarter, because they're not ready for that. So we try to communicate to it, and then we stay pretty true to script.
And then at the one tech spot, what's been your evaluation through this one camp in the preseason?
Yeah, I think, we played a little bit, well, number one, we didn't tackle very well on defense. We're going to get back to doing a lot of tackling drills. I've talked to Flus about that. Replace some of the ball drills we've been doing, ball disruption drills. Just the hamstring tackle's not where it needs to be. We're getting guys on the ground, Nick, but we're getting knocked back instead of knocking them back. The technique that we teach is basically you want to run through contact, 3 hard steps, so you knock the guy in the opposite direction. And right now we're absorbing too much. So that's the first thing. And then, again, we're not doing a lot from a front standpoint, but we can play lower, definitely, up front. And, the Rams did a good job. They screwed up our run fits from time to time with some of the misdirection and things like that. Some of it's young players, playing a lot of football, which I think you'll see more ops for the young guys in this week's practice and in this week's game, just because they got to play. And they're talented guys, but they got to make mistakes. And they're going to make mistakes, and that's part of it. So, I think at the end of the day, we were good against the run in the first half. We really were. 3.1, and then the second half it got away from us, and they really weren't doing much. They were just running downhill duo, and we didn't hold up very well. Yeah, again, I think, you know, I'll get more information. Again, I don't think it's too serious, but again, he's one that we're finishing up some more testing on.
Tommy R, StouseCowboys.com. Going back to talking about momentum, how do you handle momentum as a play caller? If you feel like it's on your side, do you maybe try to get a bit more aggressive? Do you try to stay level the whole time? How does it fluctuate throughout a game and kind of determine where you want to go on?
Yeah, you're definitely, Tommy, you're reading the game all the time. You know, I mean, you've got kind of a plan of philosophy of who you're playing. Okay, but when you get a chance to seize momentum, man, you have to. You know, like I really think it would have been great to see, you know, if we hit flow on the deep cross, you know, after the interception, what that would have played out. I thought the defense was great at stepping up after the interception. You know, you call it sudden change. They got to go back out there and they get the ball back for you. But it's kind of a feel for the game. It's the time of the game. It's the situation of the game. It's the score of the game. It's all those things. And but I'll say this: it's a very, very powerful thing when it comes to competitive sports and definitely football.
Every snap for you. What did you make of them being, considering they were probably your two biggest depth guys on the line?
Yeah, I mean, again, they played basically a full game, like you said. I thought they both did a nice job. They were a big part of us having success running the football. I thought the pass protection was good. We gave up the one sack. We got edged on the right side one time. I would say this, you know, TJ, you know, as a guard looked terrific. We want to see him play a little bit more center. So we're going to play him some more at center this week. You know, he was a little bit late with a snap or two in the red zone. It actually got loud down there in the red zone late in the game, so we had to go to silent count. But they're both playing really well right now. And the flex for TJ to have to go in there and do that, I thought he did a really good job for his first game, but we're going to get him quite a bit more work at center, so he's a little bit more comfortable in there.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. Joe Milton kind of talked about how he came out a little overhyped. You kind of talked about him still learning him a little bit as a play caller. Is there a way as a play caller you can kind of curate calmness with a quarterback? Yeah, for sure. And we actually talked about that with the quarterbacks, and it was just good. You know, hey, how can I help you? He was revved up. A lot of those guys get revved up. First preseason game, want to go and set the world on fire, and it's not about that, you know. And that goes for play callers too. Like, hey, let's let's go put 50 on these guys. It's like, no, not that. But I think, you know, he settled down and he found his rhythm. And I kind of went over there and joked with him on a couple things. And in the second half, and that, you know, talking to him, it kind of settled him down a little bit. And I think that's part of the relationship. And that's why you guys always ask about, you know, the relationship with me and Dak. And, you know, Joe's an incredible competitor and, you know, such a bright future. But I'm still learning him different than Dak and how to communicate with him. And really good meetings today with the guys. We talked a little bit last week about why wide receiver 3. What are you hoping to see out of Jalen Tolbert as the rest of the season?
Well, I think, JT's a guy that I like to challenge because I know anytime I challenge him, he steps up and accepts the challenge. Had a great punt return, got called back because of a penalty, a 20-something yard punt return. That was cool to see. I think the consistency of it. I mean, anytime a guy comes out of off a season where he has 7 touchdown passes, leads the team, I mean, he's just a guy that's going to always do right. He's going to block. He's so selfless and such just a great teammate. And it's no surprise he was really trained by Brandon Cooks, because in reality that's what B. Cooks is. And it's just like the consistency that those guys play at and how they help you win. Sometimes it's not in the stat book or the stat line. It's just they do plays 4, 5, 6 a game that you're like, whether it's a block, whether it's a cover down, whether it's a catch on a 3rd down conversion, and you go, man, we probably don't win the game if it wasn't for that play by JT.
Hey, Blossberg, 105.3, the fan. Brian, so I'll go back to Friday. Typically that's a beanie day. See what the other team is doing, getting a look. You guys had a hard practice with the start. You just not like the day of 3 days off for those guys, or not 4 really.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, babe. I mean, literally, thinking back last couple of years with the AAR, what happens is if you do the beanie day on Friday and your vets don't play, so Friday they kind of get it off. They don't play Saturday. The mandatory day off is Sunday. Today they come back in and you can't practice because the guys played in the game are sore, and you wouldn't do that. So the next thing you know, you're 4 days of not doing anything, and I don't believe that that's the best way you get. It's too long. It's too long a period for these guys to not be playing football. How do you get good at football? You play football. And so the way we structured the practice schedules, the guys not playing in the game or limited in the game, they got 24 reps, and the guys that were going to play quite a bit in the game got 12 reps. And so I think that's very manageable. I think the guys worked hard. I challenged them to work hard, and that's the formula we'll keep going with.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3, the fan. Is Milton the backup quarterback? From the standpoint of, I know Cooper Rush last year he felt it hurt him that he didn't get to play more while you all were looking at Lance. What you saw of Greer the other night, what you know of him from before, did he earn more playing time in preseason? How do you approach it?
Yeah, I think, our plan all along has been that we need to find out about Joe Milton. And again, under no circumstance am I panicked or worried about Joe Milton. Joe Milton played really well in the second half. He did some really good things. He calmed down. He figured it out. But I'd be crazy if I didn't say to you how impressed I am with Will Greer. I mean, all the guy does is when given opportunities. And like I said, we communicate very clearly with our players. So like the scrimmage against the Rams, we told them, hey, man, why don't you drink some water and hang out? And next thing you know, he's in the game, and did a great job. Same thing in this game. Will wasn't planning on playing very much, if at all. And next thing you know, he's got to go in, a couple shoulder shrugs, and away he goes, and uses his feet, little Fran Tarkenton, a little ball fake and all that stuff. But again, Brad, we're going to let these guys all compete, and it's not a negative against Will Greer that he's not getting the reps. I've been around Will Greer for a couple of years now. We know who Will Greer is. We are not surprised when he goes in and does that. It's figuring out more of the Joe Milton. It's the unknown more than the competition.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, on Saturday you talked about being up there as an NFL head coach is your dream, and a couple times this offseason you mentioned Bill Cowher. How instrumental has Bill Cowher been in you getting to this chair you're in now, and how would you describe the role he plays in your life, both personally and professionally? Yeah,
I mean, he's a family friend, longtime family friend. He and my dad were very, very close. He looked up to my father as a mentor, and, I try to use Bill any chance I get. I appreciate him. I love the way his teams played. His teams were very, very physical. His teams were great at taking the football away. A lot of things that we believe in and that I believe in come from Marty Schottenheimer, Bill Cowher, winning the line of scrimmage, be multiple, all those things. And, it's not like we talk every week, but he's definitely someone I know that when I have questions or issues or something that maybe I would have reached out to my dad or somebody else, I like to go back and get somebody like that, a Super Bowl champion head coach that's been through the fires, and he wants to stay involved too. I know he does the TV thing, but, you can't – he'd be lying if he said he doesn't miss it a little bit. I mean, you can't not miss being out there on the grass running around with the guys.
Brad actually asked my question about Milton, so I'm going to move on.
Welcome.
Well, actually, I thank you, for taking this question. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah.
You know, Maris just jumped out at us, in the way he played. You just talk about what he's done in camp and second-year jump.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the opening kickoff of the game of preseason 2025, man. He's singled up. He comes down, cross-face the guy, and just strikes the hell out of the returner. Ball's at the 22-yard line. Then he goes out and, again, probably played as physical as anybody on the defense, filling gaps, punching, tackling, shooting gaps. I just see the instincts and the confidence right now. Clarence jumping off the film with me, man. But, the defense was great. It's what I've seen every day. But go to the opening kickoff. And here's a starting linebacker playing on special teams, and it's right out of the gate, man. He's boom down there, and he wasn't the only one. Marquise Bell was there. He had a great cross-face. Buddy Johnson was squeezing it from the inside. But what I've seen from Maris has been very, very consistent, and he showed out in the game. Good redirect, by the way. That was good.
How do you reward a guy like Malik Davis, who comes in 36 hours before the game and has an awesome performance versus the guys who have been here throughout camp? You've committed this running back room, multiple of those guys. How do you kind of balance the reward factor there, if that makes sense?
Yeah, first thing you do is you point it out. I mean, we celebrated the hell out of Malik today. I mean, the guys went crazy when I showed a couple of his runs, and what he did is not easy, and we were literally thinking about, we're going to play him later in the game, and we just decided, hey, let's put him in now and let him go, and he did not disappoint. He gave us a huge lift, and again, he'll get some reps, but we do have guys coming back. It's a similar thing with Malik. I kind of feel like I know Malik. I was not surprised by how well Malik ran. I've seen the run instincts. I was surprised he did it that quick, getting here on Friday or Thursday, whatever it was, and then doing that. But, I think he's a terrific young runner with great instincts and things like that, and I think it's a shame that he has not been on a team. But, again, kudos to the scouting department for being able to find him, and he's happy to be back. And, again, these next two practices are going to be physical and hard and long, and there'll be plenty of work to go around for everybody. Absolutely. SEC shows on Netflix, somebody said. Yeah, get to check that out.
Brian, kind of a follow-up to Brad, but I'm a little confused. Won't be the first or last time.
Me too. Me too.
Is Joe Milton the backup? Is he your number two?
Yeah. Why do we have to decide that today? We don't have to decide that today. Yeah. 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 You balance it by saying we want to find out more about Joe Milton. There's a ton of talent. There's a bunch of things that we see from Joe Milton. You saw Joe needs the reps. You saw the way he started the game. You saw the way there was a little bit of struggle for us early on. He was throwing the ball hot and hard and all those things, and we finally settled in, and I need to get to learn him, as the play caller. I don't need to learn Dak. I feel like I really don't need to learn Will. So it's more of that. It's got nothing to do with, it's more of me having to learn Joe, and I'm not going to say who the backup running back is right now, who the backup quarterback is right now, because I don't have to make those decisions yet. Again, is he going to get more reps? We'll see.
Along with that, when Will came in, he stepped up on the touchdown.
Great play.
And Joe kind of goes out the back of the pocket. Doesn't really help the tackle out a number of times. Is that something that you guys looked at and kind of showed?
Yeah, we actually talked about it with Joe today. When you're playing a Joe Milton or a Josh Allen or somebody like that, babe, well, they probably didn't do this with you, but they're going to rush them differently. They're going to contain rush, where they're going to keep the edges wide so that you can't escape that way. So the escape path for an athletic guy like Joe or yourself would be to move up to go out. Yeah, okay, maybe. But to go up to go out, whereas other guys get rushed differently, guys that they don't feel are as athletic, they're going to run more games. But, yeah, they had a very specific plan for Joe, and he's going to have to learn to navigate and how to get through those pockets, and that's going to be because he's so athletic.
You mentioned Netflix a second ago. There's a series coming out this week, I believe, with Jerry and stuff. You were in Florida when the 90s Cowboys stuff was going on. What did you know about them then? What did you see about them then, and what have you learned about them since you came back?
Well, I've learned a lot. Since I've been here over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot. I'm excited to watch it. because it's obviously an incredible story and incredible tradition. And, I think looking back now that I know some more of those guys now, Todd, it means more to me. Like when we had the Legends Day and all those guys came back and I got to be around, spend time with Michael Irvin, spend time with some of those guys that were on those teams, I think it makes the story for me, the storyline for me, even more exciting because I'm developing relationships with those guys and learning to care about those guys. And of course I care about, the guys here that were part of those teams and winning championships. But anytime you can celebrate success in Super Bowls and you want to do that. But what I think will be really cool as well is some of the things the stuff they had to deal with that wasn't great, because that's going to happen as well. There's going to be issues. There's going to be problems with different issues, and you're going to have to address it. And I think they proved that you can do that with the right connection and brotherhood. Certainly got to have great players. But I think it'll be a great watch. I don't know when I'll find time to do it. Maybe on a road trip somewhere or something like that. But, I think it should be very entertaining, to say the least.
Coach, you told us, Michelle Montaigne, WFA, you told us that you were a little bit emotional pregame, talked to Jerry for a while and whatnot. After such an adrenaline rush, like, your first game as an NFL head coach, I'd imagine you'd probably like to talk to your dad. Who did you talk to as you kind of decompressed, reflected in the hours after?
I talked to my wife. I talked to a couple of the guys on staff. Actually, I'll make fun of myself here for a second. So after the game was over, I did the team prayer. I called them up. I talked to the guys, and I decided I was going to do the team prayer because obviously my faith is really important to me. Well, I went straight Ricky Bobby on them, and I actually cursed. I cursed. I think I asked God to help us in the red zone. Said damn, we left some opportunities out there. So I fired myself from doing the post-game prayer. I will not be doing that anymore. But we played the clip for the guys. I said, hey, let's talk about accountability because we got to address this. We got to get this fixed. And we played the whole clip of Will Ferrell at the kitchen table doing the prayer where he's talking to baby Jesus and all this stuff. And I think everybody knew because I think Sam Williams was like, afterwards, he said to Dak, he goes, can you swear during the prayer? So I have fired myself. I will no longer be doing the post-game prayer. Chalk that one up that when you're that emotional and there's the ups and downs of a game, you don't need to be the one talking to God. So that's something that we good, better, how we after action report and we've got cleaned up. It's either going to be the team chaplain or someone a little bit more calm than me.
We talked about the numbers at corner, Diggs and Revel. Is there a decision with them? Do you fear that I won't have them in September?
Yeah, again, I think, Calvin, I get that you have to ask a question. I think, both guys are doing what they're supposed to do, and it's going to, like I said, I do believe there's good news on the way, for a number of these guys that, are injured, that hopefully we will have them in September. I'm talking about multiple guys at multiple spots, but you never know. And again, at the end of the day, it's one of those things that you take it day by day. And my number one concern is that they're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing with Britt and Jim and our training staff and our doctors to do that, and then keeping them engaged, which you guys have always asked about, keeping them engaged with meetings and doing some of the things that they can watch and things like that. So that's the biggest thing we're focused on right now.
And that is the Brian Schottenheimer press conference right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Oxnard at Cowboys training camp, where they will be wrapping up this week, and they'll be back in town very soon. Coming up next, though, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
To be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
States has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, no, I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registration 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. And we will start with a little bit of breaking news, gentlemen. The Eagles Pro Bowl guard Landon Dickerson is thought to have suffered a meniscus injury into his right knee. According to sources, Dickerson is getting additional opinions to determine the next course of action, how long he might be sidelined. Now, gentlemen from the G-Bag Nation, first off, how is you today?
Terrific, Majors. How are you?
Better now.
Fantastic.
Better
Okay.
now.
So I was about to set this
the
up.
show that cheers for injury.
I know you guys don't cheer for this stuff,
No,
but
we don't.
Seems like that is a
we just don't want your best players to play.
There you go.
Right.
Not cheering for it. I hope he is fine unless he's playing the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, gotcha.
So week one, that opener, Landon Dickerson, go ahead and rest that meniscus. Anything that gives the Cowboys a better chance to win.
And then maybe re-aggravate it right before Thanksgiving. And you're okay.
Not re-injure, just re-aggravate.
Just re-aggravate.
Yeah.
Precautionary.
Full sensitive.
Be careful,
Probably don't want
guys.
to play that Sunday.
We're going to get death threats. Just get ready.
Very unfortunate.
We can mess with San Francisco. Philadelphia's a whole different animal.
That is true.
I don't know. I think Philadelphia might be like game on. You know, that's fair play, rooting for injuries, because I feel like they all do too.
When they were cheering for Michael Irvin being down on the sideline.
Yeah.
You know, getting carted off the field, ambulance stuff.
They do grease their light poles too.
Eagles missed the playoffs.
It
And
does.
why? Why did I have this prediction? Health.
Yeah, you had the foresight. They're not going to be as healthy this year as they were last year. I mean, it's not like any of us said, man, that sucks. It probably looked more like an ACL than a meniscus.
Yeah.
You know,
That was during
that
a
would've
practice, too, by the way, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sure was.
Oh, wow.
But
Yeah,
yeah, Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Back
By
to
the way, good to
Dawson's
see you
point.
guys all back together today.
I know,
look at this.
Thanks, man.
I mean,
entire show.
it's football season.
Just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
I couldn't
no,
wait
I'm
to
just
get
kidding.
back. What, are you out?
Yeah, I was like, hold on, what? We just got y'all back.
No, the band is back and better than ever, dude. Broadus has his pink shirt on.
He does.
Chuck has his game day thong on, even though it's not a game day. He's just doing that.
Had it on since Saturday.
I got the Proud Brian socks.
I got my
Who's,
cephalexin, taking this every 6 hours.
Of course, Dawson's going commando.
As always,
Per usual.
just like Majors.
I was going to say, I've heard a lot
It's
about
free,
you guys.
It's very freeing, yeah.
Free balls.
Command bros.
Yeah.
Man,
That is nice.
I was, like I said, I've only been here a year now, but to see the Proud Broadus
God, it's been that long.
picture, it's enough out of you, Broadus. Okay, that's enough
Those
out
socks,
of you.
these socks are epic.
They're amazing.
I'm going to wear
They
them
are.
that's on Saturday to the game.
Okay, like I got the Tolo sent me socks for my team. I'm sorry, your team didn't
let's
get
see
any
how it
socks.
is.
Okay.
Who did I not give socks to?
Probably
Dawson,
Gavin.
did you get yours?
yours?
I have not received
All
any
right, hang
socks.
on just a second. I couldn't figure out who I gave socks to.
We gotta
Keep talking,
show
Frank. Keep talking.
show these on the fan cam too.
The Proud Brian socks.
The
those are
Proud
amazing.
Brian
Oh, they're
socks
awesome.
are fantastic. I was telling Chiafalo earlier, I still have that picture in my phone to this day for simple moments of
Special moments.
potentially needing it. Just have it around. I asked Adrienne at the time because she was good at Photoshop. I asked her if she could Photoshop Broadus in different areas of the world, Clash of Clans. And so, yeah, there it is right there. Broadus, I have that picture available just in case.
It's honestly a great reminder of how much more fit Broadus is these days. Like
Yeah, he
this
looks
dude,
fantastic.
this dude.
I'll
is
tell you
fat
what,
in that
man,
picture. He was. I wouldn't say fat.
All
but
right,
he was
that's
pretty
not
large.
fat
So
as
rude.
S in
Just
that
bloated
picture.
more than anything.
That's that press box in St. Louis. My gosh, me and Hellman like, where did you get that? He goes, oh, they got a carving station over there. After I'd eaten chicken and waffles and everything else, and they had like these
little
pretzels
brisket for dessert.
Yeah,
Oh, they got the pretzels, the soft ones?
The pretzels.
You
They
know,
have the Philly
St.
pretzels?
Louis figured it out that like they had a bad football team and they're like feed the media really well.
That's a good point.
And so but yeah, that proud Brian moment. I told Claiborne. I would say everybody asked, well, what were you thinking? And I said. And I told everybody, I go, hey, it's about effing time. You know,
Yeah.
I was thinking that when he was walking by, I had that look. So, it's a proud moment. I'm like, no, I was really thinking it's about effing time that you got an interception. That's what I was thinking.
We all had that face on Saturday then. If that was the face you were making, I mean, that was a popular
You know what I looked
feeling.
like? Have you ever seen the picture of the guy, and he's gone now, the guy that was in the iron lung? You ever see that picture of that guy? Look that one up. Look up Iron Lung Man.
Iron Lung
I'm
Man.
more of a man.
Iron
mask
Lung
kind of
Man.
guy.
And my face looks
Can I
very
do it on a
much
company
like
computer?
Yeah, you could do this.
Yeah, I don't think
That's not a euphemism.
Yeah, you're
for
on
anything.
Sean's account anyway.
Yeah,
so
look
it's true.
up
Yeah.
True.
Iron Lung Man.
And Paul Alexander.
Yeah, he's the longest.
Oh,
He and I have a very similar face.
Okay,
that
I can
day.
see this.
what's he doing?
Yeah,
Why is he still in that thing?
He was for like 70 years.
He was the last guy that had polio, right? Wasn't that the deal?
He was.
Oh, man,
Interesting.
that
I
was
don't.
funny.
It's amazing.
Dude, he's from Dallas. That's the crazy part.
that
Did
is
you know
wild.
that?
Gagger,
I look
bro.
just like Iron Lung Man at that time.
That's a
Yeah.
long
Did
lost
70
brother.
years in there?
Yeah, he did.
Wow. He just died a year ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember we had the full report. I didn't even really know much
I
about
didn't know
him
anything
until
about him until I learned about it that day.
Did we do a top 10 Iron Lung participants?
Not going to lie, I
Have we
thought
even
that
had
book was
10?
called
Top
3
10
Minutes for a
Irons.
Dong. It's 3 Minutes for a Dog. My life.
I really
in an iron
appreciate
lung.
your use of dong on this show. I do.
Yeah, man, it's really made an imprint on me and the rest of the community.
Hey, look,
Not donging around.
You guys know I'm a G-bagger, all right?
you are.
Anywhere I can spread G-bag love, I'm doing it. I'm
Hey.
here to see dongs, people.
That is true.
I'm here to see fatties.
Guys, how did we feel about this weekend's exploits?
Rangers?
Good
question.
That was not good.
It was a
No,
rough
it wasn't.
weekend for DFW sports overall.
Not
Speak
good.
for yourself.
It feels like
We got
okay.
them
You
right where we want them.
You love okay. All right. Oh, the league.
Just everyone.
Okay.
it.
All right.
all of sport we have in the palm of our hands.
Oh yeah.
Did the Wings lose too?
Yeah, but
Oh,
Paige
they got
Beckner's just
hammered.
setting
Did they
records.
really?
Paige scored 17, though.
We're looking at the positives.
Number one pick,
Not
baby.
19.
I think the Connecticut Sun are ahead of us in that department right
Well,
now.
I cannot
think
wait.
they're worse than us.
Gavin, what do we got coming up
playing
on the
worse than
show,
us.
Graham?
Pure Gold is always majors. Thanks for asking. I think the Cowboys' depth stinks.
Okay.
I'm ready to cut and trade a lot of people.
Yes, Wolchuk has some great ideas on who to get rid of and who to bring in.
Let's go.
CY
Brian,
show
come
at
on.
4:20. We'll talk with Coach Billick at 4 and
Ooh, he's good.
start to preview Cowboys Ravens for you.
There it is. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Until then, you've been masterpieced.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
then by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. General at your service. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champ, ready to break it down here for you. Got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Fixing to go 4.5 this afternoon. You do have Rangers baseball as they'll take on the Diamondbacks coming up at 6:30. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinate your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, hit that like video, that like button on the YouTube, would you? That'd be doing us a real solid. Help spread the word of Dallas Fan Cam on YouTube. Let everybody know some good content's going on over here. Might want to join us, talk some Cowboys, and we'll do quite a bit of that here throughout the show, including in just a few minutes. But we do need to set the table for baseball. CY's coming up at 4:20. Disaster against the Phillies. Feels like the Rangers might be on a little bit of thin ice here. 2.5 out of the wild card, 6.5 out of the division. This is a yo-yo situation, and that does not feel good. Because you know who yo-yos? 500 baseball teams.
Mm-hmm. Losers. People that sit at home in October.
I don't want to accept that. Felt like we were out of the woods, but dude, how many runs have they scored in the last 5 games? Is that like 9?
I think 5. Yeah, I mean, not a lot.
And not a lot.
I think the whole series against the Phillies.
5 against the Phillies. I mean, they scored 2 runs twice against the Yankees. So to what extent does offense concern CY? Obviously, the lefty pitchers get you. And that continues to happen. Wouldn't you feel like we have to reconstruct this lineup in a massive way?
Yes.
We can't hit lefties. You can't just keep going into the future not being able to hit lefties like this, right?
Right. That's one of the things that all the people I know, like on Rangers Twitter, that were lamenting all weekend long, the fact that you did not get a bat at the deadline. It's like, I get it, but one bat's not solving this problem.
Well, and you don't think they were trying? Like, that's some of the biggest whining possible that I've heard. Like, you really don't think CY was aware? You really don't think he was trying to add a bat? It didn't happen. So when he realized, I can't get a bat, the asking price is too high, he pivoted, and they strengthened the pitching.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the offense is a problem, but to just, like, pretend or think that they ignored it and they thought their offense was fine is a load of BS. CY was trying. Unfortunately, it just didn't come to fruition.
No, didn't. And you don't want your GM overpaying. You know, you don't want him giving up really good prospects for hitters that, you know, might just be hot or, you know, aren't going to set you up to be a good offense for the long term. So I salute CY. I think he's doing a masterful job. He's coming up at 420. But, you know, we do have, you know, the need for a spark right now. Lost 4 in a row. The Diamondbacks coming in, maybe that can give the guys a little bit of a bump. You know, seeing the 2023 World Series opponent here. Maybe Arizona's going to do that for you. The Rangers, by the way, 36-24 at home, 60-59 overall. So you better make some hay here. They have gone 37-7 in games in which they've scored at least 5 runs. So it'll be Eovaldi against Nelson this evening, and the consensus around baseball is that Eovaldi has missed too much time here, and Skubal's too good for Nate to win the Cy Young, at least with 6 weeks to go, 6.5 weeks to go. But, you know, what if we get a no-hitter or a perfect game? That would change that, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. I mean, he's number 3 right now in the odds. He's at that innings limit where he's now finally eligible. So, look, Skubal's a monster. I think Skubal's been the favorite all year long. I'm not going to be upset if he gets it. But what Evo has been doing, and especially at his age, is incredible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, for the D-backs, this is a series that they should sweep. They need to sweep. I'm not going to overreact to getting swept by the Phillies. The Phillies could end up being the representative of the National League in the World Series. They're one of the best teams in all of Major League Baseball. You knew that was going to be a tough series. And it's not necessarily defending the Rangers. I've just done this before where I said I'm waving the white flag, and here you go. They rack off a nice stretch, and they're right back. They're still in contention right now. You're just 2.5 back, and Cleveland, I think Cleveland's gotten hot. They were a team that was trading assets at the deadline. The Yankees are leaking oil. I think both those teams regress. I think the Rangers still have a great shot to claim that 3rd and final wild card spot.
All right, terrific stuff, boys. We are going to talk Cowboys here in just a couple of minutes, but I do believe congrats are in order for the Longhorns, huh? First time ever, AP number one. It is amazing how much money they make and how incomplete their dominance has been over the years. Like they pepper in a great year every couple of decades, and then boom, they're the richest university in all of college sports. Now I would say, not to be negative, but I would say this is shaping up now to be the first time in program history where maybe you are as good as your popularity.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have the superstar quarterback. We'll see if he can meet expectations or come anywhere close to those. But yeah, you've seen now they've put some consistent seasons together. The defense is truly going to be one of the best in college football. So, but it is just crazy to consider this is the first time in college football history that they're number one in the AP poll. That doesn't seem right. That would have been a great trivia question.
Yeah, but I guess it's the times they would have been number one, there must have just been, like, you had the USC run in those 2000s with VY, so I assume USC was probably at the top of the rankings. The year afterwards, I think it was Ohio State.
What about in the 60s?
Yeah.
What about like in
you win 63, 69, and
Earl
70?
Campbell days?
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering.
Was it like Oklahoma, Notre Dame?
Oklahoma was really good. Oklahoma
ranked ahead
was
of them.
Very good, and Alabama was very good in the early 70s.
But it's shocking, absolutely.
Yeah.
How are you not number one in 1970 coming off a national championship?
That's what I wondered.
Right?
Weird.
Okay, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame, Oregon, Bama, LSU, Miami. That's your top 10. Penn State, number 2. SMU, 16th. OU, 18th. Aggies 19th, and Tech there is 23rd. Okay. A lot of different ways to talk about the Cowboys. I think it's important to note, I don't care if this team doesn't win or they don't look good as a unit, fails to impress. What I'm looking for are players, who can join the group of difference makers, maybe be a starter. But it's hard because to keep it real, and a lot of people just want to focus on the positives right now. There's certainly, an option to just look at this and be honest and say what this offseason has generally been about is betting on a lot of young players, a lot of them undrafted, because you won't allocate money, and your draft sucked in 23 and 24. So this is really hammering home the idea that it's a draft and develop team. And what happens when you don't draft well is you have massive holes on your roster, and you have people that weren't even drafted trying to fill it. Mm-hmm. And we're basically just like, speculating. We got our pan down in the river looking for a fleck of gold. Oh, which one's it going to be? Oh, who's going to get lucky and maybe get a nugget, an undrafted guy who could actually play? You got to be kidding me. Like that is an exercise in frustration watching Cowboys preseason football, a bunch of names, a bunch of numbers, a bunch of faces that nobody recognizes unless you were in Oxnard, and holding your breath that busts from other teams, undrafted guys can step in here and somehow be a starter. I mean, to find one of them every 5 years is a miracle.
Yeah, it's that 23 draft class that they need to cut bait on, the first 2 picks. That's my biggest issue with this team right now. And I think for Shoddy, somebody that wants to instill a new culture, let's go ahead and shake some things up here. And if you're not earning your place, we're moving on from you. And I will give them credit. They've done it with 2 draft picks the last 2 years where they traded. They basically swapped, and neither of the swaps did anything for either team. But, you get Igbenogany for your corner that stunk, and then last year, Nashawn Wright for Andrew Booth, both of them not good players. But Mazi, and Brian, I agree with everything you've said. He doesn't seem like he wants to be out there, and that's a problem. Sure. One, there's been no improvement, and we saw it from Tyler Guyton firsthand. Yeah. Like, that's a guy that we saw improvement, that wanted to, that put in work. You're going into year 3 now, and I get it. I'm somebody that also doesn't want to quit on a draft pick too early, but I think year 3, and I've seen no improvements from you, we're done here. We're moving on. Same thing with Scooney. Scooney's whole thing when he came in and got drafted was he's a really good blocking tight end. Mm-hmm. That was his best trait coming out of Michigan, in my opinion. That guy cannot sustain a run block, and he is screwing you in the run game. And that's why you saw a guy in Brevin Spanford go ahead and leapfrog him on the depth chart. I thought Tyler Neville can block better than Schoonmaker did. Rivaldo Fairweather is a better receiving tight end than what Scooney is. So I'm getting on the phone and I'm calling the Chargers. And I'm like, hey, We got a couple of your former Michigan Wolverines over here, Harbaugh. You want to do something with these guys? Chargers could use a tight end. Former second-round pick Luke Schoonmaker. Do they have anybody on your roster, on their roster that you'd like? Do they have a corner?
We kind of like that backup quarterback you got.
They have a good tackle? Yeah, I mean, I'll take it for a late-round pick at this point. I don't even care. And I'm doing the same thing with Jalen Tolbert, because Tolbert's another one of these guys. He's going into year 4. He's going to be a free agent. I'm seeing more from Holden. I think Mingo had a good game. He's getting open when you go back and watch the tape. Flanoy's getting open when you go back and watch the tape. Like, I've got some other guys that can step up here and fill that role.
Mm-hmm.
And Tolbert should have some value. He's had success in the NFL. But you got to go ahead and shake some things up. You can't just keep people around because they were draft picks of yours. You want to just hold on and hope eventually they produce.
Can I ask you guys something real quick? What happened to the R in Flournoy? I don't know. That has been...
Apparently that it wasn't supposed to.
It wasn't supposed to be there?
I don't care.
Yeah, I think that was a grammatical mistake.
Okay.
On the birth certificate, and they just ran with
silent.
it.
I've been going Flournoy as people have been saying Flanoy, and I'm like, why are these people saying Flanoy? And then I think it was this weekend that it hit me. Maybe I was listening to the play-by-play. I was like, well, hot damn it, it's Flanoy?
Yeah.
I mean, it should be, doesn't matter, practice squad. It should be more of a focus on the Joneses wasting whatever's left of Dak's prime and having Pickens and Lamb. This is just like 11, 12, and 13 where you had Dez Bryant and you had Hall of Fame Jason Witten still playing at a high level, and you're like, well, I guess we're just going to try to make the playoffs because, we can't be good until we dominate the drafts 4 years in a row. And then, boom, they finally dominated enough drafts that in 2014 they could take off, right? And then all the way until 2022, that offensive line kept this team in the mix and believing that they could contend. And they had some great regular seasons, but now that's gone. And I really think that offensive line insulated us from the reality of just how turtle on their back the Cowboys are when they look at a roster that's not good enough. Nothing we can do about it. Well, maybe we can trade for George Pickens, give the fans a star player to watch. It's only going to cost us a couple of million, a third-round pick. Perfect. So, I that's my main takeaway from these preseason games. Depth sucks. Not enough good young players. Looking at 7th-round picks, and some of them are decent. I think we're seeing like legitimate NFL careers being carved out, but you got to find difference makers. And there's not enough of them out there. We will look at obviously some of the players that we like, and Brian Krusty's corner's coming up at 340. He's going to probably do a deep dive on the film, I'm imagining.
I've got it all for you. I'm ready to roll.
He's been so fired up to get that all 22, man. You should have seen him all giddy on Friday, just checking and making sure everything's still buttoned up.
It was all there, man.
The end zone view, just ready to rock.
I mean, my guys I thought Nate Thomas was pretty good at left tackle. I thought Leofau, decent linebacker. Maffa, dirty yard guy. Dirty yard guy like that.
DYG.
I think Holden might be the third best pure wide receiver. Maybe you prefer Mingo. Maybe you prefer Tolbert because of the gadgety stuff or the physical run game stuff with Mingo. Holden's got me sold. He might just be Mr. Training Camp, but damn it, he's impressive. He was a star in college, right? He's just slow. I think this is the guy that I was watching, all camp and then Saturday night and thinking I could see this guy starting and making an impact. I believe they might have found one here.
He immediately got on the field, had 2 catches.
Yeah.
And one was the biggest play of the game, 35 yards.
Yeah, on that play, it was really cool and he did something really, really smart for a young receiver because his release, he gets wide, but he stays along the boundary because the minute you start to work inside, you're going towards the safety. And so he gave himself enough room between the safety and the corner to get the ball. Milton found him, and Milton threw it. It was a beautiful throw. But Holden, if he works back to the inside, he's carrying himself to the safety, and there's probably a collision. So he stayed wide along the sidelines and gave himself a chance. That's a smart play for a young player.
I read about Zion Childress before the game in the Todd Archer piece.
Yeah.
And he linked to this hit that he had in college. So I was like, cool. And then there he is in the game. He leads you in tackles. Like, that's going to be a fun one as well to continue to track.
They need to think about what's going on at nickel corner now.
Kamon Hall was lost.
Yeah, and that's the problem is that they really rely on Hall to do that, but they need to keep this thing open, and we'll see how if in fact, because it might be just play Bland and figure something out on the other side. We talked to Bland, as we know, and he didn't want anything to do with playing inside, but they might have to. They need to get Carson and Josh Butler back.
It's
That
got to
would
be
help
very
them.
exciting for the young players up there because you legitimately get a chance as a practice team player to start NFL games and get NFL checks. Like I'm talking to my agent, like, let me get to the Cowboys if I'm trash.
They've got to sign somebody to line up and play against the Eagles. Because if you're going out there with Andrew Booth and Troy Pride Jr., and no disrespect to the Booth and the Pride families,
you got to be kidding me.
Holy crap, you're asking to just get your ass kicked.
There's going to be a lot of pride in the Eagles booth as they're dancing in the end zone.
Proud Brian's all over filthy.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have some Cowboys content coming up for you today, including the C-Note at 3:20, Krusty's Corner at 3:40, Brian Billick at 4 o'clock, the Super Bowl winning coach with the Ravens. He joins us almost every year on Radio Row, and he's outstanding. I mean, he's incredibly entertaining. He knows football so well, can tell stories or break down. And, of course, we'll be talking Cowboys-Ravens with him quite a bit coming up at 4. And then the CY show at 4:20. So we'll go back-to-back guests there. Coming up at 2:40, best of the weekend. We got Wolchuk's top 10 around the corner and the G-Bag of the Day champion. Wolchuk, what's the subject today?
Let's go top 10 active NFL triplets by college affiliation. 877-881-1053. This will be a fun game. Let's go ahead and do that next. But I got to talk.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here, we're going to get the G-Bag of the Day champ in just a sec, and then we'll get Woolchuck's Top 10. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Best of the weekend's coming up here at 2:40. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius has the champ.
Vacated title there, Mr. General.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
From the RJ and Chappie show, Shondeleza won 5 times. Shondeleza.
Congrats, Sean.
I can't wait for him to catch wind of that.
Yeah. Juan, is he calling me? Juan. Shondeleza. Never liked him.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
What's he trying to say? I never liked that guy.
Never understood him.
Yeah. Are we going to be pulling up to the Sharif pool party coming up here in a couple of weeks?
Absolutely.
The Sunnyvale extravaganza?
Tell you what, I got my
Just found
airline
out about
tickets.
it.
I know you were on the group message.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
Man, you know what?
Might have been a block number.
Where is this coming from?
He's got him blocked.
Yeah, I'll be there late. I got my buddy, my sharding friend, his 1-year-old
Mad Poop.
son.
Don't bring him.
He's not going to be showing up, but I got to head out to his son's birthday party. He's also a massive Texas fan, so I'll watch Texas Ohio State over there and then drive all the way across town to go to Sean's.
Are you going to do the gag gift of like, hey, those diapers weren't actually for your son.
They're for you?
They were for
yeah,
you.
Absolutely. And I'm going to make sure I shard on his couch.
Yeah, I think that's only fair. Eye for an eye.
I have a developing situation. I was so eager to be like, yeah, I'll be there. You know, I'm a team guy. Let's do this. That I kind of forgot it was the lady's birthday. Yeah. Hey, glad you caught that now.
Yes,
glad you caught that now. Yes. Well, I hollered across the house. I said, Abby, do we have a soccer game on the 30th? And she said, no, why? I said, okay, we're good to go. Cool. and then I hear wifey going, why are you asking about the 30th? I go,
well, of course I was thinking about your birthday, sugar, but don't want to spoil any of the surprises.
Ready,
That's exactly how I played it, dude. I was,
awesome.
I was definitely thinking on my toes that day. So, but I guarantee we'll at least make an appearance. Okay, and I think that's more than I've done in the past. So it should be appreciated.
You should show up with your chicken wings and be like, all right, the food's here.
It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Okay, we'll get to the top 10 NFL triplets by college affiliation. 877-881-1053. So you can text these in now. The criteria for this is it's your traditional triplets, your quarterback, your running back, your wide receiver.
Oh.
So that's what it is. We're not getting cute.
Can't throw a tight end in there?
Nah, we're not doing that. It's
just QB, RB, WR.
QB, RB, wide receiver, just like the Cowboys triplets in the 90s.
Well, then it's the
and we're doing active players. Now, you can text in, like, if you want to go historically. I'm totally cool with that. We can take a trip down memory lane, but we'll get to that top 10 here in just a second. Brian, did you see the speech your guy John Gruden gave to the Georgia Bulldogs?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, it was riveting. Here was Gruden as he's letting everybody know he's ready to come back and coach.
He is.
The only reason I really came here is I want to coach again. I'm being honest with you. I do not bullshit either. I want to coach again. I'd die to coach in the SEC. I would love it. I would love it.
He's ready.
That boy's campaigning, you hear me?
Yeah.
Please.
Please. I would die to coach in the SEC. I would effing love it. You think anybody gives him a shot next year? I mean, hey, if Brian Kelly and LSU fail, would you be advocating for Gruden to take over as the coach of the Tigers?
I would hope that Nick Saban maybe would want to coach. That's where I would go first.
Okay.
That's where I would try first.
I think the SEC is a perfect place for Gruden. So the SEC will let him be. Go Tigers.
Maybe Ole Miss.
The Razorbacks.
Let me hear it with the hard R.
Yeah.
The Razorbacks seem like a prime opportunity to have a coach vacancy.
Sam Pittman definitely on the hot seat there. That's a good call. And then Jimbo Fisher's also trying to get back in the game.
Saw that too.
He's been chatting with podcasts and ESPN.
These guys are amazing, dude. It's
crazy.
I mean, he's got more money than you could ever fathom.
Can't stay
and
away.
he just can't stay away.
They have nothing else in their life though. Their families have kind of been raised without them, so they don't have any real connection with their kids. You know, a lot of their kids are probably older and have their own families and stuff. And so, yeah, Dad's been gone for so long. It's hard for them to. The only thing they know how to do is coach. And so that's the unfortunate thing. When these guys retire, they usually go and die. You know, especially the older ones, like it happened to Bear Bryant, Joe Paterno, those guys. All of a sudden, they stop coaching and then they get sick and then they're gone. You know, that's all they've ever known how to do is coach, and
keeps you alive.
Yeah, it really does.
He said he's 59. He's in great shape and he's healthy.
Who's this, Gruden or
Jimbo?
Jimbo, yeah.
Yeah.
So Gruden's the same age as me. So
we'll see if anybody wants to bring Jimbo in next year, but he's looking to jump back in. And UFC fans, we got a big win today. Now, if you don't have Paramount Plus, you're going to need to get it. But either way, we're saving a bunch of money. All right. So the UFC reached a 7-year, $7.7 billion media rights deal with Paramount. So what this means is no more pay-per-view. So they were charging $80 for a pay-per-view fight. And we got another good one coming up this Saturday. But now it's $13 a month, $12.99 for Paramount Plus. And once you get it, you don't have to charge for any extra. There's no more pay-per-view.
Oh,
so if you just pay the $13 a month for Paramount Plus, you're going to get whatever the heck streaming shows that they've got and they're offering.
Badass.
Plus, you're just going to get all the UFC cards included in the package. So if you are just a UFC fan and you were somebody that would pay $80 a month for a pay-per-view event, you're saving a ton just by subscribing $13 a month to Paramount Plus.
This feels like the rare win when it comes to the streaming stuff.
Yeah.
Like it was all supposed to be more affordable. You get what you want, and now we're all spending way more than we should.
Yeah, I was reviewing my Hulu bill over the weekend, and apparently there's all these ways you can add on to it, and Paramount Plus was one of them, and Max was one of them, and it just kept going and going and going. And she had added everything. We were over $200. I'm like, what's going on?
Like, let's just get a new thing called cable and run it back.
Yeah, we won't have to worry about navigating through everything.
I don't get it. And now like ESPN and Fox have reached an agreement. They're going to like combine so you can get the direct to consumer service for both together. So you can get your ESPN and your Fox. But I don't know like what is really the big benefit in having either of these if you've already got ESPN and Fox. Like I know some of these, like YouTube TV apparently isn't doing.
Yeah, I think
ESPN
this is a lot
thing.
for people that just don't have cable or don't have ESPN for whatever reason that want to get exposure to it. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it, which is like if you want ESPN, you're probably somebody that already has it.
Or like you're paying for ESPN Plus or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. All this, the more I read about it, the less I understand
It gets more confusing by the day. It really does. I don't get this. I need somebody to explain it to me like I'm 5. All right,
just get the NFL Plus app, right?
Yeah, and that's people were asking, hey, where'd you get the All-22? I get it with the NFL Plus app, and they sometimes it's a slower turnaround.
It's actually on special now, so if you register, you get $20 off. So
you should like cancel and then
resub.
Well, yeah, it's like $99. Yeah,
it's
actually on special right now if you jump in there.
Well, that's awesome. But yeah, they had the preseason All-22 up the next day. I was pumped about it. So went back
What's
and
usually the
watched
turnaround on that?
days.
Sometimes it can be, easily 2 days.
Yeah,
Do you think they're trying to be? Do you think they're trying to be better about it?
They should be. I mean, I'm paying for it. I shouldn't have to wait till Wednesday. Once like we're already kind of moving on to the next team to be able to go back and watch the All-22 from Sunday.
Monday morning, it should be there.
Yeah.
Like you played on Sunday, it should be there.
It stinks. All right, let's dive into this top 10. Triplets by college affiliation. All right, this is current players.
My LSU
Quarterback,
team's number 1.
Wide receiver, running back. Just missed the cut here.
Oh, wait a minute. Now
It's got to be Ohio. I'm thinking Ohio State if you consider Burrow.
Running back. I consider the wide receivers. I went
Burrow would not be considered for Ohio State.
Okay. Because otherwise,
Burrow's on Team LSU here. Ohio State also does have another quarterback that you can put on here.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And everybody knows
Stroud, right?
Pretty good one. Did you not? Were you
I was like, who's the other
Justin Fields.
Buckeye quarterback? Yeah, Justin Fields.
No, but the honorable mention's actually Louisville on this list because you've got Lamar Jackson, Isaac Guerrero, who is the backup for Christian McCaffrey in San Francisco, and then Tutu Atwell. And then you also have USC with Caleb Williams, Marshawn Lloyd with the Green Bay Packers, and then Amon-Ra St. Brown. Number 10, Michigan State. Cousins, Kenneth Walker, and Jaden Reed. Solid trio.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been, if Kirk Cousins was still starting quarterback, it would have been better. I think that just shows how difficult it is going to be to put this together. If that's cracking the top 10, you got to back up quarterback.
I was putting together Burrow and 2 wide receivers is what I did initially.
And that makes it more... It's more challenging.
That's why I'd say LSU would be number 1. Yeah.
Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and this is active. So if you want, and I had some people on Twitter, and I did kind of open it up like all time. If you want to do that, that'd be also a fun exercise. But North Carolina is at number 9. Drake May, Marion Hampton,
Josh Downs.
I
love that.
That's a fun one.
That's a trio right there, boys.
8, Iowa State. The Cyclones.
Oh, Purdy.
Let's all get wasted coming in at the quarterback.
Is it Breece Hall?
Breece Hall.
And then who's would it be one of these new rookies? Is it Higgins or something?
Higgins or Knoll.
Knoll.
They do go with Jalen Knoll, who didn't look bad in the Houston Texans' first preseason game. They got both of them. They got Higgins and Knoll there in Houston. 7, quack. We go to Oregon. Justin Herbert.
Yeah, your favorite quarterback.
Bucky Irving.
Strong.
And a possible breakout candidate this year.
Trayshawn Holden.
Let's go. With Troy Franklin.
Where do you consider, by the way, as we play this game, where do you consider Hurts? What school?
I think you got to go Boomer.
Yeah, I think so too. You want a Heisman at Oklahoma.
Okay.
I think you got to go with him there.
All right.
But damn, I think I'd go OU.
Because you'd probably have Tua as the Alabama quarterback.
Yeah, well, I think you'd probably have Baker, wouldn't you, as the OU quarterback? Would you go Baker? Would you go Hurts? We'll see if Oklahoma makes this.
I guess.
Because
I'm trying to think.
He's a Baker guy.
I think I'm trying to put Derrick Henry somewhere. Is what I'm trying to do.
Henry would be there for Alabama for sure.
Yeah, and now you got to think of the Alabama quarterbacks and stuff like that, and then the wide receivers are pretty easy to do.
Yeah. Clemson comes in at 6. Trevor Etienne, Travis Etienne, Trevor Lawrence, and T. Higgins. They just need Phil Moffitt just needs to step it on up, baby.
Philly.
RB1. Let's go.
The Mafia.
I love Moffitt and Blue. That should be your backfield. Let's just rock with Moffitt and Blue. They complement each other well. I like it.
I think Javonte Williams in, Miles Sanders cut, Maffa Blue. Lipke, right? You need
Lipke.
Yeah, you need some versatility in there.
Lipke in there. We'll give the ball to Turpin a little bit too. Fine. Give the young guys the ball.
Well, now what about Malik Davis though?
Malik Davis is kind of Malik Davis's
he's
story.
He's the preseason king. He wants nothing to do with playoff games, right? Didn't he punt on a playoff game?
He didn't want to play against the Niners.
He's like, I'll save that regular season playoff stuff for you guys.
I'm not going to play. Why do I need to get on this flight?
Give me that mop-up duty preseason action to make my heart happy.
And then Tony Pollard gets hurt, and they're like, crap, we actually need Malik Davis, but he quit on us. So should we not put him in the game? Yeah, we're not going to put him in the game. Let Zeke go out there and play center. LSU comes in at 5. Burrow. Gosh, we need to get a better running back in here. And they will in a couple of years. We'll get the Duncanville kid.
Is it still Clyde?
Still Clyde.
He's with the Saints now, right?
Yeah, he is. And Jamar Chase. Wow. 4.
Bulletin board material for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you can only pick one wide receiver.
Yeah,
If
it's hard not to go. What have you done for me lately? And lately, Jamar Chase off a great season, and what he just did to Keely Ringo in the preseason game. How bad does it feel to be Keely Ringo? You're like, I'm trying to make this team. Here we go. Everybody's backups are in. Oh God, it's Burrow and Chase. This is not good for my chances.
Did Hurts not win the Heisman? Huh? Hurts won a Heisman, right? I thought he won the Heisman.
I
thought it was like Kyler and Hurts. They go back to back, or maybe it was Baker and Kyler.
Yeah,
maybe that's what happened.
Yeah.
So Hurts didn't win a Heisman.
I know the older Heismans more than I know the newer Heismans.
I need help here. I could be.
Yeah,
very
2019.
wrong. He did win it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You know ball.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ball knower.
Ohio State at 4. C.J. Stroud.
Oh, wait.
Quinshon Judkins.
What do you say? Are you wrong over there?
Terry
Eric?
McLaurin.
Yeah, there we go. I think so. He was. Wow, this
Was he
is
runner-up?
confusing. Guess he was. Was he just the runner up?
Might have been the
Who won
runner-up.
it?
In 2019.
It was 2019. Who the heck won it?
Okay, well, this is great.
Hang on. Like I said, I could tell you all about Larry Kelly and all that.
Burrow? Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, so Hurts was a finalist. He was in the mix. Allegedly.
Okay, we'll do some research on this. Alabama at 3, Tua, Jahmyr Gibbs, Devontae Smith. That's a pretty stacked trio. The two ahead of this has got to be awesome. Georgia, Stafford, James Cook, Ladd McConkey. Okay, that's pretty damn good. But number 1, it is the fight in Oklahoma Sooners.
Burrow, Devontae Smith, Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Travis Hunter. The last 5.
So 2019 was Burrow.
Burrow,
It was
yeah.
2020.
2020
Was that Devontae Smith?
Devontae Smith.
Okay. Baker, Mixon, CeeDee Lamb. That's pretty damn awesome. And you could sub out Baker for Hurts if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I guess you could sub out
Well-
Tua for Hurts if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's tough to do that. I think you do
But
have
Tua
to.
won
You have
him
to
that
give
natty. You got to
Tua-
give Tua the edge.
Well, from the college standpoint, for sure,
Yeah,
yes.
just,
but in
you
terms of like right now with the NFL, you would
I'm
go.
taking
you would
Hurts.
have to go Hurts.
I'm taking Hurts. But Baker, Joe Mixon, CeeDee Lamb, the best quarterback, running back, wide receiver trio in the NFL based on college affiliation.
Terrific stuff, Wolchuk. Hit your top 20 every afternoon at 2:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. We're coming back with more sports here for you, and best of the weekend, right, Chief?
We may have set an all-time record for weekend sports flubs. That's next year in the nation. But Tolos, let's get you to advanced hair restoration. Get that hair back on your dome.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll have the top stories of the afternoon. We'll talk Cowboys, Rangers, and a question for you. Where's your Rangers confidence at right now, and what tier would you put them on as contenders? Is it tier 1, 2, 3, or other? Here's the Chief with the best of.
Okay, so this was a weekend filled with sports flubs. Okay,
Goodness,
and
painful.
Yeah, it was painful for some folks.
Okay,
I actually got in the mix on the Flubberooskies there in the pregame show. Unfortunately, we won't relive that right now. Hopefully,
come on,
we
let's
won't.
relive
I heard that
relive it
live,
again.
man. I heard that live. Yeah.
I'm glad
Broaddus
you did.
said, I'll make sure you score that one later. I was like, yep, please do.
Broaddus couldn't wait because Broaddus has racked up to his credit. He's racked up a lot of G-Bag of the Year nominees,
He's
and
been
so
trying.
now he's scouring and capitalizing on every opportunity when one of us makes a G-Bag of the Day worthy flub. And
He's
I
trying to
absolutely
own it.
had one.
He's going to own the G-Bag of the Year.
He is, yeah.
That
I
is
think Sean's gonna. I think Sean might defeat me with that thing.
You're just trying to speak that into existence.
No, I've got like 7 nominees. I'm like,
we could have your own bracket. We could have our own Broaddus bracket.
Broaddus bracket.
no question.
But I got in the mix on this. It was disappointing. I'm sure we'll hear it at some point later on in the program.
Hopefully, G-Bag of the Day.
But let's start with our guy CeeDee Lamb and the penalty. Like, how are you able to, in street clothes, create a flag-worthy play in a game? Well, CeeDee Lamb managed to do that. Here was Kyle Yeomans on the broadcast breaking it down.
This happened right in front of me. CeeDee Lamb was celebrating Jonathan Mingo getting behind his defender. He was so excited he jumped in front of an official, and the official ran over CeeDee Lamb. On the sideline, that's where the penalty comes in, and he was off the sideline, he was outside of the box, and so CeeDee's the one that's being penalized here for the Cowboys sideline infraction.
Where's the get back coach?
Yep. He was not there.
Come
Apparently, maybe you need to invest in a second one. And maybe one's not enough here. But I think what's different for CeeDee is, he's usually doing his own thing. This is a big leadership season for CeeDee. So he's getting off the bench. He's rah-rahing his guys. He's doing what Shoddy wants. And it just, it's a learning opportunity.
I just can't believe how hard of a hit he took
I'm
there.
surprised he didn't get hurt.
That could have gone spinal real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, that was whiplash.
Yeah.
I thought that ref was like an Eagles fan or something.
It looked like one of those Jet 2 holiday videos. Hold on.
His back caved in.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now,
You seen those?
Oh, it's viral.
viral.
TikTok's blowing up with that.
Jet 2 holiday.
Yeah, Nick Eben was saying he thinks he was actually a little more hurt than he let on.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Because you can't, you got to just pretend, I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's an embarrassing moment.
Meanwhile, you got vertebrae issues.
Yeah.
Neck pain.
You got a
He's
bulging disc
definitely
in your back.
He's going to the chiropractor double time this week.
Yeah, that was massively embarrassing. So embarrassing that you can't show any signs of pain on your face. I'm fine.
Yeah,
fine.
Absolutely.
Even if you're on level 10 in your head.
We had some good local broadcasting this weekend, starting with our guy Ted Emmerich getting the call up next to Eric Nadell. Listen to them talk ball. This is just high-level baseball stuff, boys and girls.
Oh, there was a pitch clock violation.
Pitch clock violation. Was going to trip up on that.
Not so smooth now, are we, Ted?
It's amazing. It's amazing how one letter can just change everything.
Where's Bob Costas with a line about your ancestors looking down upon you in shame? Oh, what the hell is this, Ted?
I would
love a six-finger lid.
How metal sack of weed.
How much sleep did Ted lose over that? Because he is a professional, polished, I care about my job broadcaster, and it was just one consonant that completely threw off what was a perfect game.
Yeah.
Really incredible stuff.
He was just moments from Wally Pipping Jared Sandler.
That's right. Yeah, he was right there.
On the doorstep.
And then he took that L and ate it. All right, here is, we take it to the world of NASCAR. Sure, Broaddus was all over this one. This was really exciting stuff, as I don't even know exactly. This was the Xfinity Series, and you have the NASCAR Phenom, the 19-year-old. Second youngest driver to make the Cup Series debut since Joey.
He's 19.
Logano. Yeah, 19.
Oh man, this is like what a 40-year-old dude would do. This is not a 19-year-old guy type of move, man. Right here.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
That's the move you make at 40, where you're like, can't do that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, there were people tweeting about how I've been watching racing for 50 plus years. I've never seen anything like this happen. Here he is.
This is pathetic. Now we know why he didn't play a real sport.
This is like Carl Edwards would do this and backflip out of his car.
Yes. Yeah. Well, hell, not even Tony Stewart did that.
It was a bad weekend for sports Connors. We start with this guy, Connor Zilish, and this is the broadcast. It's not like the greatest sound ever, but just to give you a feel for what was happening after he won, he's elated. He's climbing out of his car window, and he's going to do the thing where he gets up on the car and celebrates.
7 career wins. Let's go down to Mobile One Victory Lane, Dylan.
Down on the cage stand.
Oh my gosh, he fell.
Down.
And that's pretty much it. And then he broke his collarbone in the process.
He was down still. The video ended before I could get the full story. Did it knock him out for a second?
They thought he might have had a concussion, and they were worried he might have broke his neck. Oh my God! That's what they were really worried about.
I mean,
they ambulanced him out of there is what they did.
The way that his leg got stuck in the window, I thought he might have had a broken ankle, broken leg, broken lots of stuff.
You stand on that window net, you're going to have problems.
Yeah.
It is, those racing shoes and stuff like that, it's probably his boot was probably wet and you're on the window net. Next thing you know, but yeah, that is a common occurrence of guys standing up and gals standing up in the window. That's what they do. They stand up there, wave the flag, jump down and do the radio interview.
Make it look easy.
But man, he took a bad tumble.
Yeah, when I saw that the first time, that gave me that, that you do when you're about to see a car wreck or something.
Yes.
Or as a parent watching your kid like teeter on the edge of falling out of a window like that.
Yeah, it's like slow motion. And you can't do anything about it.
No.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Are we still doing the milk chug stuff?
That's Indy 500.
That's for the Indy.
Yeah,
okay. Because that, to me, that's a staple. I do dig that. If I was a NASCAR guy, I'd be like, let me do that right now.
There's a sip and then pour, basically, is what the Indy. Nobody really drinks all the milk.
They just kind of bathe their face in it a little bit.
It's kind of
lather. But it's the pageantry. It's
but
fun.
you get to pick what milk you want. You could pick like the level of milk.
877
you could pick breast milk if you wanted to.
What's your milk?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want to waste the nutrient-dense breast
then
milk.
you would drink all the milk.
You'd chug it.
I would actually drink that.
Straight from the tap.
I sure
Taking
would.
this with me, boys.
Okay. From one sports Connor fail to the next, we head to the Nexo Championship. This is pretty amazing. This is a putt that's 18 yards from the pin, and it ends up going like 100+ yards away.
Yeah.
Because of just how bad of a read this guy had on the green. And this is how it sounded on the broadcast.
What an awkward putt this is. Up the back edge of this green, down and away, breaking off the right with a wind, tilling behind you. Goodness me. That is unbelievable what I've just seen there.
Still rolling.
What'd you say?
It's back on the tee in a minute.
Yep.
That's unbelievable. That's the very silent walk down there. Ooh. Well, have another. Feast your eyes on this, Dom. I know it's fast and downhill, but this is unbelievable. It's one of those you don't want to see again, isn't it? Yeah, gosh.
Those guys were beside themselves. The golf broadcasts are truly amazing.
It was a terrible
because they're
putt.
sort of whispering. It's like an ASMR play-by-play.
Yeah. That thing, it was a fast putt, and he hit it like when it got to the hole, it was cooking. Like it was. That thing had no chance. It rolled all the way down into the valley down there. Jeez.
I mean, you add
just
that.
kept going.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're all just sitting there talking, and the ball hasn't stopped. It's like it just keeps rolling.
It was a proper comedy routine, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was, dude. Those guys were awesome.
Yeah, you made
I was like, they deserve their credit here. We can't just talk about this. We need to go live to the broadcast.
Made a bit of a mess of it there. Eh?
It's one of those you wish you'd never seen again.
What is that? What is that like London or British comic style? Is there a word for it? I mean, it's just
deadpan.
Deadpan, yeah, makes
It's
sense.
like you're like, huh? That's awful. Never seen anything like that.
I like the shape of him.
Is this guy a professional golfer?
Have done.
That's one of those you don't want to watch again, isn't it?
Yeah, dude, it's just really good stuff right there. Asking rhetorical questions.
Oh, they feel bad for the guy, but then again, like you get a guy like Johnny Miller used to do it.
Oh yeah,
Johnny Miller would well, that's just a god awful shot.
The worst Johnny of the weekend was Johnny Damon. Holy,
what did he do?
Macaroni and cheese.
More naked
balls.
pull-ups.
Oh man, he just looked terrible
in
at
retirement.
The
He had long hair,
They
right?
had the old timers.
Well, he
event
also
at Yankee
looks-
Stadium, and he looks like all he's done is just go beer for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
He's on the Babe Ruth diet.
It was really
hanging out with Joe Namath.
Really scary to see him. And then you had Rivera tear his Achilles.
Got a base
which is
hit.
just
That was
gut-wrenching.
why. I mean, they probably should get rid of this game.
How awful is that?
You know what?
What the hell? That's Johnny Damon?
Thank you.
That
With
looks
his
like
hair.
flipping Danny DeVito, bruh.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's really bad.
Looks like a long-haired Danny DeVito. Have you seen this, Brian?
I did.
You saw that? Okay.
I did.
I was driving back from Kansas City as this was going
That dude
on.
has just been partying, wasn't he? He was on Below Deck. Isn't that what Carter was saying?
Oh no, you
were saying
because
that.
I'll Below Deck it on Bravo every once in a while. Not a
He
bad
was
reality show.
He was a good-looking guy. This looks
He had
like
the sweetest
Shrek.
ass in the league.
This looks like Shrek.
I know.
It's not
yeah,
good.
his ass
What
has
the
actually
crap?
become his
We got
face
ball
now.
sacked. That is not Johnny Damon.
No, it's him.
Let's see if
That's
we
a
get him on
face
the
that's
air.
not
That's
ball
Johnny Damon's brother.
Ask him how many brisket Sandos he's
Yeah,
had.
that'd be great. Let's get
No,
him
but
on.
seriously,
Mark.
Johnny, how many?
Yeah. Johnny, looking a little big. Like the hair.
Girthquake. What
What's
do you
the
think,
waist
John?
size now?
All right. Quick impromptu game of Guess That Cowboy. Here's Babe Laufenberg in the pregame show.
I mean, incredible. His stroke, his motion is about as good as it gets.
It's Brandon Aubrey.
Wrong.
Talking about the quarterback.
Milton.
That's a Joe Milton bit
Joe
right
Milton,
there.
yeah.
Sports analysis.
Has a lot of fans.
Shout out to him.
I got a Joe Milton theory I'll run past you here coming up at probably 3:20 or so. Top stories of the day. Where's your Rangers confidence? And more coming up next here to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Rangers baseball is coming up this evening at 6:30. We need to snap a 4-gamer. Where is your Rangers confidence right now at 877-881-1053? Go ahead, text into the show, Rangers fans. Leave your name and city you are texting from. We'll make you famous right here on the show. I got the text window open, okay? CY's coming up at 4:20. Have to ask him a question around this. Is the bat offense back? Do you regret not making a move at the deadline for a bat, or maybe over trading for a bat at the deadline, which is what you would have had to do? But here's the reality, guys. They're about to face the most difficult stretch of their schedule. This series against Arizona is a rare set against a team below 500, and they're just barely below 500. So you got to make hay right now against Arizona, get a cushion over 500 going so we can start targeting 85, 86 wins again. But it's up and down. And I said it last hour, you're looking at a yo-yo situation, and teams that yo-yo and get you excited for 1 week and disappointed the next. At this point in the season, it's tough to imagine them pulling out of that. Okay, and that is why ESPN's David Schoenfield put the Rangers where he did in his contender tiers. Let me ask you this. If I said there were 5 tiers, where would you put the Rangers right now? 5 contender tiers. 3, 4?
Do you have a heading for each tier? Does each tier tell me, like,
okay, tier 1
lock to be crush everybody in the playoffs?
Tier 1 locks. Tier 2 should get in. Tier 3 have work to do. Tier 4 long shot.
I think they're tier 3.
Yeah, I'd say have work to do.
Yeah, they do. It seems like the things that have kind of plagued them all year, with the exception really of the pitching. The starting pitching, put it that way. Bullpen, they went out and get help, but the hitting has kind of come and gone. And so, and especially in key situations and key series and stuff. So I would say they have work to do. They're going to have to figure things out better than they have right now.
Where would you put them, Chief?
Well, I'm looking at, they got like a 22% chance to make the playoffs. So that is right there in that tier 3 or 4 category. And they're going to have, they have big time series. You mentioned the schedule and just how difficult it is. You still have 6 more games versus Houston. You're going to have to really do some damage in those series for sure. But a lot of these, dude, Cleveland, you have plenty of divisional games still remaining, but yeah, you're going to have to put together
it's funny, you finished the season with Cleveland, I believe.
Yeah, you get 2 more sets against Cleveland, who's directly in front of you.
What if that's for something like all of a sudden? Yeah, what if that's,
Cleveland's right ahead of you. So those are big games. You got
a home with them and then a road with them.
Yeah, you're 2.5 back. So it's just like you're not. I don't think you're a long shot. Like everything's right in front of you. You beat Cleveland, then you're going to pass them. You got the Angels, who aren't. They have played the Rangers tough, so that's not a gimme.
Yeah, I guess the long shot idea is just that it feels like a long shot now that this offense is going to be able to be legit and consistently score 5-6 runs a game.
Yeah, I think the only good news is that you're losing games while still managing to keep the opposition low. It's not like you're getting blown up, and therefore your run differential, but isn't that out of whack? It's not predicting that you should turn towards a major collapse. Actually, last week just kind of said, hey, these are what happens in Major League Baseball where you're operating on really thin margins, and sometimes, you have a bad week, you don't get the key hit, and you don't, score after the first inning for multiple games in a row. It's tough. But Schoenfield puts the Rangers, that being said, at 4. He calls them a long shot, says they have to continue to ride Eovaldi and deGrom, figure out the closer situation, and have the offense keep hitting like it did in July when it was better than it had been all season. Yeah, I thought July was the new normal. Well, this first week of August showed you that not so fast, my friend. Journeyman Robert Garcia has been closing, but he gave up 2 home runs. We know that story. The Rangers are done with the Mariners, but their 6 games against the Astros loom large. And it's crazy because, they really hit the skids as Jock Peterson came out and said, hey, you want 1,000 OPS? Hold my beer and watch this. He has absolutely taken off in the month of August, and the offense has tanked. So, I think that just speaks to the level of frustration here.
Yeah, I mean, like the 682, I don't know where you guys get the optimism from. The optimism is there's three big keys in baseball. It's pitching, it's fielding, and it's hitting. 2 out of the 3, the Rangers are the best in the sport. They've got the best team ERA when it comes to pitching. They've got the best fielding percentage in Major League Baseball. If they can just find a way, and they showed you that they're capable of it. They went up against buzzsaw pitching against the Phillies. They went up against Wheeler, who's an ace, and then a Cy Young candidate, and then Jesus Luzardo, who's also having a good year. So, like, I get it. Like, I'm with everyone on the frustration of this offense. It's underperformed. They got to nuke this thing in the offseason and figure it out. But they are elite at 2 of the 3 aspects in terms of how you win baseball games. So if they can just find a way in some series and take advantage of some lesser pitching, they have no excuse if they drop those games.
214, this is BMAC and McKinney. My Rangers' confidence is in the crapper. There's no swagger and a spotty offense. 903, no hitting, confidence low. That's your guy Jerry in Corsicana. Glad we got some bullpen arms. We need a proven bat. Our lineup definitely needs a boost. Good to see Jock get some stuff figured out. I think we're tier 3. That's Tolo Micah from Azel. And salute to you guys out there at 877-881-1053. Here we go, 214, I believe. And to be honest, you know, obviously, if you've been listening to the show, I've been on this for 15 years. You know that I tend to skew cynical and skeptical. But to be honest, there is hope. There is a spark of life and hope in my Rangers' heart at all times. And I don't know what it's going to take to make that go away. Maybe 4 or 5 years. Of not making the playoffs, but 2023 did something, and with so many good players on the roster, maybe you change managers and you move on from Evaldi. Maybe that would do it for me, but I mean, I still really feel like there's enough good stuff in here. But what this team needs now is a more significant overhaul to get lefties. I think who do you say goodbye to? Adolis Garcia, absolutely. Jonah Heim. Absolutely. Like, where you need a first baseman that hits lefties. That's enough. New right fielder, new catcher, new first baseman, all that hit lefties well. Reset in 2026. You bet your ass I'm going to be confident in these boys. Okay, Sanders impressing in preseason debut was the headline. Was this was Friday night, and I was lucky enough to watch a good amount of this game. Quarterback depth chart expected to stay steady is your update here as we hit the Monday. It was seen as a confidence builder and a building block for the 5th rounder by the Browns staff. Despite the positives, there are areas Sanders needs to work on, such as pocket presence and handling pressure. Currently ranks as QB4 behind Flacco, Pickett, and Gabriel. That's just hating. The Browns are likely to keep all 4 QBs on their 53-man roster, with Sanders proving himself as a roster caliber backup. I mean, I get it. The guy has some things to work on, but so does Joe Milton. Like, Shador's better than Joe Milton, right? Yes. Yeah. So, you take your talented guy and you throw him out there and you hope that he figures it out. You don't bury him on the depth chart. I think this continues to be a story where the coaching staff didn't want him.
Yeah, I mean, when you draft a quarterback in the third, you draft 2 players at the same position and one a couple rounds higher than the other. The guy who got drafted higher is just inevitably going to get a couple of more opportunities because it's like, hey, we drafted him earlier. That's the choice that we made. So we look like schmoes if 2 months ago we thought he was better and now all of a sudden we don't. But everybody knows that throughout the draft process, very few individuals, if any, had Shador Sanders being rated lower than Dylan Gabriel. But this is the Browns we're talking about. We're not talking about a team that has any idea on how to do anything.
Yeah. Guy's hilarious, too. I mean, he exudes franchise quarterback, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think that he is. I mean, I think he's going to end up being the guy for the Browns. I think you start with Joe Flacco because I think that's what the veterans in that locker room probably want. They believe he gives them the best chance to win. 2 years ago, he did. He took them to the playoffs. But how long do you think that's going to last before we realize this is old Joe Flacco here? And Dylan Gabriel, I'm not a huge believer in. I think Shador is better. I think Dylan Gabriel could have a good career as a backup. But, yeah, to me, I think by the end of the season, Browns fans should be excited that Shador Sanders is their future franchise quarterback.
If I was the coaching staff at Cleveland who's got 1 foot in the parking lot right now, I'd play Sanders. And I'd play Sanders in a way to try and show ownership that we can make a young guy win.
Yeah.
That we can coach a young guy up to win. I mean, you're not – yeah, you maybe save you might take a chance. Joe Flacco might be good enough to make you 500. But you got to show the Haslams that something like, listen, you brought me here to coach. I can work with this quarterback. I know we got a bunch of them. Let me have a shot with this guy. I just go ahead and play the young guy and then give it a shot. And if it doesn't work, then he'll go off and get a coordinator's job somewhere. But you got to show that you can get something out of Sanders. And I would much rather take a chance with him than I would Joe Flacco.
Yeah, you got to show ownership if you want to keep the job, that you're not going to crap all over their draft pick just because it's not who you wanted. You got to be flexible and show the ability to do what the boss wants. And I would imagine, did you guys see the interaction that he had after the game with the reporter?
Yeah, Tony Grossi. Tony Grossi's a little.
Is he old crusty?
Yeah, he's like me.
He's had an agenda. He's been going after Tony. I guess he did with Baker too.
Tony's always been a guy that he just kind of puts himself into the story.
Yeah,
and that's unfortunate there.
Well, I just love how the kid has gone with such grace through all this adversity, and even in confronting the reporter, he's got like this tone about his voice.
Yeah,
that's
wasn't
not
super
mean.
Yeah, right.
He's just like, hey man, come over here. He kind of sounds like his dad now. So I'm rooting for the guy. Cowboys, you ready for a good joke before we go any further? Dak told Stan Kroenke, "We'll see you in the NFC title game."
I love it. I love the confidence. Manifest it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, he might be the next pro athlete turned stand-up comedian with a line like that.
Did you see Stephen Jones's face during it all after he said it? Stephen was like, I don't know about
What do you think about that, Stan?
Admire his confidence.
You know something I don't know?
Gosh, dang.
So, I mean, seriously, I would love your guys' thoughts on, like, what we saw in the context of, could it still be a really good team? Like, how much of that is, well, it's the backups, guys. It's preseason game one. To me, it's a continuation, and it's a sign that their depth isn't going to come save the day.
The problem that you really run into, and the biggest thing, and Zach and I talked about this in the post game, is there's some guys that played in that game the other day that you're going to need to play well. They're going to need some of these guys to absolutely step up. And, a lot of guys didn't play. But you can't get through a whole NFL season and not have guys play at a high level. I mean, you had some guys that showed up. I think Wheat showed up. I think Houston showed up. But there's some other guys that they're really relying on to come in there and maybe be a contributor to them winning football games. And if you're not playing at that level, then that's what makes it tough. Because you're like, oh God, you're here trying to make win a job. Trying to be one of the 53, and then you go out there and you're not ready. You're laid off the ball. Whatever you have to do, to get yourself ready. Some of these guys just didn't do that in that game. They weren't ready to play that game from the jump.
I mean, I only see NFL playoff level, I guess, with your pass rush, with your quarterback, your wide receivers, and your tight end. I don't think anything else is proven to be good enough to be a playoff team. Would you disagree with that in any way? Linebackers, secondary?
No disagreements.
The defense,
not the way the secondary is currently configured.
You got a lot of problems in the secondary. Like,
it'd be exciting to get it healthy.
Yes, it would be. I mean, that would help you a lot. But they need to go out there and sign some guys that can actually play NFL football. And at defensive tackle, like, your two starters didn't play, but man, I'm cutting ties with Mazi. I've seen enough there. I didn't think Ernest Brown played really well in his reps. Jay Toia, a lot of people are pointing to the fourth quarter. He got exhausted. You could tell. The pad level was really sloppy, and he got blown off the ball. Otherwise, you saw him with good get-off, and he was being able to get disruptive and penetrate a little bit.
The scheme is all about getting across and playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And there were some guys that were able to do that, and I think JT was one of those guys. And then late in the game, though, they caught the Cowboys in a situation where JT, Daxton, those guys were like playing, the pad level was way up, and it was just downhill runs. It was just it was very, really simple. There wasn't anything that any type of scheme thing that they couldn't have handled. But I thought for the most part, for the first time, I thought JT played pretty well.
I'm with you.
And it was funny. And you look at the metrics, he was doubled, and he had 12 pass rush attempts.
He was doubled a lot.
He was doubled 9 times out of that.
Yeah.
So pretty wild how they doubled the tackles in this game, and they left the edges to deal with the tackles, the offensive tackles, and some tight ends. So there really wasn't enough winning on the outside as opposed to maybe what was going on the inside.
Well, Brian just told you Wheat and Houston looked good. He has a full report coming up in Krusty's Corner at 3:40. He does that every day, and if you want to be Cowboys smarter, you should make an appointment to lock in on that. Should the Cowboys be in on a trade for a running back? I saw Tony Pauline today confirming Breece Hall is, the Jets are looking at that like they'd like to move on before the deadline and move forward with the running backs Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. I'm not sold that any one of the guys in the Cowboys running back room is going to be a bell cow, is going to be a star. I think they're all serviceable, and you can hope for the best for them. I would love to believe that the Cowboys would be serious enough about winning that they would have a conversation today about trading for Breece Hall. I just don't think there's a chance in HE double hockey sticks that they're actually doing that.
No, it'd be a rental piece too. I mean, unless you want to pay the guy.
Yeah, and hey, I'd pay him. I'd say, dude, this guy is so freaking good. He's 24 years old. He's been healthy the last 2 years. I'm willing to give him $18 or $20 million, and we'll make our team actually good. And now we have a path to let's run all over them, throw over the top, score 35 points a game, and hope our defense is good enough in ideally limited snaps because we're holding on to the football for 8 or 9 minutes again. That's your path to victory, Cowboys, if you want to do it, trade for Breece Hall. But I know you don't. I know you're content to make us suffer for the next 3 or 4 years until your A-plus scouting department drafts up a good roster that you can go be a playoff disappointment with. Okay, coming up next, it's time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. We'll get you caught up on all the headlines that have been developing since Saturday night's game here on the Fan.
You're cruising around the Metroplex, all of a sudden, oh no, I've got something wrong with my vehicle. Well,
I'm bummed about Fan Phenom. There's a Jake's walking distance from my house in Flower Mound. That's the only one I have a chance to get to. Was hoping that was a stop. I'll try really hard for Frisco, but might not make it. Sorry about that, Flower Mound. But we are at every other Jake's Burger location, giving you a chance to be the next Fan Phenom. And just stay tuned for details, and we can't wait to see you out there. I mean, Thursday nights, round one, Chief, some incredible talent out there amongst our Tolos.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. I mean, this is going to be a hell of a race to the finish line. I'll tell you that much. I'm excited to see. I know Walchuk's going to be getting in the mix here coming up very soon, which is going to be exciting for him.
Next week's in Fort Worth. I'll be hosting after the show.
I think we got CA that's going to be hosting it. The Hall of Famer that's going to be fantastic. I mean, just what an incredible opportunity to have that. Like, hey, I got to at least do a demo seg, probably get some tips and tricks from a 3-time Hall of Famer like that in Grand Prairie this Thursday, and I might go for a quad burger. I don't know, maybe a 5-stacker. I might just add one each week. So I did 3 last week. We'll do 4. Finish it out with a 6-banger in Frisco.
Okay, so I got a Joe Milton theory for you here. And I'll get to that in just a second. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I think he might be about to have his best practice as a Cowboy, Brian, and I'll tell you why. You ever had that round of golf that was so amazing?
Never.
that game of pool or darts or long snapping.
Long snapping. Yeah.
Where you're like, oh my gosh, I was so on fire today. I think I might be going pro, right?
Sure.
That's what happened to Joe Milton last year, week 18, right? He had his GOAT game, and it's happened to all of us. Like, I shot 78 on a golf course once, right? I think I've only shot under 95 times. I shot 78 once.
It was 9 holes, but whatever.
That's
not
Chief.
the point.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so what did I do? The next day, I went out there thinking, 90's cake. I shot like 98.
Overconfident.
Oh,
yeah.
Darn it.
So last year, week 18, Milton had his God-level game. The problem was there were no more practices. There were no more games. So Joe sat there and stewed with the idea that, damn it, I figured it out. Took me a year sitting on the bench there, but ain't no way I'm sitting behind Drake May next year. I see the writing on the wall. You either make this an open competition or trade me. So the Patriots said, well, I guess we're going to have to trade you then, Joe, because you're apparently all world. And then he got to the Cowboys and has continued to do that. And the coaches have been like, Joe, you cannot throw the ball through a barn into traffic, 40 times a game. Please, manage the game, play calmer. And then he went out Saturday night, and now he said he gave himself, a D- after the game? He graded himself D-. So that was his sobriety moment. That was his, oh my goodness, that was just an amazing game. That wasn't the new me. I hadn't figured everything out last year in New England. So now he's back to a more humble version. He probably feels like a bit foolish for demanding a trade in New England and believing him so much. But Todd Archer had a quote in his story about Joe Milton, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, that was the game that made me realize I can actually play in this game and do a lot more. Right? So that was his mindset going into Saturday. Now he's like, oh, crap, I got a lot of stuff to work on. Oh, crap, I'm not going to have an NFL career if I don't agree that I should run the ball a lot and check down a lot. So
and not rip it 100 miles an hour every single time.
Yeah, I might actually have to listen to the coaches when they say, Joe, you got to develop some touch on that pass. You can't rifle. Because I was thinking I was just going to throw between 40 and 70-yard touchdowns every time I drop back. I mean, that's how he practices, right?
It is. I love this.
Unleash the cannon.
This was his back to the lab game that he just experienced.
And it happens to all of us.
Oh, yeah.
I've won like 2 or 3 online poker tournaments in the course of a week. I thought, I'm going pro.
Yeah.
I'm moving to Vegas, baby.
And then like a month later, the account is at $0 as I've, just turbo played nonstop tournaments for the last month, thinking this was my big moment and I'd figured the game out. But sometimes the universe just lines up for you and allows you to have an amazing game, and then you're humbled shortly thereafter.
Well, I'm ready for week 2 then. See Joe refine some things.
Yeah, it's a big week 2 because I'll tell you what, if he does not come back in week 2 significantly better, you got to go Will Grier in the dress rehearsal game so you can get him as much experience as possible running this offense. Am I right?
I think that Will Grier's going to play the final game anyway. The question I have for you guys right now, as I pause Breece Hall watching,
best runner in the game.
No, I was just watching some carries of his just to kind of get an idea what kind of player he was. The question I have for you guys is, You don't know what these wide receivers are yet, do you? Do you have an idea? Do you have an idea who all these Cowboy wide receivers are?
I was able to see good route running and people running open. Unfortunately, I think Flournoy could have had a monster game, and we'd be talking much differently about him.
Do we need to play Will Grier to get an idea of how these receivers are going to look?
Yeah,
is it more important to get an idea about Tolbert and Mingo and Flournoy and Holden than it is to see Joe Milton play anymore?
Yeah, that's
if it's an actual
really
competition, then yes. Like if it's true and Shoddy's saying like Holden's going to move up the depth chart,
because you don't know how many of these guys are going to play in the final game. I mean, that game could be.
I can watch the All-22 and see guys getting open. I want to bet on Milton's upside, even if there's only a 1% chance he realizes it.
Well, I'm just saying, though, yeah, these guys are getting open, but do you want to see them like catching the ball and running with the ball and making plays? You know, like he threw that ball, that interception. He had no business throwing that ball. He just was launching that thing.
You just wanted people to see the rocket.
Well, they ran a route. I mean, it was a really nice job of some guys getting open, but he just launched it. Just to see what would happen, and unfortunately got intercepted. But I just wonder, as an evaluator, would you want to see these receivers have a chance to catch the ball?
Yeah, I mean, you would. You would like to see that. That's what makes this a little bit more of a challenging question. It's a great question because you want to develop Milton. We keep talking about how Milton needs the reps, but for this team right now of guys that you actually feel like you're going to have to lean on to some extent, you want to see those guys get better opportunities, and Will Grier probably does provide some of that. So I don't know what the right answer is, dude. It's a great question.
See, I think that Bobby, excuse me, Dawson, I think Bobby said something to me the other day that was I'm like, wow, that's an interesting way to put it. Bobby said if they had to go win one game, that you might play Will Grier.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
No doubt to me.
But if you had to find a way just to go and play out the season, that you play Joe Milton.
Yeah, if you had a season-ending injury,
give him a chance.
Milton. But I think if it's 2 to 4 weeks, I think it's Will Grier.
I mean, isn't it similar to Cooper Rush, Trey Lance?
And they went with Rush, yeah. So I think Will Grier would be the Rush in this situation.
Has anybody watched the Chargers? Has Trey Lance been...
He looked good in both games.
He's been good? Okay.
Look at that. Okay, 214 Churd here. Did he change his phone? I think he did. He used to be a SoCal guy, right? Doesn't matter how humble he is. Dak's the most humble person on the planet, but he still can't throw the ball with anticipation. Yes, but I tell you what, the self-awareness, I'll do whatever it takes to win and do the job right, that's part of what made Dak so viable early in his career. Yes, I will run it. I will avoid the interception at all costs. I don't want to have to be a hero. Now, he believes in himself. He's going to take risks and, try to make big plays, and maybe that's increased as his career has gone on, and that's why the interceptions have increased. But I remember Jason Garrett saying one of my favorite things about you is you don't mind throwing the ball away, dirting the ball, throwing it out of bounds because you know you can come back and live another day, and keep playing, and you're not, trying to force something and putting the team in jeopardy. We have Shoddy at the podium earlier said, is Joe Milton the backup? And he said, well, we don't have to decide that today. I need to get to learn him as the play caller. I'm not going to say who the backup running back is right now, who the backup QB is, because I don't have to make those decisions yet. So maybe owning it a little bit, like he's got to figure out the right plays to give Joe Milton. Is that what he's saying? Maybe they're a little bit. He says.
I think to me, when I watched that the All-22, I think some of this now the early play call in the first 6, I kind of felt like that. Okay, that's on Shoddy. That's not knowing the condition of your defense right there. His defense needed a break, and to go 3 and out twice, that's not very good game management right there. He didn't help, but luckily they kind of got things together. I think he was struggling to find plays for Joe that would work. I think he had that play sheet. It looked like the Cheesecake Factory menu. We always talk about that they were kind of like we're going to be vanilla. That thing looked like it had hooks and rings and all kinds of
pages. Was it like a binder?
Page, it was like it was just a flip sheet of stuff that he could get to. But I think early in that game he struggled to find plays that Milton could execute.
It was weird to see them. I mean, I guess post game he acknowledged like I wanted to throw the ball around with Milton. So, I mean, he told us what his thinking was, but I was like, geez, they come out and they throw the ball 6 times.
Not when your defense was as in bad a shape as that one.
Well, and
I thought the Rams were going to score every series.
Physical.
I honestly did.
Physical. Run the ball. That's all we've heard.
Yeah.
And then he came out and threw the ball 6 times for 1 yard of offense. It was kind of like, whoa, what's going on here?
I mean, I do kind of like the idea that maybe Milton was just too fired up. Like Bassick will talk about a pitcher in a new situation, especially in his debut, just throwing it way too hard. And, you just can't get your body dialed down enough to relax and play quarterback or pitch. I could definitely, see that. And that's why I think game 2 for him is so big, because I don't think if he plays well in game 2 of the preseason, we should see him ever again in a Cowboys uniform. No deal in sight for Micah Parsons. That's the insider update coming. I just sense that this is adversarial enough, and this has gone on long enough now. There won't be a deal before week 1, will there, guys?
Steven seemed very open to the tag when we talked with him. I don't think that they're against that. Like, it's either Micah's side budges first, and he decides I want to get the deal done. And I think they're feeling like you guys are the ones that need a budge here. And I don't think the Cowboys are going to do that. So if it's going to get done, I think it's Micah probably talking to David Mulugeta like, man, I want my long-term security here.
Yeah, I think that, to me, I think Mulugeta is asking for the Cowboys to budge first because his player was probably wrong in how he handled the negotiations initially. And so he's trying to save Micah's face, I think.
Got an old-fashioned standoff happening here with the Cowboys and Micah, and we'll be all over it if the news breaks, but I've just kind of put it on the back burner now, and maybe we'll get back to it in March or something like that, at least from my perspective. I'll be surprised if something gets done. What's coming up next, Brian?
Yeah, we've got plenty of things to talk about from the All-22. We'll do that next.
It's one thing to save for retirement, but it's another to feel ready for.
Remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. The Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's Cowboys Monday, our first Cowboys Monday of the year.
First of the year,
And Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant. All 22 was interesting to this. Actually, we'll check. You said you got yours yesterday morning?
Yeah, I watched it yesterday.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad. I encourage anybody out there, too, by the way, if you have the availability, funds to go ahead and go on to, I'm not trying to promote NFL.com, but if you have the ability to go on and get the all 22 stuff, go ahead and
It's
do
like
it.
$15 a month.
Yeah. Let me tell you what, you don't have to be a scout. You could just go and look, and it gives you the sideline copy, the end zone copy. You could see, like,
Plus, you get like condensed games from other games. There's tons of content in here.
games,
Red zone.
There's like stats, all kinds of things. I sound like I'm promoting it here, but I'm promoting it for guys and gals out there. If you just want to learn, it doesn't. Maybe you watch it and you're you watch it and you're kind of like, oh, well, I don't really understand. Well, like I say, we got other platforms that can help you with that.
Yeah.
I got this, my stuff at Crown Global Media that we're going to do. We got a lot of things that we can do to kind of help you understand the game a little bit better that way.
By the way, clutch T-shirt hoodie for Crown Media that you gave
Thank
me.
you. Appreciate that.
I mean, just perfect for the summer because you get full coverage from the sun,
Yeah.
but it's still breezy. It's genius.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. All right.
It wears well.
In this football game, and I just took it in order of like how the plays went off, because that's how I just watched it. In the preseason, I don't, in the regular season, I'll watch offense and then I'll watch defense, but I just took it in the order that it came, on the film.
Going chronological on us.
A little bit. They're going to play a slant front. They're just not big enough to, handle defense, to play toe to toe with anybody. And so what's going to happen here is if they're really poor in run defense, and this is something you could tell on the tape, and Zach, please feel free to chime in if you saw the same thing. But when they are not good against the run, it's generally because they have bad fits. And this defense, this front, is going to be about movement, and it's going to be about taking gaps. And Zach asked me an interesting question today. He's like, why do we look like we're so spread out across the front?
They're lining up super wide.
Opponents do that to them. Opponents are going to do that to them. They're going to make, if they understand that you're going to be a front that's going to play gaps and try and fill gaps, they're going to spread you out. And I don't mean like the formation, but the width and the splits of the offensive linemen. They could cheat that a little bit and get a little wider, knowing that you're having to try and take gaps.
They're not. The O-line's not going to go foot to foot.
No, not on you. No, they're absolutely not going to go foot to foot on you here. And I think that's where Dallas is going to. But if they're going to play this scheme, because it was clearly evident when, like, right off the jump, you see them that Eberflus tries to slant the front to the strong side of the Rams formation. And with Bell filling as the extra defender, so they're gonna slant to the strength of the offense, and then they're going to try and fill the gaps with the linebackers to the opposite way, and then fill that extra hole with the down safety is what they're going to do. And so, just right off the jump, JT holds his gap, and Bell fills. But Wheat has problems getting off the tight end's block, and he can't close. So now all of a sudden, this is what happens to this defense. He's responsible for a gap. Leofau steps up. He gets pinned inside for and leaving a seam. So what happens? Okay, now you've got a defender that's can't get to the gap. You got another defender that tries to undercut and get in the gap, but he gets pinned to the inside. Now you got these holes inside, or these seams. If Dallas is going to be good at run defense, they are going to have to do a better job of getting off blocks. And again, these are not a lot of starters here. These are sort of backup guys. But Maris Leofau, as well as he played, there's sometimes where he gambles. There's sometimes where he guesses. And I mean, guesses that like he's guessing that he could run under this block and then get back in his gap. You can't play that way. If they are not gap sound with the way that they handle this front, they're going to get run on all day, and people are going to figure that out about them. And so it's going to be imperative though that they find ways to get off blocks, play gaps, play square, and because there were times the defensive tackles where JT and others were in good shape. Linebackers got him in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
James got him in trouble one time. Leofau got him in trouble one time. Clark got him in trouble one time.
Not Harris, who had a really good game. There was one play he guessed and shot the wrong gap,
and then the ball goes right past.
So the linebackers have to trust their ability to disengage and kind of slide into that.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
You've got to. And I mentioned James because one time he went straight shoulder into the blocker, and it kind of compressed him, and then so he gets moved, but he's responsible for that gap. He's responsible for that B gap. And when he got compressed, then the ball just went right past him. And so the next time around, he played with his hands. They probably saw it on the sidelines. They said, "Listen, you've got to extend. You got to be." And then he makes a play. So that's going to be if this team is going to, like I say, have any success in run defense, it's going to have to get better.
I wanted to ask you about James, and it seemed like there was a couple of times he was just stuck in quicksand. That I'm like, fire, and he just
which is what I saw on tape at Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, he's not the most instinctive guy.
Okay.
And they had a little problems with the defense too. And I'd been talking up and really looking forward to Damone Clark playing in this game. Damone Clark reverted back to some of the things that got him in trouble the last couple of years.
Yeah, that was disappointing because he was the captain for the game.
Yeah.
Everybody was fired up. He's had a great camp, great offseason.
Yeah.
And then it looked like the same old Damone Clark.
Yeah, it is I was hopeful that in this, the one game, the one opportunity, but in practice, he was part of, if you look at the depth chart, he was Leofau or Clark. So he had put himself in position to make some to get some opportunities. They gave him some opportunities. This team, when it came to pass coverage too, by the way, as much they played a lot of zone in this game, and the linebackers, it appeared that the linebackers were just frozen with Bennett. And I mean frozen, they just were eyes in backfield and really weren't reading very well. It happened one time too with Wanye Thomas. His ball to the outside, and you could clearly see that they're all just stuck. They're all stuck, and the ball's going to the outside, and you could see that Stetson Bennett is clearly looking to the outside, and he just stays in the middle of the right on the hash,
just in no man's land. It's so frustrating. You got guys
drive on the ball, try and make a play, but here you got space, and they're not driving on the ball. Everybody was just kind of like they were just waiting. It was almost like they were waiting for somebody else to make a play,
and that the ball went over the top on him too.
Yeah.
I did not think Wanye had a strong outing.
No, I didn't think so either. They were struggling in that regard. I want to just look real quick. I'm sorry, I lose track of time here. But Joe Milton, the third down play, where where he throws the ball to Tolbert inside. This is the problem with Joe Milton. And when the coach is trying to help him, they try and run a third down run, a max protection, and it really does work. I mean, they get exactly what they want out of the protection. And Milton has 4 options. He selected the most difficult throw, which was Tolbert. That was the 4th option. 3 other options was Schoonmaker in the flat, Cropper or Mingo inside over the middle at the sticks, which he's looking at that. He's looking at those guys, and for some reason, I don't know what pulls him, the end zone copy. It looks like it's a clean throw. He pulls that and then tries to hit Tolbert on the one where it should have been intercepted. That's Joe. You can't do those things. You got to be able to take what you can, get the first down, move on, and then keep the drive going. But he took, and they called the protection to help him, and it did. So unfortunate right there with that one. The Adeniji sack. Okay, let me do this one instead. Let me do Awesome Richards, his situation in the back-to-back two deeps, if I could, real quick.
That was frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay, the second one from the sideline copy, it looks like that his helmet is in the middle of TJ Bass's body. It looks like that he's up on the line. But what happens is that you look at the official on the far side of it, and the official puts his hands up like, I just told you, move up. So you see the official hands up and just throws the flag like, you've got to be smarter than that. If the official tells you to move up, move up. Now, I will say this about Awesome Richards. I thought he was the best offensive lineman you had in this game. I don't know, Zach, if you kind of noticed.
I thought Nate Thomas was fine in pass pro.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought Awesome did a really good job, especially in the running game.
Yeah.
Being able to seal.
Right. Other than those two, he didn't give up any pressures in the game. And he was able to, in the run game, he played both. He played tackle and he played guard.
Mm-hmm.
And they were able to successfully run the ball behind him. And then also, too, his side was not getting pressured. So good job by Awesome Richards.
Would you say the depth at O-line is good?
I would say that, to me, if they determine that they're going to go with Bass and they're going to go with the center with Hoffman, and they also are going to go with Awesome Richards, then they've got to kind of figure out, if they want to go 10, they're going to have to figure out two more guys.
Because I thought of Johnny Cornelius had a pretty good game too at right tackle.
It's funny, the tackles were all right in this game.
Yeah.
They really were. Sadiq Charles, I don't think is particularly good. And the veteran, and then Adeniji, like, he gave up the one sack and he was clearly off balance on the play. Like he got worked underneath and then he was on one leg. And what happened was Charles is playing next to him and Charles is off balance too. So now instead of trying to help and make the play, they're both off balance. And unfortunately, though, that led to a sack right there. So, and another thing I want to kind of point out here before my time ends here, that I saw a lot of routes where, and Zach, again, you had a chance to see the tape. I saw a lot of routes where the receivers were in the same spot.
Yeah, and that Brooks catch.
Yeah.
Him and Cropper were both in the same spot.
It happened three different times where receivers were in the same spot as other receivers. And I wonder if that's just trying to do too much, or do we really know what's going on play-wise? And do we need more work with these receivers to try and figure these things out? Because there were several times where the routes ended up where Milton was throwing the ball to an area and there were two receivers in the same spot. And that probably shouldn't be the case.
No, that's not how you draw it up.
Yeah, not at all.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Former Ravens coach, Super Bowl champion, hell of a broadcaster, Brian Billick joins us next here. It's the G-Back Nation of the Fan.
Patolos, I am thrilled to tell you about my friends at Alliance Hyundai in Fort Worth. I was in the car business for...
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Got a lot of sports to talk about here with you. We've been recapping the Cowboys' preseason loss. I think that's 8 or 9 years in a row they've lost a preseason game. I do like that, how Shoddy is just saying, look, this doesn't matter. We're focusing on things we can control, trying to keep guys healthy. Love what he did with Booker. Go ahead and sit the rookie out. He's going to be pretty good. Let's not, have any injury risk. Don't want a Landon Dickerson situation developing, who, by the way, is going to have surgery for what turns out to be a torn meniscus for Landon.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he's week to week. So does that include week 1, or is that in the preseason? I know guys have come back pretty dang quick from a meniscus in the past.
There's a chance, I guess, he could go week 1. That's what the report I saw from, was it Shefty?
Yes.
Some minor procedure, what they're calling it.
Calling it minor.
So that's a little bit of a dodge bullet situation there for him and the Philadelphia Eagles as Cowboys-Eagles approaches. And Brian Billick joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. He'll join us in a few minutes. But, yeah, I would say initial thoughts on Cowboys-Eagles. If Dickerson is out, that increases your chances of success. But I just imagine, going off of what we saw last year and then getting a good look at the depth on Saturday night, you're not going to plug any holes with guys that are going to be instant stars. You're plugging holes with guys that might just be sufficient. So I don't right now think that your weaknesses in any way from last year have been solved. And I hope Shoddy goes to the front office at some point and says, if you want a better team, we're going to have to, buy some players because we failed so bad in the draft. And our key players have gotten hurt, So I guess that is right now my outlook. I don't know if I've been this skeptical about the Cowboys having success in 2025 at any point since the season ended. I'd been building with optimism, and you know how tough that is for me. I've been building to believe. Saturday night was a backbreaker for me.
I'm back. Yeah, I get it, dude. I mean, I would like to think when we talk about their deficiencies, hopefully, if they can stay healthy, the offensive line, especially as the season goes, can be one that is at least a plus unit for you. But otherwise, yeah, defensively, you had huge questions, and it still remains. There's like the guys that you were watching, you just wanted to see like, and I'm sure brought us through a couple guys, hey, decent here, decent there, but
Sure.
you didn't have like one or two guys that popped like, oh wow, they really absolutely have something in this guy or this guy.
Yeah,
It was
like
just-
Overstreet did, or
Overshown a couple years ago,
Overshown,
whatever.
yeah,
Like the
yeah.
Rams had a couple of guys. I'm sure Rams fans are going, "Oh wow, who's this kid? Is that Xavier Smith or whatever, the wide receiver?" You're going, this guy looks like he can really actually play. You just didn't even get much of that either. It was pretty frustrating.
At 877-881-1053. Gavin and brought us a fun fact. That's some Jennifer Lopez content. 817, I've had 3 torn meniscus surgeries. I was walking through Walmart the day of getting a 6-pack. LOL. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that a meniscus can be a nothing, especially if it's just a cleanup. But if it's bad, I saw Brandon Roy one year opt to have it clipped out, right? Which is just, it's one of the options. We're just going to take out your meniscus. You'll probably be fine. And then he played like 3 weeks later in the playoffs, and he was never the same again. I think the same thing happened to Gilbert Arenas, if I'm not mistaken. So it happens, right? And there are tons and tons of meniscus surgery. So I would just say it's probably a nothing. And for the Eagles, it would be tough. He's one of only 5 guards since 2022 who's made the Pro Bowl every year. So he's on a hell of a run, and he's part of a really good offensive line.
Yeah, they probably would start Drew Kendall, the rookie, at center, and then move Cam Jurgens over, don't you think, Wolchuk? Would that be kind of how you think?
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, that's going to be a huge loss, though. And, I mean, I guess, like, the report said best case scenario for him. So I'd be willing to assume he's probably not going to play in that opener against the Cowboys. I mean, that'd be quite the recovery time. I guess you never know. Modern medicine's pretty amazing. But it's a big loss, Landon Dickerson, and now a rookie. I mean, the Cowboys are going to be playing a rookie along the offensive line too, but that's certainly the calling card for that offense is that offensive line.
I don't think that Brett Tooth is very good for them as a backup.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's struggled. So I could say I wouldn't be Cam Jurgens has played guard before, and maybe they don't want to move him, but they do like that Drew Kendall from Boston College. So his dad was a first-round pick with the Seahawks, like several. And in the middle 90s.
And Steen's been,
Steen's been pretty good too.
Move him over either.
Well, they picked
He's
up
not
Kenyon
good.
Green, right? I think he's been a little banged up, but
yeah, he has.
But he's a guy that you could play there. He's got some NFL experience.
214 is Osa going to take advantage? I think that's the opportunity right there. You get Osa, you get this pass rush lined up, and if you can prevent them from running all over you. I mean, I think eventually it's almost a lock. Saquon Barkley is going to have a season-ending injury this year or be significantly slowed down from all that. There's just no way a player that's that injury-prone that after having 475 touches combined or whatever it was by the time they got through the Super Bowl is going to stay healthy this year, right? So I think, but you play them week 1.
Yeah, I'll be slamming the Barkley overs. I don't really care what the line's at for his rushing yards.
Week
Week 1.
Oh, dude, yes, that's a hell of a parlay card right there. We can make a mortgage payment off Saquon Barkley alone.
That whole offense is going to be licking their chops. I mean, honestly, how many offensive linemen would they need to be down in week 1 to feel like the defense could even have a chance?
Well, is Micah playing or not?
Well, that's a fair question. It didn't seem like Ezra was ready to come out of the gates like an Abdul
No,
Carter.
Ezra, I mean, that was surprising to me that he didn't.
I feel like he was bull rushing all the time.
Yeah, they tried to move him on some of the twist and movement things to kind of get him freed up a little bit, but it didn't pan out. It might have had something to do with the fact that he was playing next to some guys inside that he's not used to normally playing. Well, he hasn't played against because they've had some success, with getting Solomon Thomas and guys like that. So him playing on the guys that he was currently playing with might not have be the same ilk where they were getting the kind of movement and creating opportunities for him to get the rush.
It really slowed me down on a lot of fronts. And Ezra is a player that I'm still very bullish on long term, but how much of an impact is he going to have? And then you have to consider the idea that everything we saw in Oxnard was basically because the players they were going up against were bad, worse than the Rams backups by a significant margin. So we're hoping for the best here, but I don't know what the path is right now to an optimistic and successful season. I think best case scenario right now is you have a top 10 pick and you have an opportunity to maybe go find a left tackle or a stud linebacker or another stud corner or a great player. That's got to be the hope, and you hope that all your good young players make it through healthy, so you don't have to have another offseason plotting and planning for when they could possibly get you back to full strength. Coach Brian Schottenheimer has fired himself from giving the post-game prayer for cursing. Dude cursed during the post-game prayer. Says he channeled his inner Ricky Bobby praying to baby Jesus. Says he'll use the same accountability on the Cowboys player for their undisciplined play and penalties. They will be benched, and he is out.
What was the word? Do we know the word?
It's probably yes.
Probably yes.
I hope it
seems
was
like
yes.
that's his favorite word.
I
hope it wasn't a GD.
I remember that's the ultimate no. We were in middle school and we had a kid that jumped up and did the prayer and
Rub-a-dub-dub,
he was
thanks
just
for the
talking
grub.
about effing these kids up and all that stuff. I was like,
Let's
oh
go.
my God.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
7th grader.
I mean, you got to wait till you say amen before you say all that other stuff. This plays for both. It's football. But not on the same umbrella. It's two different umbrellas, Chief. You know that.
That's pretty amazing. I love that he brought that. Like, did that get brought up? Did he get asked about that, or did he just volunteer that information? That's pretty hilarious. But it makes plenty of sense as well when you hear him at the podium.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, he loves dropping an S-bomb.
I didn't
at every
catch the
turn.
context of it. Actually, in the back of my mind now, I'm wondering if I'm butt cracked on this, but
It might be butt cracking. It's possible.
But it's right on brand for Shoddy. And he was talking a lot about discipline today. Like the guys heard me. He said, at times you wonder when you ask for something and they don't do it, if they don't understand what you're asking them to do, or they don't believe what you're saying is that important. And he kind of alluded to the fact that maybe he thought the latter was true now with his disciplined speeches and F-bombs tirades that he laid out in Oxnard. And then you get out there in the red zone. I think he had 3 red zone penalties. You're just giving away free yards to them in the red zone. So he said, I made sure this time they understood that I believe it's serious.
There you go.
And
Well,
maybe,
This time.
good news, not a ball sack.
Okay, good.
We got Tommy Yarish. We got Joseph Hoyt.
Oh, the beats
Credible journalists.
There is a lot of Stephon Gilmore on Twitter right now. Brian, I happened to be catching you with Jeffrey earlier today.
Sure.
It doesn't sound like many people over there think that's a good idea.
No, they will tell you when you ask them, like they'll go, well, he does not run very well anymore. And it was kind of clear when he was here that he was slowing down. He didn't have the quickness. He didn't have the ability to close like he'd once. The toughness, all those things are still there. Probably the desire there, but he just does not have the burst that he once had. The ability to drive on the football, and it's not me making up stuff. It's me asking, hey, what about Gilmore? And I'm still in that mode of trying to ask about Asante Samuel Jr. and see where he's at, and I haven't heard anything one way or another about him. And what is there? Kendall Fuller is another.
There you
one
go.
That people are talking
Fuller's
about.
out
What do you
there.
hear about him?
I've not heard anything about Kendall Fuller as being involved. So it's now we have to kind of circle back and keep asking those questions. But I know every time I ask about Gilmore, they're like, he cannot run. But this was at training camp. Maybe they're getting to a point where they feel maybe a little desperate about some things.
Yeah, and I know your guy comes to mind, the son of the former Eagle, Asante Samuel Jr. Is he healthy?
Yeah.
Same thing with Mike Hilton. He's a guy that struggled to stay healthy.
I mean, the thing that's unfortunate is they just seem out of range money-wise. Like, what do you imagine the Cowboys are willing to spend on a player right now? $1 to $3 million? $2 to $5 million? It's not much higher. So
Yeah.
I hope that Kendall Fuller is possible. I mean, honestly, Stephon Gilmore looked slow 2 years ago when he was here.
Yeah.
I can't imagine 2 years older that.
I wonder if they're just going to wait this out and see if they can get, and I'll say Carson, but I'm going to say Carson and Butler. I think I'll see if they're going to wait the Butler thing out and see if in fact.
Butler tore his ACL like last November?
Yeah.
October?
Need to get, but I need to see exactly when that is, because that might be something that they're playing that game of like, well, maybe we can get one of these back, but I'll check on that injury and see where we're at.
Okay, we'll step aside because it's time for the Cy Young show here. Chris Young, Rangers president of baseball operations, is next here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and every Monday at 4:20, it's time for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, the Chris Young Show presented by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck?
Got leads in a couple of those, and then just couldn't continue to put pressure on the rest of the game and not coming up with a big hit. We get a leadoff double, and then we can't drive them in and score that next run. And it changes the way the last few innings are played, too. It changes who we bring into the game from a relief standpoint. It changes who the other team brings into the game in leverage situations. And that's why playing ahead is so important. And we just didn't do a good enough job of continuing to add on and put pressure on the other team. And, you have to give them credit, too. We faced 3 really good pitchers with Philadelphia. But like I said, if we're going to be a team that's capable of winning a championship, we have to beat good pitching at some point.
You brought up Evo and him getting the ball tonight, and there's no better person to take the bump. I mean, what he's done this year, and really since he's been a Ranger, has been incredible. What stood out to you, and what's the case for him as we're all trying to rally? He deserves to be the Cy Young in our mind this year. See why?
Well, I think first and foremost, I think there's going to come a time at which we will make a strong push campaign for Evo. I think the biggest thing we need to do right now is to get back on track and to win, and Evo continue doing what he's doing. But there's a lot of baseball left, and he's got I think 9 or 10 starts left, and so that's a long way to go. And a lot can happen in that time period. So I think he's going to be focused on continuing to make good pitches and have good outings, and for us, focusing on the team goals. And as we get closer to the end here, if he keeps up what he's doing, I certainly think he deserves as much recognition as anybody when it comes to an award that honors the best pitcher in baseball.
Jock Peterson's been a bright spot offensively. What have you seen from him? What's been working?
Yeah, this is the Jock we expected when we signed him. There's just a really quality at bat, somebody who every time he steps in the box can do damage, and also is going to have a disciplined approach and be able to really put pressure on the opposing pitcher to make pitches. So it's been fun to see Jock kind of get going here. He's an infectious personality, and so to see him, have some big hits and see the energy that he brings is really, really good. Now, the goal is to get a couple more guys going well like Jock, and if we can bunch those guys together, I think we'll get back to scoring some runs and getting back to winning.
Did you guys ever get close to having to consider shutting Jock down for the rest of the year?
You mean in terms of the health?
No, I mean just for performance.
That was not a consideration.
Chris Young here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, any regret not overpaying for a hitter at the deadline?
Well, I think the reality is that the hitters that were available to us and the conversations we had with teams, we just didn't have that opportunity. So I would love to have said we could go out and upgrade our offense and line up in a way that would have been meaningful and impactful. The reality is that opportunity wasn't there, and you're a little bit at the mercy of the market. So, what that overpay would look like and what would make perhaps, the fans happy, probably was not the right decision in terms of, one, what was available to us, and two, just the reality of what the cost of the bats that were on the market were and kind of where we lined up from a prospect standpoint. So, no, I think we did make our team better. I still believe in this team, and I think the best performance, the best improvement that we can have to our club is the internal improvement of our own, that we have really good players, and my expectation is that we get the best out of those players. And, I think we're getting there with Jock, and we got to get there with a few others.
Hey, CY, was there something bothering Phil when he took the mound yesterday in the top of the inning? That didn't seem like his type of a performance with him out there.
No, not that I'm aware of. I didn't get any feedback post game on anything bothering him. He came in, hit the first batter, and that guy came around to score. So nothing specifically that I was aware of. So no. But I think he's a really good pitcher. He's been good for us thus far, and I think he'll continue to be very good, pitching meaningful leverage innings for us.
How are things looking right now, health wise, for Evan Carter, Sporzy, Malley?
Yeah, Evan just finished the live BP, looked really good, was driving the ball. Really positive to see how good he looked today in the live BP. He'll go out on rehab tomorrow, and the expectation is, it should be a short rehab, and he'll rejoin the team. We miss his at-bats in the middle of the lineup, just the quality of his approach and what he can do against right-handed pitching, so we certainly are missing that right now. Tyler Malley is continuing to do well. He's building up on his throwing program, should be getting off the mound here within the next week to 10 days, and from there starting a build-up progression to get him back to action. And then Josh Spores, we've taken off his rehab assignment, was dealing with a little bit of dead arm, a little fatigue, tried to reset him. And so we're going to begin Josh building back up again here soon, and the hope is that the stuff will take another jump and he'll be an option for us at some point, but we've got a little ways to go there.
Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. I guess against Arizona here, some replacement level starters, tremendous opportunity this week to get the offense going, huh?
Look, it's the big leagues and every opponent is tough, but I do believe that our offense is much better than what we showed this weekend, and the expectation is that these guys are they're gonna bounce back, that they're gonna show resilience and perseverance and a fight to allow us to get hot here, and that's what we're gonna have to do to make a run. So there's no doubt these last 10 days have been disappointing, but I do believe in this group, and I think when they're motivated and they're hungry and they're playing the game the way they're capable, that we can beat anybody independent of who that is. So. But we've got to go show it. So it's time for us to go do it, to get it done, and to play up to our capabilities. And like I said, if we do that, I'm confident that we can beat just about anybody in the big leagues. And certainly this week we should have a good week.
CY, is that the most frustrating thing? Is you kind of feel like that it's kind of a 2-step forward, 1-step back approach a little bit with your team, that you're not having the consistency, that you feel like that, hey, okay, we're going on the right path. We're doing the right things. We're playing, because you play great defense. You pitch. The hitting has been sometimes it comes and goes. But has that been the most frustrating thing, that you feel like you do make some progress, but then you kind of revert back to some other things that are keeping you from winning games?
Yeah, look, there's no doubt. I mean, I can't sit here and tell you that 10 days ago, before the deadline, we were 5 or 6 games over 500 and made some headway in the division, that this wasn't a team I felt wasn't capable of winning the division and going for it. And that was part of our calculus and decision-making going into the deadline. And then, to make the team better and add the pitching we added, to get, a couple guys back on a health front, and feel like we're getting to a good spot, and then have kind of the disappointing stretch here. I think we're 3-7 since the deadline. I mean, to me, that's not acceptable. That's not who we are, and that's not the way that we should be playing. And so the expectation is higher. I don't do well with underachievement. And, I do believe that there's a better version of these guys in there, and it's time for that to come out, and I believe it will come out. I believe in all of these guys. I know how hard they work. I know how hard they care, how much they care. And if they go out and they play with fight and grit and passion, determination, and those intangibles that I talk about often, I'll take us against anybody. I didn't see that as much this weekend. I'd like to see more of that. And if we do, I think that we'll be in a great spot. Our pitching will give us a chance. We've been in just about every single game. There was one blowout game against Philly that got away from us late with a rookie having to pitch the last 2 innings. But up until that point, it was a 4-1 game. And so with any offense this past weekend, we come away with at least one win, maybe 2 and possibly 3. So it needs to get better. It can get better, and I believe it will get better.
How'd you like the deGrom start over the weekend? 8 punch-outs, 1 walk, 6 2/3. It looked like he was kind of getting back to being himself.
Yeah, he was great. His stuff was really, really good. The quality of pitching, the finish on the pitches, the swings. Jacob was tremendous, and was disappointed that we couldn't get more runs for him. He had no margin of error, and eventually Philly kind of broke through and got a couple there in the 7th inning to knock him out. But the reality is that if we had kind of pitched from ahead, if we had played from ahead that game, Philly may not have gotten those runs, and Jacob may have gone 7 strong. So, it was just a tough outing in terms of the result. But Jacob pitched great, gave us a chance to win.
What'd you think of that wild Adolis Garcia snag there, barehanded? I don't even know how in the world he did that.
Yeah, that was something else. So I was glad he made the catch, most importantly. So I hope that we'll continue to make those catches. And our defense has been very solid all around, all season long. We're an elite defensive team. And if we continue to catch the ball, our pitchers are going to benefit. And then it should take some pressure off the offense too, because we don't have to score as many runs to win, but we're going to have to score more than we did.
How do you and Boch look at like the season winding down? Do you want to get into a playoff mindset right now, or do you just keep going day by day here as the pressure really ratchets it up from the media and fan perspective?
Well, I think the reality of where we are in the standings, we're looking up. And we've got to win. And we didn't build what I call the collateral in the first half, or the cushion in the first half, to give us a margin of error in the second. So we've got to play good baseball, and every game matters. And I'd like it, Boch is managing that way, and I'd like us to approach it that way, that we can't give anything away at this point. We got to go out and win. And I don't think that's added pressure. I think it's just the reality of where we are. And, it just means we need to do what we do best and play our best baseball. And if we do that, I think the results will take care of themselves.
Well, you're the man, CY. Thanks for answering all of our questions, even when some of mine are a little awkward. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's all good. I appreciate it, and hopefully we'll get hot here this week. So thank you, guys.
Right on. Salute. There he goes. The Chris Young Show here every Monday at 4:20, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and brought to you by PlayScore. And, it's a big series here tonight. And, the Diamondbacks, obviously they traded away one of their better pitchers, and they have not had a healthy rotational year. So it's a big opportunity here to light them up. And, man, what I was getting at with, like, is this normal variance? Do you look at your struggles as, hey, we're still doing our job, but the ball didn't get put in play, or we got some unlucky breaks? I mean, he really, didn't want anything to do with that idea. He's like, man, we're all not hitting, and we need to start hitting ASAP. So
it's amazing the amount of confidence he has in his team when his team shakes it every day.
Yeah.
Or, and they do. I mean, he does not waver from that. That like he believes. Now maybe privately he's thinking like, well, man, I didn't do a good enough job. But his ability to just keep confident of his ball club, I think is something we can all learn from. But man, I'll tell you, that would be tough being over there and feeling like that. Hey, we're playing well, and then all of a sudden we're not playing well. It's just no consistency at all there. But and I think the biggest thing is they've been inconsistent really all year. Winning games and the way they're losing games.
They've just been bad on offense all year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you're sitting there and you're looking at one of the best defensive clubs and best pitching clubs in all the game. So it's like, damn. I mean, we've got everything kind of figured out. If we could just average 5-6 runs a game, you're looking at arguably the best record in Major League Baseball.
Well, if you need some Cowboys confidence, we will attempt to do just that. I vented several times about what happened Saturday. Who are Cowboys players that had a positive Saturday night? We'll get to that here coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation fan. But I want...
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for you.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to Chris Young, who just joined us there for the Rangers President of Baseball Operations show every Monday, 4:20. You can go back and listen with the Odyssey app if you're up for it. And we're going to talk some Cowboys right here in just a second, what Coach Eberflus was not pleased with. And then, players that stood out positively to you. If you want to text in on that subject at 877-881-1053, who's the Cowboy you're most optimistic about based on Saturday's game? Have you guys seen this bit on social that asks, what are the 4 major U.S. cities? It's fascinating to me.
I heard Sean and RJ talking about this
they did talk about this?
And, I haven't seen the results, but I think the first 3 are like no-brainers. Yeah. It's like L.A., New York, Chicago. Those are the first ones that come to mind. Then I guess it would be Dallas?
Dallas-Fort Worth. I think
DFW.
Those are the 4 biggest markets,
fourth biggest TV market. I was wondering if it was, technically DFW or was that San Francisco? I saw Trayvon Diggs went in for District of Columbia, obviously nation's capital. Maybe that gets promoted because of its status as the nation's capital. Miami got mentioned by a player. I think it just doesn't have the size. I think, though, in sports, Miami is considered a major market destination.
How about Boston for historical value?
See, Boston, I think, is in the conversation as well with DFW in San Francisco. Is there any others? Maybe Philadelphia? Philadelphia is like top 6 or 7.
Yeah, Philadelphia would be historic as well.
Incredible amount of history there.
Yeah.
So, if you got thoughts on that at 877-881-1053, I thought that was a pretty fun little bit to pay attention to over the weekend. Coach Flus says he was not pleased with the tackling in the game. We were too high with our pads. That was a continuation from the joint practice from Tuesday. Said there will be an emphasis on tackling this week during practice, with the next game coming up Saturday night against the Baltimore Ravens, right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a big game, too, here. See how much of this stuff they can get cleaned up. Okay, at 877-881-1053, who are your top performers? Wolchuk, I know you're frustrated with Mazi and Scooney on the downside, and I totally agree with you. Like, don't waste a roster spot on them. See if the Chargers will take them with Jim Harbaugh coaching out there. Who'd you like, though?
I thought Zion Childress had himself a good game. The undrafted rookie free agent out of Kentucky. I mean, to me, played some slot. He made some tackles in the run game. He's got to change the number. I mean, the poor guy wearing the 48 just doesn't look good. But Zion Childress looked like he belonged. I thought Elijah Clark, the safety as well, stepped up, made some good plays in the running game. Rivaldo Fairweather, the rookie tight end from Auburn. I mean, he looked like a natural, and he was a pass-catching tight end in Auburn. Not a guy, though, that I think is a great blocker, but maybe he can improve in that area. I think that's the reason why I'm willing to cut ties on Scooney if another team will give you something, is I just think he's got more upside as a pass catcher, and I'm just not seeing the improvement at all from Schoonmaker as a consistent run blocker. So if I'm gonna keep a guy that's not good at run blocking because my other guy's not good at it, I'd rather have the guy that's better as a pass catcher, and that'd be Fairweather in my opinion.
I mean, Childress does tackle like a 48, He's physical like a 48.
Yeah. He's a scrappy player, man.
I like that. And, I wonder what the rest of his defensive profile looks like. There's some cut-ups on Twitter of him being pretty sticky in coverage as well, Brian.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, to me, that was they're going to have to open up this. I said it earlier in the program, that they're going to have to open up this nickel slot and figure out, is in fact it's going to be Bland and who's going to play on the outside. And and I kind of feel like that Childers is a guy that deserves an opportunity. I no offense to our Mean Green guys, but I just don't like Hall in that spot.
He's getting picked on.
Yeah, and I think they've picked on him, and they pick on him in practice too. And so I think that he was elevated because they feel like that he can handle the job. He's smart. He understands where he needs to be and all that. But boy, he played like he was in quicksand the other day. And that zone coverage, just the reactions and stuff were slow. And, you got to be a dog to play inside like that. And I don't know if he necessarily is that type of guy. I think that Childers has a much better demeanor. And by the way, I got some updates on Carson and Butler. Butler is, you're right, he's like several weeks away from even being back out there. And then Carson is coming along, so he'll be closer, but
we need those guys to be legit depth.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Did you put Childers in like your top 5 thumbs up players?
I did not.
Okay.
I did
Who were
not.
yours?
I went, I tell you what I did. I had a list of about 12 guys, and I did it because I was just going down the roster and I was doing it off my flip card here, and I went with Holden. I really liked. I liked what I saw from Flanoy.
Yep.
I really liked what I saw from. Let me see here, my other offensive guys. I went for Hoffman and Bass. I liked with him, but I thought the best offensive lineman, I said this earlier, was Awesome Richards, is who I thought there. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I was happy to see that Israel Mukwamu made a play or two. I was happy for Tommy King Abasote and with the defensive tackles. I felt like that we've talked about JT. This defensive tackle group is kind of much maligned because everybody focuses on it because of the run defense stuff. But they had some stuff with Daxton, with King Basote, and then was also with JT that they were able to kind of, at times they were able to play the point of attack, force the Rams, especially after the second series. They kind of forced the Rams into, when they were running the football, they were holding up, stacking up, and just letting the linebackers and others have opportunity to make some tackles. Got wore down there at the end, but I was pretty impressed by, like I say, with JT and how he played for the guy that size.
Did the left tackle do anything for you, Nate Thomas?
I personally felt like that. If you ask me, I felt like that Richards was better than him.
I thought Nate Thomas was pretty good early in the game. I mean, he just didn't. He wasn't beating you, right?
There was a couple pressures coming on his side, and I couldn't tell how bad he messed that up or if it was somebody else's responsibility.
Yeah, to me, and I think Zach's right. I don't think there's anything wrong with Thomas. I just would like to see more of a competition there at that spot. Okay. And if we're going to get to, like to say, Philadelphia, and maybe we'll be in Orr's situation where you could put Awesome Richards in there and see if he can battle. I did believe Awesome Richards could have battled Guyton for that spot.
Are you hearing anything about Lyle Collins?
He was awful.
See him?
He was awful.
He's awful.
Yeah,
okay.
He looked like he was getting pushed around.
Well, and he's awful because he hasn't played in so many years.
It looked like it.
He was a little high, but he got in at the end of the game. I didn't think he got pushed around.
He was stiff. He got knocked to the ground. He got knocked to the ground one time. He went out second level, got knocked to the ground, and then the other one though he just got overextended and the ball went. They went past him. But he didn't look as athletic as he tested the other day.
No.
When he was the pop, the knee bend, the balance, those things, it's like he hadn't played in a long time.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't. I was very critical of that. But to me, I was kind of expecting a little bit more. But he looked like a guy that just his body just didn't allow him to bend.
Do you endorse the Phil Maffa hype?
I think Phil Maffa did fine. I mean, you talk about complete players, the way he caught the football, the way that he was able to run the ball, and his blocking. He had a blitz pickup that allowed the Milton to get the ball out to the sideline one time. So as far as everything that he needs to do to get your attention, absolutely.
When I say Trayshawn Holden is the third best pure pass catching wide receiver, is that hyperbole?
I think that to me they would probably. Are you saying it's just as far as hands, or what do you?
Guy who's going to go out and catch the ball.
He's not going to run away from you.
No,
that's the problem that you're going to. I'll tell you, a guy like him. I think him and Brooks are two guys that catch the ball really, really, really well. I think we've finally seen Flournoy have an opportunity. Mingo,
but Holden's better like getting open.
I'll say this about Mingo: if they're going to ask Mingo to be the big body block guy. Like they had an opportunity where they run the ball to the edge and Mingo's on the outside and he does not get a block and it gets Joe Milton hit running. It's a straight run. I mean, it's one of those straight runs where they took the ball and he took off to the left, started to run, and Mingo's on the outside, and he missed the inside block. Didn't get anybody, and then Joe Milton gets hit. If Mingo's not going to be that type of blocker, then that's that spot. I mean, we talk about him, big body guy, catch the ball, block. He needs to do all those things.
Well, there's so much more to talk about, and the good news is we have 90 more minutes of show here in the G-Bag Nation. Sorry, Chief, I didn't get to you. Did you have players Saturday night that you thought were good?
I felt like Childress was one of those guys. I thought Moffitt was pretty dang impressive. Leofau jumped out for sure, which you would expect because that's an actual NFL player right there among guys who oftentimes are not even going to be making the team. So there was a handful for sure.
All right, it is time for an edition of Football's Finest. Where are you taking us?
We actually have the QB tiers list out and about. Where's Dak on that, and some around the NFL preseason takeaways next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Jared Sandler coming up here in about 10 minutes. Preview Rangers Diamondbacks for you. We had Chris Young back on there in the 420 segment. Here's the Chief with an edition of the finest.
We have the annual athletic quarterback tiers list that has dropped. We will actually get the author of the list, Mike Sando, later on in the week. Looking forward to that conversation. But
love a good Sando.
Talked to him
here.
a long time at the at Jerry's party.
Oh, was he there?
Yeah,
he was there.
He's a guy that had the real tall, thin guy with he had the Ray-Bans on.
Yeah,
he and I were talking.
Wow,
for a long time.
yeah, the Ray-Bans.
And then
for a little bit.
And then he and I went into like dessert mode. We were trying to figure out what the desserts were and stuff like that. We went into that.
What did you like the best? Was it the little ice cream deal? Or?
I love the green tea ice cream.
Oh, the green tea
remember
ice
I
cream,
took it. I took it in 2 bites, and I got brain freeze instantly off that.
Yeah, it'll get you.
I didn't know that it was. I didn't.
You didn't realize it was going to be that cold?
I didn't realize it was going to be that cold. Yeah.
I'm still full from that night.
And it's ice cream, so I should have.
That's not true.
What an extravaganza that was,
Nothing's
dude.
keeping you full for that long.
Could you eat like that every day?
I couldn't. Well, I mean, that type of food, I could, like the best steak and sushi ever.
I think
for
I
sure.
could eat sushi every
but
day.
But the quantity, no, because I really was like,
You weren't
and
miserable, man. You were complaining in the back.
Was it the steak that put you over?
I think the steak probably sat a little heavy. But yeah, I mean, that was definitely like as full as you'd ever want to be. I would say, uncomfortably full. Not like, oh my gosh, I need a breather and let me sit down and I can't even ride in the car right now.
Yeah.
Like I can't buckle my seatbelt. But I was like a plate away from that.
How about we go to Nobu, and then we pull over at that Malibu like 76 station to fill up, and Bobby's over there standing by the ice machines eating like a gas station sandwich.
That was the most heartbreaking thing of the night, dude. Bobby's at Nobu for the first time in his life. He's surrounded by sushi and steak, and he's not a sushi guy, so I guess you just have to understand that. But I'm like, bro, there is steak over there.
Yeah.
There is steak over there. And as soon as the plate clears out, guess what? They're bringing a full new plate out there.
Yeah.
You can enjoy some steak tonight. He eats nothing, and then he has a gas station sub sandwich.
Yeah, he was standing
that
over
was
there
expired weeks prior.
Well, I was filling up the car. I go, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm eating dinner." I'm like, "Man, we were just."
He was like 5 vodkas
really?
deep.
Oh, he was. But the thing that was like, say, Eric had figured out, and if anybody was there, if you're in the media listening today, Eric was like taking the filling out of the lettuce wraps.
I did.
You didn't want it nothing to do with the lettuce wraps.
I thought the lettuce was just for presentation. I didn't know we were supposed to actually eat that.
You eat it. It's like a lettuce. It's a lettuce wrap.
I wasn't making room for lettuce. Okay?
Eric was like asking people for like a putty knife to like dig up all the stuff out of the center of
like how you eat your deviled eggs.
Yeah. I've actually come around on the deviled eggs.
Have you?
Yeah.
Baby.
I don't scoop the stuff out anymore and just eat the egg white.
Sometimes
piss off my Aunt Sherry.
Yeah, they
sick.
can.
That's sick.
Okay, we got the tiers list. Where's Dak? What tier? I say QB tiers. You say 1, 2, 3, 4,
Can
5,
Dawson give me the
6,
tiers again, please?
7, 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah. How is he defining the tiers?
Yeah, please.
I don't think he has a. He's so tier 1 is a quarterback that can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him.
Okay.
Tier 2 is a quarterback that can carry his team sometimes, but not consistently.
Oh, wow.
He can handle pure passing situations in doses, but he's not one of those thoroughbred, put the team on your back, consistently go win football games.
All right, give me tier 2.
And then you get tier 3, legitimate starter, but needs a heavier run game and or defensive component to win. A lower volume drop back passing offense suits him best. Now this is
Did that change your mind there?
No, because he's had success with a subpar running game, and at least a regular season. I'm stressing regular season success. If we get into the playoffs, we're tier 5
but
here.
we're now run gaming it, and now we're not throwing the ball
He's
as
had
much.
pretty bad defense and subpar running game, and they still went 12-5. I mean, the year that he was runner-up for MVP, Tony Pollard barely had 1,000 yards, and the defense was okay.
I mean, I think you could make an argument that he's in tier 2 if you really wanted to.
I will say there's quite a few tier 2 quarterbacks. I mean, from 6 to 14, they're calling tier 2 quarterbacks.
You know, I think anything 5 to 15 or 18 is interchangeable depending on how good his supporting cast is and how many wins they had.
Yeah.
So you said 6 to 14 is the number?
6 to 14 is the quarterbacks in tier 2.
Can you give me number 6?
Number 6, they have Jaden Daniels. And I guess that's just because of the 1 year factor. Because if you just looked at last year, he was a tier 1 quarterback.
He's trending in that direction.
No question. And he's the first tier 2 quarterback.
You would take Daniels right there, right? You would take Daniels over Dak?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
No question?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
It's actually crazy because we think of like 4 quarterbacks as the no-brainers, right? In the top, the elites, the Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, and then some would say, Jaden Daniels is right there. They actually had Matthew Stafford as the 5th quarterback in tier 1.
Sando knows ball.
So
Sando knows ball.
Well, and to be fair, this isn't
belt.
Sando. This is like evaluators and stuff around the league that are putting this all together.
Wow.
Sando.
Even better.
So it's even better for you, as a
Dudes
guy who's a
can't
big Stafford
draft.
guy. So you have Daniels,
Yeah,
Herbert.
but they can see a guy play in the NFL and be like, that guy's pretty freaking good.
They do have Daniels and Herbert there in tier 2, along with Jared Goff.
Oh, the Herbert.
Okay.
C.J.
Dak's in that
Stroud.
category.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was about
he
to
deserves
say.
to be in this
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts off a Super Bowl, still not getting a crazy amount of love.
So tier 2,
fair.
He won a Super Bowl being tier 3.
He's a Super Bowl tier 3-er.
Yeah, well, now he's tier 2.
Yeah,
you got
sure he's good
Baker.
at.
Baker's 11, tier 2.
Okay.
And then you get Terrain Dakota at 12. So he's a tier 2 quarterback.
Every year he's gone down, hasn't he?
Well, yes.
He's well, not every year because he had the 2023 season.
Last year, did he bump up?
Last year he got the bump, and then this year he got the drop. You had a defensive coordinator say this about Dak. I'm not necessarily worried about anything when I play him, but he's just solid. He'll put the ball where it needs to be. He can scramble a little bit. If he has to carry it and throw it 50 times, you'll get him a few times. I think he's still good. I started at 2/3 him, but I do think he's a tier 2 guy.
I think this is crazy because Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, they're carrying their team in the regular season as Patrick Mahomes is managing it, limiting mistakes, and having a better record often, and then beating them in the playoffs. But I don't think Patrick Mahomes is carrying his team. I think he's managing the game with a great defense and makes huge plays when they need it. But
do you think there was a time he did carry his team?
Yes, there was a time where their defense wasn't very good and they were lighting it all the way
2 years
up.
ago, they won
Kelsey
the
and
Super
Hill.
Bowl with Juju Smith-Schuster as their leading receiver.
Yeah, he's getting it done with receivers that are, no-name guys post Tyreek Hill.
But I think if you looked at regular season, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen carry their team more. Joe Burrow is capable of producing a lot more firepower with bad protection. So I don't know where to fit Mahomes in this because I think he's kind of a Troy Aikman, where it's what he doesn't do, it's what he avoids, and there's no highlights for that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just interesting because he's shown both. He's shown that if I need to go out there and score 30-plus points, I can be the guy to do that, and it can be fireworks, and I'm throwing the ball no look, and I'm launching the ball down the field. And then he also has the understanding of, okay, I don't have a Tyreek Hill type weaponry. I don't have maybe a great offensive line or run game, but I do have a really good defense, so I can be the quarterback that's now just avoiding mistakes. And when the time comes to go make the play, whether it be with my legs or my arm, I will get it done. Yeah. So I would look at that as like, you're the perfect quarterback.
Yeah.
Given the situation,
he is.
If the game calls for 30-plus, you'll do it. And if the game calls for win at 17 to 13, you'll do that.
Except
just give him some protection, please.
Except twice in the Super Bowl when he couldn't get double-digit points.
Yes, which is when he was playing with 3 guards on his offensive line versus a vaunted pass rush, and that was twice. That was so. It's like, there is the kryptonite, which is simply give him 3 guards to be 5 of his offensive linemen and go up against like the best pass rush of the year, and you're going to lose that football game.
And he was in the Super Bowl,
and that was also good point
in the Super Bowl. Where Allen and Jackson have never been.
I'm still
Allen
buying.
Jackson,
I
5 o'clock somewhere.
Still buy the Chiefs to win that division this year.
I know.
I'm not sure. It's hot right now on the Broncos.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be hot on the Broncos.
Everyone needs to stop being hot on the Broncos.
Walchuk championed it. Everybody's falling in suit. They're getting on the Bronco bandwagon. They're buying Bo Nix over Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes.
You're right.
Not me, okay? Just not me. Is Andy Reid like the best team-building coach? Like what he did with Donovan McNabb at the Eagles, the 4 straight NFC title games and the Super Bowl trip, and now this, like... It's more consistent than Belichick.
Yeah, pretty special. Yeah.
You know, just the ability to just keep winning a ton of playoff games. I don't know. I'm not trying to take away from Patrick Mahomes with that because they've won so many Super Bowls, and that's the, difference between what happened in Kansas City and Philadelphia. As Jared Sandler joins you now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and a good evening, Jared. How the heck are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderful.
Not
We're
too
hoping
good,
for some runs.
Zach, you said not too
good.
Why not?
I'm listening to this Patrick Mahomes slander, and the Rangers just got swept.
I thought you were a Burrow guy.
I am a Burrow guy.
I think Burrow might be a better passer.
I'm not going to fight you.
Yeah. Jared.
None of them are Jordan Love, though, right, Jared?
Oh, gosh.
What tier's Love in, Jared?
The 4th, maybe?
Okay.
Wow, that was a...
They actually had him
swoon.
at the bottom of tier 2.
Okay, well, how many tiers did they have?
5.
Okay, I guess I don't know if I'd put him in tier 2 yet. I without knowing who's in which tier, I'd go no higher than tier 3. He had one really good playoff game.
What? Yeah,
It was a damn good playoff game.
It was great. He was great, and maybe it's because he hasn't been throwing any receivers who are worth a damn. But to me, I think he's riding that one playoff game and the potential to be really good. I think he's got the potential to be really good, but I don't know. He's not a guy that I think can win you multiple playoff games in a season. Not the way he's performed yet. Too inconsistent.
Hey, Jared, how is Golden doing, by the way, in Green Bay?
I'll be honest, Broadus. I see these highlights.
Yeah.
It's he made a great catch in a stupid scrimmage where no one's wearing full. They're blowing. He's their first round pick, so they're blowing him up like he's off to this great start. It's so tough to know. I mean, they didn't really look good in their first preseason game, but it's just in season. It's tough for me. Boots on the ground with I don't want to say meaningless training camp, but it's just a lot of these guys can be made to look good in training camp. So I don't know. I think they're impressed by some of his ball skills and just the athleticism, but tough to know.
How confident are you that we're going to get some runs this week?
Well, they better. 3 righties for the Diamondbacks, so that certainly helps. They don't have to deal with lefty starters, but yeah, they need to start scoring. It's too tough to ask this rotation and this just pitching staff in general to carry them to a playoff spot. The offense is going to have to do its part. There was a stretch where the offense was, and they need to get back to that because Arizona's not it's a team that's sold, and they can score a little bit, but this is not a team, and you're facing arguably their best starting pitcher because Zach Gallen hasn't been great this year, but this is not an Arizona team that should give you a lot of problems in terms of scoring runs, especially when you consider, again, 3 righties. Rangers tend to hit righties better than lefties.
Jared, I think it was Sean McFarland in the morning news, but he was detailing how the Rangers lineup, they're not even getting the bump up in OPS when they're multiple times through the order against a pitcher. You think you're seeing a guy and you're going to get to figure him out. I mean, how concerning is that they're not even getting what you would think would be a bump the second and third time against these starters?
Yeah, I mean that is concerning. There are a lot of different elements to that, and is that a sample thing? Is that whenever I see stuff like that, why, right? So are guys not seeing enough pitches to really benefit from it? You go up there, two at bats, 3 pitches, you haven't seen maybe 2 of their pitch types, and so but at the same time, if you drive that first pitch and hit it 110 miles an hour, then that's not your fault, right? You did your part. So it's a tough balance, I think, in general. It's something that I guess I'd have to look, Zach. I'd be really curious. Teams that are not performing well offensively, do they all kind of fit in that category, more or less? I don't know. I'd have to look. But, yeah, I mean, that is concerning. There are a lot of things that have been concerning. And, at the end of the day, the back of the baseball card for a lot of these guys in 2025 is not going to look how they wanted it to look. However, it doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is how they do from August 11th on, because a playoff spot is there for the taking. They're not in a playoff position right now, but a playoff spot is absolutely there for the taking, especially when you look at their remaining schedule, teams they're chasing or teams they're fighting with. Cleveland, they have 2 series with Cleveland. They haven't played Cleveland yet. They got 2 series with Houston, and whether Houston's trying to win the West or win a wild card spot, the Rangers can control things against Houston, right? So Kansas City's a team that the Rangers have to kind of concern themselves with. They're going to be playing Kansas City next week. So the Rangers are going to have opportunities, and hopefully these guys can get things going with the sticks, because this past week they were bailed out by some good pitching on Tuesday when Evo was on the mound against the Yankees, and then after that, the bats really didn't do their part.
How would you like to see them shake it up a little bit? I mean, bringing back a guy like Cody Freeman, would that do something for you? Like, how do you try to jumpstart this thing?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Eric, Cody Freeman maybe could make a marginal difference, and that's not a shot at Cody by any means. But it really comes down to the fact, you look at the lineup the Rangers have. It's the same lineup that a lot of people thought was going to be, one of the best lineups in baseball. And if you look at it, none of these, Corey Seager, since, it seemed like he cleared, the worst of the hamstring stuff has been Corey Seager. But other than Sam Haggerty, and Sam Haggerty, serves a valuable role, but, he's just kind of a role player. Which guy in this lineup has lived up to even just kind of average expectation, right? Not high level, not like best case, but just, all right, this is more or less what we expect. And unfortunately, the Rangers have not gotten that sort of production from their lineup top to bottom. And so I think, Eric, Cody Freeman could maybe help situationally. That's possible. Maybe he gets hot for a week. But I think at the end of the day, and I know hope is not a plan, but we're kind of at a point where they need these guys who, over the course of their career, not just 1 year, but some of these guys who've been around for several years, over the course of their career, have performed give or take at a certain level, and they're far below that. And they just need those guys to get back to that level, and then all of a sudden I think it's a totally different narrative. Problem is, it just hasn't happened consistently for this group, unfortunately.
Lots to talk about, Jared. Give him hell tonight, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Great day to start a series sweep with a win tonight.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I think they need it. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. A must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. And I'll say it again when it comes to this team. Hopefully they go win the World Series. But even if they do that, they have to rebuild at least a third of this lineup to, purge some of the disappointing hitters, Heim, Garcia, new first baseman, and find guys that can tater lefties. And when that happens, then I think we'll be back to normalcy with believing in your Texas Rangers offense being one of the best 5 in the American League every single year. CY will get that done. Okay, we'll hit the expressway, go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. LA Live 540 here on The Fan. Warner Chad Frankel's with you before we get... Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30. We got LA Live coming up at 5:40. Let's take a look at everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Okay, Juan Gonzalez, all-time Rangers left fielder, added to the Puerto Rico roster as a coach for the World Baseball Classic. So you're going to get some Juan Gon coming up in March. We'll be taking it all in. Brian Schottenheimer, undecided between Joe Milton, Will Greer as the Cowboys' backup. That's amongst the things that Schotty talked about at his press conference today. I don't know. I guess he wants to leave it an open competition. That's the right thing to say as a coach. Do you think privately he is really considering Joe Milton over Will Greer? Because if you need to win games, Will Greer's significantly better, isn't he?
I think if they had to win one game, that they would do that. But I think overall, I think they're really excited about Joe Milton, and I say that in a way that they that whole thing. I'd like to ask somebody what they thought about Trey Lance, because I feel like that they didn't give Trey Lance any kind of shot last year. I feel like they've given Joe Milton far more opportunities. When I watch practice, it seemed like that Will Greer gets no reps. It's all about Joe Milton. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder if the coaching staff really believe that he's the guy that if something were to happen. But like I say, I've talked to people that believe if they had to go win one game, they would probably play Will Greer. But if they had to play the whole season, that they think that Joe Milton would be the guy that they would do that with.
Because they want to invest in the upside of Joe Milton?
I think that's it.
Yeah,
I think we get these quarterbacks wrong all the time. And I think they like the athletic ability. I think they like the arm strength. I think they like the makeup of the guy. And he's just it seems like everybody talks to him, he's a good guy. But it's kind of that we fall in love with this guy, like to say, look at him, man, look how he looks physically, look how he throws the ball. And then when you start to see, like you saw some just terrible plays the other day that just question you, and then you see those other plays that are like good throws, and you're like going, okay, now that's kind of, it's like playing golf and being really bad all day, and then you birdie 18, and you're like, man, I love this game. I think that's how he's playing right now.
And I get it. I think they're wasting their time. I think it's low 1% chances that this guy develops. And, Schotty was actually asked about Joe Milton today. He said, I'd be lying if I didn't tell you how impressed I was with Will Greer. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how intentional that was or if it just kind of slipped out. Another great quote from Schotty today said he'd been working with McVay back there at the joint practice and then through Saturday's game, and he said Sean was amazing to talk to, and he had tons of great advice. I think that's really important. Like, how good can your network be, especially if you're, trying to implement some of the similar things offensively? A lot of times coaches are open books, and there's no reason to feel threatened. We're a fraternity of knowledge.
Can I circle back with you on something?
Sure.
Do more teams win with Will Greer or win with Joe Milton?
What do you mean?
More the type of quarterback.
I think Will Greer.
Yeah, Will Greer, good decision making and accurate.
It's tough because it was like so late in the game, but it looked like an NFL run offense when Will Greer went out there. And it just even going by Joe Milton's track record, he didn't work out at Michigan. He got benched at Tennessee. He played 1 year that he started, and it was an up and down year at Tennessee. And there's a lot of athleticism. There's a lot of things to like, but there's certain things when it comes to the mental processing. Certainly we've talked about the accuracy. Does he have touch? Like, can you develop that with him? Because everything is, it is. I mean, it is kind of like we're putting a lot of zip. We're putting a lot of mustard on the football. There's things to like and traits to like, but I think probably Will Greer would be the answer for me on that question.
We're going to have to pick up this conversation a little bit later on, Brian, because it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Hey, yo. G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Yeah, we called it, baby. At Lucky Lucius P, if you see anything floating out there you think we should be playing, You scrolled across something on your timeline. You was like, yo, this should be G-Bag of the day. Send it to me at Lucky Lucius P. LUCIOUS Alexander on Facebook. Follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. It's a vacated title right here, so I'm just going to go through some clips. How about that, fellas?
That sounds
good,
great.
man.
I'm excited about this.
Clip me.
Let's see here. Expressway is sponsored by the On Time Experts, too.
Salute.
By the way. All right, here we go. All right, let's go to Texas Rangers radio broadcast. Ted Emmerich, son of Roger Emmerich. He was on the call being perfect.
Oh, there was a pitch clock violation.
A pitch clock violation. He's going to trip up on that.
Yeah. Just nail. I wonder how many times that's happened
for sure
over the across all 30 broadcasts, TV, radio, the last couple of years. I'm sure we got Pitchcocks all over the place.
Yeah. Those violations.
Alfred Pitchcock's my favorite. I prefer to be pitched balls, but I get your point.
All right, let's see here. Mr. Eric Chiafalo on the Cowboys pregame situation.
Yeah.
Was not clearly listening.
Not at all.
To sideline reporter Chrissy Scales.
Always giving us the scoop.
Was not paying attention.
It has been a moving target, guys, even game day on who's playing and who's not playing. We thought that going into today that Tyler Booker, the first-round draft pick, would be starting at right guard. But he's in uniform, but, not wearing the cleats. He's not taped up and didn't go through warm-up. So no Tyler Booker.
Awesome. And how about for Tyler Booker, Christy?
Yeah, no Tyler Booker. So
Okay.
you won't have any of your starters along the offensive line.
Christy, I would like to apologize.
Welcome to my life.
Okay, let's be fair. There was a little bit of an edit situation that went down there.
No, there wasn't.
There was a broadest question in between her
wasn't.
saying Booker, moving target, and then me with the Booker question. But point still stands. I'm a bleep hole.
It happens.
Yeah. I found out this week, and I'm a terrible person.
Oh, really? It took this long? You just found out?
Yes, and I'll tell you how I found out. You ever, hang out with a buddy, and then their little kid tells you what your buddy told your wife after you were hanging out?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Little girl comes running into the room. Oh, it's Dawson. I heard you're a terrible person. No. My buddy is scrambling, right? He doesn't realize that I understand I can at least have some terrible traits about me, so I was totally fine with it.
Terrible traits.
Damn.
It says it right there in the Bible. We're all wicked.
Yeah, we're all
I'm doing my
pretty bad.
best here, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's good journalism by your daddy, probably.
Awkward.
All right, let's go to this situation. It's kind of weird. Lady goes off on a neighbor. He has a mirror outside of his house, like just a bunch of stuff.
Sky mirror.
Yeah, he has a mirror outside of his house, and it's pointing towards her place.
Oh.
So she's thinking the sun is going to reflect and start burning a hole in her crib.
Okay.
Yeah.
She goes over there and confronts this guy.
That needs to be turned around. You almost set my house on fire.
Set your house on fire.
You.
Ooh.
That was reflecting
You mother are the biggest nut jobs I have ever encountered in my life.
You come over when the sun is shining and you feel my siding. It is hotter than hell.
You think that mirror is going to set your house on fire?
Yes, I know it will.
Okay. This lady here thinks this mirror is going to set her house on fire over there.
And make sure that you tell them that it's the direct sunlight in the mornings, okay?
Okay, well, if you had came and asked me nicely, it wouldn't have been a problem. But when your dipshit husband comes over here and threatens to bust my property, then it's a problem.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
I'm not the one to with.
Ooh. Well, you don't with me either.
Yeah. Hit me, I dare you.
Neither. Hit me.
You.
Yeah. Go back to your property, psycho bitch. Ooh. I will you both up.
Take care of that, or I will call the police.
Call them. What do you think they're going to do? Go call the police right now and tell them that I got a mirror on my property. Go call them.
That you will not.
Go call them. No, go call them.
I will.
Go call them.
I will. It's hotter than hell.
That's really good, man.
It's crazy.
I mean, if you got a neighbor like that, I think you got to move, and you got to somehow show the house while she's not around. Dude.
She sounds like a South Park character. We need to get her a show.
Yeah.
Trading insults, man. That was really that was good back and forth.
I know you are, but what am I?
Speaking of South Park, man, I feel like they left some meat on the bone. Like, they've been on fire, but what's it, Sydney Sweeney? Yeah. They should have made fun of that situation.
SNL did.
They did?
SNL did a bit.
Already?
Yeah, they did a bit. Yeah.
SNL is back?
Yep.
Oh, I
saw the. I just saw the actual bit clip. It's like 90 seconds or whatever. They're promoting new jeans, different type of jeans.
I didn't know. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes out there. Yes, we got a prayer getting started the old-fashioned way, a G-bag way in a sense.
Will you pray with me? Lord.
Nice little burp before.
Okay, yeah.
Clean out the pipes.
Yeah.
Which end that came out of.
Okay, I got to apologize.
Diet Coke preacher.
It was resurfaced. I guess they did some jeans thing.
I saw that too. I thought
the mom jeans. I remember mom jeans.
No, these are a sizeless, style neutral, gender non-conforming denim for a generation that defies labels.
Oh my God,
that's what that was. But that was like
woke jeans.
That was like 5 or 6 years ago.
That's what. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's awful. And here's this preacher right here. He's got the wrong understanding of FML. Do you guys know what FML means?
Bleep Alive?
Yeah. Yep.
And then they said FML. Now I said FML. What? I don't know what this stuff means. And emojis and these short. I don't know what this stuff means. So this person, I said, I'm so sorry to hear about what happened and how it happened. I'm so sorry about that when I spoke to him a little bit later on. But I said, but what does FML stand for? They said, it means faith in my Lord. I said, I love this. FML, I love this.
Somebody lied to him, bro.
Lied to the preacher.
I don't know what this means.
It reminds me of the time my dad said we were in high school and he said go ham at one point during one of his sermons, and he didn't realize what exactly that meant. He didn't realize the HAM.
Man, hard as a mother bleeper.
That's right.
He's telling everybody to give themselves a nice ham sandwich.
Yeah, go ham.
Go ham. Big ham guy.
Jesus okay with it.
Someone pulled him aside after the service. He was like, gosh dang it, dude.
Yeah, that's more along the line with, I'm old enough to remember the bad idea jeans bit from Saturday Night Live. You know, was that maybe 89, 91? You remember the bad idea jeans?
I don't remember that. That was
the original jeans bit. Yeah. It was like if you had your bad idea jeans on, you'd make a horrible life decision and totally screw your life up, and you just blame it on your bad idea.
It's the jeans' fault.
Yeah.
Let's go, buddy.
It's time to vote. Is it Ted Emmerich? He had a pitch cock malfunction. Is it Christy Scales interrupted by the chief? Mid-answer, by the way. That was very disrespectful.
yeah, absolutely.
The evidence is damning.
I'll say that.
Is it a big mirror pointed at the neighbor's house? Or is it the church blessings there with your burping preacher and the FML preacher? I'm going to go with my guy Emmerich, or Teddy. My vote, Chief. You?
I'm going to go with the big mirror.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Lucius.
Yeah, mirror pointed at the house.
You got Wolchuk.
Give me Eric.
She said, you want to come over here and feel my siding?
It's super hot right now. All due to your mirror. Yeah, Christy Scales, Chiafalo vote there, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to make this thing a vote off because I'm going to go with Chief.
Okay, we're tied at 2. Is it the big mirror in the backyard, or is it Christy Scales interrupted by Eric Chiafalo? I'm going to create an Insta poll at GBag Nation. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. We'll announce the winner here towards the end of LA Live. And here's Lucius.
Let's get into it right after the great Rick James, y'all.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast. They're all have buzzed out. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
6 finger to live.
Everybody get high.
When Uber Eats people, when they pick up the food, I'm like, dude, you got to do whatever you got to do to get it to my house. Like, I don't care if you die. I wouldn't even know. I'd just be at home like, yo, where the is this piece of shit?
Yeah.
Just looking at the little bicycle not moving on your phone. You're like, are you serious? Look at this. You got to call into Uber. Some guy in India's like, your driver has passed away. You better send me a promo code for this. I better be compensated. And they start arguing back. Okay, sir, calm down. We will send another driver to the scene of the crime to pry your burrito from the cold, dead hand of...
Working hard out there. Shout out to my Uber drivers, man. Y'all saving me right now. I've been using you a lot with this Starbucks app. Iced Americanos, baby. Pull up on me. This is LA Live for Monday, August 11th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday vibes in LA Live is just where I go over some things I've seen on the timeline this weekend. All right, so stick with me. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Get my boy. This particular story right here had them talking all weekend. Well, usually it was on Sunday into Monday. This story right here, fellas, I need your response.
Yep.
2-time World Series champion and 3-time MLB All-Star and one of my favorite Braves of all time, David Justice.
Baller.
He said he divorced Halle Berry because he didn't see her as motherly. Didn't see her as motherly.
Didn't want to have kids with her?
Didn't want to have kids with her. He was looking at some things. He said this on All the Smoke, says she does not cook nor clean. I'll give a little piece. Listen to this.
I remember Halle saying to me, hey, she asked me to marry her after knowing me for 5 months.
First of all, that's on fire right there, bro. Halle Berry she asked you 5 months into the situation, but hey, you want to marry me?
That's a flex.
I'm Halle Berry, bro.
I mean, David Justice was top 5 player in the game probably at one point at his peak.
Yeah.
And playing on the team that just kept getting to the World Series.
Yes.
Very
I
famous.
remember Halle saying to me, hey, she asked me to marry her after knowing me for 5 months. So I'm looking at my mom, and I'm a Midwest guy. So in my mind, I'm thinking a wife at that time should cook, clean.
Traditional.
And then I'm thinking, okay, if we have kids, is this the woman I want to have kids with and build a family with? And at that time, as a young guy, she don't cook, don't clean, don't really seem like motherly.
Wow. Yeah, I think you can overlook cooking and cleaning as long as she's loving to the child. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to do the traditional stuff. I'm a pretty good cook myself, and I don't mind a messy house. So that's fine, in my book, as long as you, want to have the kids, and the kids know that you love them. I think that's motherly enough.
This, you don't know that until you have the kids. He was looking at her habits, and he was like, well, she sure is kind of messy compared to my mom.
Right.
Now, he did say his views are toxic. He said if they had somebody to talk to, some therapy, he probably would have worked through that. But I can understand where he's going with. Some fans on social media are accusing David Justice of holding outdated and misogynistic views with that one right there. With the traditional wife that cooks and clean, and people saying, hey, you guys are millionaires, you can just hire.
She's a provider.
She is a provider now, not then.
Oh, not then. She was
Justice
not.
was a man then.
She was not. Monster Ball was not involved.
She wasn't
there,
all the way there yet. No,
or anything like that.
Because she's like 30 years old at this point.
So no Academy Award yet or any of that stuff, right?
Yeah, she wasn't there yet, brother.
Okay.
Almost.
All right.
But
I think it's all right to want that. Traditional roles. There's nothing wrong with wanting it as long as you're not discriminating on people or saying there's something broken about you if you don't want to provide or you don't want to be a mother. I think that's fine to have an idea of what kind of a wife that you want. And there's a lot of wives out there that would love to sit home, make, raise the kids, cook. They're like, this is my paradise. Right. Yeah. That'd be my mom. My mom would be like, cool, I get to cook and clean for you? Sweet.
Now, it's crazy to have Halle Berry out there cooking and cleaning and everything, but for somebody who does not do it at all, it would be concerning to me.
Yeah.
I seen Jessica Simpson struggle on her little TV show to do the wash.
Oh, wow.
that's right.
And you see how that relationship went. Her and that guy that she was with, he was like, I'm out of here, man. She can't even wash her own clothes. And now people are saying that, like they said, they're millionaires. You can pay for somebody to come do this at your house, cook and clean. I think that's fine. But I would just like to see a little bit of, because I've seen it. Bro, I've seen it. I've seen somebody leave a cup there for 6 months. You do like a test. See how long they leave that cup right there.
Oh, yeah. My wife does it to me all the time.
Yeah, see how long. And then you come back 6 months later, be like, I'll be damn, she's really not going to clean that cup on. It's really going to sit there.
The water evaporated and everything.
This is furniture now.
Yeah.
So
it's decoration.
I can understand. But, it's Halle Berry, so would you go through it anyway? Because she's Halle Berry?
Oh, yeah.
Deal with a dirty-ass house, never cleans up, always got to hire somebody.
Yeah.
Not really good cook, but she's Halle Berry.
Yeah.
I can see it either way. I really could. I'm not hating on the guy who makes either one of those choices.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be honest, I might be about a boob job away from living that life right now. About $20 million.
But also, you have to remember you're David Justice. Like, if you can get Halle Berry,
you get anybody you want.
Pretty much get anybody.
I mean, he got the next wife, and he's been with her forever. She's on what, number 2 husband now? Number 3?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
And she's paying child support out here, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody won, man.
Winning. About time.
Okay. That's all your opinions about Halle Berry and David Justice?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that she was already famous at this point in time when they were married. So
I mean, she was famous, but she wasn't no blockbuster. This is Halle Berry, bam.
Yeah.
She was on her way there.
She wasn't being rapped about yet at that point.
We weren't Catwoman yet.
Yeah.
No.
Was she? What was year was Catwoman?
Mid-2000s?
Because they were married between 93 and 97.
Yeah, that was way before.
Okay, yeah.
Way before.
Yeah. You want a Hollywood story from David Justice and Halle Berry?
Yeah.
If you guys don't have any more opinions about it?
I think it just comes down to being compatible with one. Like, you're a clean, neat freak type of dude, right?
I guess you could say that. I'll clean up, but you got to help me.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying.
You can't
I would
make
try
the
and
mess
work
for
with
me.
Yeah, I would try
and expect me to
work
clean
with
up all the time.
You start to feel taken advantage of.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Do you care about these bills that I'm paying?
Yeah.
I'm paying mortgage here. Help me clean it up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we have chores. I'll do all the chores. Just don't give me a mess to clean. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
maybe David's seeing that, or maybe I'm being toxic with that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's also
No,